Why are you lost in thought? Are you regretting coming to this blind date because I'm pregnant? The woman's voice, laced with irritation, yanked Yi Nan's mind back to the present. He glanced around, realizing he was in a CAF within a shopping mall. And across the table sat a visibly impatient pregnant woman, lighting a cigarette. He had actually been reborn. In his previous life, after this blind date, a torrential downpour had struck and seawater had surged into the city. Thanks to Yi Nan's quick thinking, he had helped this pregnant woman secure the last chance to leave the city. Joining the official evacuation team heading south, as fate would have it, she had encountered the father of her child, reuniting with a stout, balding, black man. Along the way, a blizzard scattered the group, and Yi Nan, finding a cave to shield them from the wind, had kindly invited the two inside. However, in a twist of fate, desperate from hunger, they had conspired to ambush Yi Nan. The woman had feigned labor to divert his attention, while the man seized the opportunity to slash Yi Nan's throat from behind with a knife. The sensation of suffocation quickly drained Yi Nan of strength, causing him to collapse, but the blade was surprisingly small. As a result, the process of his demise was agonizingly prolonged. He could hear the scent of his flesh being roasted by them, along with the sounds of their gluttonous feasting. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Not receiving a response, the woman's tone grew even more impatient. Yi Nan inhaled deeply, allowing his lungs to relish the lightness of the air. Given this second chance bestowed upon him, he was determined to alter his destiny. Time was of the essence in his previous life. He had been caught by the blizzard due to a late escape. Though he harbored a desire to personally eliminate this seductive woman from the blind date, finding a vehicle to exit the city took precedence. As for the alluring woman before him, farewell, she could remain and await her demise. Yi Nan prepared to rise, yet before he could fully stand, a chime echoed in his mind. Apocalyptic RV system binding successful. Please complete the initial task, and the system will determine the vehicle's level based on task completion. Minimum reward, top-tier off-road RV. Maximum reward. Insufficient permissions failure to complete the task will result in system unbinding. Hiss. Yi Nan's heart surged with joy. It seemed that reborn individuals were indeed equipped with systems. While he was curious about the maximum reward with insufficient permissions, the minimum reward of an off-road RV was already enticing. Images of numerous travel vloggers filled his mind, driving their RVs through deserts, across icy plains, and to various remote, breathtaking landscapes. He envisioned the comfort and security of brewing coffee and slicing steak while storms raged outside. With a vehicle, he wouldn't have to waste time waiting for the official evacuation team after leaving the city. The entire journey south would no longer be marred by the fear of blizzards, and he could enjoy living conditions unimaginable to others. Instantly, Yi Nan found himself unable to leave. He called out fervently to the system, "Come on, no matter what the task is, I promise to accomplish it perfectly." Perfectly. The system's response was swift. Initial task. Win the heart of the seductive woman from the blind date. Silence. An oppressive silence. System. How about we switch tasks? Or let me run naked. I guarantee to dash 3 streets, completely unclothed. No, 5-6 streets. Unfortunately, the system remained unresponsive. With no other choice, Yi Nan forced a smile, looking at the woman before him. Her features were quite attractive, and beneath the heavy makeup, she was indeed pleasing to the eye. Yet the cigarette dangling from her lips and her previous sycophantic behavior towards the black man left Yi Nan with a profound sense of discomfort. A pregnant woman seeking a blind date, and with a black man at that, could this be considered normal? It was evident that changing one's fate was no simple task. Apologies, it's just that you were so stunning, you left me utterly mesmerized. Yi Nan wiped his face as if shedding his skin, discarding his facade into the trash bin beneath the table. For the sake of survival and the RV, he could afford to lose his dignity. He gulped down the coffee on the table in one go, suppressing his inner fury and striving to project a sincere smile. "Ill drink in place of wine, let me punish myself with a toast. You do have a discerning eye." The seductive woman scoffed lightly, yet the corners of her eyes lifted slightly, seemingly pleased. "The intermediary has already informed me about your situationo house. No car, just an outsider, aside from being somewhat handsome." She cast a sidelong glance at Yi Nan's toned abdomen beneath his fitted attire, licking her lips. "Your physique is also quite commendable." But then she shifted her tone, "Yet, you really are utterly lacking. Patting her belly, she continued, "If it weren't for the imminent birth of my child and the need for a father, would I even consider you for a blind date?" Yi Nan's forced smile quivered at the corners. The audacity of seeking an honest man to take on her responsibilities was truly astonishing. Had it not been for the system's task, he would have relished smashing the coffee cup into her face and slicing it open to see how thick her skin truly was. He swallowed hard, forcing down the nauseating feeling as if he had just eaten a fly. Struggling to maintain composure, Yi Nan pressed on. Yes, you're absolutely right. To be able to go on a blind date with a beauty like you is indeed a blessing from my past life. Well, your attitude is quite commendable. The blind date woman finally ceased hiding her amusement, shaking off the ash from her cigarette. However, there are some things I must clarify first. This is my first marriage, and I've never had a child, so the bride price must be $388,000 no less. Never had a child? Yi Nan's gaze fell upon her round belly, realizing he had never encountered someone so shameless. Task. Yi Nan frantically reassured himself, that I believe that is a bit low. Given your conditions, I am willing to offer $688,000. As long as you agree to marry me, you won't need to return a single cent, it will all be yours. The blind date woman was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had underestimated herself, feeling a twinge of regret. All right then, since you were so sincere, let's do as you say. After a moment's thought, she seemed slightly apprehensive after marriage regarding my child. I will certainly treat the child well, loving him as if he were my own. I am the only child in my family. The child can take your surname, I will take the child's surname. Yi Nan completely discarded his shame, eagerly interjecting, desperate to conclude this charade. After marriage, you manage the finances, ill comply with all your wishes, without interfering in your freedom. You can play until whatever hour you desire, and he'll take care of the child and the household chores. Rest assured, this household will be under your command. The blind date woman's mouth fell slightly open, her mind racing as she realized all her lines had been snatched away, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a long pause, her cheeks flushed under Yi Nan's fervent gaze as she lowered her head. All right then, I'll go home and discuss it with my parents. Without waiting for Yi Nan's response, she stood to leave. Yi Nan quickly offered, allow me to see you off. No need, my male best friend is waiting for me outside. We haven't established our relationship, yet it wouldn't be good for him to see. Male best friend? Yi Nan's mind churned, and he refrained from pressing further. He stammered a polite farewell, all right, let's keep in touch. As the blind date woman stood to leave, Yi Nan hurriedly inquired of the system. Task completed, right? Where do I collect the vehicle? However, the system's response struck him like a thunderbolt. Warning, task is about to fail. At that moment, the blind date woman, still within earshot of the CAF, had already picked up her phone to message her friends in their chat group. Hey everyone, who understands? I encountered a Phoenix man on a blind date, trying to take advantage of my beauty while I'm pregnant, using sweet words to worm his way in. Women must always protect themselves out there. Chapter 2. Hidden Reward. Doomsday base vehicle. Yi Nan felt as though his scalp were about to explode. Indeed, blind dates seemed to pit the most inept suitors against the most challenging of women. He had lost all semblance of dignity, yet he still failed to impress her. In his previous life, he had been murdered due to this woman's malicious heart. In this life, he found himself stripped of his system because of her inexplicable confidence. Who could endure such a fate? How could one bear it? Wait a moment. In an instant, Yi Nan transformed into a fleeting shadow, just as the alluring dark-skinned woman placed her hand on the CAF door. It was seized by another, broader hand. Before she could comprehend what was happening, a surge of force sent her reeling, and when she regained her senses, she found herself pinned against the wall by Yi Nan in a perfectly executed wall slam. What do you think you're doing? The alluring dark-skinned woman, feeling Yi Nan's heavy breathing born of impatience, flickered her gaze, her heart racing in confusion. Just take a moment to feel this. Yi Nan did not release her hand but pressed it against his own chest. In those fleeting seconds when you turned away, this space was empty. We've only just met, and though it may be presumptuous of me, I must confess that I have undeniably fallen for you. Why? Yi Nan leaned down, their faces drawing ever closer until they could sense each other's warmth. You? What are you doing? Even if I am beautiful, this is far too. The alluring dark-skinned woman struggled slightly, yet she refrained from exerting real force, instead using the opportunity to press against Yi Nan's chest, There are so many people here. Please don't do this. I don't care. Yinan tilted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Just now, I had a feeling that if I were to let you leave, I would regret it for the rest of my life. That seems a bit extreme. Such fervent eyes, such close proximity. The alluring dark-skinned woman felt her mind clouded by a lack of oxygen, her words faltering. Give me a chance to prove myself at that moment. In Yinan's eyes, what stood before him was no longer a peculiar dark-skinned woman with a protruding belly. She was the system, the off-road vehicle, the hope for survival in the face of impending disaster. She was the hope he had once reached for, hands raised high while submerged in the sea, yet could never grasp. The hope of living. Yinan yearned to survive. He would do anything, even resort to cannibalism if necessary. Let alone, simply indulging in a kiss. He pulled out his phone and, before the alluring dark-skinned woman, transferred 200,000 with the note gift without strings. This is my sincerity. Sincerity? Yes, my sincerity in pursuing you. That doesn't count as part of the bride price. But this is far too much. The alluring dark-skinned woman feigned modesty, but her fingers swiftly accepted the transfer. Shall we go house hunting tomorrow? Seeing the corners of her mouth twitch uncontrollably, Yinan felt a surge of confidence and decided to raise the stakes. House hunting? Yes. The intermediary is unaware, but I just won 8 million in the lottery. I will purchase a house here outright, with just your name on the deed, as your premarital property. What? Why would you do that? The alluring dark-skinned woman trembled slightly, her hand resting on her belly, her gaze flickering at that moment. Yinan's mind raced, realizing he had reached a crucial juncture. This dark-skinned woman, though peculiar in her thought process, still retained a shred of rationality, understanding the implications of the child's existence. Men often harbored reservations. This was the reason his previous attentions had been seen through. They had come too easily. She needed a reason, one potent enough to shatter her internal defenses. Yinan leaned in slightly, bringing his lips close to her ear. Each word he uttered was like a gentle arrow, piercing through her ear canal and striking at her very soul. I genuinely love children. However, I suffer from low fertility. The arrival of you and the baby is nothing short of the most beautiful redemption in my life. A violent shudder coursed through the alluring, dark-skinned woman's body. She could no longer contain her emotions. Are you saying it's because of the child? No, it is because of your child. Tears finally broke through the dam. The alluring, dark-skinned woman flung herself into Yinan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. After a while, she calmed down under his comfort, yet her head remained nestled on his shoulder as she softly spoke. Will you come home with me to meet my parents? Ding! At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Yinan's mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task with an unprecedented SSS rating. You have received a hidden reward, Doomsday Base Vehicle, hidden reward. The Doomsday Base Vehicle sounded infinitely more exhilarating than an off-road RV. The system did not elaborate on the vehicle's functions but left Yinan with an address, located on the street behind the CAF. Get lost. In an almost instantaneous motion, Yinan pushed the alluring dark-skinned woman away from him as if shooing away a repulsive insect. She collided against the wall in disbelief, barely managing to stay upright due to her proximity. What do you mean? Slap! The sharp sound echoed as Yinan struck her. Seeing the crimson handprint blossom on her face, he felt a sense of relief, expelling the previously swallowed disgust. Help! Help! Someone's hitting me! The alluring dark-skinned woman screamed in hysteria, raising her hands as if to claw at Yinan. Yet, his towering stature and the fierce look in his eyes caused her to hesitate, retreating instead to feign tears in front of the onlookers, adopting the guise of a victim of domestic abuse. I beg you, help me! I'm pregnant! This man just said he would take responsibility. And suddenly he went crazy and hit me, as she spoke. Her tear-streaked hand brushed through her hair, revealing the unmistakable handprint on her face. The bright red mark accentuated her features, making her appear even more pitiable. Leaving the men around her entranced in no time, several agitated bystanders stood up, glaring at Yinan. What a scoundrel! Yinan scoffed, clapping mockingly. So you are carrying a black child and still come out to find someone to take responsibility. Starting with a bride price of 388,000? What's wrong with you? He scanned the CAF. What's the matter? Are you interested? In a flurry of movements, The CAF emptied as people turned their attention to the alluring dark-skinned woman, pointing and whispering words like shameless, causing her already flushed face to turn a deeper shade of crimson. Despicable. Yinan dismissed them and exited, his heart racing with anticipation. The Doomsday base vehicle sounded far more formidable than an off-road vehicle. Upon stepping outside the CAF, he was captivated by a steel behemoth parked across the street. Without needing the System S introduction, he could tell that this was indeed his Doomsday base vehicle. A crowd had already gathered around it. Is this the real-life version of Optimus Prime? It's stunning, absolutely. But the modifications are over the top. That matte black finish looks incredible. Look at the cargo area. It even has windows and hanging racks. Could it be an RV? My goodness, the wealthy certainly know how to indulge. The interior space is several times larger than my rental apartment. An RV? Just look at the reinforced steel plating on it. The thickness is such that bullets wouldn't penetrate. Calling it an armored vehicle wouldn't be an exaggeration. How awesome! With this, even in a post-apocalyptic world, one could still live lavishly. Indeed, it's a rich man's toy. And the beds inside must be enormous and plush. Chapter 3. Transformation Function. Wuling Hongguang Mini EV. Wait. Stop right there. Yinan had only taken a couple of steps when the alluring dark-skinned woman chased after him. How did you know about this child? And she dashed in front of him, arms outstretched, belly protruding, blocking his path. You promised me 688,000 as bride price, and a house. You can't back out now. You must take responsibility. I was just kidding. Are you still dreaming? Yinan waved his hand to push her aside. He had no desire to waste words on someone so evidently lacking in common sense. Don't block my view of the vehicle. The alluring dark-skinned woman stumbled back, almost falling. Once steady, she followed Yinan's gaze and beheld the imposing base vehicle. It seemed she finally comprehended that his earlier words had all been a ruse. The 688,000 bride price and the fully paid house were as fictitious as the child she carried. Glancing at Yinan, her eyes brimmed with resentment. As expected. A man's words are nothing but deceit. Combined, you're not even worth $100, and you dare to boast about buying a house outright? What are you planning now? To steal the vehicle? Someone else trying to steal a car. She yelled, drawing the attention of the crowd gathered around the base vehicle. Why? Yinan halted, turning to face the comically distorted figure of the alluring dark-skinned woman. Should he kill her now? There were too many witnesses around, which might lead to unnecessary trouble. Moreover, merely killing her wouldn't suffice. He needed to keep her alive to lure out her accomplice. Once they were on the road south, he would have ample opportunity and time to make them both experience profound suffering, ultimately leading to their despairing demise. As for now, he would collect a bit of interest. Yinan's expression shifted suddenly, revealing the same demeanor he had when he had flirted with her earlier. Actually, I wanted to surprise you. This is my vehicle. Isn't it cool? Would you like it as a gift? The alluring dark-skinned woman was utterly baffled by Yinan's demeanor. She glanced between him and the imposing base vehicle, her expression twisting increasingly into one of disbelief. Dio, you think I'm a fool? You just tricked me into buying a house, and now you want to fool me into accepting a car? I am not lying this time, I promise. Yinan flashed an innocent smile. Come, I shall escort you to the vehicle. Ha ha ha. The dark-skinned woman, overwhelmed with anger, laughed until tears brimmed in her eyes. This car is mine, she exclaimed. You pathetic pauper, do you even comprehend the worth of this vehicle? You wouldn't even have enough to buy a single tire if you sold everything you own, yet you dare to claim it as yours. Her expression twisted with rage as she yelled at Yinan. Do you think I would still believe you? Look, everyone, this person is nothing but a fraud, a scoundrel. Time and again, he has toyed with this pregnant woman. Disgusting, utterly revolting. At that moment, a little dog by the roadside lifted its leg and urinated, and she, inspired by a sudden thought, pointed at it. If you can't relieve yourself, there's just the spot. Hurry up and take a look. Are you really not going to? Yinan continued to persuade. You might regret it. Get lost? The dark-skinned woman was so furious that her chest heaved with rage. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. If this car is truly yours, I will drink this puddle of urine. She couldn't finish her sentence when Yinan walked over to the driver's side of the vehicle. With a hiss, the car door slowly opened, and a stepladder extended perfectly to rest at Yinan's feet. He took 2 steps up before turning around, looking at the dark-skinned woman with a tinge of regret. Her complexion suddenly turned pale, then flushed red, and finally settled into a shade reminiscent of pig liver. A splendid transformation. You. She pointed at Yinan, stammering, unable to form coherent words. Why? Yinan's smile grew more genuine. I've never seen anyone drink dog urine, especially when it's still warm. How about this? If you drink it, I will give you the car. The dark-skinned woman glanced at the puddle of dog urine, swallowed hard, and, as if possessed by some devilish force, took a step closer to it. Wow, you really believe it? Yinan burst into laughter, turning his back as he stepped into the vehicle. The door closed automatically, blocking the view of the dark-skinned woman, who had fainted from rage. The driver's cabin was extraordinarily spacious, filled with a myriad of buttons and dials that adorned the central console, resembling an aircraft cockpit. Yinan settled into his seat. A 3D image of the entire vehicle appeared above the steering wheel, vividly displaying all functional areas of the base vehicle. Besides the driving area, there was a living area, storage area, dining area, and even a medical area, weapons area, and breeding area yet to be activated. The initial features were relatively simple, and based on the system's prompts, further upgrades were necessary to unlock everything. However, for Yinan, there were already numerous delightful surprises, such as the dining area's food generation function. According to the introduction, this feature could provide enough meals and drinks for 5 people daily. The specific dishes could be designated by Yinan, and the dining area would generate food like a printer, perfectly replicating the taste, flavor, and nutritional content of the specified dishes. This function made Yinan's mouth water. In a post-apocalyptic world, what is most crucial during a flight for survival? Beyond safety, it must surely be food. As light rain began to fall, there was hardly any time left to stock up on supplies. Being able to acquire any rice, flour, or oil would be considered fortunate. Now, with the food generation function, the days ahead could be filled with delicacies and joyous celebrations. The mere thought brought a sense of anticipation, for Yinan had previously been just one among many. Unable to afford such luxuries, he started the vehicle, cautiously pressing the accelerator, and the base vehicle moved forward slowly. The steering wheel felt remarkably sturdy, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief as his tense nerves relaxed. This was indeed a large heavy-duty truck, with the front exceeding 10 meters in length, and with the trailer, the entire vehicle stretched to a daunting 30 meters. Anyone who has driven would understand how challenging it is to maneuver such a behemoth, especially since Yinan had scarcely driven a regular sedan, having taken his driving test for 4 to 5 years, nearly requiring a license renewal, and he was unable to steer smoothly. He genuinely feared that after boasting, he might inadvertently crash the base vehicle into a wall. Fortunately, this was a product of cutting-edge technology, equipped with highly intelligent driving assistance features. Even someone as reckless as Yinan could easily manage it with grace. As lightning flashed across the sky, the rain intensified. At that moment, the vehicle's radio announced an official statement. Due to unknown reasons, a tropical cyclone had suddenly formed over the eastern coastal skies, expected to bring torrential rain and seawater flooding to the city. All citizens were advised to evacuate immediately towards the outskirts, where evacuation points would be set up at highway entrances to provide supplies and assistance. Repeating its here. Despite having anticipated it, Yinan felt a jolt of alarm. In his previous life, they had fled far, only to be pursued by the storm. This disaster would undoubtedly not be simple. Thus, the best course of action was to follow the official evacuation team. Even if time was short, at least there was a modicum of early warning. However, driving this enormous vehicle would certainly cause unnecessary trouble. With a thought, the base vehicle's transformation function appeared on the control panel. The base vehicle could alter its form as needed, folding various areas into the system's space after transformation. The vehicle's power and defense would be retained, but certain functions would be limited due to the shape change. And personnel on board could not enter the system's space. In simple terms, the size of the vehicle determined the number of passengers it could carry. With his final concerns dispelled, Yinan selected a new form without hesitation. The infamous Wuling Hongguang Mini EV, known for its fierce reputation. Chapter 4. Emotional value in traffic jams. With the backing of the base vehicle, Yinan was no longer in a hurry to leave the city. Estimating the arrival time of the tide, he drove towards his rented apartment. Though there was little of value in the apartment, the only remaining family photograph was inside. as the sole memento left by his parents. Yinan was reluctant to part with it, ensuring his safety first. As time passed, the rain grew heavier. Water splashed on the road, creating mist that rose more than half a meter high, while the tide had yet to arrive. Various low-lying areas began accumulating puddles of different sizes. The outflow of vehicles heading out of the city slowed noticeably in this environment. After transforming, the driving assistance features remained operational. Yinan activated the follow mode, allowing the Mini EV to automatically trail the vehicle in front of him at a slow pace. Taking advantage of this lull, he began to thoroughly understand the specifics of the base vehicle. He soon discovered that the base vehicle employed controllable nuclear fusion technology, rendering its energy resources virtually limitless. Yet, such a powerful post-apocalyptic base vehicle was still just in its raw state. Several crucial functional areas had yet to be activated, and the features that were unlocked were merely in their basic stages. For instance, the food generation function, which Yinan valued most, was not the vehicle's limit. Rather, it represented the current level ceiling. By upgrading this feature, he could obtain a greater number of meal portions. Yinan was particularly eager to upgrade the transformation feature, currently at level 1, which allowed the base vehicle to fully mimic a specified model. However, this simulation was quite rigid, as it couldn't modify or upgrade localized functions. In other words, the vehicle Yinan was currently driving was just a mini EV with enhanced power and durability. Based on memories from his previous life, after heavy rain, the tide would arrive. Once they exited the city, they would face hail, snowfall, and a drop in temperature. In such extreme and adverse conditions, even without range anxiety, the Mini EV would not be an ideal choice. Just considering the tires and insulation alone was clearly inadequate. The thought of potentially shivering in the Mini EV made Yinan eager to inquire about the upgrade methods. The Level 2 transformation feature would provide the capability to modify the vehicle, resulting in a substantial enhancement in comfort. The system's response was swift. Upgrading the function required a lottery requirements, 100 emotional points. Current emotional points, 200 points. Emotional points. So this is the nature of the system. No wonder the initial task was so peculiar. With an SSS rating, it was likely that the dark-skinned woman's IQ had exploded at that moment. The remaining 200 emotional points were also accrued from her reaction to Yinan's cold mockery. It seemed that the difficulty of upgrading would not be high. Yinan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he opted for the full lottery. Emotional points -200. Super Energy Jelly Beans x2. Super Energy Jelly Beans, each providing a soldier with a full day's worth of energy and vitamins, are the best emergency food. While it seemed powerful, it still left him feeling somewhat underwhelmed. Yinan's lips twitched slightly as he began to regret his earlier optimism. Fortunately, acquiring emotional points was not particularly challenging, especially not in a traffic jam. During peak road rage hours, inciting drivers' emotions was remarkably simple. What do drivers detest the most? Naturally, it is those who cut in line or refuse to let them merge. How fortuitous, with its compact size, robust power, advanced driving assistance, and an indestructible body. The Wuling Hongguang Mini EV beneath Yinan became a veritable weapon for cutting in. How can you drive like that? What kind of nonsense just sped past me? Damn it, I want to crash into you. As Yinan cast aside his moral compass and unleashed his full potential, the Wuling Hongguang Mini EV transformed into a sleek black fish within the flow of traffic, weaving in and out, squeezing through every gap, and thanks to the assistance of the driving features, he avoided any collisions. Yet, every driver he passed erupted in furious curses. The air was filled with the blaring of horns in protest. And some, disregarding the rain, grabbed sticks in a futile attempt to confront Yinan. Alas, despite the congested traffic, they were still able to proceed slowly. Under such circumstances, Yinan would not linger. By the time they exited the vehicle, the Mini EV had already vanished, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of its taillights. Emotional value 3. Emotional value 5. Emotional value 10. Although the increments were generally modest, they accumulated to a rather considerable sum, bringing Yinan immense joy. Indeed, happiness does not vanish. It merely shifts. However, before he could revel in his elation for long, the Mini EV suddenly slammed to a halt, causing him to be thrust against the steering wheel. Looking up, he realized that the car in front had unexpectedly swerved, trapping him between the vehicle and the greenbelt. It was a modified off-road pickup truck, towering and imposing, with its broad tires exposed. The driver lowered the window, revealing a shiny bald head adorned with tattoos, gesturing at Yinan and exclaiming, "Damn it, is this how you drive?" Yinan pondered briefly, in a wonder the other driver had left such ample space on the inside. It was intended to bait him into being cornered. Shrugging nonchalantly, he thought he had no reason to hurry. Yinan rolled down his window and replied in a deep voice, "What do you want?" The driver retorted, "What do I want? I'm going to teach you how to drive with some decorum." He pointed at the cars beside them and continued, "Get out and apologize to the drivers you just cut off, so they can return to their rightful places in front of you." "I refuse." Yinan shook his head, curious to see what else the driver might devise. "Refuse?" The driver's expression darkened, and he slammed his tattooed arm against his car door. "Well, then there's nothing more to discuss. If you want to get past me today, you'll have to ram me out of the way." His words elicited a chorus of laughter from bystanders. The off-road pickup's tires stood over a meter high, and its flared wheel wells were on the same level as the Mini EV. Stationed beside it, the Mini EV resembled a small child dwarfed by a giant's foot, weak and helpless. "As you wish," Yinan replied with indifference. If he were truly just a Mini EV, he would indeed be at a loss. However, he was not merely a Mini EV. He was a Mini EV Ultra. This declaration sparked an even greater wave of laughter. Onlookers marveled at his audacity. Is he really going to ram it? Is this young man in his right mind? They mused, if he does collide, the pickup might sway slightly, but the Mini will likely lose its bumper. The pickup's owner seemed unfazed, even contemplating exiting his vehicle to mock Yinan further. Just as he swung the door ajar, the Mini EV surged forward like a black cannonball, bang. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the car door was flung back, striking the driver's bald head. Chapter 5. An unexpected encounter outside the rental house screech. The piercing sound of tires skidding echoed. The broad body of the off-road pickup swiveled at a 45-degree angle. Yinan, disinclined to exchange threats, simply drove forward. The earlier chaos had cleared a lengthy path ahead, facilitating his progress. Yet, the bald driver was not one to concede easily. The red taillights of the Mini EV transformed in his eyes into the cape of a matador. His bloodshot eyes, clouded by fury, lost all semblance of reason. With his foot pressed to the floor, the massive vehicle began to tremble, its roar overpowering even the sound of the rain. The wide tires spun violently, splashing water like waves crashing to either side. The pickup morphed into an enraged bull, charging towards the Mini EV as if its front bumper were a formidable horn. This all unfolded too swiftly. The spectators were caught off guard, failing to contemplate how the Mini EV could possibly possess the power to breach the pickup's defenses. They were astonished that Yinan dared to collide, and unease began to settle in. With the pickup's momentum, they feared the Mini EV would be utterly defenseless, perhaps even leading to a fatal outcome. Bang! The distance between them closed in an instant. Even with the assistance of the driving aid, Yinan could only slam on the brakes. However, the outcome was not as the onlookers had anticipated. After coming to a halt, the Mini EV stood resolute, resembling a mountain. The pickup's entire body lifted at the point of impact. Fortunately, the speed was insufficient, and after a brief elevation, the rear wheels crashed back down. The furious bald driver finally calmed down, thanks to the deployment of the airbags. All present regained their composure. The flow of traffic experienced a brief pause. Yet, Yinan was not particularly astonished. Had the Mini EV been a larger vehicle, such a result would have been expected. As the Mini EV resumed its journey, the vehicles ahead hastily cleared the way. Yinan, feeling no need for courtesy, drove directly towards the rental house. The recent maneuver had garnered him a few hundred emotional points. But with the pickup's unwitting assistance, he accrued over 1,000 current emotional value, 2,060 points. Affluent, unprecedentedly affluent if possible, Yinan wished the pickup would collide with him a few more times. Soon, Yinan returned to the rental house. He felt no particular attachment to the 800 yuan monthly shared accommodation. The precious belongings were stored within a small cabinet: his ID card, household registration book, diploma. And various photographs from different eras. As he picked them up, he discovered a snapshot of himself with his ex-girlfriend. They had parted ways after graduation. No matter how beautiful their campus romance had been, reality awaited them in the outside world. Upon learning about Yinan's family situation, along with his obligation to support his younger sister's education, she decisively proposed a breakup. Years had slipped by, and Yi Nan had not expected to still possess that photograph. With a smile, he tossed it back into the cabinet, grabbed a few articles of clothing, and thus concluded his farewell to the past. As he descended the stairs, he heard the sound of smashing coming from the nearby convenience store. Generally, the security in the urban village was relatively stable. Yet it remained a mixed bag. Following the official announcement, the city's police forces had been mobilized to maintain order during the evacuation. It was inevitable that some would realize that calling for help at this moment would yield no assistance, leading to a surge in looting and vandalism. Inside the store, a disheveled man dragged a burlap sack, stuffing instant noodles and sausages within it. Yi Nan frequented this convenience store, so he was somewhat familiar with the owner. Peeking inside, he noticed the owner was absent, leaving only his daughter, a girl of around 10, curled up behind the glass counter, attempting to diminish her presence. Yi Nan suddenly recalled that today was the day the owner had gone out of town for supplies. In his past life, he had received word to return and fetch the girl only to find it too late. The staff had barred entry to the city, stating they would arrange a search and rescue. Thus, this unfortunate father had been left to pace anxiously at the evacuation point, akin to a restless ant on a hot stove. Yet, until the tide turned against them, he never caught sight of his daughter. This led to his despair, and during the evacuation, he encountered a snowstorm. Ultimately, he could no longer endure the strain, resulting in a car accident that scattered the evacuation team. As he pondered, the disheveled man had already filled his sack with provisions. He approached the counter, his gaze fixed hungrily on the tobacco behind the glass. It was then he discovered the little girl hiding behind. The girl, though panicked, refrained from screaming. Instead, she adeptly opened the glass cabinet containing the cigarettes and, in a voice feigning calmness, said, You can take whatever you want." However, the shabby man did not immediately seize the goods. Instead, he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. He glanced back at the half-open warehouse door and extended his hand towards the girl. "Hey, be a good girl and let Uncle have some fun first." "Ah." The girl could no longer suppress her scream. Yi Nan, unable to stand idly by, took a few steps forward and charged into the store. The disheveled man barely heard the wind rush by before he was knocked down by a tremendous force. Yi Nan struck with precision, then seized an ashtray from the counter and hurled it at the man's head. He managed to shield himself, avoiding a bloody outcome, but still yelped in pain. Not daring to linger, he abandoned the sack of provisions and bolted out of the store. "Uncle, can you help me contact my daddy?" The little girl emerged from behind the counter, having often assisted in the store, and thus recognized Yi Nan that moment. She seemed to have grasped a lifeline, timidly standing before him, tears welling in her eyes. Her gaze still shadowed by lingering fear. Yi Nan sighed. Reaching out to ruffle her hair in a gesture of comfort, he crouched down gently and advised, "He probably can't get back into the city. Take 2 warm pieces of clothing and go outside to find a policeman for help. Hurry and get out of the city." This calamity would claim many lives, and Yi Nan could not play the role of savior. At this moment, order had yet to collapse within the city. As long as she could find a police officer for assistance, the little girl should be able to alter her fate from his previous life. Fearing that he would grow soft-hearted, Yi Nan turned away without hesitation. Just as he stepped out of the store, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the adjacent corridor. To his astonishment, it was his ex-girlfriend. Years had passed, and she had acquired a more feminine allure. Her makeup was exquisite, and a form-fitting dress accentuated her curves. Adorning a sparkling gold necklace and carrying a designer handbag, she exuded the air of a wealthy lady. She noticed Yi Nan and greeted him with a smile and a waved. Yi Nan, seeing this, could only respond, "Long time no see. What brings you here?" "Heh," his ex-girlfriend replied, a hint of awkwardness in her smile. After a brief pause, she answered, "I came with my fiancé to collect rent." Chapter 6. Lottery Success. Transformation Function Upgrade Card X2. Before she could finish her sentence, a somewhat disreputable-looking man emerged behind her. Wrapping his arm around her waist and glancing at Yi Nan, "Do you recognize him?" The man scrutinized Yi Nan, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, yet his words were laced with politeness. "Where are you working these days? Would you like a ride? It's quite inconvenient to leave the city without a car in this weather and no need." "I have my own vehicle," Yi Nan replied courteously, declining the man's offer while gesturing behind them. As the two turned around, the Wuling Hongguang Mini EV that had been parked nearby had vanished, replaced instead by a sleek black Porsche 911. Upon seeing the car, Yinan's ex-girlfriend's expression subtly shifted. A fleeting hint of disappointment crossed her face as she glanced at her fiancé's Cadillac parked beside them. "It seems you've been doing well lately," she remarked, then affectionately looped her arm around the man beside her, wearing a radiant smile. "We are getting married soon. What about you? After all these years, you're not still single, are you?" Before Yinan could formulate a response, a delightful voice chimed in from behind. "Daddy, I've gathered everything. We can leave now." The daughter of the supermarket owner approached, her bag bulging with goods, and she offered Yinan a bag filled with food. Upon seeing this, Yinan's ex-girlfriend burst into laughter, teasingly pinching the little girl's adorable cheek. "Little sister, we just graduated from school 4 years ago. How could he possibly have such a big daughter?" The girl, undeterred, pouted her lips and replied earnestly, "Auntie, have you ever considered that Daddy might have had a daughter before he met you?" The ex-girlfriend was momentarily taken aback, and before she could respond, the girl tugged at Yinan's hand, leading him towards the Porsche. "Daddy, let us hurry. It's going to rain harder soon." The affectionate gesture between them indeed resembled a loving father-daughter relationship. As they settled into the car, Yinan couldn't help but chuckle at his ex-girlfriend's stunned expression. Just as the girl finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded. Emotional value 300. Seeing his emotional balance rise to 2,390 points, he playfully pinched the girl's cheek. "You're quite the clever little one." The girl, unfazed, looked up with hopeful eyes and asked, "Uncle, please take me out of the city to find my daddy, okay?" With the situation at hand, Yinan found it hard to refuse. He retrieved his phone and handed it to her. "I don't even know your name. Let us call your dad to let him know you're with Uncle Yinan." "Thank you, Uncle. My name is Lin Xiaoling." The girl took the phone and quickly dialed her father's number. While she was on the call, Yinan's thoughts drifted to the system. The rain was torrential, the sky resembling night with occasional flashes of lightning. Although the Porsche 911 was undeniably stylish, its low chassis posed a significant challenge in such weather. The splashes from the road seemed to rise higher than the car itself, and navigating through flooded areas could potentially submerge the entire vehicle. An upgrade to the transformation function was urgently needed. System, use all emotional value for a lottery draw. Emotional value -2300. Super Energy Jelly Beans X23. Yinan felt a pang of disbelief. While he could understand not winning with 2 draws, receiving nothing but light Super Energy Jelly Beans after 23 attempts was absurd. System? What kind of system are you? Even a swindler wouldn't be this unscrupulous. Yet, no matter how much he cursed, the system remained indifferent, failing to provide any response. "Uncle Yinan," the call dropped, Lin Xiaoling said, having finished her conversation. Yinan took the phone back. Noticing it had no signal, it was likely that the storm had damaged the signal tower. Unperturbed, Xiaoling informed him, "Daddy said he's waiting for us at the assembly point outside the city." Yinan's expression turned serious. "This is troubling. Without signal, we can't use the navigation." He was unfamiliar with the roads out of the city, and with the heavy rain, navigating would be even more complex. Lacking a navigation system, he felt uncertain about driving out. Xiaoling, however, was invigorated. Puffing out her chest, she declared confidently, "I know the way out. I've gone with Daddy to deliver goods. I know how to get there." Her self-assured demeanor eased Yinan's anxiety. Considering his remaining 90 emotional points, he was tempted to take one more gamble. Clearing his throat, he addressed Xiaoling, "Great, now, call for Daddy." "Huh? Uncle, that's not appropriate," Xiaoling said. Stepping back, clearly displeased, Yinan responded with a trademark fish-faced smile, "If you don't, I might have to tap your head." Seeing Yinan raise his fist slightly, Xiaoling quickly shielded her head and reluctantly exclaimed, "Daddy, don't hit." Emotional value 10, a flicker of guilt washed over Yinan for teasing a child, prompting him to generate a Häagen-Dazs ice cream from the system and hand it to her. "Good girl, here is some ice cream." He swiftly avoided her puzzled gaze and started the vehicle, internally cursing the system. "I'm willing to sacrifice my dignity. If you give me Super Energy Jelly Beans again, we'll both be done for." Sensing Yinan's frustration, the system seemed to take him more seriously this time. Emotional value -100. Commencing lottery draw. Beep, beep. Congratulations, host. You've drawn transformation function upgrade card X2. Prizes will be automatically distributed. Upgrade will be completed in 1 minute. A bemused smile spread across Yinan's face. That moment, he wondered if the previous draws had merely been a scheme to siphon off his emotional value. However, considering the dual-level upgrade of the transformation function, he decided to set aside his grievances and quickly check the changes. Level 2 Transformation Function. The vehicle can be modified and upgraded according to the host's wishes, including color, tires, chassis height, aerodynamic kits, and internal structure. Level 3 Transformation Function. The transformed vehicle will completely isolate the external environment, possessing an independent internal circulation system. Yanan's heart surged with joy. What did an independent internal circulation system mean? Think of a submarine. Not only could he drive through water without worry, but even if he drove the car directly into a lake, the cabin would remain dry and comfortable. With such an upgrade, he could face extreme weather without a care in the world. Chapter 7. There really is magic in this world. Xiaoling was not lying. She indeed knew the way. Under her guidance, Yinan smoothly merged onto the main road. The system's upgrade process was silent, with only the prompts echoing in Yinan's mind. However, he was wary of Xiaoling catching on, so he discreetly observed her. Noticing her curiously gazing at the glove compartment, he inquired, "What's the matter?" Xiaoling touched the exterior of the glove compartment with intrigue. "Is this a refrigerator?" Yinan realized he had only been thinking of entertaining the child with ice cream. Thus his first instinct was to offer that. Now, he found himself at a loss for words. However, instead of lengthy explanations, he decided to charm her with words. After all, the little girl had been quite reserved since getting into the car, clearly masking her fear with her well-behaved demeanor. Thus, Yinan decided to tease her. "No, this is a magic box. Uncle Yi, I'm already 10 years old." Xiaoling's tone reflected her discontent with being treated like a toddler. Her expression clearly conveyed, "I'm not a 3-year-old. Really, as long as obedient children call out daddy and express their desired food, it will grant their wishes. But I didn't ask for ice cream just now." The little girl quickly pointed out the flaw in his logic. Thankfully, Yinan had the skills to charm children. Truly, you just have to try, and you'll see. Her uncertainty made Xiaoling hesitate as she opened the glove compartment. Finding it empty, after closing it, she hesitantly called out, "Daddy?" Then she swiftly opened it again, only to find it still empty. She glared at Yinan, revealing her frustration at being deceived. "Where's the food you promised?" Unfazed, Yinan replied, "First, you didn't call out sincerely. Second, you didn't specify what food you wanted. No. I won fall for the same trick twice." Xiaoling firmly resisted. "Just watch, I want a cola." After she said that, Yinan pulled a bottle of cola from the compartment and took a big sip in front of her astonished gaze. Xiaoling's face was one of disbelief as she leaned into the glove compartment, searching for hidden compartments but finding nothing. She turned back to Yinan. "How did you do that? You didn't even call daddy. You just did, didn't you?" Yinan replied, letting out a loud burp. Feeling utterly satisfied, the little girl was momentarily speechless, staring at the glove compartment in silence. The shock to her worldview took a while to settle. Finally, after feeling hunger pangs in her stomach, she shyly murmured, "Daddy, I want a strawberry cake." The glove compartment opened promptly, revealing a delicately crafted strawberry cake. Xiaoling's jaw nearly dropped. Only after tasting the creamy frosting did her fear dissipate, replaced by the innocent joy of her age. In that moment, she truly believed that magic existed in this world. The rain was pouring heavily, and visibility on the highway was diminishing rapidly. Fortunately, with the assistance of the driving aid, Yinan was able to increase his speed once he merged onto the main road. Due to the disparity in speed, overtaking became inevitable. In such circumstances, it was unavoidable to provoke the nerves of certain road rage sufferers. Not long after, a domestically manufactured SUV that Yinan had just passed began to tail him. The driver, undeterred by the heavy rain, rolled down his window and unleashed a torrent of insults at Yinan. "So what if you're driving a Porsche? You're speeding through this downpour like you're racing to the afterlife." Seeing that Yinan ignored him completely, the driver attempted to maneuver ahead to block his path. However, his driving skills were evidently inadequate, as he nearly veered into the roadside greenery while changing lanes. Yinan merely chuckled at the sight. He had no time to engage with such individuals. Collecting emotional points was not an urgent matter. However, it wasn't long before he encountered a traffic jam. Ahead, a man in a hat was directing traffic, urging vehicles to slow down and merge into the fast lane. The low profile of the Porsche rendered visibility entirely obstructed by the vehicles in front. To ascertain the situation, Yinan had no choice but to reduce his speed and create some distance. Unexpectedly, the SUV that had just been behind him seized the opportunity to overtake. The boisterous driver did not miss the chance to taunt Yinan, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha, so what if it's a Porsche? Get ready to become a drenched chicken." Yinan was perplexed by the remark. Soon, the man in the hat approached and tapped on his car window. "Sir, please move your vehicle to the side. We need to arrange a carpool out of the city." "Why? Can't I drive out myself?" Yinan was puzzled. The man in the hat seemed to have anticipated this reaction and began to explain. "The flooding up ahead is severe. Your car's low clearance makes it likely you'll get stuck, obstructing traffic." Upon hearing this, Yinan leaned out to take a look. He then observed that the vehicles passing ahead had their wheels submerged halfway in water. The water level was estimated to be over 30 centimeters. It was no wonder traffic needed to slow down. Slow through water, fast through sand, a rapid approach through 30 centimeters of water could easily create waves over a meter high. While most sedans could navigate cautiously through this depth, it would pose a significant threat to a low-slung supercar. "Oh dear, driving so fast, just to wait for a ride here?" The SUV driver, now in front, seized the opportunity to mock Yinan. He slapped the water on his vehicle, creating loud splashes. "Supercars are useless. It's the SUVs that are reliable. Sir, please proceed quickly and do not block traffic," the man in the hat said, visibly irritated, waving Yinan forward. The driver, not daring to argue, quickly apologized and moved ahead. "My vehicle has been modified. This depth is no issue," Yinan attempted to explain. Unfortunately, the man in the hat was not convinced. "I am sorry, sir, but if you get stuck in the water, it will create significant difficulties for subsequent vehicles." The man's tone remained polite, yet his gestures firmly indicated the roadside. Yinan realized that further explanations would be futile. He complied and switched lanes. However, just as his car had cleared the man in the hat, Yinan suddenly accelerated. With traffic converging in the left lane, the right lane was conveniently empty. The Porsche 911, under Yinan's command, surged forward like a black blade, charging straight into the flooded section of the road. The roar of the engine drew the attention of everyone around. "Quick, stop him, damn it, at that speed. The splashes could drown everything. I hope he doesn't get stuck in the middle. Otherwise, no one else can pass. Quick, get the window breaker, prepare to rescue him." The men in hats felt a chill run down their spines as they envisioned a supercar becoming stranded in the already severely flooded road. Their anger palpable, yet duty called, and they prepared to act swiftly to rescue anyone in peril. Chapter 8. $0 shopping for outdoor gear. Everyone believed that the Porsche would inevitably stall here. Some reveled in the moment, others cursed, and some worried. But soon, all that remained was astonishment. The water surface, already agitated by the rain, reacted violently to the sudden impact of the car. With a thunderous splash, the vehicle broke through the water's surface, creating a dramatic prelude akin to the boiling of hot oil. At the point of contact, a massive wave over 2 meters high surged forth, enveloping the audacious intruder in a white curtain of water. Behind this curtain was its most ferocious assault, the surge. 30 centimeters of water, having absorbed tremendous kinetic energy, generated a tsunami potent enough to completely submerge the low-slung Porsche. Before the splashes around could settle, the silhouette of the Porsche was entirely engulfed by the oncoming deluge. Contrary to everyone's expectations, rather than stalling in the water, the Porsche maintained its momentum, transforming into a shark charging through the water, swiftly navigating the flooded stretch. How is this possible? Does the Porsche 911 have an electric variant? Damn. Is this what supercars can do? The man in the hat, still holding onto his walkie-talkie, had yet to switch it off. Countless gasps of disbelief emanated from within. Among the astonished onlookers was the noisy SUV driver, who had been perfectly positioned to witness Yinan's triumphant passage through the flooded road. The Porsche surged past. The mixture of sewage and road debris sprayed into his vehicle, drenching him completely while filling his agape mouth with nature's unfiltered offering. Inside the car, Xiao Ling was not just shocked but also gripped by fear. It was only after the Porsche had emerged from the flood and the water on the windshield receded that she could once again see the rain-soaked city outside. Her breath, which she had been holding, finally returned to normal, though her adorable face was flushed from the lack of oxygen. "Were you scared?" Yinan asked with concern, noticing his fingers trembling slightly from gripping the steering wheel too tightly. Despite his confidence in the base model, the enveloping water had instilled a palpable fear within him, making him briefly imagine drowning inside. I was a little scared, Xiao Ling replied weakly, then began to look around. Did the water really not get inside? It must have covered the roof. Haha, don't worry, it won't flood. Yinan chuckled, playfully ruffling her soft hair. Just guide me. We should be exiting the city soon. Yes, just keep going straight along this road. Unhappy with Yinan's ruffling of her hair, Xiao Ling turned her head away and pouted, dutifully assuming her role as navigator. She pointed toward a tall building through the rain curtain. After we pass that mall, we'll be about 10 minutes from the city. You seem quite familiar with this place? Yinan remarked in surprise, realizing she must have accompanied her father on many supply runs. Yes. There's a beautiful dress on the second floor of that mall, and Dad said he would buy it for me this birthday. The mention of this unfulfilled promise caused a hint of disappointment in Xiao Ling's tone. However, before that disappointment could fully settle, the centrifugal force from the car's movement startled her away. Yinan sharply turned the steering wheel, propelling the Porsche directly toward the mall. Even as the structure loomed closer, he showed no signs of slowing down. With a thunderous crash, the massive glass facade shattered upon impact. Yinan paid it no mind. He gently pulled the handbrake, causing the rear of the car to swing around 90 degrees. Perfectly positioning it at the staircase entrance. Go, grab the dress you want, along with any warm clothing. Take as much as you can. Huh? Xiao Ling was momentarily taken aback. Only after hearing Yinan's words did she turn her head in confusion. It will get cold after the rain, and it might even snow. Xiao Ling's comment served as a wake-up call for Yinan. While the base model inside was certainly comfortable year-round, there would inevitably be times when they needed to exit the vehicle. Without adequate warm clothing, enduring the cold would be quite challenging once temperatures dropped. In his past life, he had once trudged through snow in short sleeves, and the despair of nearly freezing to death still sent chills down his spine. Given a second chance, how could he not be prepared? Down jackets, sweaters, scarves, whatever kept warm should not be overlooked. He handed Xiao Ling a shopping cart, urging her to gather as much as possible. But what about money? The little girl, still lacking a sense of urgency, assumed it was just heavy rain and flooding. Look around. Who is here to collect payment? Yinan couldn't help but laugh, gesturing towards the now deserted mall. This area, being close to the outskirts, had emptied out swiftly after the evacuation announcement. After saying this, he pulled a small window breaker from the car door and handed it to Xiao Ling. If you encounter a locked store, just break the glass. I'll be waiting for you at the opposite staircase in 10 minutes. The mall shops were designed with glass doors, and although some had security shutters, the hasty evacuation meant many remained unlatched, making it easier for Yinan and Xiao Ling to shop for free. Aren't you going with me? Xiao Ling hesitated as she unbuckled her seatbelt. Seeing her uncertainty, Yinan gave her little head a gentle rub. Rest assured, now that I have brought you here, I will not abandon you. He gestured towards the nearby outdoor equipment store, as well as the various snack shops surrounding them. Tools and food are essential supplies. Turning Xiao Ling's head towards himself, Yinan made a gesture of a high five. Cooperation? Yes. After settling down, Xiao Ling nodded firmly, reciprocating the high five. Once she got out of the car, Yinan immediately started the vehicle and crashed into the outdoor equipment store. Perhaps due to it being on the first floor, the store had pulled down its roll-up door, making it quite difficult to open without a vehicle's force. Upon entering, the sight of the walls adorned with outdoor gear flooded Yinan with an exhilarating sense of zero-cost shopping. Windbreakers, fleece jackets, quick-dry clothing, outdoor down jackets, mountaineering boots, hiking shoes, trekking poles, headlamps, outdoor multifunctional watches, tents, sleeping bags, backpacks, portable cooking gear, water filters, folding shovels, tactical knives, tactical flashlights. An array of dazzling outdoor supplies that would make any man pause in awe. Chapter 9. The return of the mini EV upgrade. Yinan had visited this mall several times, always standing at the entrance of this outdoor equipment store for quite some time. However, the prices that often reached 4 or 5 digits deterred him. He didn't even dare to approach closely, fearing that a salesperson would come over and expose his financial embarrassment. Inappropriately put, this store held the little dresses of regret in Yinan's heart. Fortunately, after his rebirth and with the base vehicle at his disposal, those regrets could be erased. After crashing through the roll-up door, Yinan opened the front trunk of the Porsche, which connected to the vast storage area of the base vehicle. Fill it up? I must fill it to the brim. Not just with outdoor equipment. Yinan even managed to procure a compact tactical crossbow from the display case of non-sale items. This item was no mere decoration. It was a genuine weapon. He had no idea how the store owner acquired it, but it was a stroke of luck for Yinan. He even took a rugged motorcycle hanging on the wall, along with the helmet and other gear. Although he likely wouldn't use it with the base vehicle, the hamster gene had kicked in, rendering rationality irrelevant. In contrast, while scavenging the snack shops afterwards, Yinan felt a sense of calm resignation after the euphoria. After all, the food was primarily for appearances, and the dietary functions of the base vehicle rendered such needs moot. 10 minutes quickly passed. The shopping cart pushed by Xiao Ling completely obscured her from view. Upon reaching the elevator, she began tossing the bags of clothes down. Yinan had long been waiting below. The base vehicle had transformed back into the Wuling Hongguang Mini EV, albeit with a slight alteration in body color to a more adorable macaron green due to the upgraded transformation function. As Xiao Ling descended, she was surprised and circled around the Mini, clearly enamored by the color scheme, much more appealing to her than the dark Porsche. The change was necessary. The road ahead would only grow more complicated, and the low chassis of the other vehicle was impractical. Yinan opened the rear hatch of the Mini in front of Xiao Ling, awkwardly trying to store items without revealing the storage area. Fortunately, the back seat could be completely folded down, allowing him to compress the clothes and fit them all inside. The Porsche may have been flashy, but at that flooded location, Uncle Had's warning reminded Yinan. Although he was well aware of the base vehicle's formidable capabilities, if it appeared too outlandish, it would inevitably draw unwanted attention. While the Mini EV may seem small and helpless, its reputation as a Wuling vehicle ensured that no one would doubt its capability. Moreover, Yinan had made slight modifications, replacing the tires with wider, more grippy ones, serving as a modest cover for the outrageous performance it was about to display. And what about that magic box? Xiao Ling did not overthink it. To a child, a car was simply a car, devoid of much value awareness. The Porsche, to her, was merely a memory associated with the magical box that produced food. Go ahead, try it. Yinan readily agreed, ushering her into the passenger seat. Out of consideration for carrying a child, he instinctively chose a more girlish interior for the transformation. This delighted Xiao Ling, who couldn't help but touch and explore every part of the interior, her eyes shining brighter than they had in the Porsche. The original design of the Mini EV lacked a glove compartment, but it was no issue. Yinan converted the space where the passenger airbag would be into a usable storage area. He even added a ring of ambient lighting, making it appear more legitimate than the glove compartment of the Porsche. That moment, he felt thirsty and thought, how about a strawberry milkshake? Xiao Ling licked her lips, clasping her hands in front of the storage box. Daddy. Wait. Yet, Yinan abruptly interrupted her prayer. Make that a mango milkshake. Without giving the little girl time to react, he opened the storage box and pulled out a cup of frosty mango milkshake. Wait, did I ask this? The little girl quickly sensed she had been tricked. However, she was momentarily at a loss, blinking her big eyes in surprise as she watched Yinan take away the milkshake, finally stammering towards the storage box. I want a strawberry milkshake, as expected. Upon reopening the storage box, it was entirely empty. Xiao Ling finally grasped the situation and glared at Yinan with indignation. Yinan remained utterly oblivious, sipping his sweet and tangy milkshake with a mischievous grin. You'll need to call me daddy again. I suspect you're taking advantage of me. If only I had evidence, I would report you. Xiao Ling huffed in annoyance, bearing a small toothy grin at Yinan. But his nonchalant demeanor left her utterly helpless. Reluctantly, she called out to the storage box once more, addressing him as daddy, finally receiving her long-desired strawberry milkshake. Yet, when she looked at Yinan again, her eyes could not conceal her lingering resentment. Feeling the piercing gaze of indignation, Yinan found the milkshake even sweeter and more delightful as he joyfully started the vehicle. The journey ahead was remarkably smooth. Before long, they exited the city. Just as they reached the gathering point outside the highway entrance, Xiao Ling excitedly pointed at a small truck parked by the roadside, shouting, "That's my daddy's car." "That's my daddy." Yinan steered the car in that direction. Seeing Xiao Ling waving enthusiastically from the Mini EV, her father, Lin Dong, felt as if he had been electrified, neglecting to open his umbrella. He flung open the door and ran towards the still-moving Mini EV. Leaning over the open window that Xiao Ling had rolled down, he confirmed his daughter's safety, continuously expressing his gratitude to Yinan. "Thank you, Brother Yi. Thank you so much." Yinan understood the man's excitement and quickly handed him an umbrella. "Don't get soaked and catch a cold. We have a long road ahead." Yes, Lin Dong quickly agreed, taking the umbrella. "What is happening over there?" Seeing that Lin Dong had somewhat stabilized his emotions, Yinan pointed towards the highway entrance. Numerous uniformed officers were maintaining order. 2 or 3 buses were transporting the people waiting nearby. Countless barriers divided the spacious passageway at the highway entrance, guiding vehicles in an orderly fashion. Some headed towards the national road, while others simply pulled over to the side. There was even a bulldozer on site, pushing the stopped vehicles into the roadside ditch. Chapter 10. The National Relocation Plan. When asked about the current situation, Lin Dong's face, which had initially been filled with joy from their reunion, clouded over with concern. Gently stroking his daughter's hair, he gravely shared all the information he had gathered. The disaster affected an extensive area, not just City A. The entire northern part of the country had entered a state of emergency. Even further north, cities were experiencing extreme weather phenomena such as thunderstorms and hail. Experts had investigated and found that the Earth's poles were undergoing severe climate changes. A cold wave would sweep from the poles towards the equator. And after the initial climatic upheaval, the entire planet would likely enter a mini-ice age. In response to the impending climate changes, the government had organized numerous personnel and mobilized national resources to establish doomsday shelters near the equator. The phrase national relocation seemed to drain all color from Lin Dong's face. The gravity of the disaster that prompted such an urgent decision from the government was unimaginable. Due to the weather, railways and flights in northern cities had come to a complete standstill. The extensive network of highways across the nation had become a lifeline amidst the disaster. To prevent congestion, all highways were under strict control, prohibiting ordinary vehicles from entering. To facilitate the smooth evacuation of the general public, temporary gathering points were established at every highway entrance. There were dedicated buses to transport the populace, but their capacity was extremely limited, prioritizing the elderly, infirm, and families with children. The remaining individuals would largely need to rely on official convoys to travel south via national roads. Upon arrival at the gathering point, vehicles would be redirected. Staff would assess and arrange vehicles based on their condition. As he spoke, Lin Dong glanced at the mini EV. Primarily electric vehicles, those with short ranges or insufficient battery life to sustain the journey ahead would be advised to abandon their vehicles to avoid breakdowns along the way. In a state of good condition, they would request to accommodate other passengers and proceed in tandem with the convoy. It is evident that the mini EV, a mere trinket suitable only for urban commuting, undoubtedly falls within the category of vehicles to be advised against. The thought of repaying Yinan's kindness brought Lin Dong immense joy. Although my truck only has 2 seats, it is remarkably spacious and comfortable. With Xiao Ling's petite stature, there is ample room for the 3 of us, allowing for mutual care along the journey. Will this charming little vehicle also be discarded? The mere notion of seeing such a delightful car abandoned filled Xiao Ling with reluctance. However, there was little alternative. The number of vehicles left behind was excessive, and failing to remove them would likely result in congestion. Lin Dong quickly offered words of comfort. As the group conversed, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. "Oh, isn't that someone we know? Why are you driving this little electric car instead of your big truck?" Turning towards the sound, they spotted a slender MPV approaching. This vehicle was outfitted with off-road tires, and its roof was laden with an assortment of luggage and tools like shovels. The spacious rear was entirely transformed into a large bed, embodying the trendy outdoor van style. In the passenger seat sat a familiar face to Yinan, the peculiar matchmaker. Zhao Chui Ping. Yinan's gaze bypassed her and fixated on the driver, none other than the man who had ambushed and killed him in his previous life, Wang Lao Air. This couple had indeed reunited. Just as in the past, it was perhaps a blessing, sparing Yinan the effort of seeking revenge. Let them continue their revelry. It would be too lenient to allow them to perish without experiencing the agony of the apocalypse. Ignoring Zhao Chui Ping's provocation, Yinan turned to the trunk, retrieving 2 bags of clothing, a bag of food, and Xiao Ling's belongings and snacks from home. Go on, head to the truck with your father. And you? Xiao Ling inquired with reluctance. I will continue driving. If I run out of power, I'll come to you. Yinan offered no further explanation. It was not as if he could reveal that his mini possessed infinite energy. Then should I wait until you run out of power before I come over? The little girl cautiously glanced at her father before looking back at Yinan. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, the allure and comfort of the mini, along with the magical box that could conjure food, were too enticing. Children may be small, but they are not foolish. This left Lin Dong feeling somewhat awkward, prompting him to advise, be good and listen, go to your father, and we can look out for each other while following Uncle Yi. He then took the items from Yinan's hands. He'll facilitate loading cargo. This two-seat truck's cargo area was uncovered. With relentless rain pouring down, to keep things dry, they had no choice but to place everything in the cab. Upon noticing the number of items Yinan carried, Lin Dong wholeheartedly agreed with his suggestion. With Lin Dong's encouragement, Xiao Ling had no choice but to comply, helping to carry the items as she followed her father to the truck. They then drove to the gathering point. Indeed, staff approached to stop Yinan. Hello, your vehicle cannot proceed to the next city. Please pull over and wait for us to arrange transportation. We are together. Yinan pointed to the small truck following behind and then indicated the Mini's off-road tires. My vehicle is modified. Its range is absolutely sufficient. It is currently fully charged and can travel over 500 kilometers. You can check. As he spoke, he gestured toward the dashboard, which, responding to Yinan's intent, displayed a battery level of 96 and a range of 574 kilometers. So much. The staff member's expression turned peculiar as they scrutinized the information before finally confirming Yinan's words. Very well. Since your vehicle has available seats, please move to the adjacent lane for passenger loading. This was precisely the arrangement Lin Dong had mentioned. To maximize the number of people transported, each vehicle would accommodate as many passengers as possible. However, having arrived later, only a couple of university students remained waiting to board. The vehicles capable of carrying passengers, aside from Yinan's mini EV, included the modified bed truck driven by the black man. Wang Lao Air, you may choose for yourselves, the staff instructed before moving aside to assist with the transport of supplies. After Xiao Ling departed, Yinan stored the items from the back seat into the storage area. The Mini had 3 seats available now. The young woman gazed at the charming Mini, feeling a temptation, particularly as the truck driver was a black man, which made her feel somewhat fearful. Thus, she tugged at her boyfriend's arm and whispered her thoughts. Let's take that Mini. I'm a bit scared of that black man. Are you foolish, judging by appearances at a time like this? Do you understand what range anxiety means? The young man comforted her with a wry smile. The temperature is going to drop significantly. How much range does the Mini even have? There's no way it can run the heating. Not only will you catch a cold, but if it runs out of power halfway, it would be truly disastrous. Chapter 11. The people's most powerful support. The young man was not entirely heartless. However, compared to his girlfriend's concerns regarding the vehicle and its driver, Zhao Chuiping held far more of his attention. One must admit, with makeup, Zhao Chuiping's appearance was indeed striking. Coupled with her alluring demeanor, she posed a considerable threat to such young men. Noticing his girlfriend still hesitating, he continued, Look, that woman in the passenger seat is likely his wife. She clearly appears to be pregnant. They have a family to take care of, so how could they be bad people? Don't overthink it. Indeed, those words swayed his girlfriend. Terms like pregnant woman and couple easily dismantled her defenses. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, that truck was undoubtedly more reliable and comfortable than the Mini EV. Consequently, the pair offered a slight nod to Yinan before boarding Wang Laoer's truck. Just before the staff departed, they provided each vehicle with a walkie-talkie. As the university couple settled into their seats, Yinan heard Wang Laoer's clumsy Chinese over the radio. Welcome aboard. My darlings. My name is Wang Laoer. As my name suggests, I possess a kingly, colossal endowment. Indeed. This self-introduction left both the king and the old two momentarily speechless. In his previous life, Yinan had heard this once, and hearing it again now was enough to make him want to scoff. The person who taught him Chinese was undoubtedly a joker. It is worth mentioning that in his past life, Yinan had indeed boarded Wang Laoer's vehicle. Now, everything had changed. Lin Dong would no longer be distracted by the absence of his daughter, leading to an accident. However, a ghost is still a ghost. Yinan did not believe Wang Laoer would have transformed into a decent person. He hoped the fate of this couple would not be too tragic. Why Yinan was not dissatisfied with their decision to not board his vehicle. In his previous life, he had not driven, but he understood the rules of transporting passengers. The transformation into a mini EV was precisely to avoid the disdain of others. Despite its compact exterior, With the enhancement of its 3-level transformation capabilities, the comfort within was comparable to that of a large RV. However, if there were others in the vehicle, it would ultimately be difficult to explain. They were already the last group of people. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Yinan heard the team leader's voice over the walkie-talkie. "We are departing now. All vehicles turn on their fog lights. Maintain a speed of 60 kilometers per hour while ensuring a safe distance, following the path of the vehicle in front. Do not overtake or change lanes. We expect to reach the rest area in approximately 2 hours." As his words concluded, the convoy began to move forward in succession. Yinan trailed behind Lindong's truck, which offered more reassurance than following others. Due to the delay in accommodating passengers, Wang Laoer's truck fell to the rear. As the convoy set out, every vehicle received emergency supplies distributed by the authorities. Aside from occasionally uttering some crude jokes, Wang Laoer exhibited no excessive behavior, which allowed the university couple to relax. They even felt fortunate for their choice, given the comfort of the truck's interior. As they drove south out of the city, the rain had lessened compared to before. However, the sky remained ominously overcast, casting a dull atmosphere. Visibility was poor, and one could only discern the road in the brief moments when the wipers cleared the view. Fortunately, all vehicles had their fog lights on, allowing them to follow the red glow ahead. Along the way, the team leader would provide advance warnings of any potholes via the walkie-talkie. While driving in such conditions demanded considerable vigilance, at least safety was greatly ensured, and of course, the effort required referred to other drivers. Excluding Yinan. Once the vehicle following feature was activated, he had little need for manual control. The system was exceptionally robust. Yinan activated the transformation feature, converting the 2-seat mini EV into a single-seat central layout. And with the seats reclined, it could even serve as a bed. Though the mini EV appeared compact, measuring around 3 meters in length, optimizing the interior space allowed for a 2-meter-long bed without much difficulty. Compared to an RV, it simply lacked a restroom. Fetching a bottle of cola from the storage compartment, Yinan took a refreshing sip. He then reclined the seats, leaning back comfortably as he began to browse his phone. Civilian communication had been entirely severed. However, to ensure that the evacuating populace comprehended the severity of the current situation and could better cooperate with official efforts for an orderly retreat, temporary networks were established at every highway entrance, allowing passers-by to access the latest news and information. The primary focus was on the disaster conditions in various regions. According to the information available, City A was not the first to be affected. Regions further north were already blanketed in heavy snow. Experts predicted that within a month, the Earth would enter a mini ice age. Except for areas near the equator, the temperatures in most regions would plummet to levels uninhabitable for humanity. During this process, natural disasters such as tidal surges, earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions would also become increasingly frequent. Humanity had reached a critical juncture for its survival. Fortunately, even at this stage, official forces had not yet disbanded. The infrastructure behemoth is operating at full capacity, undertaking the construction of several large-scale shelters in phases near the equator. The vast reserves of grain stored in granaries across various regions have now become a crucial lifeline for survival in these dire times. Even more invigorating is the revelation that the authorities have ceased to conceal it. Controllable nuclear fusion technology, carbon dioxide synthesis starch technology, low-temperature aquaculture technology, a plethora of innovations, previously confined to the research phase and unable to achieve mass production, have now made their grand debut. In these extraordinary times, concerns that once loomed large, such as environmental protection, energy conservation, mass production, safety, and even theft prevention, have dissipated. These technologies have transitioned directly into the application stage, beginning to shine and radiate their potential. With such formidable governmental support backing them, the despair that had yet to take root in people's hearts, instilled by the horrors of the apocalypse, was suddenly dispelled beneath the blazing crimson glow. Even Yinan, fortified by the system, felt a swell of pride for being a citizen of Dragon Country. He was also immensely relieved. If, in this brutal end-of-the-world scenario, it were only he and his family who could survive under the protection of the base vehicle, it would indeed be too lonely, too pitiable. To be the last human on Earth is hardly a cause for celebration. Has it really been 2 hours, and we have yet to arrive? Help, I can barely hold my bladder any longer. Driving in such torrential rain is truly exhausting. I feel as though my eyes can barely stay open. The incessant complaints emanating from the intercom interrupted Yinan's thoughts. He glanced at the time. Astonishingly, 2 hours had flown by. Stretching languidly, he stifled a yawn. Is driving tiring? Well, after playing on my phone for 2 hours, it certainly is. Perhaps I'll watch a movie later. Installing a display screen on the roof of the Mini. Lying back would transform it into a private cinema. What a delightful prospect. However, before he could finalize his thoughts on how to position the screen, the convoy began to slow down. The rest stop had arrived. Chapter 12. The wheels are ready, the electricity is ready, but the food is still good. The so-called rest stop turned out to be a multi-story parking facility. The group followed the lead vehicle, coming to a stop in the spacious area on the first floor. The lead vehicle was occupied by 3 middle-aged men, all clad in uniforms that exuded authority. After counting the vehicles and confirming that no one was missing, they let out a sigh of relief. However, the next announcement sent the crowd into a flurry of chatter. We will rest for 15 minutes to install tire chains. We shall resume our journey once the hail begins to fall. How did hail suddenly become a concern? The weather forecast only mentioned a drop in temperature. If hail is on the way, why aren't we leaving immediately? Having just resolved personal matters, the gathered drivers were now in a state of panic. They hurriedly converged towards the leader, eager to seek clarification. The tire chains being unloaded from the lead vehicle clattered to the ground, creating a cacophony as the crowd passed by. Those who thought they had escaped disaster were now confronted with the reality that calamity was lurking just behind them, causing them to become increasingly agitated. Calm down, everyone, stay calm. 2 leaders quickly spread their arms to block the crowd, creating space for the captain, who seized the opportunity to retrieve a megaphone from behind him. Once the crowd's emotions had settled slightly, he continued, "The cold front moving south is arriving much faster than anticipated. Within 20 minutes at most, the cold wave will catch up with you at that point. The torrential rain will transform into hail, followed by snowfall. As the severity of the impending disaster unfolded, the captain's tone grew increasingly grave, laced with a warning. If we encounter hail during high-speed travel, who among you can guarantee that everyone in the convoy won't make a critical error in control? The cold front and snowfall could easily lead to icy conditions by the roadside. How many of you would be able to install tire chains in such wind and snow?" The barrage of questions struck the crowd like a pair of resounding slaps to the face, plunging them into contemplation and dread. Just then, the captain's tone softened. "Please trust that we will do our utmost to bring everyone safely to City Beat. Everyone, please expedite the installation of the tire chains. Grab a bite to eat and don your cold weather clothing. We must be prepared. The road ahead will only become more treacherous." The so-called tire chains were, in fact, iron chains fastened around the tires. This method served to compress the icy surface of the road, enhancing friction. Yet, affixing chains to circular tires was no simple task. The convoy had just traversed several muddy stretches, leaving the chains caked in mud, making them both dirty and slippery. Almost every driver emerged from the ordeal looking disheveled and covered in grime. Yinan, however, was unscathed. He grabbed an ice pop and strolled to the edge of the parking lot, observing the downpour outside. His leisurely demeanor caught the attention of the leader. "Why aren't you installing your tire chains?" "I have off-road tires," Yinan replied, gesturing towards his mini EV. Beneath its adorable exterior were 4 robust off-road tires, creating a stark contrast reminiscent of a Jiangnan beauty training her legs. Their exchange drew the attention of many drivers, who were left bemused upon seeing Yinan's exaggerated mini EV. Emotion value 10, emotion value 10, emotion value 10. Why Yinan chuckled inwardly. The leader, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat and continued, "Is this an electric vehicle? Does it have sufficient range?" Feigning contemplation, Yinan raised his hand in an OK gesture. "There's still a remaining range of 900 kilometers. At this." The surrounding drivers could no longer contain themselves, their envy spilling over. 900? So, when fully charged, it has a range of 1,000 kilometers? You're just bragging, right? With that modification, the cost could buy several minis. It must be exaggerated. Once it cools down, it'll be down to 90, they scoffed. Yinan remained unfazed. Waving his hand dismissively, "I modified it with sodium batteries. It can operate normally at -50 degrees. The drivers fell silent, the only sound being the system's notifications. Emotion value 20. Emotion value 20. Emotion value 20. As Yinan basked in his triumph, he heard the voice of Wang Lao. "FK, man. Are you an idiot? Hurry up and move." Turning to look, he saw the black man leaning against a railing with Zhao Cuiping, while two university students struggled to maneuver the tired chains around their truck. The inexperienced male had crawled beneath the vehicle, unable to properly install the chains and now covered in mud, which was an unsightly sight. Wang Lao Air, munching on the official bread rations, stood by cursing, showing no intention of assisting. Unfazed by the gazes directed at him, he shrugged. What? In this critical moment, I offered him a free ride to save his life. Shouldn't he be working to repay me? The onlookers exchanged glances, none willing to speak up, for there was some merit to his words. Ultimately, they could only shake their heads and return to their tasks. Damn, that black guy really is something else. Lin Dong was quick on his feet, having finished installing the tire chains, and approached Yinan. Yinan grimaced. This was none of his concern. Noticing that others were pulling out bread, a thought crossed his mind. Should he indulge in something warm? Huh? What warm thing? Lin Dong asked, momentarily confused. Yinan leaned into the vehicle and retrieved 3 lunchboxes. The enticing aroma immediately revealed the contents. Fragrant pig trotter rice. Here, you and Xiao Ling each take a portion. That's not right, Lin Dong protested. Looking at the 2 lunchboxes being thrust into his arms, he wanted to refuse, but each time he opened his mouth, the enticing scent of the pig trotter rice overwhelmed his senses. Although Xiao Ling had brought plenty of food, and the authorities had issued 3 days' worth of supplies to everyone, the dried chips, bread, and instant noodles paled in comparison to the steaming pig trotter rice. Gritting his teeth, he finally mustered the resolve to return 1 portion to Yinan. 1 is enough. Xiao Ling won't finish hers. So I'll just eat her leftovers, don't be ridiculous. There are so many people watching. Yinan shot a sidelong glance at the crowd. The drivers, who had been munching on bread and chatting, suddenly found their meals devoid of flavor. Their gazes toward Yinan gleamed with a covetous light. Yinan felt as though he had fallen into a den of wolves. Yet the effect was undeniable. Emotion value 50. Emotion value 50. Emotion value 50. Just as he was reveling in this moment, Wang Lao Air, true to Yinan's expectations, was drawn in. Hey, bro, can you spare me a portion? Chapter 13. The Missed Opportunity. Hell has arrived, give you a portion? Yinan scoffed lightly, gesturing to Lin Dong to quickly take the lunchboxes back to the car and enjoy them while they were still warm. He cast a meaningful glance and directly returned to his vehicle. Wang Lao Air, undeterred, leaned against the half-open window of Yinan's car, grinning and eager to continue the conversation. As Yinan opened the lunchbox, the sight of fluffy white rice topped with generous slices of succulent pig trotter meat, marbled with fat and vibrant red, was enough to suggest it had been cooked to perfection. Even the aroma wafting from the box, initially contained, had already made the drivers find their bread utterly unappetizing. Once he fully opened it, tendrils of fragrant steam rose into the air. Wang Lao Air felt as though his senses had been overwhelmed. Swallowing hard several times to regain some composure, yet, his stomach, having just finished the bread, now growled as if it had been starved for ages. Yinan scooped a spoonful. Upon a bed of plain rice lay a succulent pig's trotter. Adorned with a delicate leaf of greens atop as it slipped down his throat, a look of sheer satisfaction unmistakably graced his countenance. Wang Laowu, unable to restrain his salivation, let it flow freely, urgently rapping at the car window. Give me a bite, hurry, why? Just because of your dark complexion? Yinan scoffed, unsteadily swirling his spoon above the pig's trotter rice. I'll pay you. Wang Laowu, without a moment's hesitation, was momentarily taken aback by Yinan's incredulous gaze. Scratching his head in realization, his eyes then wandered to Zhao Cuiping, who was perched beside the bed, and he leaned closer to the Mini's window, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Tonight, I'll have my girl come to your car. You can have your way with her. Fearing Yinan's refusal, he hastily boasted, don't be fooled by her being pregnant. I've trained her well. She'll perform all sorts of tricks, and I guarantee you'll reach the heavens. Yinan remained silent, his gaze growing somewhat frosty. Initially, he merely intended to discuss this old black man, a prelude to collecting some interest before dealing with him. Yet now, it felt as though he were repulsing himself. A thought crossed his mind, and the hand crossbow he had found in the outdoor supplies store materialized beside Yinan's seat. But with so many people around, would killing him here create too great a stir? Yinan's hesitation was misinterpreted by Wang Laowu as disdain. How about that female college student? Wang Laowu suggested, lowering his voice. She can't possibly be your girl. A chill crept into Yinan's eyes. Yet Wang Laowu remained oblivious, gesturing near his neck. Let us find a chance on the road to toss the man out. If she is not my girl, whose girl could she be? Are you not afraid she might take the opportunity to kill you? Oh, women are like that. Initially, they resist, but once they adapt to my charms, they can't get enough of me. Wang Laowu became animated as he recounted his escapades. Take Xiaozu aping, for instance. I had her intoxicated and took advantage of her. She cried and screamed at first, but within days, she became obedient and compliant. I have plenty of boxed meals. Yinan interjected coldly, unwilling to continue discussing women. Not even for a dog would I give you any. He took another bite of the pig's trotter rice, turning his head with an air of inviting challenge. If you want it, you can try to take it yourself. Tio kill a man outright. Not only would the team leader's side react, but other drivers would likely ostracize Yinan. However, if the other party attempted a home invasion, it would be self-defense in such times, with the assailant being a black man. Yinan believed the worst that might arise would be people considering him excessively ruthless, inciting wariness. Regrettably, the murderous intent in Yinan's eyes was too pronounced. Wang Laowu licked his lips, conflicted for a moment before stepping back with a grin. Whoa, what at your gaze is rather frightening. If you're not interested, that's fine. He took a couple of steps back, bumping his hips, giving Yinan a knowing look. Whenever you need something, feel free to reach out to me. My earlier proposition still stands. Somewhat regrettable, yet not entirely unexpected. After all, they had only just escaped the city 2 hours prior. As they left the highway exit, each person had received provisions of food and water for 3 days. At this moment, resources were plentiful. The steaming pig's trotter rice, while enviable, was not worth losing one's sanity over. Yinan felt that killing in public was unwise, and Wang Laowu shared similar reservations. Each had their own concerns. As Wang Laowu departed, Lin Dong poked his head out from behind the car, wielding a half-meter-long wrench, his voice slightly trembling. This old bastard has ill intentions. Hey, are you preparing for a fight? Yinan chuckled, yet understanding Lin Dong's worried expression, he grasped that his concern was genuine. He placed the hand crossbow on his lap. Rest assured, I'm waiting for him. Upon seeing the crossbow, Lin Dong gasped, his eyes widening. How do you have that? Picked it up before leaving the city. That's good, but still be cautious. Don't let this bastard catch you off guard. All right, I'll be extra careful. Before they could exchange further words, the previously clamorous sound of rain outside quieted down. Someone in the convoy excitedly rushed to the parking lot, stretching out their hands to catch the rain. The rain has lessened, it's lessening. Yet, just as they celebrated, cries of distress erupted. The rain that had just subsided transformed into the cacophony of firecrackers. Hail! It's hail! Yinan glanced outside. The falling hailstones were not large, yet they would surely leave bruises upon contact with skin. The parked vehicles, however, seemed to endure the onslaught without significant damage, despite the loud thuds that echoed around them. Quick, go change your clothes. Remember to put on your down jacket and pants, Yinan urged Lin Dong, who was still donned in his previous attire, muddied from the journey. As Lin Dong prepared to leave, Yinan called him back, handing him a walkie-talkie. These are plentiful at the outdoor supplies store. I gathered a bunch. Stay safe, and use the walkie-talkie to contact me if anything arises. Okay. Lin Dong nodded, only to see Yinan passing him a bag containing 7 or 8 bottles of Red Bull. Yinan was not one to distribute benefits whimsically. In strict terms, Lin Dong was also a driver for the Mini EV. Only if he drove well could Yinan comfortably recline in the car to enjoy a film. Indeed, as Lin Dong returned, the team leader began to shout through a megaphone, "Everyone, get in the car. We are departing immediately. Adjust to the weather, maintain a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, and be mindful of keeping your distance. Be cautious not to fall behind. Communicate any issues immediately via the walkie-talkie. Everyone prepare yourselves. The next gathering point is 3 hours away, and any personal matters should be resolved in the vehicle." Chapter 14. Dreadful sounds, tremors, toxic gas. The team leader's pace was deliberately slow, nearly crawling into the hailstorm. Goodness, are we truly going to travel in such weather? It felt as though a multitude of individuals were incessantly hammering on his vehicle. Knocking on the car. I feel as if it's hammering on my head instead. Just as they entered the hail, the drivers began to voice their grievances over the walkie-talkie. The hail was small, but the relentless barrage was quite unnerving. Encased in the cramped confines of the vehicle, listening to the sound of hail striking outside felt akin to being stuffed into a drum, incessantly thumped by a hammer, gently yet uniformly across the surface. Merely the noise was enough to drive one to madness, let alone the thought of what would happen if the glass couldn't withstand the blows and shattered. Driving under such conditions was a torment, both physiological and psychological. Silence. The team leader, observing the unrest, had no choice but to speak up to calm the spirits. If we cannot reach the gathering point before dark, the roads may very well be blocked by heavy snow. And none of us will be able to leave. You can rest assured, the hailstones are not large, as long as we manage our speed. The risk of breaking the windows is minimal. Passengers were encouraged to find items such as headphones to give to the drivers, as they would adapt better after a while. With the team leader's assurance, despite any discontent, the group had no choice but to comply. After all, when weighed against the discomfort of their ears, their lives were far more valuable. They thus resorted to various means of relief. Those with noise-canceling headphones fared better. Otherwise, they had to use cotton or strips of cloth to plug their ears. Only Lin Dong's vehicle boasted noise-reducing earmuffs. Both he and his daughter had one each, the results of Yinan's scavenging at the mall. The quality was superb, rendering all outside noise inaudible. As for Yinan himself, he found wearing headphones uncomfortable. Aside from sleep, enduring prolonged silence was a torment in itself. Moreover, Yinan had plans for in-car entertainment. The formidable transformation capabilities of the Mini EV came to the fore once more. All gaps within the vehicle structure were filled with sound-absorbing materials. A layer of soundproofing cotton was laid within the car's interior, and all windows were replaced with thicker sound-insulated glass, even eliminating the window's opening mechanism. Yinan had discreetly added a layer of soft rubber to the exterior of the vehicle to mitigate the impact of the hail. Once completed, the sound of the hail had diminished to that of a gentle rain. Finally, the large display on the roof was installed, equipped with an adjustable mount to ensure the perfect viewing angle. Nestled within such a vehicle, with the softened sounds of rain, Yinan planned to play disaster and horror films, maximizing both the atmosphere and the sense of security. At this moment, the convoy began to accelerate. The team leader, experienced as he was, gradually increased the speed, allowing the drivers to acclimatize. Yet, even so, each increment in speed caused the convoy to sway precariously. The hailstones that had fallen did not melt quickly. As vehicles drove over them, the friction would plummet. The varying friction across the four tires made it feel as though they were driving on ice intermittently. Even with anti-skid chains, drivers felt as if they were gliding over a frozen lake. With the drastic changes in traction making even seasoned veterans uneasy, hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, they feared that any momentary lapse in attention could send the entire vehicle spinning out of control. Additionally, the uneven distribution of ice on the road and the tires' chains posed a significant challenge to the vehicle's suspension system. Passengers felt as though they were riding on an old-fashioned green train, rattling incessantly. Before long, someone could no longer contain themselves and began to vomit. If there were bags available, it would have been manageable. Otherwise, the stench in the confined space was nothing short of a biochemical weapon of mass destruction. The current temperature has yet to plummet significantly, allowing the populace to open their windows for fresh air. Otherwise, we might witness a decline in numbers here. Help! Does anyone have motion sickness medication? The cacophony is deafening. With jolting vibrations compounded by the noxious gas, I have come to profoundly feel the approach of the apocalypse. Faced with the complaints of numerous drivers, the team leader is utterly helpless. Vehicle 19. You are alone. How fares your situation? The Mini EV is indeed the 19th vehicle in the convoy. As the sole electric vehicle, it carries only Yinan. In the team leader's eyes, this is undoubtedly the most likely vehicle to fall behind. Noticing Yinan's complete silence on the public channel, he couldn't help but inquire proactively. How is Yinan faring, confronted with the rugged terrain? Aside from the inherent shock absorption of the off-road tires, Yinan has also extended the suspension travel. For those observant enough, they might notice that the Mini EV's body has risen by nearly 10 centimeters. These modifications have granted Yinan a sense of comfort and safety. The situation is quite splendid. I'm preparing to watch a film. Any recommendations? Emotion points 10. Emotion points 10. Emotion points 10. Good heavens, I've never seen such ostentation. Watching a movie, can one even pay attention to the road? Let alone seeing the road. One can hardly hear anything. The drivers began to voice their frustrations. Nan merely smirked. To be honest, no one ever believes him. The state of the world, alas, is such that people's hearts are no longer as they once were. He could only indulge himself with some delectable crayfish to comfort his wounded spirit. Without hesitation, he reclined his seat, transforming the windshield into a display screen and extending a small table from the central console. The transformation capabilities of the Mini EV have allowed Nan to reach an extraordinary level of innovation. However, while some are reveling in comfort, others, like Lin Dong, remain composed, while other drivers exude helplessness. In the bed of the vehicle behind the Mini EV, the atmosphere has turned decidedly distasteful. The driver has been replaced by a male university student, Su Yang. He has spent an excessive amount of time affixing the anti-skid chains, leaving him unable to change his clothes, now sticky and itchy. Fortunately, his girlfriend Zhou Lin is in the passenger seat, able to assist him, offering bread and water. Although he feels burdened, he remains content. Yet, once the vehicle's speed stabilizes, Wang Lao-er and Zhao Cui-ping, lying on the spacious back seat, brazenly begin to disrobe and engage in intimate activities, their moans escalating in volume, piercing through the sound of hail battering the vehicle, reverberating throughout the cabin. The two in the front seat are left blushing. You mustn't go too far. Zhou Lin finally can't contain herself, issuing a warning. After her shout, the sounds from the back indeed cease. However, before she can breathe a sigh of relief, the unclad Wang Lao-er suddenly presses against the back of her seat. Chapter 15. A cold wave approaches. What does it matter to me? In a bid to tease the pair, Wang Lao-er even places his exposed member upon the central armrest point. One cannot deny that in certain aspects, nature has indeed favored certain individuals. Of course, this could also be a consequence of the selective breeding practiced in the West years ago. Are you out of your mind? Su Yang could barely restrain himself. He hastily pressed the intercom button. Seeking help. Help, this guy is being inappropriate. The members of the convoy fell silent upon hearing his plea on the intercom channel. Only Su Yang's furious rebukes of Wang Lao-er remained. Learning that Wang Lao-er was engaging in such behavior on the road, the others could not help but berate him. The team leader issued a direct warning. Wang Lao-er, please be mindful of your words and actions. Yet, this admonition fell on deaf ears. Wang Lao-er seized the intercom and launched into a tirade. FK, man, that I'm in my own car. Whether I wear clothes is my prerogative. What I do with my girlfriend is none of your business. You two, riding in my vehicle, witnessing my actions without gratitude. Now dare to criticize. If you don't want to ride with me, get out. I want to get out, I want to get out. Zhou Lin had never encountered such a situation. After Wang Lao-er pressed against her, she was terrified, curling up in the corner, burying her face in her arms, fearing that opening her eyes would reveal that grotesque sight. Hearing that she could leave, she cried out urgently to this moment. She truly regretted not boarding the Mini EV. Even if it meant freezing to death en route, it would be preferable to enduring this torment. Is there anyone who can take them? The team leader, feeling powerless, could do nothing about Wang Lao-er. He could only inquire if anyone else could offer the two a different vehicle. However, upon hearing this, everyone else fell into a conspicuous silence. Such a moment. Everyone could surmise the situation. Until they reach the shelter, they likely must sleep in their vehicles. Thus, the space within the vehicles becomes exceedingly precious. With more people, one might struggle to stretch their legs. Moreover, prior to departure, each vehicle had already been loaded with 3 to 4 individuals. Adding 2 more would only invite complications. ISNT Vehicle 19 occupied solely by one person. Perfectly, it could accommodate a few companions. After a brief silence, one compassionate soul finally spoke up, prompting others to quickly chime in. Yes, with just 3 individuals, it's hardly burdensome. They are so unfortunate. Vehicle 19, please lend a hand. They can even assist you with driving. You won't suffer any loss. Otherwise, driving alone would be exhausting. Who proposed that I take them? Please state your vehicle number. Nan, uninterested in lengthy discussions, directly called out to the altruist. I drive an electric vehicle. The heavier the load, the more energy it consumes. Provide your vehicle number, and when I run out of power, I will ride with you. If you agree, I can have them come over right now. In the face of moral coercion, the best response is to turn the tables. Indeed, after Yunan's statement, the intercom channel fell into a profound silence. No one wished to be the scapegoat, especially not the earlier altruist. who dared not utter a word. After all, they perceived Yinan's electric vehicle as something that could stall at any moment. Oh, there's nowhere else to go. Then if you wish to ride in my vehicle, you must adhere to my rules. Wang Lao, sensing no one could contend with him, grew increasingly arrogant. With no recourse, Zhou Lin finally burst into tears. Su Yang, furious, pounded the steering wheel but felt utterly powerless. What rules are you talking about? I give you 10 seconds to put your clothes on. Otherwise, you will regret it. Yinan would not tolerate such arrogance and directly retorted at Wang Lao. You think you can just dictate when to wear clothes? Today, I refuse to wear any. What can you do about it? Are you certain you want tea dress? Yes, if you can make me put on clothes. I shall call you Grandpa from now on. That is out of the question. I wouldn't want to be mocked for having a black grandson. Perhaps master would suffice, though having a Kunlun slave wouldn't be too bad. FK.do you believe I could take you down? Ha, bring it on. Yinan scoffed. As his words fell, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind the convoy, causing all vehicles to feel as though they were forcefully struck from behind. Some drivers lost control, swaying precariously from side to side. More critically, as the cold wind enveloped them, the temperature around them plummeted. The rear windows, once clear, were suddenly shrouded in a thick white fog, creeping like ivy, rapidly spreading from the back window to the rear seats and the front row. The speed of this encroachment was astonishing, causing both drivers and passengers alike to shiver uncontrollably. The cold, bone-chilling cold, was palpable. Even in the absence of wind, everyone could distinctly feel it. The chill caressed their necks, seeping through the gaps in their clothing, infiltrating their bodies, robbing them of warmth. Just moments ago, Wang Lao, who had been so boisterous, found his exposed member retracting painfully, driving him back under the covers. However, the originally warm bedding, despite Zhao Cui Ping's body heat, could hardly fend off the biting cold. They could only tremble as they extended their hands, hastily pulling on various garments. The others fared similarly. Despite the team leader's previous reminders to dress warmly, the ferocity and terror of the cold wave were beyond their imagination. Most merely added a thin jacket to their attire. Now, as the frigid wind invaded, they scrambled to find clothing to wrap themselves in. The heating systems in the vehicles were cranked to maximum, but the meager warmth dissipated before it could even reach them. Only by pressing their hands against the vents could they feel any semblance of heat. Within the entire convoy, only the well-prepared team leader and Lin Dong with his daughter remained unfazed by the cold. Thanks to Yinan's earlier caution and the clothing scavenged from the marketplace, Lin Dong's group had layered themselves in 3 layers of clothing before setting out. Thermal underwear, autumn pants, down trousers. Even their shoes were insulated down booties. Now, as they wrapped themselves in scarves, they were flawless in their preparation. As for Yinan, amidst the howling winds and relentless snow, what concern is it of mine? Level 3 Transformation. The transformed vehicle completely isolates from the external environment, possessing an independent circulation system. What does an independent circulation system entail? It means that both the air and temperature are entirely autonomous. Thus, no matter if it is a cold wave or a blizzard outside, within Yinan's mini EV, it remains a balmy haven where one can enjoy short sleeves while savoring ice pops. Comfort is paramount. Of course, Yinan is not without his winter wear. The outdoor supply store offers several sets of professional mountaineering attire, moisture-wicking base layers, insulating mid-layers, and windproof, waterproof outer jackets. He even has oxygen tanks and masks, making climbing a snow-capped mountain a trivial endeavor. Chapter 16. A perfect experience of ice and fire. The cold wave has arrived too abruptly and violently at this very moment in a past life. A restless Lin Dong lost control of his vehicle, resulting in the disbandment of the entire convoy. The scattered members, disoriented in the fierce wind and snow, faced the imminent threat of destruction within the blink of an eye. Slow down, keep close to the vehicle in front. Do not stray from the formation. This time, Lin Dong drove with exceptional steadiness. Although the convoy swayed from side to side, under the leader's guidance, it gradually regained its formation. It's so cold. I can no longer feel my toes. Does anyone have any spare clothing? Quickly, I feel I can hardly endure this. The air conditioning proved utterly ineffective, and the thought of returning home overwhelmed them. They did not wish to perish in this desolate place. Various voices clamored through the intercom. Some cried for help, others sought assistance. and some even wept for their mothers. It took several firm calls from the leader to finally calm them down. After the harsh winds passed, the intensity of the storm lessened. Seal the gaps in the windows. Do not let the frigid air invade the interior. The temperature will rise slightly. They looked out for one another, aware that if they did not reach the gathering point before nightfall, the heavy snowfall could block the roads, making their plight even more perilous. Once the external temperature stabilized, the relatively enclosed environment of the vehicle offered some respite, especially with sufficient fuel and heating systems fully operational, providing a modicum of comfort. Once calm, everyone bundled themselves in any fabric they could find and consumed high-calorie snacks like chocolate. Though uncomfortable, they were not in immediate danger of freezing to death on this treacherous journey. Noticing that the group's morale had stabilized, Yinan seized the moment to speak, recalling the arrogant tone of Kunlun Nuso. Wang Lair, still flaunting your status. Do not get too complacent, Wang Lair replied, his voice trembling yet still robust compared to others. I have a bed in my vehicle, complete with blankets and women. What about you? Your small, dilapidated car must be freezing. Poor little electric vehicle. Heating consumes far more energy than cooling. He continued. What do you say? Want to join me in my car? Just give me a kiss, and I'll be kind, right? This remark reminded Yinan that despite Wang Lair's lack of warm clothing, he indeed possessed a travel bed, making him better equipped than most. Just that single blanket was enviable in this dire situation. Yet, was it enough to outshine Yinan? Glancing at the dashboard, Yinan acknowledged the chill in the air. This prompted a hearty laugh from Wang Lair, though it was short-lived. Yinan maneuvered his vehicle beside the bed truck. Through the window, he could clearly see Yinan and his mini, clad in a short-sleeve shirt, holding a recently devoured ice cream stick and giving him the middle finger. The intercom relayed Yinan's voice. 25.5 degrees Celsius. It has dropped half a degree. It's cold, too cold. Wearing short sleeves is rather inappropriate now, I told you. The mechanic I hired for insulation was utterly untrustworthy, clearly cutting corners. The world has changed for the worse. Changed for the worse? I'll show you what's truly changed. Wang Lair, along with the others in the convoy, simultaneously erupted in expletives. While Wang Lair voiced his complaints audibly, the others kept their grievances internal, all sharing similar sentiments of frustration. The system chimed, notifying them of emotional value being logged. Impossible. How can your vehicle be so well insulated? Wang Lair remained incredulous. The Mini EV, known as a grocery getter, was notorious for its lack of heating and soundproofing. In such extreme weather, it was inconceivable that it could perform so well. How much had Yinan spent on modifications? Vehicle 19, wear more clothing. The interior temperature need not remain excessively high. Be mindful of your range, the leader gently reminded them. However, his serious tone carried a hint of bitterness that the others could detect, perhaps a reflection of their own silent heartaches. Yet, he was not mistaken. Merely relying on insulation would not suffice to maintain warmth. The only explanation was that the heating system was indeed powerful, which would inevitably lead to greater energy consumption. Not to worry. There's still over 800 kilometers of range left. Yinan casually lied. I've installed a wind power generation system in my vehicle. With such strong winds outside, the efficiency is remarkably high. Wait, do wealthy people really enjoy playing around like this? Someone chimed in. Just a shell of a mini EV. Yet the configuration is almost on par with a motorhome and a wind power generation system? You truly know how to have fun. Wang Lair fell silent, but the others in the convoy continued to express their envy. Cough, cough. Let us return to discussing whether my Kunlu Nu is wearing any clothing. Yinan was eager to redirect the conversation toward Wang Lair. Wang Lair, clearly irritated, responded with a snarky, don't get too smug. While it may not compare to your vehicle, mine is not lacking either. I have a microwave and an electric kettle in this weather. Wrapped in a blanket, sipping a steaming cup of hot tea. What a comfort. You don't have that, do you? No matter how much you modify it. How much space can such a small vehicle offer? Oh, I almost forgot. Even if you did have it, it would be useless. You'd still have to drive. Yinan's gaze shifted to the center console, which had become a makeshift dining table devoid of a steering wheel. An idea struck him, and he asked, are you holding hot tea right now? Yes, it's warm and fragrant. Just the aroma lifts my spirits. Wang Lair boasted. Little did he know, Yinan wore a mischievous grin. Yinan's thoughts stirred. The mini EV rolled directly over a massive stone. With its exceptional suspension, Yinan felt the vehicle tremble slightly. Behind him, the bed truck, unable to see the road conditions clearly, followed the lead vehicle blindly, and then, FK, FK, FK. Wang Lair's horrified screams echoed, piercingly loud. Yinan even felt as if the cries could be heard from outside the window. It was unimaginable what kind of pain could elicit such a response. Vehicle 20, what's your status? The leader's voice echoed, inquiring about their condition, particularly concerned after Wang Lair's distressing cries. That moment. Wang Lair had no inclination to speak. Although his voice had softened, he still muttered an array of expletives. Su Yang, however, found amusement in the situation. When the vehicle hit the stone, it jolted a bit. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Wang Lair had spilled hot water all over himself, especially where the cup filled with hot water had struck him. It was a perfect clash of ice and fire. One could only wonder if that soiled item would ever be usable again. Deliberate? You're absolutely deliberate. Wang Lair finally regained his composure and directed his wrath at Su Yang. But then, he pieced it together. It was you. You asked me if I was holding a teacup. It must have been you. Yes, it was me. I was the one who deliberately drove over the stone. Yinan admitted with a grin, relishing the moment. But what could Wang Lair do about it? Crash him? Run him over? Wang Lair had completely lost his composure. Seeing Su Yang ignore him, he even attempted to grab the steering wheel, only to be restrained by Zhao Cuiping and Zhou Lin. Have you two quarreled enough? The leader finally lost his patience and yelled. What time is it? Do you want to die here? Vehicle 19, drive properly. There's a pregnant woman on board. Vehicle 20, keep quiet. I do not wish to hear of any further incidents from your end, or I shall not hesitate to withhold your supplies. A pregnant woman carrying a black child, Yinan muttered under his breath. However, he refrained from saying more. A little commotion was sufficient. Now that both parties were in their respective vehicles, he could hardly instigate further chaos. His thoughts drifted toward harming Wang Lair and Zhao Cuiping, who, despite their foolishness, were ultimately innocent. After the ruckus subsided, the remainder of the journey proceeded without further incident. The 2 to 3 hours on the road, though the storm was not intense, transformed the world into a white expanse. Along the way, some drivers complained of exhaustion. The road conditions worsened after the snowfall, becoming increasingly treacherous. A moment's inattention could lead to slipping. Even Lindong, in the lead vehicle, had consumed 2 or 3 cans of Red Bull to maintain focus and ensure stability. As for Yinan, before leaving the city, he had passed by a shopping mall with a dedicated store for Switch gaming consoles. The device was affordable, costing just over 1,000, but the game cartridges were pricey, ranging from 300 to 500. In the past, he had envied those who could afford them, often watching reviews on Douyin for long stretches. But he could never buy one. The last time he played a game was in elementary school when a classmate brought a GBA to school. Since then, Pikachu had lingered in Yunan's memory, but life had not granted them a chance to reunite. Now, after a little over 2 hours, Yinan had just completed Misty's gym. Indeed, the joy of a zero-cost purchase lingered delightfully in his mind. Yinan had already conceived the idea of upgrading the storage area in his mind. Next, he needed to head to City B to pick up his sister, and then to City D to visit his grandparents. It would indeed be a pity for those items left neglected in the mall to be buried beneath the snow and ice. Upon reflection, after this journey of gathering, his emotional value had reached a significant milestone of 5,000 points. Yinan couldn't help but marvel at the perseverance of his companions. However, this time he remained cautious and refrained from directly engaging in the lottery. System, can I use my emotional value directly to upgrade the function? Yinan harbored serious doubts regarding the lottery feature of the system, suspecting it to be somewhat dubious. Yet, the system paid him no mind. This left Yinan feeling quite vexed. With no other option, he resigned himself to the situation. System, use all emotional value for the lottery. Grant me a larger, much larger storage space. Emotional value -5,000. Super Energy Jelly Beans X49. What the hell? Yinan's hair stood on end. He slammed his hand down onto the central console, but after a moment of contemplation, he decided against such an impulsive act, realizing that it would only result in his own pain. Once he regained his composure, he realized something was amiss. Why only 49? Then he heard the system's voice continue to echo. The lottery commenced. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the nano-vibranium battlesuit. The prize has been issued. Please retrieve it from the storage box. Yin furrowed his brow. He sensed he had stumbled upon some glaring issues. The discomfort of being swindled was overwhelming. However, no matter how he pondered, once his emotional value was exhausted, the system behaved like a callous scoundrel, completely indifferent to his plight. With a resigned sigh, he opened the storage box. Least the other party had left him a consolation prize. The nano-vibranium battlesuit. This sounded exceedingly familiar. Sure enough, upon opening the storage box, he found a necklace inside. The second-generation battlesuit of the Black Panther, the nano-vibranium battlesuit. Yinan gasped in astonishment. System, I misjudged you. With such a treasure, the matter of obtaining it for free can certainly wait. Eagerly, he took the necklace and draped it around his neck. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hand against the silver-white wolf Fong pendant. With a mere thought, countless tiny blue lights emanated from the necklace, extending throughout his body. As they passed, a black battle suit adorned with ancient patterns materialized around Yinan. Gazing at the panther cat hood reflected on the screen, Yinan was utterly convinced that this was the second-generation battle suit of the Black Panther. According to the film's lore, this suit possessed incredible capabilities such as enhanced strength and speed, invisibility, energy absorption, and release. Wearing this suit, Yinan felt invincible. In the movie, the Black Panther had withstood automatic rifle fire, grenades, and even direct attacks from other superheroes while clad in it was akin to Yinan donning a comprehensive bulletproof vest. Furthermore, it could absorb kinetic energy, ensuring his safety even in the event of a car crash or bungee jump. It could even store kinetic energy and unleash shockwaves to repel enemies. More importantly, in the film, the Black Panther had fought while wearing this suit in the snowy mountains. This cutting-edge technology inherently included thermal insulation properties. Once he retracted the hood, Yinan could easily wear it as thermal underwear. After all, this suit was exceedingly comfortable, more so than sleepwear. Consequently, upon disembarking from the vehicle, Yinan appeared remarkably eye-catching among the group. The typical attire within the team was a hodgepodge of layers, with individuals bundled up in a manner that rendered them resembling round, comical figures akin to clowns in an amusement park. Wang Lauer had even taken it a step further by wrapping himself in an entire blanket, making him look like a chieftain from an African tribe. The most normal among them were the leader and Lin Dong. Along with Xiao Ling, the former donned a thick military coat that ensured warmth while maintaining flexibility and authority. Lin Dong and Xiao Ling were clad in complete ski attire, exuding vitality. And then there was Yinan, appearing like a university student who had just ventured downstairs to the corner shop for snacks. Dressed in a thin, long-sleeve hoodie and ordinary gray sweatpants, his relaxed demeanor set him apart from the others as if he existed in an entirely different realm. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yinan shrugged. What? Haven't you seen someone with such robust vitality? Chapter 18. Death penalties can be deferred, but living offenses must be endured. The gathering point was originally a large gas station. It featured a roof that shielded from the wind and snow, along with ample parking space. The fuel tanks had been largely depleted, leaving only a small amount of fuel that couldn't be transported. Aside from replenishing passing vehicles, the remaining fuel had been ignited. Surrounding the fuel depot, several large bonfires blazed. Who would have thought, in my lifetime, I would be hosting a bonfire party at a gas station? As Yinan stepped out of the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings, he couldn't help but crack a dark joke. Naturally, aside from him, there were few who could muster a laugh. After all, the temperature had plummeted to a terrifying -30°C. Even with the bonfires blazing, the open gas station offered little warmth. Only those who parked near the bonfires felt a modicum of heat. Aren't you cold? Lin Dong had received the supplies for the three of them from the captain. Each person was allocated a blanket and a small container of 92-octane gasoline. Hot water was being heated over the bonfire for everyone to take as they pleased. Seeing Yinan dressed so lightly, Lin Dong couldn't help but express his concern. Even if you aren't cold, at least wear a windbreaker to shield yourself from the wind. If you catch a cold now, it would be a significant hassle. Here, take the blanket and fuel. I won't be needing them. Yinan pushed back the supplies Lin Dong offered. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't joke around with my health. That moment, Xiao Ling peeked out from behind Lin Dong. She had been cooped up in the vehicle all this way, and the little girl was clearly restless. It was uncertain how many layers of clothing Lin Dong had bundled her in, but the once well-fitted ski suit now made her look like a plump snowman. All that was visible were her big, spirited eyes, which only added to her cuteness. She hopped over to Yi Nan and reached out to tug at his pant leg. "Uncle Yi, save me, I can't breathe." Yi Nan chuckled as he handed her a bottle of hot chocolate milk and gestured toward the Mini. "It's warm inside the car. Go play there." The bundled-up little snowman had trouble moving. With a gentle push, she lost her balance and tumbled to the ground, rolling away. Fortunately, her thick clothing ensured she would feel no pain. The Mini's interior had been rearranged back to accommodate 2 people. Knowing they would be spending the night here, Yi Nan intended to invite Xiao Ling inside. Lin Dong's vehicle offered little space for sleeping, considering Xiao Ling was a teammate and a child. Yi Nan couldn't bear to let her freeze outside all night. As Lin Dong pointed out, catching a cold would indeed be a significant issue. "How many layers of clothing did you put on her?" Yi Nan teased Lin Dong. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Dong rubbed the bridge of his nose. "My car isn't very warm. I could only make do with what I had for her. Let her sleep in my car tonight. It's warmer and safer." "Your car." Lin Dong hesitated, glancing at his daughter inside the vehicle, clad in only a single layer, happily sipping her chocolate milk. The words of refusal died on his lips. "Running the heater all night. Won't that drain the battery?" "Relax, see that little hole on the luggage rack? Inside is a wind turbine. In this weather, I essentially have infinite energy. Such high efficiency? Indeed, all thanks to black technology. It cost me quite a fortune." Lin Dong remained skeptical, but seeing Yi Nan's confident demeanor, he chose not to press further, nodding in agreement. "We've truly been fortunate to have crossed paths with you on this journey." In stark contrast to their camaraderie, the occupants of the vehicle behind them were far more irritable. After stepping out, Su Yang stormed up to Wang Lao, seizing him by the collar. Yet, just as he began to unleash a tirade, a solid punch from Wang Lao landed squarely in his abdomen, leaving him curled up on the ground like a shrimp. "What?" Seeing the bystanders' attention drawn towards them, Wang Lao raised his hands in protest. "Did you not see that he struck first? This is self-defense, do you understand?" Noticing that no one dared to step forward, he shifted his gaze toward Yi Nan, openly displaying his animosity, even making a slicing gesture across his throat. The intent to provoke was evident to all. Yi Nan merely smiled, genuinely hoping this fool would come at him with a knife. Whether it be a sneak attack or an outright assault. As long as he made a move, Yi Nan would certainly teach him a lesson in what true self-defense entailed. The nano-vibranium battlesuit was far too valuable to be merely used for insulation. Yi Nan genuinely wished Wang Lao would suddenly pull out an AK and unleash a barrage at him. Then Yi Nan could turn around with a wicked smile and say, "Now it's my turn," before delivering a single blow that would reduce him to mush. Alas, Wang Lao possessed neither an AK nor much courage. Upon seeing Lin Dong standing behind Yi Nan with a wooden stick, he walked away, too intimidated to utter a word. "Stay alert, that guy isn't trustworthy. You need to be cautious." After scaring off Wang Lao, Lin Dong still felt a tinge of concern. However, it was the university couple who approached next. "Excuse me," Su Yang said, bowing slightly to Yi Nan. "May we come to your car? That black guy is truly despicable." "Sorry." Yi Nan shrugged, gesturing towards the mini EV. "The place here is overcrowded. Perhaps you could inquire with others." In truth, it's simply that Xiao Ling has not arrived, and the mini EV cannot accommodate 3 individuals. The inquiry from the other party primarily stems from habitual thinking. After all, they could have taken Yi Nan's vehicle. Even if it were just Zhou Lin riding with Yi Nan, it would have mitigated many issues. "Thank you for your concern." "I apologize for the disturbance," Su Yang offered a wry smile, realizing he had misjudged the situation, and chose not to dwell on it. Instead, it was Zhou Lin who spoke up. "Mr. Yi, please exercise caution tonight. As we were departing, I overheard Wang Lao mentioning plans to deal with you. I eavesdropped a bit, and it seems he's intent on deflating your tires and dripping glue into your windshield wipers, among other vile acts." "All right, I will be cautious." "Thank you," Yi Nan nodded, acknowledging her warning. Without their reminders, he was already aware that Wang Lao would seek trouble with him. However, the underhanded tactics truly disappointed Yi Nan. He had expected something more brutish, like a club or a bag over the head. Instead, it was merely a cowardly ploy. Seems there is no reason not to entertain him. After all, throughout this journey, Yi Nan had observed that the psychological strain on the others in the group was considerable. far from home and facing such terrifying natural disasters, the uncertainty of their future weighed heavily upon them. Yet, for the most part, everyone maintained the baseline of civilized society. If Yinan were to resort to killing, it would undoubtedly create a rift in the already fragile mental defenses of these individuals. Once the line of humanity was crossed, who could predict the lengths to which they might go to survive or even thrive? Yinan did not wish to be the one to shatter that boundary. As it stood, with everyone upholding politeness, he could enjoy a carefree existence and garner emotional value, which was quite satisfactory. Naturally, while capital offenses could be postponed, lesser transgressions would require him to endure their consequences. Contemplating the impending arrival of Wang Lao, Yinan's fingertips twitched and sharp silver claws emerged. Within the gas station, there existed a small convenience store. The authorities had made some modifications here. All the windows were sealed tight, and a bonfire blazed at the entrance. Compared to the frigid winds outside, this indoor space felt remarkably comfortable. However, due to a lack of tents and sleeping bags, it was not suitable for resting. In such weather, lying directly on the ground would lead to rapid heat loss. Nevertheless, it served as an excellent dining area. After a day of arduous travel, aside from Yinan and his companions, the others had not had a single warm meal, subsisting instead on dry, hard bread. Those in slightly better circumstances could only find some chocolate that had frozen solid. Originally, Wang Lao's camper had a kettle, but in a moment of boastfulness, he had let Yinan play a trick on him, resulting in the hot water he had painstakingly boiled spilling all over his brother, causing him great distress. The emotional turmoil led him to kick about in a frenzy, inadvertently damaging the kettle. Thus, this meal marked the first warm food these individuals had encountered on their journey, with an abundance of supplies available. The offerings were surely plentiful. Unlimited white rice, a savory pork stew simmered to perfection, and steaming vegetables that brought tears of gratitude to one's eyes. However, not everyone chose to dine in the makeshift cafeteria. Given the limited space and the absence of proper tables, many preferred to retrieve their rations and return to their vehicles. Hence, the absence of Wang Lao and Yinan went unnoticed by the crowd. Upon returning, Wang Lao merely picked at his food. His anticipation of revenge against Yinan suppressed his appetite, particularly as the supplies in his camper were indeed more substantial than those available to the others. In the biting cold, Wang Lao, equipped for the elements, exited his vehicle. He had scouted the area during the day. Yinan's mini EV was parked in the opposite direction of the parking lot, conveniently allowing him to approach from behind. Camping vehicles typically come equipped with a variety of tools, and Wang Lao was well prepared, carrying items like 502 glue, screwdrivers, and needle-nose pliers. Zhou Lin's information had been incomplete. If possible, Wang Lao would prefer to outright damage the mini EV. After all, everyone in the group was acutely aware that aside from its shell, there was little left that belonged to the mini EV. To claim they were not envious would be disingenuous. Why should they all suffer in the freezing cold while his electric vehicle was more comfortable and warmer than their own? What had happened to the anxiety over battery life? He even had an axe with him, a compact, folding camping axe that was small yet exceptionally sharp. Upon discovering this implement, Wang Lao maliciously contemplated that should he damage the mini EV, it would be fortuitous if Yinan happened to return at that moment. While he would not dare to kill, as he still needed to remain within the group, he could certainly scare Yinan a little, perhaps making him roll around in the snow to feel the biting cold. After all, apart from the mini EV, Yinan's peculiar attire also evoked a sense of envy among others. The reasoning that he was more robust than the rest would not hold water. Temperatures plummeting to -30 degrees are not survivable for warm-blooded creatures. Thus, the black bodysuit Yinan wore naturally became the subject of suspicion. They could not fathom that it was the Black Panther's vibranium nanosuit, as such a truth was far too fantastical. Yet, it was entirely plausible for a wealthy individual to modify the mini EV in such a manner while possessing an extraordinary garment for warmth. However, Wang Lao never anticipated that from the moment he exited his vehicle, Yinan had been following closely behind him. The pure black design of the Black Panther suit granted him near invisibility amidst the swirling snow and darkness. To reach the parking spot where the mini EV was stationed, one had to pass behind the gas station's restroom. As the temperatures dropped, the faucets inside had frozen solid, rendering them unusable. Naturally, this meant that waste could not be flushed away, leading everyone to discard the frozen refuse outside to prevent blockages. Indeed, This was the very path Wang Lao air would traverse, of course. These frozen lumps were entirely odorless, but their shapes were bizarre. Coupled with the already poor visibility due to the storm, it wasn't long before Wang Lao air found himself slipping, tumbling forward uncontrollably. As he soared through the air, he felt as though time slowed down, for he clearly saw where he was about to land. A perfectly formed mound of frozen waste awaited him as he plummeted. He instinctively exploded with energy, flipping himself mid-air. Although this resulted in his head striking the ground with a painful thud, at least his eyes remained intact and his life was spared. But was this truly the end of his troubles? Not far from where he fell, Yinan watched as the folding axe tumbled to his feet. He picked it up, noting that Wang Lao air had indeed been well equipped. After enduring the harsh conditions of the day, Wang Lao air now lay on the ground, covered with a blanket, yet a certain part of him remained conspicuously bulging. This could be attributed, perhaps, to the natural endowments of his race. However, this turn of events made Yinan's intentions all the clearer. With a gentle toss, he sent the axe arcing through the air. Its trajectory, a gleaming arc, a swift sound sliced through the air, scattering several snowflakes, and then a piercing scream shattered the howling winds, echoing throughout every corner of the gas station. Quickly, the news spread throughout the entire convoy, becoming a topic of lively gossip. The black man, Wang Lao air, for reasons unknown, had ventured down the small path behind the restroom carrying an axe and other tools, only to slip on the frozen waste and fall. Ironically, as he crashed down, the axe severed a certain part of him. To his fortune, he still had a portion remaining attached. Remarkably, he had also brought along 502 glue, which fortuitously was ruptured by the axe, allowing him to seal the wound on site and avoid excessive blood loss, thus preserving his life. However, this incident had now transformed him into a figure of mockery, a Kunlun slave. Although no one in the group had publicly addressed Wang Lao air's earlier misdeeds, he had undoubtedly earned the ire of the others. Now, with his self-inflicted, absurd injury, how could anyone refrain from celebrating his misfortune? Yet, the reasons behind Wang Lao air's choice to venture behind the restroom sparked considerable speculation. Chapter 20, System Task. Accidental death. We suspect he may have been targeting you. The captain approached Yinan and relayed Wang Lao air's predicament, offering his own conjecture. However, given the current circumstances, I cannot take further action against him. After all, he is accompanied by a pregnant woman. Despite Zhao Cuiping's lack of presence, as the only pregnant woman in the group, she served as a sort of talisman for Wang Lao air. This was also a significant reason why Yinan was not in a hurry to eliminate him. Without sufficient justification for killing Wang Lao air, what would become of Zhao Cuiping? Should he kill him? Would he still be welcome in the group? Regardless of his character, even a condemned criminal cannot be executed while a woman is with child, as long as the red flag remains standing. Certain taboos must not be violated. Yet, it was only a matter of time, and Yinan felt no need to rush. I hope you understand, and also strengthen your vigilance. The captain couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Wang Lao air's predicament. Though he found himself in such a state now, it was likely he had no intention of causing further trouble. That night, there was hardly anyone beside the parked vehicle. It claimed a solitary space adjacent to a campfire, and the captain had generously provided him with ample anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medication. Yet, even amidst this, the faint echoes of anguished cries could still be discerned, piercing through the mournful whispers of the wind. Uncle Yi, do you have thoughts about me? Xiao Ling ventured her head from the covers, casting a glance at the adjacent Yinan. After flattening the seat of the mini-Ev, it transformed into a spacious bed. It was her first night spent with a male other than her father, and her imagination spun with peculiar scenes reminiscent of various novels and films. Tio summarize, for words emerged, not suitable for children. Consequently, Yinan unceremoniously delivered a sharp tap to her forehead, turning away to continue playing on his Switch. While he wouldn't claim his worldview was exceedingly righteous, certain lines were distinctly drawn. For instance, pedophilia must be eradicated. Xiao Ling winced in pain, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet, she remained defiant. Humph! As a beautiful and adorable young girl, any man would surely have thoughts about me. Why? Yinan pivoted, raising his hand, causing the young girl to swiftly retract her head back under the covers, which amused him. I do not favor flat chests, especially impoverished ones. Xiao Ling froze momentarily. Upon grasping the implications of the two flat descriptors, Her face flushed a deep crimson. Humph. Then why are you so kind to me? Heh, do you believe I would cast you out? Yinan replied with a chuckle. However, upon reflection, he realized he may have been overly kind to her. On one hand, there certainly was an instinct to respect the elderly and cherish the young. But upon closer examination, it seemed she bore a striking resemblance to his sister. You have a sister? Indeed, much like you. She is spirited, full of clever ideas, and exceptionally endearing. I shall take that as a compliment. Xiao Ling pressed her lips together, stifling a laugh. Where is she now? In City B, attending school. Tomorrow, I shall be able to pick her up. The two cities, A and B, were separated by a range of mountains that effectively hindered the advance of the cold wave. According to official reports, the conditions in City B were significantly better than in City A. Although there was a noticeable drop in temperature, extreme weather phenomena such as hail and heavy snow were absent. Consequently, evacuations there would also be delayed. Does that mean I cannot come to sleep at Uncle Yinan's place tomorrow night? Xiao Ling clutched her blanket, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. Although her warm clothing was sufficient, the small truck was hardly comfortable. I must have my father find a way to switch vehicles. Otherwise, there would be no place to sleep, and no need to change vehicles, Yinan reminded her. Once we arrive in City B tomorrow, you can take a long-distance bus directly to the shelter. Lindong, accompanying Xiaoling, belonged to a family that prioritized childcare. The authorities had clearly stipulated that such families were given preferential boarding. After all, given the current circumstances, every child represented the future of humanity. Moreover, they were far less equipped than adults to cope with terrifying environments. Unfortunately, they had missed the long-distance bus when leaving City A due to the late hour. But this would not pose a problem upon reaching City B. So, we shall be parting ways. Xiaoling's anxiety surged. Yes, once we reach the shelter, I shall seek you out. Wai Yinan discerned the young girl's reluctance and casually made a promise. But, all right, it's time to sleep. Wai Yinan understood her sentiments but chose to end the conversation. After all, he was well aware of the conditions within the small truck. A day or two might be manageable. But over time, Lin Dong would likely struggle to endure, let alone the child. Yet, he hesitated to allow them on the bus. It wasn't that he doubted Lin Dong, but they were ultimately not family. After retrieving his grandparents, they would still need to live in the shelter. The intricacies surrounding the base vehicle were too difficult to explain, and it was best that fewer people knew of these secrets. Nonetheless, Xiaoling's situation served as a reminder for Yinan. If Lin Dong and Xiaoling could board the long-distance bus, then what of Zhao Cuiping and Wang Lauer? After all, her pregnancy was quite advanced. And as an expectant mother, she undoubtedly belonged to the priority care group. If they managed to board the bus, how would he proceed to eliminate Wang Lauer? With this thought, Yinan's resolve hardened. Tomorrow on the road would indeed be the final opportunity to take action. As he pondered, the system conveniently made its appearance. Ding, task issued. Orchestrate an accidental death. Task reward, convoy privileges. Convoy privileges? Yinan felt perplexed. But despite his inquiries, the system offered no explanations, leaving him to await further clarity upon completion. The following day, the wind and snow had howled throughout the night. 8:09 in the morning, the sky remained dimly lit. The vehicles had parked at a gas station, shielded from being fully covered by the snow. After a hearty meal and replenishing their hot water supply, the group set off once more. Xiaoling awoke feeling somewhat despondent and quietly returned to the small truck. Observing the forlorn figure of the young girl, Yinan felt a twinge of helplessness but made no effort to detain her. Lin Dong was already preoccupied with driving, and having a little one beside him to tend to his needs would certainly lighten his spirits. Yinan had provided them with plenty of heating pads, and with sufficient clothing, they would not have to suffer from hunger or cold. Under the captain's direction, the college couple boarded separate vehicles. Though they could not remain together, at least they would be spared from Wang Lauer's peculiar harassment. Due to the severity of his injuries, Zhao Cuiping was forced to take the wheel of Wang Lauer's vehicle. However, it was evident that this woman had little driving experience, causing the car to swerve erratically, much to Wang Lauer's ire. Watching the RV's dangerous maneuvers from behind, Yinan formulated a plan. Today's journey would primarily consist of mountainous roads, narrow and undulating, with numerous sharp turns. The persistent wind and snow had left many areas icy, and despite the installation of anti-skid chains, driving on such terrain still felt perilous. Even a seasoned driver like Lin Dong would not dare to relax his vigilance. So, What if this pair of detestable individuals experienced a traffic mishap on this treacherous route? Chapter 21. Murder and suicide. Yinan refrained from taking immediate action. The road ahead was primarily uphill, with the leader controlling the speed, resulting in a generally low pace. Even a collision with a tree would likely result in little more than a few bumps. However, before he could make his move, Zhao Cuiping crashed first. After navigating a series of tight turns, perhaps due to the increasing distance, the woman panicked upon failing to see the vehicle in front and abruptly accelerated. By the time she reached Yinan's rear, she was unable to brake in time, her vehicle colliding with the Mini. Despite the Mini's compact size, it remained a formidable machine. Thus, Yinan merely felt the vehicle jolt slightly before it skidded a considerable distance. With the aid of assisted driving, it was merely a flawless drift, with no actual collision occurring. However, Zhao Cuiping's truck did not fare as well. The front end crumpled slightly, creating a gaping hole through which the cold wind howled. Inside, the two occupants were left slightly dazed from the impact. Zhao Cuiping at the wheel fared better, as she was securely fastened by her seatbelt, but Wang Lauer, reclining in the bed, could only wail in agony. The pain of his head striking the door panel was nothing compared to the torment of his lower body injury, making him feel as if he had been cut anew. Kunlun's slave. Are you attempting to murder me? Caught off guard by the sudden crash, Yinan could not simply let it slide. This was the perfect opportunity to provoke Wang Lauer further, earning emotional value while facilitating subsequent actions. With only half a life left, one must not act recklessly and risk it all. Laughter erupted among the team. After all, given Wang Lauer's recent misfortunes, many deemed it poetic justice. Each misfortune seemed to befall his possessions. And while the pain was undeniable, the humor was simply too strong to resist. Yet, to Wang Lauer, such remarks were nothing short of blatant provocation. Freezing, scalded, and even cut, he believed they were all tied to Yinan's actions. Had it not been for Yinan's taunts, he would not have rushed to dress. Had Yinan not played tricks, he would not have been scalded by hot water. Had he not sought revenge on Yinan, he would not have injured himself. Thus, Yinan's words were akin to igniting a spark on a powder keg, leading to an explosive reaction. Emotional value 200. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yinan understood just how furious Wang Lauer had become. He quickly lowered the volume of the intercom, yet the anticipated torrent of expletives did not materialize. Had Wang Lauer managed to restrain himself? No, he suppressed the pain and moved to the passenger seat. Glaring at Zhao Cuiping with venomous intent. Crash into him, huh? Zhao Cuiping thought she had misheard, turning back in shock. When we go downhill, find an opportunity to shove him off the mountain. Wang Lauer's tone was calm, but the expression on his face was twisted with hatred. He must die. I want him dead. Yet, that would mean I would be killing someone, wouldn't it? Zhao Cuiping's voice wavered, not out of concern for Yinan's life, but for her own. Killing someone could land her in prison. Prison? What prison? Are they going to build a jail in the shelter? Besides, you are a pregnant woman. What could they do to you? Wang Lauer let out a sinister laugh. In such heavy snow, on such a frigid day, on such a rugged mountain road, you hardly have any driving experience. What if, in a moment of panic, you were to crash? No one would say anything. It would simply be an unfortunate accident. Just as if to validate his words, a collision occurred at the front of the convoy, around vehicle number 14, as it navigated a turn. Fortunately, the situation wasn't severe. Aside from a few scratches, no significant damage was done. Such icy patches on the road often led to driver miscalculations. Look, it was just a little bump. Who knows if you did it on purpose? Wang Lauer felt as though even the heavens were assisting him, and his voice became increasingly confident. Besides, don't you hate him? No hate. Don't be fooled by Zhao Cuiping's recent docility. Had it not been for her whispering in Wang Lauer's ear, he likely wouldn't have sought trouble with Yinan. In her heart, Yinan was nothing more than a scoundrel who toyed with her feelings. Having promised her a house that he never delivered, if she weren't afraid of Wang Lauer discovering her attempts at matchmaking, she would have long since rolled up her sleeves to confront Yinan. So, you really want to let me go to prison? I can crash the scoundrel and bear no responsibility. Zhao Cuiping's heart raced with temptation. Rest assured, await my instructions. Wang Lauer hastily assured her. Emotional value 100. Yinan, observing the system's notification in his mind, could almost guess how much the two behind him loathed him. Watching the convoy stretch out to maintain a safe distance, he devised a plan. Thus, he manually operated the Mini, gradually increasing the distance between himself and the vehicle ahead. As they crested the hill and began the winding descent, the convoy's speed inevitably surged. Everyone was attentive to maintaining a safe distance. The leader repeatedly reminded over the intercom he wished to slow the convoy down, but that was nearly impossible. The downhill terrain was exceedingly steep, with much of the road entirely frozen. A heavier brake would lead to wheel lockup and complete loss of control. Yet, braking too lightly would cause speeds to rise uncontrollably due to the slope. Therefore, the only option was to advise everyone to increase the distance. At that moment, the Mini, already distanced from the vehicle ahead, suddenly swayed like a drunken giant on the icy surface, eventually drifting through a turn. It had lost control. Wang Lauer could not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Quickly, accelerate, knock him off the road. With his urging, Zhao Cuiping's expression turned fierce. She slammed the accelerator, swiftly closing the distance between them. The roar of the massive engine echoed through the valley, shaking loose a considerable amount of snow from the treetops. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of others in the convoy. The leader questioned over the intercom, who was accelerating. Didn't I instruct you to control your speed? But at that moment, Zhao Cuiping had no time to worry about exposure. The truck, after a brief surge of speed, finally caught up to the Mini Ev just before entering the hairpin turn. But would Yinan allow her to collide with him? Just as the Mini was about to enter the bend, a small hole opened beneath it, and slick gasoline began to pour out. When the truck drove over the gasoline, Zhao Cuiping suddenly felt the steering wheel lighten. A wave of immense fear surged within her. Contrary to her expectations, they did not collide with the Mini like billiard balls, sending it tumbling down the cliff. Instead, the rear of the Mini Ev narrowly slipped past them. The guardrail loomed ahead. In mere seconds, everyone witnessed the truck barreling through the guardrail and plunging down the mountainside. After several jolts, the front of the vehicle crashed into a large tree, finally coming to a halt. Chapter 22. The earthquake strikes, road collapse quick. Stop the vehicle, save them. The leader reacted swiftly, calling for the convoy to halt upon hearing the thunderous crash of the truck against the tree. However, when he cleared away the snow covering the fallen branches, the sight before him made him retch uncontrollably. Zhao Cuiping was dead on the spot. The tree had struck the driver's side, crushing the front of the vehicle. When she was extracted, all that remained was a mass of flesh wedged in the wreckage. Wang Lauer was still alive, but 3 branches had pierced his chest like ordinary javelins, pinning him to his seat. Upon seeing the rescuers arrive, he opened his mouth to call for help, but before he could utter a sound, a torrent of blood erupted from his lips. He was alive, but salvation was impossible. He could only bleed out in the frigid wilderness, ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss or hypothermia. They accelerated to crash into you? The captain approached Yinan, conducting a routine inquiry. After all, the roar of the truck's engine had been unmistakably loud, and the speed with which they plummeted down the cliff suggested it was not merely a case of operational error. I am not sure. My vehicle was a bit out of control, and I was focused on maintaining balance, Yinan replied honestly, presenting the excuse he had long prepared. The other party paid little heed. Patting Yinan on the shoulder before walking away, in truth, Yinan was the true victim. Given that lives had been lost, it would be simplest for him to classify the incident as a vehicle losing control and plunging off the cliff during their migration. The members of the convoy expressed a mix of regret. Lives could be extinguished so abruptly. Yet, the manner of death carried a hint of self-infliction, which did not evoke excessive fear. Nevertheless, during the subsequent journey, the entire convoy noticeably slowed down, and one wished to become the next Wang Lauer. Fortunately, the official reports were accurate. Most of the cold wave was blocked by the mountains. When they crested the peak and continued their descent, the wind and snow ceased to hinder them. By the time the convoy reached the entrance to B-City's expressway, they were greeted with the rare sight of sunlight. B-City, being urbanized with a dense population and abundant resources, required ample time for evacuation efforts. Thus, by the time Yinan's convoy arrived, the evacuation was still in full swing. After inquiring with the personnel on site, Yinan learned the information he sought. His sister's university was scheduled for evacuation today. The authorities had arranged numerous express buses for these schools, placing them in the second tier for priority evacuation. Then, it's time to bid farewell here. Upon learning the route to the university, It was time to part ways with Lin Dong and the others. I don't know how to thank you, Lin Dong said gravely. Cradling Xiao Ling, don't mention it, I'm off, Yinan waved. Not lingering much longer, as he wasn't adept at handling such situations. The system's rewards had already been dispensed. Current convoy permissions, level 1, can designate vehicle 2 to share one vehicle function from the base. This meant Yinan could easily enhance his capabilities by sharing the transformation function, granting himself an additional high-performance lead vehicle. His comfortable days were largely thanks to Lin Dong leading the way ahead. However, thus far, the refuge remained the safest option. Yinan couldn't prioritize his own comfort at the expense of the little girl's safety while searching for his family. Besides, once he found his sister, allowing her to drive would not be out of the question. After all, she was his sister. How could he not take advantage of her to showcase their sibling bond? To be honest, Yinan was not particularly suited for driving, having a naturally poor sense of direction. Fortunately, a few years prior, a bridge spanning the valley was completed, providing direct access to B City University, which previously required a detour through the city. He merely needed to head straight along the main road and, after crossing the bridge, would soon see his sister. Ever since the bridge was built, this route had become a primary thoroughfare, yet there were hardly any vehicles in sight, especially heading into the city. It was almost solely Yinan himself. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the base vehicle's transformation function once more. The Mini EV's compact appearance began to elongate in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a Wuling EV-80, a light passenger vehicle with a closed cargo box from Wuling Da. Yinan had made some modifications, slightly increasing its size and converting the interior into an RV layout. The driver's seat was fitted with a transforming seat that could fold into a bed when it was time to sleep. Above the seat was a retractable hidden bed. The other side housed a kitchen area and a through-style bathroom, which could be closed off with a door when in use. Otherwise, it served as a passage, ensuring spatial efficiency while maintaining functionality. The rear featured a fixed double-decker bed. He had effectively maximized the use of the vehicle's dimensions, which measured over 2 meters in width and less than 6 meters in length. He intended to hide the base vehicle from his family, but a certain level of disguise was still necessary. While the base vehicle was indeed powerful, it was preferable to remain under the radar. Low-key operations often led to fewer mistakes. Yinan had even thoughtfully prepared an abundance of hot pot ingredients in the refrigerator. Once reunited with his sister, they could enjoy hot pot and sing together. Just as he was lost in such pleasant thoughts, an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over him. According to official predictions, the cold wave would not breach the mountains until tomorrow evening, flooding the area with snow and ice. Until then, this region would remain relatively safe. However, there was one disaster that the authorities had yet to predict: an earthquake. As his unease surged, the entire world began to tremble. He saw the straight road of the mountain-crossing bridge ahead beginning to twist and sway. The ominous feeling made his blood rush. Almost instinctively, he slammed down on the accelerator. The EV-80 erupted with astonishing speed, the intense push against his back making it difficult for Yinan to breathe. Yet even so, the bridge began to twist and sway before he could reach it, the movements growing more pronounced. Ultimately, accompanied by the agonizing sound of twisting steel, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into massive chunks of reinforced concrete that plummeted into the valley below, sending clouds of dust into the air. The powerful braking system activated fully, and Yinan felt as though he had been slammed against the steering wheel, his forehead nearly striking hard enough to cause a lump. Thankfully, the EV-80 came to a halt beside the precipice, sparing him from plummeting to his demise due to his impulsiveness. Yet, one could hardly blame Yinan for his rashness. Without this road, even with a map in hand, he might still struggle to find the way to the university in a short time. Moreover, considering the severity of the earthquake, was only this elevated bridge the sole structure to collapse? No, the situation in the city surely must be far worse. More importantly, what about the university? The thought of such a terrifying outcome made Yinan's heart tighten. Chapter 23. The establishment of the Wuling fleet. Yinan stood at the edge of the broken bridge, gazing for a long while. Ultimately, he decided against attempting to pass underneath. The valley's steepness rendered vehicle passage impossible. Although the base vehicle could transform, it was still not a true transformer. He had no idea how much longer it would take to find an alternative route. Reluctantly, he took out the map that Xiao Ling had given him, carefully comparing directions to seek a new path. Yet, Before he could identify a route to be City University, the sound of a car horn echoed from the direction he had come. It was Lin Dong. What brings you here? Yinan's heart soared with joy, yet confusion lingered. Logically, they should have been on the express bus by now. Had they lost their way? Xiao Ling jumped out of the car, proudly snatching the map from Yinan's hands. Uncle Yi, with your pitiful sense of direction, it's a waste of time studying the map. Unable to resist, Yinan ruffled her hair playfully, then turned his attention to Lin Dong. You helped reunite us, father and daughter. Now we wish to assist you in finding your family. Lin Dong scratched his head. After Yinan left, Xiao Ling had adamantly refused to board the bus, recounting her encounter with a homeless man in the supermarket to Lin Dong. If it weren't for Yinan, she likely would have faced dire consequences. Of course, Lin Dong understood that this reasoning was somewhat selfish. However, as a father, his priority was to ensure his daughter's safety. Moreover, Xiao Ling had convinced him. The shelter is not a utopia. With so many people crammed inside, resource shortages are inevitable. If I go there alone with her, we'd be vulnerable to exploitation. He approached Yinan, his expression grave, his tone resolute. Xiao Ling mentioned you harbor a secret. I sense you seem well prepared for all of this. Would you kindly take us along? I will do anything as long as it ensures Xiao Ling's safety. Their eyes met, and Yinan could feel the sincerity in Lin Dong's words. Then he glanced at Xiao Ling, whose face was filled with anticipation. Finally, he made his decision. I do indeed need a navigator. Yay! Xiao Ling sprang up in delight. This was her agreement with her father. If Yinan had refused, she would have had to obediently board the bus with Lin Dong. Though Yinan often treated her like a child, she was merely youthful, not foolish. How could she not notice the peculiarity surrounding Yinan? The death of Wang Laoer had awakened her to the reality of the apocalypse. To survive in such a world, finding the right allies was paramount. However, your vehicle will not suffice. Yinan regarded their small truck. For long-distance travel, it would be quite torturous to drive such a vehicle. Once we reach the city, I'll see if there's a better option. Lin Dong nodded. While the small truck was manageable, it would be uncomfortable without a place to sleep at night. No need for that. Since we'll be teammates going forward, our vehicles should be standardized. With a smile, Yinan approached the small truck, placing his hand upon it.in the curious gazes of Lin Dong and Xiao Ling. He declared, activate Vehicle 2, share transformation capabilities. The system responded swiftly, activation complete. Though Lin Dong and Xiao Ling could not hear the system's voice, they remained astonished. Their mouths agape.as Yinan's words fell. The small truck swiftly began to transform, akin to the Autobots in the Transformers movies. Various compact parts shifted and rotated, as the entire vehicle started to disassemble and reshape. Ultimately, the somewhat dilapidated small truck transformed into a futuristic Tesla electric pickup. Touching the sleek, cyberpunk-style stainless steel body, Lin Dong swallowed hard. You can't be an alien, can you? What nonsense are you spouting? Yinan chuckled, patting the vehicle. The sound resonated, conveying a sense of durability. While Vehicle 2 could not share the base vehicle's defensive capabilities, this Tesla pickup, reputed to be bulletproof, was truly a chosen vehicle for the apocalypse. Isn't the emblem incorrect? Xiao Ling stood before the vehicle, observing the Wuling emblem on its front. Even she, who knew little about cars, noticed the oddity. I mentioned a unified fleet. Yinan nodded, satisfied with his mischievousness. Don't ask. It's simply the Wuling fleet. Sensing that Xiao Ling had many more questions, Yinan hurriedly interrupted. All right, let us set off quickly. Take me to B City University. We can address any questions on the way. Did Xiao Ling and Lin Dong have questions? Oh, indeed, far too many. Yet both understood that now was not the time for idle chatter. They swiftly boarded the vehicle, leading Yinan onward. Nevertheless, Xiao Ling, still a child at heart, could not help but marvel at her new surroundings once inside. The pickup also possessed a Level 3 transformation capability but could only be initiated while Yinan was in contact. Thus, when it transformed moments ago, Yinan had executed it flawlessly. The complete internal circulation system rendered the cabin warm and inviting. Once Lin Dong and Xiao Ling entered, they could finally shed their heavy winter gear. The front seat retained the Tesla pickup's minimalist design, with an extra screen on the passenger side for Xiao Ling to watch movies and play games. The back seat was directly connected to the trunk, transforming into a spacious 2-meter-wide bed with storage space beneath. From now on, Xiao Ling would no longer need to sleep at Yinan's side. Aside from the transformation capabilities, Vehicle 2's other functions were generally equivalent to the original vehicle. The range remained approximately 500 kilometers, though it reduced to 400 kilometers to maintain the internal circulation system. Fortunately, as a navigation vehicle, this range was entirely sufficient, considering the base vehicle was right behind. Ready to recharge during breaks. With Xiaoling and Lindong navigating ahead, the convoy quickly passed through B City, reaching the location of Yinan's sister's university. The earthquake had a lesser impact here. Although an older teaching building had collapsed, the overall damage was not severe. There was also an official evacuation point arranged nearby. By the time Yinan arrived, several express buses were already stationed at the school entrance, waiting for students to queue for boarding. Numerous parents had also gathered nearby. The school had designated a parking lot for them to leave their vehicles. Yinan instructed Lindong to wait outside while he entered the school. Soon, amidst the throng of waiting students, he spotted his sister, Yibei, brother. Upon seeing him, Yibei threw herself into Yinan's arms. I almost thought you wouldn't make it. The authorities had already issued a notification that the school must be entirely evacuated by tonight. The recent earthquake had served as a wake-up call for everyone. The school forbade them from lingering. However, once on the bus, reuniting with family in this apocalyptic world would not be a simple matter. Yinan gently reassured his sister, his heart swelling with emotion at their reunion. Now, they just needed to take the final step. Let us go find Grandpa and Grandma. Wait! Yibei suddenly dashed back into the line, pulling out a rather voluptuous young lady. Brother, let me introduce you. This is my sister-in-law, Shenqing. Chapter 24, New Member. Shenqing suddenly yanked from the line. Shenqing barely grasped the situation when she heard Yibei refer to her as sister-in-law, causing her to blush deeply. She quickly pulled Yibei back, flustered, and in a moment of panic, pressed her head against her chest. Ugh! Overwhelmed by the softness, Yibei found herself speechless, struggling weakly. Only then did Shenqing, blushing, reintroduce herself to Yinan. Hello, brother Yinan, I'm Shenqing, Yibei's roommate. Hello. Watching his sister and Shenqing playfully tussle, Yinan felt somewhat at a loss. Isn't she about to suffocate? His concern prompted Shenqing to realize that the struggling Yibei was growing weaker. She hastily released her hold. What, you nearly smothered me? Finally freed. Yibei gasped for air and indignantly began to complain. Smothering? Yinan was momentarily taken aback, hastily interrupting the tude. All right, enough of this. What exactly do you want? At her brother's command, Yibei straightened her demeanor. Brother, you can drive, right? Shenqing should come with us. Ridiculous. Do you think we're going on a vacation? Yinan rejected firmly that he wouldn't easily trust someone merely because she was his sister's roommate. Moreover, the express buses leading directly to the shelter were right in front of them. Taking someone away felt too frivolous. Regardless of his sister's reasons, he couldn't allow her to act recklessly. Seeing Yibei falter, Shenqing stepped forward, pleading, Please. My parents are also in S-City. Yibei wanted to chime in to support her friend. But a glare from Yinan made her retreat obediently. Grandpa and Grandma are in S-City, she must have revealed. To prevent further chaos from Yibei, Yinan had no choice but to patiently explain. Traveling via the national highway takes longer, and given the adverse weather, accidents are likely. Taking the bus to the shelter is the safest option. Your parents will surely enter the shelter as well. The authorities will make arrangements. There's absolutely no need for you to take risks. Brother, you should take a look at the latest news. Yibei seized the opportunity to quickly thrust her phone into Yinan's arms. The document contains the official notification regarding the plans for shelters and evacuation routes. Due to the rapid descent of the cold wave, which outpaced predictions, the authorities have increased the establishment of temporary shelters, facilitating a gradual transfer of evacuees. More critically, the routes for evacuation to various major cities have been delineated. According to these indicated routes, the shelters they will ultimately reach will differ from those affiliated with City S. Consequently, families separated by distance are advised to wait until the disaster subsides for further arrangements. It is no wonder that Shenqing wishes to accompany Yibei. The prospect of waiting for arrangements is indeed rather disheartening. The authorities have previously stated that this calamity could plunge the Earth into an ice age. Being characterized as an ice age implies a duration of at least 20 to 30 years. What difference does that make from a permanent farewell? Yet, this is not a justification for Yinan to allow her to board the vehicle. Yibei understands her brother all too well. Without waiting for Yinan to voice a refusal, She immediately turns her back to him and begins to whisper, "Brother, do you remember I promised to find you a girlfriend? A campus belle. Academically outstanding, gentle, and considerate." She slightly raises her hand, fingers curled. "I found someone who meets all your preferences, a rare gem. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone." Yinan's expression darkens instantly. Ever since his ex-girlfriend broke up with him, Yibei has been determined to resolve his lifelong dilemma. Initially, he thought it was mere banter, but now he realizes she is quite serious. Stealing a glance at the visibly anxious Shenqing behind him, he thinks, indeed, she is his wonderful sister with impeccable taste. Taking a deep breath, Yinan quickly averts his gaze. "Stop joking. This is not a matter for frivolity. Given the circumstances, it is absurd to think with the lower half of your body. Please, brother." Yet Yibei remains undeterred. "Shenqing has been incredibly kind to me. She has taken care of me during these past 2 years at school. Do you remember that summer when I worked in the city? I stayed at her home, and her parents were exceptionally nice to me. Please, just help me out." Summer job. Why Yinan falls into silence. He certainly recalls how elated Yibei was upon her return, especially that one sentence she uttered, which he is likely to remember for a lifetime. "Brother, I finally understand what it feels like to be loved by parents." It turns out that during that time, she was indeed at Shenqing's house. Letting out a deep sigh, Yinan finds himself at a loss for words of refusal. "All right, but you must follow my arrangements on the way." "Hooray!" Upon hearing Yinan relent, Yibei immediately exclaims joyfully, grabbing Shenqing's hand and bouncing with excitement. Shenqing, too, breathes a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at Yinan. Their belongings had long been packed, and after making the decision, they were ready to depart. However, they had not yet exited the school gate when they were intercepted by a convoy of off-road vehicles. The fleet, uniformly adorned in matte black, featured 2 exquisitely modified luxury RVs at its center, flanked by off-road vehicles providing escort. With their sharply defined muscular contours, they quickly became the focal point of attention upon arrival. The convoy halted before Yinan and his companions. A flamboyantly dressed youth in a pink suit alighted from the RV. "Shenqing, I heard you were heading to city. Yes, I happen to be going that way as well. Mu Rongxian. Shenqing has already decided to ride with us." Yibei interjected hastily, positioning herself protectively in front of Shenqing. Shenqing promptly spoke up, "Yes, I have already secured a ride. Thank you for your kindness." However, Mu Rongxian seemed oblivious to their refusals, striding directly toward them. "This is a convoy specially arranged by my father to pick me up. It will surely provide you with a perfect journey." After a few steps, he stood before Yinan. Noticing Yinan's lack of intention to move aside, he waved dismissively behind him. Have this gentleman shift a bit. 2 bodyguards who had followed closely advanced immediately. "Stop, Mu Rongxian. Have them halt." Shenqing, taken aback by Mu Rongxian's sudden command, rushed forward in an attempt to intervene. However, the 2 bodyguards were quicker, each placing a hand firmly on Yinan's shoulder. Both towering at nearly 2 meters, clad in black suits, they exuded an imposing presence. In contrast, Yinan appeared significantly shorter, and even his previously robust physique seemed slender beside them. For an ordinary person, such a stark difference in stature would typically imply a crushing advantage in strength. The best choice would be to comply and step aside. Seeing Yinan remain motionless, the bodyguards assumed he was frozen in fear, and they exerted a bit more force, preparing to hoist him aside. But soon their expressions shifted. While Yinan may be an ordinary person, the Black Panther suit he wore was anything but standard thermal wear. Empowered by the suit, he remained completely unyielding despite their efforts. As beads of sweat began to appear on the bodyguards' foreheads, Yinan finally smiled at him. "Why turn now, right?" Without giving the bodyguards time to react, Yinan pushed forward with both hands. The 2 bodyguards were sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Who was this person? A mere push sends them flying. What immense strength! Strength! This must be internal energy. Pure brute force could not achieve such an effect. Shenqing and Yibei stood in stunned silence. "Your brother is this strong?" Well. Yibei gulped, forcing a semblance of calm. "Of course, I've always mentioned his 8-pack abs. Don't be misled by his seemingly slender appearance. It's just the clothes." "How can this be possible?" Mu Rongxian was equally flabbergasted, in his mind. Yinan should have been effortlessly brushed aside, allowing him to stride confidently toward Shenqing. extending an elegant and unquestionable invitation to join him. But why was the script not unfolding as anticipated? Yinan had no intention of explaining anything to him. He took 2 steps forward to stand before Mu Rongxian. You want me to move, right? With a swift slap, Mu Rongxian's hairstyle was instantly disheveled. How dare you hit me? You want me to hit you, huh? Yinan struck again, this time reddening Mu Rongxian's cheek and sending him staggering backward. Do you know who I am? Who you are, you say? Another slap sent Mu Rongxian nearly collapsing to the ground as he stumbled backward, calling for help. Are you all blind? Take him down, calling for help. Are we? With one final slap, Yinan truly exerted his strength. Mu Rongxian was sent rolling, his pink suit now muddied, coming to a stop beside the RV'd. Yinan's sudden outburst had taken everyone by surprise. 4 consecutive slaps not only bewildered Mu Rongxian, but also left his bodyguards scrambling to react. It was only after Mu Rongxian rolled back that they rushed forward. Though their numbers were few, including the one who had been pushed aside, there were only 8 of them. Yinan welcomed them all, delivering slaps without hesitation. In no time, they found themselves in a heap alongside their young master. To be honest, these individuals were not weak. Each stood nearly 2 meters tall. However, faced with Yinan's overwhelming strength and speed, they were rendered inconsequential. The Black Panther suit, after all, was superhero gear, making it extraordinarily unfair in a confrontation with ordinary people. Brother, have you taken medication? Once the commotion was quelled, the 2 girls cautiously approached. Bei spoke with a hint of apprehension, as if fearing that Yinan might continue his assault on her as well. Yinan cast her a sidelong glance, unwilling to respond. His actions stemmed from 2 motivations: Mu Rongxian's blatant arrogance and the necessity to establish authority. Given the unpredictable nature of the disaster, with blizzards, earthquakes, landslides, and other factors potentially obstructing their path, it was prudent to follow the official convoy for safety. This meant that the remarkably ostentatious convoy would accompany them for the days to come. Mu Rongxian's demeanor practically screamed wealth and flamboyance. The fact that he managed to assemble such a protective entourage amidst the current turmoil spoke volumes about his family's power and influence. To avoid incessant harassment in the ensuing days, the simplest solution was to strike. Strike hard. Strike until they flinched at the thought of causing trouble. This would surely bring a measure of peace. At least for now. The speed at which the opposing vehicles departed was quite satisfactory to Yinan. The other parents observing were equally astonished, their expressions a mixture of shock and admiration. They had witnessed formidable fighters, but never anyone capable of taking down 8 burly men single-handedly. While such feats might be seen in action films, the sight of one person relentlessly pursuing and slapping 8 men was undeniably amusing. Nonetheless, amid the laughter, the gazes directed at Yinan were imbued with respect. The world had changed. It was no longer an era where a few slaps would result in police intervention for extortion. Although the official forces remained strong, they could only uphold certain boundaries. After all, establishing shelters and evacuating personnel were the current priorities. Leading the 2 girls out of the school gate, Yinan soon located the position of the Wuling convoy. Allow me to introduce our navigator, Lindong, and Xiaoling. He facilitated introductions between the 2 parties. My sister, Bei. Her classmate, Shenqing. Familiar faces exchanged surprised expressions. Brother, how did you manage to acquire this vehicle? The cyberpunk design of the Tesla pickup was strikingly conspicuous. Despite the frigid temperatures, Bei could not resist removing her gloves to touch and admire the stainless steel exterior. Xiaoling eagerly ushered both girls inside. As they experienced the warm interior, the comfortable seats, and the cozy bed in the back, both Bei and Shenqing exclaimed in delight. When the high-speed bus had first arrived, both had climbed aboard to take a look. Anyone who had experienced such luxury knew. Upon entering the vehicle, one is immediately confronted by the nauseating stench that has been brewing for years. Many passengers feel a wave of discomfort, not primarily due to motion sickness, but simply from the oppressive odor that envelopes them. Although these vehicles are enclosed, during the summer months, one can rely on air conditioning for relief. However, in winter, the heating proves nearly ineffective in the frigid outdoor temperatures that have now plummeted below zero. Warmth can only be sustained by the passenger's own vitality. What exacerbates the situation is that even when traveling on highways, reaching a southern refuge demands at least 40 to 50 hours. While the highways, once sealed off, mitigate significant congestion, They remain susceptible to natural calamities such as snow accumulation and landslides. Despite efforts for timely clearance, delays are inevitable. During these 3 to 4 days, the occupants are relegated to their seats. Not only is sleep unattainable, but even the mere act of sitting becomes a torment. The thought of nearly boarding a long-distance bus, enduring that dreadful environment while being separated from family, prompts Yi-bei to exclaim in relief at her brother's timely arrival. Feeling as though she has narrowly escaped a calamity. Indeed, it is so. Shunqing nods in agreement, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at rice. Observing her adorable demeanor, Yi-bei cannot resist leaning forward to confirm that Yinan and Lin Dong are loading their luggage onto the bus. And then mischievously asks, "So, when will you become my sister-in-law? This bed seems rather nice." Get lost? Shunqing rolls her eyes as she escapes the vehicle. Although she had previously joked that if her brother were truly as handsome and strong as Yi-bei described, she wouldn't mind being his sister-in-law. The reality of Yinan standing before her overwhelms her with shyness, for he is even more striking and robust than she had imagined. Those playful words transform into a youthful infatuation. Leaving her flustered, "Brother, don't you think there is quite a disparity in the strength of this convoy?" As Yi-bei steps down from the Tesla pickup, she gazes at the Wuling emblem on the rear vehicle, feeling somewhat speechless. The contrast between these two vehicles is stark. You've only just noticed the disparity. Yinan seems surprised. The number 2 vehicle merely has a transformation function, which, while impressive, pales in comparison to the base vehicle itself. It is evident to anyone why Yi-bei steps between the two vehicles, pointing to the Tesla pickup, $1 million machine. Then she gestures towards the Wuling EV80, commoner S vehicle. "Oh, is that what you meant?" Yinan grins mischievously. "There is no such thing. They're all Wuling. In a way, brother. Don't take advantage of my ignorance about cars. You dare call this a Wuling? How could it possibly be a Wuling?" Yi-bei's voice rises in disbelief. She cannot contain her astonishment as she speaks, for at that moment, Xiao Ling has cooperatively activated the pickup's turning function, presenting the gleaming Wuling logo directly to Yi-bei's view. "It is clearly a Wuling," Yi-bei protests, stepping forward to attempt to pry off the emblem, only to discover, upon touching it, that the Wuling logo is actually engraved directly into the stainless steel front of the vehicle. She is left speechless. See, it's all about being accessible. Yinan, satisfied with his sister's flabbergasted expression, beckons them to hurry aboard. Their luggage is cumbersome to stow in the storage area, yet fortunately, there is some space beneath the sofa seating. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to strap it to the roof. "Quickly, let us get in. You'll be riding in this one with me. Before we set off, we can enjoy a warm meal." Yi-bei feels a pang of disappointment. She pouts slightly, feeling a bit resentful. She had hoped to create some private moments for Shunqing and Yinan. With 3 people in one vehicle, wouldn't she just be a third wheel? All right, enough nonsense. Shunqing, however, remains oblivious to her intentions and cheerfully pulls her towards the EV80. "I think this vehicle looks quite nice. It must be spacious inside." Yi-bei initially attempts to make an effort, but upon seeing the interior of the EV80, she finds herself at a loss for words. From the outside, who could possibly guess that it is an RV? Though the Tesla pickup is impressive, in the context of long journeys, it simply cannot compare in terms of comfort. Just the necessity of using the restroom alone far surpasses the convenience offered by the pickup. This journey could easily extend over 5 or 6 days. Who could endure such a lengthy period without relief? Moreover, considering the outdoor temperatures are all below freezing, stepping outside to walk around is manageable as long as one is bundled up adequately. But what about when nature calls? It is said that on long-distance buses, each passenger is provided with a plastic bag to use in the restroom, which must then be sealed and carried out to avoid clogging the bus's sewage tank. The mere thought of such a horrific scenario sends a shiver down Yi-bei's spine, especially given her penchant for cleanliness. Furthermore, the issue of food on the RV is paramount on such frigid days. Even having a kettle in the vehicle would be a marvel, let alone a microwave. Particularly, the EV80 is equipped with more than just a microwave. When Yinan mentions enjoying a warm meal, Yi-bei and Shunqing can only envision instant noodles. However, upon boarding the vehicle, they are greeted with the sight of steaming hot pot broth bubbling in the seating area. "We're having hot pot?" Yi-bei and Shunqing both swallow hard in unison. Ever since the announcement of the migration plan yesterday, the cafeteria has ceased providing meals. College students are not accustomed to stockpiling food. The supplies they received were primarily instant products, with instant noodles being the only warm food available. Everyone had mentally prepared for a diet of dry biscuits and sausages in the days to come. Suddenly, the prospect of a hot pot emerges like a sinful delight in this world, which is indeed unworthy of shared joy and sorrow. What's wrong? Aren't you the one who loves hot pot the most? Yinan turns to Yi Bei and then to Shen Qing. Don't you like it? Of course we do. We absolutely love it. The two girls eagerly rush to the table. Yinan shrugs and retrieves numerous plates of meat from the refrigerator. Lin Dong, wielding chopsticks in one hand and a slotted spoon in the other, expertly places the beef into the broth in a seamless assembly line manner. Although a northerner, Lin Dong possesses considerable culinary experience, strictly adhering to the standards of Chaos Han beef hot pot. Brisket, 8 seconds. Tender meat, 8 seconds. Fatty beef, 10 seconds. Double layer meat, 12 seconds. Paired with the spicy Sichuan broth, each morsel of meat is tender, juicy, and delectably smooth, leaving the three young women present utterly oblivious to their appearances as they indulge, their corners of mouths smeared with red oil, exclaiming in delight and satisfaction. Meanwhile, not far away, in the off-road vehicle convoy, Murong Xian, having taken an extended shower that nearly depleted the water supply, reluctantly emerges from the restroom. Yet, no matter how much he washes, the burning sensation on his face remains. Having never experienced such humiliation before, he had initially thought the world was in disarray, ready to revel in his unrestrained freedom. However, before he could even begin to bully others, he was swiftly brought low, feeling like a drenched rat. Ignoring his subordinates waiting outside, he plops down onto the RV's seating area. After taking a large gulp of chilled red wine, he finally feels a slight sense of comfort. However, as soon as he bites into the steak on the table, his anger flares up again. Is any this supposed to be a 5-star steak? What have you cooked it into? Young master, the situation is urgent, and we couldn't find a suitable chef. One of his subordinates quickly offers an apology. If you can't be a chef, what can you do? Bodyguards? Murong Xian mocks them, but seeing their silence, he finds it rather dull. Have you investigated who that person is? Yinan, Yi Bei's brother. The specifics are unclear, but from what we gathered, Yi Bei's family appears quite ordinary and impoverished, likely without any significant connections. He drives a Wuling Hongguang EV80, and based on the license plate, he seems to have come from City A. Wuling? Murong Xian's expression darkens. I was beaten by a country bumpkin? The EV80 is Wuling's electric light passenger vehicle, equipped with snow tires and showing no signs of significant modification. Noticing Murong Xian's lack of comprehension, his subordinate adds, it's an electric vehicle worth around 200,000. An electric vehicle? Murong Xian strokes his chin, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Since he is not someone of power or influence, no matter how capable he is, I can always find a way to make something of it. Yet, thinking of how formidable Yinan is, Murong Xian feels a renewed sting of embarrassment. But how could he possess such skills? Despite his prior sarcasm, Murong Xian is well aware of the combat capabilities of his 8 subordinates. To be so thoroughly dismantled by Yinan could not simply be attributed to their incompetence. It must be that Yinan is extraordinarily strong. After a lengthy pause, one of his subordinates tentatively speaks up. We reviewed the situation, and it seems we may have encountered a legendary internal martial artist. Internal martial artist? Are you trying to spin a wuxia tale? Murong Xian bursts into laughter, slapping the subordinate across the face. However, he didn't use much force. The subordinate merely swayed slightly before regaining his stance. Young master, you know our martial arts capabilities. It's not difficult to smash a sandbag, but he didn't dodge or retreat at all. We felt as if we were up against an indestructible shield. After all, they still belong to the realm of humanity and have not exhibited excessively extraordinary performances. What truly rattles these bodyguards is the phenomenon of kinetic energy absorption. Under normal circumstances, when they land a powerful punch on an opponent, one would expect at least a couple of steps back, if not an immediate injury. Even when faced with a formidable adversary, there would typically be some defensive maneuvers to counteract the force of the blow, creating a window for retaliation. Yet, Yinan exhibits none of this. When their fists strike him, it feels as though the very force is absorbed entirely. This complete absence of recoil leaves them somewhat stiff and drained of energy after their strikes. And then, a slap comes crashing down. Who can they turn to for justification? This implies that they are utterly at his mercy. Murong Xian, feeling a twinge of frustration as his subordinates attempt to counsel him. The opponent has clearly held back. While slapping is undeniably humiliating, it does not inflict serious harm. It serves more as a warning than retaliation. If these individuals are truly foolish enough to be unable to comprehend this, then they shall bear the consequences. Murong Xian has not yet lost his composure, but the burning sensation on his face fills him with profound humiliation. He gestures for one of his subordinates to approach. Then, in a fit of rage, begins to unleash a flurry of slaps. Golden bell cover, iron cloth shirt, martial arts master. After a dozen slaps, the unfortunate bodyguard finds blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Only then does Murong Xian wave his hand, dismissing them. He had never realized how gratifying it could be to slap someone. As he touches the slightly heated palm of his hand, he begins to mutter to himself. Thoughts swirl in his mind as he swiftly adjusts his mindset. Since the onset of the natural disasters, he has received news from home. While others may panic in the face of calamity, he remains unfazed. For those in power, chaos brings greater opportunity. Murong Xian's father, leveraging his connections, has become one of the administrators of the refuge in City S. This is the reason behind Murong Xian's audacity. Throughout this journey, even the team leader must regard him with a measure of respect. Realizing the strength of his backing, Murong Xian immediately resolves to fulfill his ambition of the past 2 years, to secure Shenqing. Little did he expect that, just as he extended his claws, he would encounter Yinan. Nevertheless, it matters not. Since their destination is also City S, opportunities abound for Murong Xian. For now, he contemplates a strategic adjustment. Quite simply, if he cannot outmaneuver his opponent, it is time to engage in rational discourse. Having arrived at this conclusion, he changes into a flamboyant purple suit. Satisfied with his appearance in the mirror, he strides confidently before Yinan's EV-80. Not yet satiated, as Yinan steps out of the vehicle, he is taken aback to find that Murong Xian has not brought any bodyguards. This unexpected turn leaves Yinan puzzled. Unable to discern Murong Xian's intentions, as Yinan approaches, Murong Xian instinctively recoils, instinctively attempting to shield his face, only to recover and feign composure. Mr. Yi, I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. You likely do not know me. My name is Murong Xian, and my father is one of the administrators of the refuge in City S. I have heard that your family is also in City S. We will need to look out for one another on the road ahead. Despite feeling a twinge of annoyance at the proclamation of my father as Li Gang, Yinan cannot deny that Murong Xian's identity carries significant weight. In the upcoming tumultuous times, refuges will stand as humanity's last bastion. Moreover, as the severity of the disasters escalates, the power wielded by the refuge administrators will be nothing short of immense, akin to that of local emperors. It is no wonder that Murong Xian exudes such arrogance. Yet, Yinan is unfazed. If necessary, he shall simply avoid the refuge altogether. Based on the capabilities revealed by the current system, ensuring survival poses no issue. Observing Murong Xian's verbose demeanor, Yinan cannot help but interject, speak plainly. Murong Xian is taken aback. He had not anticipated that even after invoking his father's status, Yinan's demeanor would remain largely unchanged. However, he presses on. I wish to hire you as my bodyguard. Not interested. Why Yinan rejects him outright without a second thought. Murong Xian, once again interrupted, finds his expression becoming increasingly unnatural. Are you not curious about what I can offer you? Still not interested. After being interrupted multiple times, Murong Xian's teeth begin to chatter in frustration. Taking several deep breaths, he finally manages to regain his composure and speaks patiently. Please allow me to finish my words. He recognizes that Yinan is not one to be easily swayed, and his words begin to flow rapidly. The official convoy has a fixed route and will certainly not head to City S. But I can procure navigation. This statement halts Yinan's movement towards the vehicle. The navigation Murong Xian refers to is not merely a satellite map. As previously mentioned, the situation with the disasters changes constantly, and various factors can impact the roads. Only official satellites can provide real-time updates on road conditions. Relying solely on ordinary maps, no matter how good one's sense of direction, becomes futile when faced with altered landscapes. Originally, Yinan's plan was to follow the official convoy to the assembly point and then set off on a different route. The risks involved are self-evident. Even without outsiders, he could utilize the base vehicle for passage. However, should the roads be blocked, it would inevitably waste time. With the situation concerning his grandparents unclear, Finding them sooner would be for the best. Seeing Yinan pause, Murong Xian breathes a sigh of relief. Feeling he has gained some measure of initiative, and his tone grows increasingly arrogant. Casting a glance at the unremarkable Wuling EV-80, pride wells up in his eyes. Moreover, with that vehicle of yours, you will never reach your destination. I possess far more detailed weather forecasts. Once the cold front from the north crosses this mountain range, it will advance southward at an alarming speed. You are also from City A. You know better than anyone how terrifying the weather can be there. This is an electric vehicle, and there will be no charging stations along the way. Coupled with the low temperatures affecting the battery, have you considered how you will manage to survive in that icy wilderness should your vehicle break down? He gestures toward his convoy. All of these vehicles have been modified to withstand extreme weather conditions. If you agree to become my bodyguard, I can offer you the second RV. Furthermore, once we reach the refuge in City S, I can ensure the best living conditions for your family. Of course, there are unspoken implications. Once Yinan becomes his subordinate, how Shenqing is dealt with will undoubtedly fall under his purview. In fact, once they arrive at the refuge, Yinan's fate will be entirely at his discretion. Chapter 28. Discomforting perspectives. Murong Xian grows increasingly self-assured as he speaks. In his view, the conditions he presents are simply impossible to refuse. So much so that he steps forward, placing a hand on Yinan's shoulder. What do you think? You are a capable individual. If you follow me, in the future, slap. The resounding slap sends Murong Xian stumbling back several steps. Yinan brushes off the non-existent dust from his shoulder. Why apologies? But your arrogant demeanor is simply too provoking to ignore. Murong Xian's face flushes with anger, and he stammers, Do you know the consequences of rejecting me? Do you no longer wish to go to City S? You have only just met Shenqing. Is it worth it to offend a refuge administrator? Yinan cannot be bothered to respond. He raises his hand in a gesture as if to slap again, causing Murong Xian to flee in fright, resembling a lost dog. This entire scene is witnessed by Yi Bei and Shenqing, who are leaning against the car window. What do you think? My brother is quite handsome, isn't he? Yi Bei nudges Shenqing with her shoulder. Shenqing shoots her a glance, but internally, she is filled with joy. Although Murong Xian did not explicitly state it, anyone could guess his intentions. Offering such generous conditions to win Yinan over is merely a ploy to compel him to relinquish Shenqing. Shenqing is all too aware of the fate that awaits her should she fall into the hands of this wealthy scion. She simply did not anticipate that he would resort to such forceful tactics amid the chaos. When Murong Xian revealed his identity as the Prince of the Refuge in City S, Shenqing's heart sank. She understands all too well that the world has changed. As everyone seeks refuge. The ideals of freedom and equality will vanish without a trace. In times of scarcity, the notion of freedom and democracy becomes a mere joke. Though Yi Bei often jokes about herself, today marks the first meeting between her and Yinan. To offend the sole heir of a refuge administrator for her sake. Such a scenario is one Shenqing dares not even contemplate. Yet, Yinan has done exactly that, even going so far as to refuse to engage in conversation, leaving no room for negotiation. His response is simply too dashing. The thought of this causes a slight blush to rise on Shenqing's face. Does your brother truly like my type? Yi Bei covers her face, letting out a sigh of exasperation. Could you please have a bit more confidence in yourself? This treasure is undoubtedly a gem among gems. Before Shenqing can fully grasp what Yi Bei means by treasure, Yi Bei has already reached out in a playful manner. Ugh, too big. My little hand cannot grasp it. Suddenly, Shenqing gasps in surprise as she is unexpectedly groped. However, just as the two begin to playfully tussle, Yinan steps into the vehicle. Observing the two girls entangled in a playful scuffle, their clothing askew and revealing more than intended, especially where Yi Bei's hands are positioned, Yinan's forehead is lined with dark, dense lines of discontent. Since childhood, he has doted on this younger sister of his without reservation. One could even say he has fulfilled the role of both father and mother to the utmost degree. It would not be an exaggeration to say he has taken on both parental roles. Thus, witnessing the scene before him fills Yinan with a complex mix of emotions. It is important to note that Yi Bei is quite beautiful. Therefore, as an older brother, Yinan has gone to great lengths to drive away any undesirable suitors from her side. Back in high school, he fought numerous battles to deter those ruffians from bothering Yi Bei. A solitary individual engages in a brawl against a group of people. Countless times, he has contemplated the prospect of his sister bringing a boyfriend home, pondering how he, as her older brother, should safeguard her interests. However, he has never considered the scenario in which she might introduce a girlfriend instead. I saw nothing. After a moment's reflection, Yinan turned and walked away, silently resolving to treat her as if she had merely gained an additional sister. I am an open-minded brother. No, brother. Let me explain. Yi Bei keenly sensed the peculiar glint in Yinan's eyes and hastily released Shen Qing. Yet, no matter how long he explained, only Yinan knew whether he believed him or not. Now, about this Morong Xian, what is the situation? The trio settled back into the car, and only then did Yinan find the opportunity to inquire about Morong Xian's circumstances. His destination was also S-City, and he had access to an official navigation system, which compelled Yinan to take him seriously, for the fact that the other party was the heir of the S-City shelter. Yinan dismissed it entirely. With the system at his disposal, how could he possibly degrade himself to being someone's lackey in such chaotic times? After picking up their grandparents, given the condition of the base vehicle, they need not necessarily head to the shelter. Shen Qing's cheeks still bore a rosy hue as she took a deep breath and began to speak. He is my suitor. From the very first day of our freshman year, he began to pursue me. Initially, it was quite normal, gifts and invitations to outings. However, I felt that our family backgrounds were too disparate, so I consistently declined. Yet, regardless of how I resisted, he remained undeterred, persistently pursuing me for over a year. Yinan's expression turned curious. Such devotion? Yet, what was with his current demeanor, akin to a village tyrant forcefully claiming a woman? Was he driven to extremes out of humiliation, knowing the world had ended? Yi Bei, however, scoffed coldly. Devotion? Initially, we too believed it to be such. It was only when one of our roommates became pregnant that we realized he had been pursuing Shen Qing while simultaneously engaging with dozens of other partners over the course of that year. When we confronted him with the evidence, this scoundrel had the audacity to claim that these encounters were merely attempts to fill the void left by his unrequited love for Shen Qing. It was all a matter of transactional relationships, with Shen Qing being his one true love he could not forsake. Disgusting. After recounting this, Yi Bei felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Yinan was equally at a loss for words, struck by a profound sense of disbelief. He couldn't help but think that he had been too lenient with his slaps. In a wonder, they felt an inexplicable aversion towards each other during their encounters. It must have stemmed from a clash of values. Shen Qing was the most exasperated of all. Morong Xian could not possibly harbor love for her. He likely could not accept the sting of rejection. Therefore, upon the collapse of order, he was all too eager to assert control. She felt fortunate that Yinan appeared in time. Otherwise, given Morong Xian's influence, she might not have been able to depart even after boarding a bus. Reflecting on his power, Shen Qing felt a headache coming on. I'm sorry for causing you to offend him. Since you allowed me to board your vehicle, we are now teammates. Such words imply distance. Yinan waved his hand, offering comfort to Shen Qing. Moreover, he couldn't do anything to us. Upon hearing Yinan regard him as a teammate, Shen Qing felt a rush of joy. She feared that Yinan might see her as a burden. Considering the state of their team, she began to worry. Should we perhaps change vehicles? I know the location of the Auto City in B City. Perhaps we could find a suitable vehicle there. Ahem. Seeing that Yi Bei also agreed with Shen Qing's suggestion, they all turned to Yinan with apprehensive expressions, continuously brainstorming strategies for their impending journey through the apocalypse. Yinan suddenly felt a mischievous thought arise. A particular line floated to the forefront of his mind. Step aside. I'm about to show off. Chapter 29. Using high-tech to impress the ladies. Though Yinan believed Shen Qing ought to be Yi Bei's girlfriend, preferably the latter, he recognized that she was still an outsider, and thus the matters concerning the system must remain confidential. Fortunately, prior to transforming into the EV-80, he had already made preparations. As for insulation and heat retention, I need not elaborate. Yinan pointed at the thermometer by the window. The internal temperature of the vehicle was a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius, an optimal, refreshing temperature. Yi Bei and Shen Qing exchanged glances, only then recalling that during the hot pot meal, they had both removed their outer garments. Immersed in the steaming hot pot, they had not noticed anything amiss. Shortly after finishing their meal, Morong Xian's sudden arrival drew their attention. Although the cold front had yet to fully invade B City, the temperature had already dipped below freezing, and flurries of snow danced outside. Before boarding the vehicle, they had bundled themselves in layers, yet now they were clad in only thermal underwear. even when Yinan opened the door. They felt no chill. Upon realizing this, Xinqing's face flushed crimson, and she shyly put her outer clothing back on. Her figure was rather pronounced, and having previously worn more clothing, she had not felt self-conscious until now. Yinan politely turned his back, though his mind was filled with the image of Xinqing crossing her arms over her chest. Indeed, she must be a girlfriend. Wouldn't this heating method consume an excessive amount of electricity? Yi Bei voiced her concerns. Xinqing, now dressed, echoed her thoughts. Indeed, we could wear more layers, thus reducing the need for high heating. Electric heating must be quite power-hungry. To this, Yinan was well prepared. He tapped the roof of the vehicle. Inside is a miniature wind turbine generator. In weather like this, the electricity generated could even suffice to charge the pickup truck. He had employed this tactic before. After all, such weather rarely permitted sunlight, making solar panels seem impractical. Theoretically, a wind turbine generator could indeed be installed on a vehicle. However, to achieve sufficient charging efficiency, size and weight are typically non-negligible, which is why few opt for such modifications. No matter, the drawbacks are the concerns of the modification factory. Why Yinan claimed its existence without fear of inspection. Tio reassured the two women. Yinan exaggeratedly pointed to the dashboard displaying the remaining battery power. Upon seeing that there were still 130 degrees of power left, with charging efficiency exceeding consumption, the two ladies finally relaxed. This vehicle is remarkable. Xinqing gazed up at the roof, her expression one of awe, as if her gaze could penetrate the interior materials to see the wind turbine generator above. Moreover, it emitted no discernible noise. This was one of the reasons vehicles typically do not utilize wind turbines. The most common wind turbines resemble large white fans found in wind farms, often seen in coastal cities. They appear quite romantic from a distance. However, these installations must be situated far from residential areas due to the blades tips reaching terrifying speeds of over 300 kilometers per hour, comparable to high-speed trains. Consequently, the noise generated during operation is immense, a challenge that nearly all wind turbines face. Savoring the astonishment of his two admirers, Yinan stomped his foot. With extended shock absorbers and specialized snow tires, coupled with the pickup's mutual support, our off-road capability would rival that of their motorhomes. No, I would assert we are far superior, as their heavy-duty RVs, being excessively weighty, are more prone to getting stuck. That leaves only the issue of food and water. Why Yi Bei patted her slightly protruding belly. That hot pot was truly delightful. Enjoying a meal like that in this weather was pure bliss. Yet, the thought of needing to ration food in the future brought a tinge of sadness. Little did she know, this vehicle possessed an extraordinary feature for food preparation, capable of serving 5 people. Encompassing breakfast, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea, and supper. In truth, only Lindong and Yinan would be able to consume their rations fully. The 2 girls and 1 child would not only avoid starvation but might even overindulge. Of course, Yinan had to maintain a facade. Fortunately, he had pilfered plenty of food during their raid on the supermarket. He opened the dining cabinet, revealing its bountiful contents to the 2 women. With the provisions available, we could feast for months without exhausting the supplies within. Hooray! Yi Bei was elated. With food, shelter, and transportation secured, this apocalyptic world suddenly felt brimming with safety. Brother, you are incredible. How did you come by this vehicle? And when did you become so formidable? Yi Bei extended her dainty fist, mimicking a fighter in front of her. This was likely the one question Yinan could not adequately explain. However, it mattered little. He did not need to clarify everything in detail. Why Yinan offered a faint smile, donning a deliberately enigmatic expression. A secret. Emotional value 100. Emotional value 100. Indeed, the allure of mystery was simply too effective. Yi Bei was accustomed to her brother's indulgence. She tugged at Yinan's hair, playfully protesting his evasiveness. This interaction caused Yinan to overlook the way Xinqing gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with an almost overwhelming brilliance. Yet, had he noticed, he might have mistakenly believed it was directed at his sister. Alas, his mischievous sister turned out to be quite the straightforward girl. Why Yinan found himself uncertain whether to feel delighted or concerned. The 2 individuals had not engaged in their scuffle for long when Lin Dong approached. His expression was rather grim. Our supplies have been withheld. Before the convoy sets off, each vehicle is typically allocated provisions of food and water for a day or 2, along with gasoline, to ensure that everyone can keep pace with the group. Yi Nan and his companions certainly did not lack these essentials. However, whether they had enough was their own concern. Failing to provide what was due was undoubtedly their fault. It was likely the doing of Morong Xian. Yi Nan nodded in understanding, quickly deducing the reason. From Morong Xian's previous remarks, it was evident that he wielded considerable influence within this convoy. It was even possible that the leader had connections on his father's side. After being rebuffed by Yi Nan, it was only natural that the other party would take some form of action. Bring Xiaoling over, Yi Nan decided, gesturing to the little girl in the pickup truck. I'll drive the pickup. Ever since he mistakenly assumed that Shen Qing was his sister's girlfriend, Yi Nan felt somewhat like a third wheel, especially after the rather intimate scene that had just unfolded upon boarding the vehicle. To be candid, it was quite provocative. Yet, that was his own sister, and her girlfriend, no less. Yi Nan felt it would be prudent to maintain some distance. Chapter 30. New task. 10,000 emotional points, huh? Then who will drive this vehicle? Lin Dong inquired, somewhat puzzled. He was more than willing to have Xiao Ling come over. After all, no matter how much the pickup had been modified, the comfort and safety of the rear RV were undoubtedly superior. However, glancing at Yi Bei and then at Shen Qing, his instincts told him that these two might not even possess driver's licenses. Right, brother? You can't possibly want me to drive, can you? Yi Bei exclaimed. Eager to seize an opportunity for Shen Qing to become her sister and law. It was rather disheartening that her brother had bolted first. This vehicle is equipped with an intelligent following system, capable of autonomous driving. No one needs to operate it, Yi Nan revealed, dropping the pretense. After all, Lin Dong had witnessed him transform into a living vehicle. Shen Qing had just been astonished by the various high-tech features on board. So adding an autonomous driving function seemed only reasonable. Is it really that impressive? Lin Dong marveled once more, feeling that Yi Nan always managed to surprise him. But then, why the sudden vehicle change? Yi Bei found herself at a loss for words. Yet seeing Shen Qing's disappointed expression behind her, she pressed on for the sake of her sister and law. Yi Nan had already prepared his rationale. I'm switching with Uncle Lin. It'll make the journey easier and safer. Given that the trip ahead would likely be lengthy, and considering the lack of driving assistance in the pickup, navigating through the snowstorm would be challenging. Having someone alternate driving would indeed enhance safety. This reasoning was sound enough that even Yi Bei could not contest it further. However, Xiao Ling had stepped closer to Yi Nan, her eyes sparkling with perceptive wisdom. Is it truly just for safety? Or are you trying to avoid something? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yi Nan suddenly envisioned the scene of Yi Bei and Shen Qing embracing. He quickly cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. There's ice cream, chocolate, and small cakes on the vehicle. Why, Yi Bei? Let us get on board. It's freezing out here. The little girl, ultimately tempted by her sweet tooth, promptly changed her stance. Once they were all inside the vehicle, Yi Nan finally sighed in relief. This arrangement was preferable. Separating the genders would surely make life more convenient. Not long after Yi Nan boarded, the intercom crackled to announce the departure. We are now setting off. Please remember your vehicle numbers, and we will communicate via those numbers. Yi Nan and his companions found themselves positioned in the middle of the convoy. The pickup was designated as number 12, while the RV was number 13. The journey will take approximately 4 hours. We aim to reach the transit station before nightfall, where we will temporarily camp for the night. As the leader's voice faded, the group proceeded in an orderly fashion. While Lin Dong was behind the wheel, his gaze remained fixed on the rearview mirror. Though he had already experienced Yi Nan's remarkable abilities, witnessing the EV-80 truly keep pace was astonishing. It's moving. It's really moving on its own. The surreal spectacle invoked astonishment among a few girls on their private intercom. During the autonomous driving phase, the steering wheel adjusted accordingly. Until now, such scenes had primarily been the stuff of horror films. Confirming the safety of the vehicle behind him, Lin Dong's attention returned to the matter of the withheld supplies. What's the situation with that Morong Xian? Yi Nan briefly outlined his identity, the sole heir of the S-City shelter manager, and a suitor of Shen Qing. The rest of the tale was rather cliché. With a moment's contemplation, Lin Dong grasped the situation. After a brief pause, he sighed, then we can't go to the S-City shelter. Not necessarily, Yi Nan countered, shaking his head. Lin Dong initially looked perplexed but quickly caught on. You intend to... He gestured across his throat. Yi Nan nodded. Given the other party's disposition, allowing him to return to S-City alive might mean that entry into the shelter would be out of the question. But it's fine. There will be plenty of opportunities on the road. The key is to first get a hold of their navigation system. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before speaking again. Wang Lauer's death wasn't an accident, was it? Yi Nan smiled slightly. Indeed not. However, as long as no one discovers the evidence, it can only be deemed an accident. Lin Dong nodded. Let us not let Xiao Ling find out. Rest assured, I know my limits. After a prolonged silence, Lin Dong let out a deep sigh. He had seen the state of Wang Lauer's demise. While he was not a figure deserving of sympathy, the abrupt confrontation with such choices was unsettling for those who had lived in peaceful times. Yet, that discomfort was merely a fleeting sentiment. Lin Dong understood well that he and Yi Nan could only advance or retreat together. Regardless of the reasons, having offended the other party meant one could not expect mercy. Only the deceased could be trusted to guarantee there would be no retaliation. Not long after their conversation, as Yi Nan prepared to continue his game, the system notification echoed in his mind. Task issued. Acquire 10,000 emotional points. Task reward. Activate arm zone. Instantly, Yi Nan's expression sour.it wasn't that the task was particularly arduous. Thus far, the system had never issued an unachievable task. Thanks to the accumulation over the past 2 days, especially the substantial emotional points provided by Wang Lauer prior to his demise, as well as the continuous contributions from Morong Xian and his bodyguards, Yi Nan currently possessed over 8,000 emotional points. The issue lay with the reward. He had discerned the system's pattern. Despite its unreliability, it always presented rewards at the most opportune moments. Thus, the system seemed to suggest that he would require an armed convoy for the journey ahead. He retrieved his phone. Previously, internal communications relied solely on walkie-talkies. Yet, despite repeated warnings, some individuals still succumbed to the tedium of the journey, engaging in idle chatter that hindered the leader's organizational efforts. Consequently, the officials hastily developed an app enabling localized network communication. Utilizing the signal from the lead vehicle, short-range communication became possible, allowing the masses to interact and alleviate their stress. Yi Nan attempted to navigate the app. The interface was refreshingly simple, capable of sending messages, voice notes, and photos or videos. It bore a resemblance to the initial version of WeChat. The group chat buzzed with activity, with many exchanging information, primarily inquiring about their hometowns. Hardly had he picked it up when he received a notification. It was from Morong Xian. Do you know what you've been denied? Accompanying the message was a photo he had taken, showcasing the official supplies. Clearly, he feared Yi Nan and his companions were unaware of who had withheld their provisions. I hope your supplies are sufficient to last until you reach S-City. Of course, rest assured, I shan't partake in these. I prefer this 5A, grade Wagyu steak. Another photo followed, featuring a sumptuous steak, red wine, and romantic candles nearby. It was a quintessential influencer-style shot. Yet, Morong Xian appeared quite pleased. After sending the message, he eagerly bit into the neatly sliced steak, only for his expression to sour as he found it nearly inedible. Infuriated, he spat it onto the face of the subordinate beside him. Emotional points 5-0'd. Yi Nan observed the system notification, bemused. You flaunt your meal only to end up angry? Before he could respond, Yi Bei could no longer contain herself. Chapter 31. The Frenzy of Birds, and do you know what you cannot attain? Yi Bei retorted, mimicking Morong Xian's tone as she sent her own photo. It captured the steaming hot pot they had just enjoyed: beef, tofu skin, vegetables, and a bubbling red oil broth. Smack! The phone was slammed onto the table. Morong Xian's temper flared as he struggled to contain his breath. He was well aware of the state of his steak. Yet, Yi Bei's hot pot appeared undeniably appetizing. How could there be anything unpalatable about hot pot? His eyes widened in fury as he glared at his subordinates. Weren't you instructed to seize their supplies? Why can they still enjoy hot pot? Young master, there were no hot pot ingredients in the supplies. They must have brought their own provisions, one subordinate clarified. Upon hearing this, Morong Xian quickly pieced together the implications. Yet, he remained incensed. The disaster had struck so suddenly that many people hadn't had the chance to carry more than a couple of bottles of water when they fled. Thus, without the guarantee of official supplies, they would undoubtedly face famine. Furthermore, the Wuling EV-80's design was that of a light passenger vehicle, which passenger vehicle would have hot pot ingredients on hand. Wait a moment, passenger vehicles? As Morong Xian pondered, he sensed he had stumbled upon a loophole. He scrutinized the details of the photo again. Due to Yi Bei's haste in taking the picture, only the items on the table were captured. With no people or details from the RV visible, in other words, there was no evidence to prove that this was a photo taken today. Humph. Using stock images to deceive me? How naive. After finding a reason for himself, his mood became somewhat more comfortable. However, unexpectedly, Yinan's message, though delayed, eventually arrived. Is your face still hurting? Emotion points 100. Emotion points 100. Emotion points 100. Although Murong Xian did not respond to any messages, Yinan's system provided him with an answer. Can it not hurt? Of course not. Murong Xian had never been hit in his life. Today, he was struck, and right on the face. As long as Yinan remains unscathed, merely recalling it brings Murong Xian pain. Yet, he genuinely has no effective means to counter this at present. His strength is insufficient, severing resources did not elicit a response, and he could not even outshine the other in sharing images. Just as Murong Xian pondered how to create chaos, the entire ground began to tremble violently. Everyone in the convoy felt as though they were driving amidst waves, the vehicle swaying incessantly. The leader reacted swiftly, immediately issuing commands. Stabilize the steering, slow down and stop. Thanks to his orders, just as the convoy came to a halt, a multitude of birds and beasts swooped down from the sky, darkening the air like a storm cloud pursuing the convoy. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded like a barrage of cannonballs striking the roof. The incessant clamor bombarded everyone inside the vehicle. Faintly, one could hear the shattering of glass and the piercing screams of women. The avian swarm descended swiftly and departed just as rapidly. The tremors of the earthquake were uncertain as to when they ceased. However, the aftershocks from the earlier quake, though mild, indicated that no significant tremors were likely to occur in the near future. The situation regarding the birds had already been reported, yet the behavior of these wild beasts was unpredictable. Consequently, the convoy would be equipped with weapons subsequently. Until then, all they could do was exercise caution. After the leader communicated with the dispatch center, he provided an explanation for the recent calamity. Yet, this did little to comfort the people, for during the avian assault, 3 vehicles had their windows shattered. The flock had invaded the interiors, attacking the occupants with a frenzied ferocity. In mere minutes, the flesh and blood of those inside were nearly devoured. Among the 3 vehicles, only one girl survived. She had hidden beneath the seat, protecting herself with luggage, clothing, and her own body. When the leader's team arrived to rescue, the mother's entire back, along with her internal organs, had vanished without a trace, yet she remained steadfastly shielding her daughter. The girl who survived was named Li Yuwei. She was assigned to Murong Xian's RV. Under the leader's orders, upon witnessing the gruesome scene in those vehicles, everyone maintained a solemn silence. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the convoy was palpably stifled as they resumed their journey. The sudden appearance of the birds lingered ominously in everyone's hearts. Should we reinforce our vehicle? Upon Lin Dong's return, his expression was grim. Yinan tapped on the glass, producing a dull thud. The triple-layered laminated bulletproof glass could withstand small-caliber sniper rifles at close range. Yet, against wild beasts, it should suffice. However, as he spoke, he did not appear entirely at ease. After all, the sight of being encircled by frenzied beasts was indeed terrifying. The 2 men had fared relatively well, but the 3 girls inside the EV-80, despite Yinan's repeated assurances of safety, were still frightened to tears. When Yinan and Lin Dong approached to check, they found the girls clinging to each other without abandon. Of course, Xiao Ling clung to Lin Dong, while Shen Qing and Yi Bei clung to Yinan and Yi Bei was all right, but Shen Qing's body pressed against Yinan made it difficult for him to maintain composure. Ultimately, the 3 girls opted to move to the pickup truck's bed. Once the RV activated its automatic follow function, it was sufficient to let it run along. After all, the back seat of the pickup was spacious. And during the 3-hour journey, the 3 girls could chat and nap to pass the time. Observing from the rearview mirror the 3 bundled up in blankets whispering, Yinan couldn't help but smile wryly. It did indeed evoke a sense of an apocalyptic atmosphere. Fortunately, the remainder of the journey proceeded without incident, and as dusk approached, the convoy safely arrived at the assembly point. They would spend the night here and continue their journey at dawn. Everyone disembarked to stretch and attend to their physiological needs, boiling water, and the like. Murong Xian deliberately passed by Yinan and his group. When his gaze landed on Shen Qing, it brimmed with provocation. Li Yuwei hooked her arm through his, appearing to have calmed down. One could not deny that Murong Xian possessed striking features. Coupled with his prominent lineage, He naturally exuded an air of safety that easily attracted the attention of women. Yi Bei, witnessing this, felt incensed and rolled up his sleeves, ready to rescue the girl from peril. Fortunately, Shun Qing held onto her tightly, granting Yi Nan the opportunity to speak. Don't make a fuss. We can't help too many people. Yi Nan's words left Yi Bei somewhat resigned. Yet he had no choice but to relent. As for the ostentatious Morong Xian, Yi Nan merely raised a hand, causing him to immediately lose several hundred emotion points before he hurriedly took Li Yue away. However, this lad was not one to give up so easily. Once back in the RV, he began messaging Yi Nan and the others on his phone. It was the same old story of steak and red wine. In the urgency of the moment, his subordinates had no time to procure supplies and had simply thrown the meat from the hotel's cold storage onto the vehicle before hastily departing to pick up people. However, this time, the situation was much improved. Morong Xian had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Although Li Yue's culinary skills could not match a professional chef, they were certainly far superior to those of his bodyguards. The steak, being a fine product, had been expertly prepared, resulting in an exquisite taste. Yet, before Morong Xian could adequately express his delight, Yi Bei shared their dinner. Chapter 32. Mission accomplished. Armed zone unlocked. Cheese lobster. The lobster was as thick as an adult's forearm, large and succulent, an Australian delicacy. The cheese, hailing from Switzerland, was rich with nutty and floral notes, possessing a fine texture. Alas, you could only see the picture, unable to smell the aroma. Otherwise, it would truly tantalize your senses. Yi Bei vividly described the photo, embellishing it with commentary and exclamations. Fortunately, you could not smell it. Otherwise, the unattainable would only intensify your suffering. Morong Xian had yet to swallow his first bite of steak. As he chewed, it suddenly lost its flavor. Was the steak delicious? Indeed, particularly after his subordinates had ruined food like it was nothing. The steak cooked by Li Yue felt like a redemption for Morong Xian's taste buds. However, as the saying goes, comparison brings disdain. Steak, nothing but steak. Throughout the day, he had consumed nothing but steak. Not even a cherry tomato had crossed his lips. Were it not for the emergency supplies provided by the authorities, including instant noodles and ham sausages, Morong Xian would have likely starved. Yet no matter how delightful the food, after a day of it, the prospect of consuming it for several more days rendered even the most delectable dish tasteless, especially considering he had initially intended to flaunt these delicacies, but soon discovered that his counterpart was faring even better. Impossible! I refuse to believe that your decrepit Wuling van has lobster aboard. Morong Xian, disregarding his meal, swiftly sent out a message. Indeed, Wuling and lobster were entirely mismatched. Even suggesting that lobster could be transported in a Wuling was absurd. The EV-80 was a passenger vehicle, not a cargo truck. How could it be that, by mere chance, they had lobster and cheese on board? This must be an internet hoax. You have no supplies and are merely feigning abundance. How amusing! In response to Morong Xian's inquiries, Yi Bei was too disinterested to engage in banter. He merely opened the car door and held out a plate of fragrant cheese lobster for Morong Xian to glimpse from afar. To be honest, he could not see it clearly, but he did catch a glimpse of the lobster's distinctive tailed eye in that moment. Though the wind outside howled fiercely, Morong Xian felt as if he could smell the aroma of the cheese lobster from several meters away. His mouth watered uncontrollably. Nonsense. Shen Qing pulled Yi Bei back. Do you not understand the principle of not revealing one's wealth? She ruffled Yi Bei's hair. Be cautious. He may resort to desperate measures and concoct some devious scheme. We should simply enjoy our meal in peace. Yi Bei was unyielding. Humph. Who told him to be so ostentatious and to withhold our supplies? I want him to eat in frustration. Pfft, you have a point. Xiao Ling chimed in, pulling out her phone to snap a photo of the strawberry cake and send it out. We still have dessert after our meal. Shen Qing looked on in exasperation. Glancing at Yinan.is, this truly all right? Shen Qing had always perceived Morong Xian as trouble-drawn by her own actions. If possible, she genuinely wished to avoid further entanglements with him, especially out of concern for Yinan's feelings. Thus, her reaction was so pronounced. Unbeknownst to her, Yinan remained silent primarily due to the incessant system notifications chiming in his head. Emotion points 50, emotion points 80. This was perhaps the joy of idly leveling up. Since the task was issued, he needed only an additional 2,000 emotion points, and he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Merely relying on Yi Bei and Mo Rongxian's online banter had already accomplished the majority of it. Compared to the previous two tasks, this was a breeze. Indeed, having teammates is quite beneficial. As for worries about revealing wealth, never mind. After all, Mo Rongxian could do nothing to him. Dio put it even more boldly. Who in this convoy could possibly contend with Yinan? It's fine, let them be, he reassured Xinqing before continuing his meal. The lobster was truly delectable. He had never been able to afford it before. And now he must showcase it properly. Mo Rongxian found himself at a loss, remaining quiet until everyone had eaten their fill and prepared for sleep, without seeking further trouble. Xinqing sighed in relief. Yet Yinan was not pleased. Emotion points balance, 9760. With just over 200 points needed to complete the task, how could this young man consider giving up midway? Thus, after soothing the crowd and ensuring the three girls retired for the night, Yinan, under Lin Dong's astonished gaze, approached Mo Rongxian's RV. He knocked twice on the door, and a bodyguard promptly answered. Upon seeing Yinan, the bodyguard was taken aback, immediately contacting others via the intercom while brandishing a knife from the kitchen, his face a mask of vigilance. The RV was spacious, with the rear section partitioned into a room. Hearing the commotion, Mo Rongxian also emerged, clad in a white bathrobe, barefoot, the belt around his waist still unfastened. Li Yue followed closely behind, her attire disheveled and her complexion flushed. It was evident that Yinan's arrival had interrupted their illicit rendezvous. What do you want? Mo Rongxian stammered, betraying a hint of fear. However, Yinan paid him no heed. Glancing instead at the bodyguard wielding the knife, he stepped forward, disregarding the threat posed by the blade, and with a swift motion, he knocked the bodyguard unconscious, tossing him out the door. This action startled the remaining two. Li Yue quickly retreated into the room. Mo Rongxian wished to flee as well, but under Yinan's scrutinizing gaze, he felt his legs weaken, rendering him unable to move. Don't you dare act recklessly. If anything were to happen to me, my father would never let you get away with it, he threatened, his voice trembling with fear. This was the last card Mo Rongxian had to play. After all, their group had connections to a refuge. Should Yinan truly kill him, the refuge would soon be alerted. At that point, not only would they be hunted by the refuge's inhabitants, but even his grandparents in City S could potentially be implicated. The supplies of our convoy were all withheld by you, weren't they? Yinan stated, though he did not truly need a reason. However, given the existing animosity, he felt compelled to seek an explanation. Mo Rongxian dared not speak. Denial was futile, although he had never directly confessed to the act. Admitting it was equally daunting. Why Yinan wasn't genuinely interested in questioning him. He merely intended to deliver a couple of slaps to fulfill a task assigned by the system. Yet upon seeing Li Yue, he felt it was too unfair to Mo Rongxian. This man had just lost his family today, and Yinan was intruding upon his vulnerability. Our relationship is mutual. It has nothing to do with you, Mo Rongxian retorted, though fear gnawed at him. Xinqing was taken from you. What more do you want? Mutual? It better be truly mutual, Yinan scoffed. Yet he acknowledged that such matters were beyond his purview. He wasn't a stallion who sought to take every woman he encountered. He had only taken Xinqing because she was his sister and law at Li Yue, on the other hand, was a stranger, and he had no right to interfere. However, just because it wasn't his business didn't mean he couldn't impose his will. But I believe that given the recent loss of her family, you ought to show some respect, he admonished, without waiting for Mo Rongxian to comprehend his words. Yinan executed a swift kick, not enough to render him impotent, but sufficient to ensure he would not pose a threat to the girl for the next few days. Ignoring Mo Rongxian's cries of agony, Yinan returned to the pickup truck, satisfied. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Task completed. Arm zone unlocked successfully. Chapter 33. Force field shield unlocked upon the unlocking of the arm zone's contents. Yinan's eyes widened in astonishment. An arsenal? No. It ought to be a military factory. In addition to an array of conventional firearms, there were drones, robotic dogs, and mechanized troops. Why Yinan even spotted an option for producing powered exoskeletons. This is a man's playground, Yinan thought, almost without deliberation. He selected the manufacturing option, then. Insufficient materials. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that not only weapon manufacturing but even ammunition production required Yinan to provide the corresponding materials. The categorization was remarkably detailed. Gold, silver, copper, iron, aluminum. Wood, nitrate, cotton, gravel, plastic. In essence, the base vehicle was responsible solely for manufacturing. The materials required for production still had to be collected by Yinan himself. The system was considerate enough to equip the armed zone with a storage function. As long as Yinan drove the base vehicle near the materials, it would automatically gather them. Moreover, the material requirements were not stringent. As long as the corresponding elements were present, the base vehicle could decompose them independently. However, Yinan was quite displeased. I have a system now. Why are you still lecturing me on the conservation of matter? Nothing should come from nothing. He protested vehemently, yet regardless of his objections, he could not manufacture a single weapon. He could only drool over the powered exoskeletons. In truth, if one were to consider it, the Black Panther battlesuit he wore also qualified as a powered exoskeleton, and among the most cutting-edge nano-exoskeletons at that. Yet, as impressive as it was, it lacked the mechanical aesthetic of iron armor and couldn't fly, which was a definite shortcoming. Fortunately, there was a consolation prize. The weapons used by the base vehicle did not require Yinan to gather materials. Alongside the unlocking of the armed zone, a shield generator was also provided. This generator could produce a force field shield with a maximum diameter of 20 meters centered around the base vehicle. If this had been available during the day, Yinan could have parked the pickup next to the EV-80, preventing even the birds from colliding with the vehicle. A 20-meter protective force field, if Yinan desired, could even encompass the entire convoy. However, doing so would expose all of Yinan's secrets. As to activate the full power of the shield, the base vehicle had to revert to its original form. In any other configuration, the shield's range could only extend slightly beyond the vehicle's dimensions. For instance, with the current Wuling EV-80, to activate the force field, the pickup must be parked right next to it to stay within the protective range. Nodding in satisfaction, Yinan deemed it entirely adequate. After all, at this stage, his primary task was to ensure the safety of himself and his teammates. As for the powered exoskeletons, well, he silently promised himself he would construct them in the future. Having completed his task, Yinan returned to the pickup truck, where Lin Dong had already succumbed to sleep. As the de facto driver of the convoy, he spoke little, but bore the brunt of the labor. Yet, for the sake of Xiaoling, he uttered not a word of complaint. Parents often become accustomed to silently sacrificing behind the scenes. The three girls were resting in the RV, which boasted a larger bed. Especially the double-decker bed at the rear. It was no trouble for all three of them to squeeze in together. In fact, they had indeed done so. Despite the comfort and safety of the base vehicle, for them, this was still the first night spent outside in a post-apocalyptic environment. A little crowding was a small price to pay for the sense of security they had gained. Yinan conducted a brief check, finding nothing amiss, and subsequently fell asleep. However, his slumber was far from peaceful. In his dreams, he found himself back in City B, gazing at the sprawling mountains, their peaks cloaked in wind and snow, suddenly shrouded in a thick mist. A massive blanket of snow cascaded down the mountainside like a tsunami, accompanied by a deafening roar that made his ears ring. Yinan attempted to flee, only to be encircled by a multitude of birds and beasts. All the birds possessed blood-red vertical pupils, circling around him and forming a swirling vortex of black and red. Trapped within the eye of the storm, Yinan found himself unable to escape. Suddenly, Yinan jolted awake with a start, the noise so great that it startled Lin Dong beside him. What happened? Yinan, alert, scanned his surroundings. Quiet, dark, aside from the howling wind and swirling snow, the convoy appeared undisturbed. He shook his head, managing a wry smile. Just a nightmare. Lin Dong handed him a bottle of water. Too much had transpired in recent days. The reverse tides, hailstorms, snow disasters, Wang Laojiu, Zhao Cuiping, and countless others in the convoy whose names he did not know. These past few days had utterly upended their lives, and all of it had unfolded within merely 2 days. Yinan took the water, drinking half the bottle in one go. Perhaps I was too tense, he mused, glancing outside the truck window once more. No sign of anything unusual. He prepared to lie down again, but barely had his eyes closed when a faint wolf howl reached his ears. Almost reflexively, Yinan called upon the system to activate the base vehicle's force field shield. Simultaneously, he swiftly turned and leapt into the driver's seat. Bang! Before Yinan could even start the pickup, a tremendous crash resonated from the side of the vehicle. The truck shook slightly. Following the sound of the impact, a massive gray wolf swayed beside the truck, its head spinning in confusion. Behind it, Countless blood-red vertical pupils swiftly approached. A horde of wolves surged forth from the side of the forest, racing toward the stationary convoy like a gray hurricane, moving with astonishing speed. Bang! Crash! The sounds of the vehicle being struck and glass shattering filled the air. The previously tranquil night erupted into chaos. Those who had been slumbering were abruptly thrust into a nightmarish battlefield. Help! Help! Stay away! Stay away! Fear, screams, and wails filled the yard as the window shattered under the wolves' assault. The occupants inside became like fish trapped in a can, struggling desperately against the savage bites of the pack. Yet, unarmed as they were, they stood powerless against the wolves' vicious fangs. Roars and cries echoed. Each person's reaction varied, yet they all attracted more wolves to their plight. Nan reacted swiftly. The electric vehicle's powerful instantaneous output sent dust swirling into the air. 4 or 5 wolves charged into the cloud of smoke. Yet they collided with nothing. The pickup, initially parked in front of the Wuling EV-80, was suddenly jerked to the side, crashing against the EV-80. The force field shield activated fully, perfectly enveloping both vehicles in protection. Only then did Lin Dong begin to comprehend the situation. Where did these beasts come from? Just as Nan's maneuver had caused him to hit his head, he now disregarded the pain and scrambled into the passenger seat. Turning on the spotlight, the light illuminated the surroundings. The scene finally revealed itself to them. With just a glance, Lin Dong's complexion turned pale. Chapter 34. Night Battle with the Wolf Pack. Nan promptly switched off the searchlight, leaving only the low-beam headlights. The wolf pack had already detected the presence of the force field shield, with 7 or 8 wolves circling around it restlessly. Occasionally, they would leap and collide against it, creating ripples of bluish-green light in the dark night. Yet, even in the face of these creatures with glowing red eyes, it was preferable to the horrific scene unfolding behind them. Several vehicles in the convoy had already suffered shattered windows. Inside, some individuals had been bitten to death on the spot, while others were dragged out of the vehicles or fled on their own. However, their fates were all similar, torn apart by the wolves' sharp claws and fangs. Their clothes shredded and bellies ripped open. Many remained conscious until their intestines were dragged out, blood gushing forth amidst their anguished cries. The instinct to survive compelled them to struggle and flee. But in such dire circumstances, all their efforts only prolonged the agony before death, transforming the once pristine camp into a bloody, foul-smelling purgatory. Nan placed a reassuring hand on Lin Dong's shoulder. Startled, Lin Dong turned to see Nan's calm eyes, gradually regaining his composure. What is happening outside? Why do I hear wolves howling? Why are so many people crying? The 3 startled girls in the intercom asked in rapid succession. Nan reacted swiftly. The force field shield had been erected just in time, preventing any wolf from crashing into the EV-80. Upon witnessing the grim situation outside, he further activated the transformation capabilities of the base vehicle, sealing all the windows to shield the girls inside from the horrifying sight. Rest assured, we will be fine. Nan's voice was grave, yet the steady tone reassured everyone in the team. Stay in the vehicle and do not come out. What can we do? Lin Dong's eyes were bloodshot. The impact of the scene illuminated by the searchlight had been overwhelming. Let's observe for now. This wolf pack is unusual. Nan's voice was laced with cold determination. It was not that he was heartless or unwilling to save those outside, but it was evident that something was amiss with the wolves. He clearly saw one wolf repeatedly ramming its head against the car window, shattering the glass. When had wolves taken to using their heads as battering rams? Even ordinary car windows possess sufficient hardness. A typical person could not break them with their fists, given such bizarre behavior. Nan prioritized self-preservation. What was even more alarming was the sheer size of the pack. Just the sound alone suggested there were no fewer than 100. The Black Panther battlesuit was indeed formidable. But Nan's stamina was limited. He could not possibly eliminate all these beasts, even if he were to exhaust himself. Certainly, if he remained stationary, the wolves would only end up injuring themselves on his defenses. But Nan had no inclination towards self-harm. The base vehicle could maneuver effectively, but how many wolves could it truly take down given the pack's agility? At least, his own safety was assured. Nan took a deep breath. Although system missions were often inexplicable, the rewards were always generous and timely. Without the force field shield, even if the base vehicle were unharmed, the pickup truck would still suffer. It could withstand impacts, but it would still shake violently. Moreover, these creatures were too enigmatic. Yinan feared they might possess other unknown capabilities. However, before long, Yinan's sense of ease evaporated. The wolf pack showed no signs of dispersing. Their persistence was beyond imagination. They had rammed the shield countless times with no effect, yet they continued unabated. In fact, the number of wolves converging seemed to increase. Damn, are they rotating? Yinan exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing that the gray wolves were indeed divided into several groups, taking turns to assault the force field shield, he scrutinized the pack further and noticed an inconspicuous giant wolf among them. Aside from its larger size, it bore no differences from the other gray wolves. Yinan only recognized its presence because he observed the pack rotating in response to its howls. That was not all. The system in his mind also displayed a warning. Energy remaining 999. Yinan's heart sank. It dawned on him that the base vehicle was not powered by an infinite energy source. Previously, there had been no significant power-consuming functions, and its energy acquisition efficiency was remarkably high, giving the illusion of boundless energy. However, the force field shield was a voracious consumer of energy. Maintaining the shield was manageable. But since it was a pure energy barrier, it would instantly activate upon physical impact, increasing power output. This output had a minimum threshold. Shooting it with a sniper rifle or throwing a stone at it consumed the same amount of energy until the threshold was exceeded. At this moment, the consecutive assaults from dozens of wolves had nearly put the entire shield into an activated state, causing energy consumption to skyrocket. Ultimately, it surpassed the system's energy acquisition efficiency and began depleting reserve energy. This realization sent Yinan into a panic. As someone with a severe anxiety about battery life, 99.9 energy remaining was tantamount to being just one step away from depletion. He could not tolerate that. Looking towards the Wolf King, a fire of rage ignited in his eyes. Uncle Lin, take the wheel and charge towards the Wolf King. Yinan pointed out the location of the Wolf King and swiftly climbed onto the roof of the vehicle. The visor of the Black Panther suit activated for the first time, enveloping Yinan in its protective embrace. Although Lin Dong was surprised, his trust in Yinan prevented him from hesitating, and he immediately took over the driver's seat. Yinan tapped the roof of the vehicle. Charge. After the collision, back away immediately. Upon receiving the command, Lin Dong pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Tesla pickup truck's motors unleashed tremendous power, briefly churning up a spray of snow and water before the silver vehicle transformed into a massive hammer, hurtling towards the encircling wolves. A few gray wolves in the path had no time to evade and were instantly sent flying, their bones shattering with anguished howls. The Wolf King was positioned further back and reacted quickly, leaping aside to avoid the impact. Upon landing, it let out an enraged roar, attempting to direct the surrounding wolves to encircle the pickup truck. However, Lin Dong was well prepared and would not grant it such an opportunity. Noticing the Wolf King had jumped aside, Lin Dong swiftly shifted the vehicle into reverse while the momentum of the pickup truck remained unabated. The wolf pack had yet to react when he successfully retreated back within the range of the force field shield, leaving only the pursuing wolves to collide with the barrier, creating flashes of bluish-green light. The Wolf King was determined not to let them escape, but it was now too preoccupied to focus on them. After the pickup truck charged into the wolf pack, Yinan took the opportunity to leap towards the Wolf King. The claws on his battle suit sliced through the night air, glinting with silver light. The Wolf King dodged desperately but still lost an ear to Yinan's attack. 4 bloody gashes ran from its severed ear to its chin. Half of its face flayed open, and its eye on that side exploded into a gory mess. Suffering such a grievous injury, the Wolf King wasted no time, howling in pain as it rolled away. Hearing its cries, the surrounding wolves seemed to have been consumed by a frenzy, recklessly lunging towards Yinan. Yinan swung his claws back and forth, but 2 fists could not fend off a swarm. He was overwhelmed by the sheer number of wolves. In mere moments, Yinan found himself buried beneath a mountain of gray wolves. Chapter 35. Battle Suit Upgrade. Wolf Uncle's Claws. With a resounding thud, the wolf mountain formed around Yinan erupted. The energy shockwave from the Black Panther suit was immensely powerful, injuring the gray wolves within the vicinity and turning several into mere flesh and bone, leaving a radiating trail of blood across the snowy ground. However, this was all in vain. The Wolf King had fled. That beast was decisively pragmatic. After being ambushed by Yinan, it did not bother to retaliate. Instead, it summoned the pack for cover and fled without looking back. With its departure, the pack lost its backbone. The wolves that had successfully captured prey hastily carried the carcasses away, while those who had failed could only bare their teeth in frustration before retreating. The wolf pack arrived swiftly and vanished even faster, leaving the camp in disarray. "Brother, Uncle Lin, are you still there? Why has it become quiet outside?" Yi-Bei asked with concern over the intercom. For safety, Yinan had closed all the windows of the RV. While this prevented the girls from witnessing the gruesome scene outside, it also heightened their sensitivity. Hearing the silence, they anxiously inquired through the intercom. "It's over. The wolf pack has retreated." Lin Dong, still in the pickup, immediately responded to reassure them. However, women are inherently perceptive. "Where's my brother? Did he get out?" "Don't worry, he's fine." Lin Dong forced a smile, quickly diverting the topic. "You all should rest out if everything's fine. Why can't we go out?" Xiaoling's voice interjected. The little girl was not one to easily dismiss her suspicions. "It's too bloody outside. I'm afraid you'll wet your pants after seeing it." Just as Yinan returned, he seized the intercom and teased her. Xiaoling could not bear such an affront and immediately retorted, "How could that be? The one who was scared to the point of wetting their pants just now was." However, before she could finish, someone covered her mouth. From the commotion, it was clear that the three girls had tumbled into a heap once more. Yinan exchanged a glance with Lin Dong, both feeling somewhat embarrassed, and silently agreed to forget the incident. Just as Yinan intended to climb back into the vehicle, a notification from the system rang out. Black Panther battle suit upgrade complete. Although the Wolf King had escaped, it had not departed empty-handed. Yinan discovered a piece of ice blue crystal on the ground, which, according to his memory, must have fallen from the Wolf King's mouth during the ambush. As soon as the crystal stone was acquired, it reacted with his Black Panther suit, melting away like water and being completely absorbed by the armor. This took Yinan by surprise, but fortunately, the system promptly provided an upgrade notification for the Black Panther suit, which eased his mind. Yinan silently inquired about the suit's upgrade functionality, and his pupils imperceptibly contracted. The action of getting into the car was abruptly halted. "I'll step away for a moment. You keep an eye on things here. Call me if anything comes up." He took a walkie-talkie from the vehicle and greeted Lin Dong before dashing to an unoccupied corner. This upgrade of the suit could be deemed entirely impractical, as it merely added a few claws. The suit already possessed claws at the tips of the fingers, short yet exceedingly sharp. After the upgrade, Yinan could extend 3 long claws from between his fingers, indeed, akin to Wolverine's claws. What an utterly unnecessary enhancement, Yinan internally scoffed. Yet his arms dutifully opened wide. With a whoosh, the metallic sound of blades being unsheathed resonated. 3 half-meter-long claws sprang forth from each hand. While that's truly impressive, after Yinan had stepped away for a brief while, the team leader approached the Wuling convoy. "Hello, I need to tally the casualties." Lin Dong glanced at the list in the leader's hands, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Prior to the convoy's departure, the leader had counted the vehicles and the number of occupants. Now, however, this tally was marked with numerous red X's. "Neither of our 2 vehicles has sustained any injuries." "No injuries?" The leader expressed a hint of surprise, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the nearby Wuling EV-80. Before Yinan's departure, he had created some damage marks on the vehicle, which appeared somewhat battered at first glance. Yet a closer inspection revealed that the overall exterior remained intact. As for the Tesla pickup, there was no need to conceal its state. It bore evident dents on the front and side. "You truly are fortunate," the leader remarked with a sigh. "Do you have any spare seats available?" This question left Lin Dong momentarily speechless. Logically, he should refuse the leader's request to accommodate more people in the convoy. However, recalling the grim circumstances from the previous night, he found himself unable to voice a denial. Fortunately, Yinan returned at that moment. "I apologize, but we cannot take on additional passengers." "But," the leader attempted to protest. Yet Yinan did not allow him the opportunity to speak. "This is an electric vehicle, and our destination is City Est. I hope you can understand." The anxiety surrounding the electric vehicle's energy supply served as an excellent excuse in this context. Seeing Yinan's resolute demeanor, the leader ceased to press the matter. After he departed, Lin Dong fell into a contemplative silence. Yinan patted his shoulder. "Do you think I'm cold-blooded?" "No." Lin Dong shook his head. "I just find myself reminiscing about my former life. In truth, the issue with vehicles was not particularly dire. Most cars had only suffered damage to their side windows. The lead vehicle carried basic repair tools, making it manageable to seal the doors and prevent drafts. Moreover, with so many casualties, there were actually several empty vehicles available. The real crisis lay in the fact that their satellite signal receiver had been damaged, rendering them unable to navigate the upcoming route or contact the dispatch center. After the leader addressed the transportation needs of the remaining survivors, he did not immediately command the convoy to depart. Instead, he announced this grim news over the walkie-talkie. It was crucial to note that the roads were now largely obscured by snow and wind. The journey to the next rendezvous point would require at least 2.5 days of travel. Given such a distance, no one could guarantee that they would not encounter traffic blockages. More alarmingly, no one knew what lay beneath the snow. It could be merely a muddy pit preventing the vehicles from moving. Or it could be a treacherous abyss on the verge of collapsing. Without the dispatch center's real-time alerts, all of this became exceedingly unpredictable. Yet the troubles did not end there. Due to last night's attack, the suspension system of the lead vehicle had also malfunctioned, necessitating a change to a different vehicle for leading the way. The leader did not articulate this clearly, but everyone understood what he meant. Only off-road vehicles or pickups with robust traversability could lead the way. Consequently, the first choice was undoubtedly Mo Rongxian's off-road vehicle team. Acknowledging that everyone was turning to him for assistance, Mo Rongxian did not shy away. However, this young man had not forgotten to negotiate for his own benefit. It's fine for my people to lead the way, but we also have a pickup truck in the convoy. It wouldn't be fair to take advantage of us. Would it? Chapter 36. Food redistribution. Despite the risk of another beast attack, the leader chose to spend the night here. After all, darkness had already descended, and following last night's fright, everyone, including the leader himself, felt utterly exhausted after a long day's journey. After arranging for everyone to clean the rooms and block the passage with vehicles to build a bonfire, the leader summoned Yinan and Mo Rongxian to the side. "We have run out of food," the leader stated bluntly. The Wolfpack's assault last night had not only resulted in casualties, but had also devastated nearly all their food and water supplies. The canned goods and sausages had been taken by the wolves, and the remaining instant noodles had been shredded and mixed with the blood and flesh of the victims, making it impossible to salvage much. Originally, the leader had estimated that with a little patience, going hungry for a meal or two would not be a problem. Once they reached the transfer station, they could replenish their supplies. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a situation here? His voice was laden with fatigue. Tonight, temperatures will drop below -40 degrees. Without food to replenish energy, some may freeze to death in here. Does the dispatch center not know about our situation? Yinan pondered briefly and identified the inconsistency. As previously mentioned, the navigation system included communication functions with the dispatch center. After the attack, the dispatch center should have promptly informed the convoy to change routes or await rescue. Indeed, this question caused the leader's expression to darken. He sighed deeply. When the wolf pack struck the lead vehicle last night, the satellite antenna was also damaged. I had hoped to effect repairs on the road. But no matter what I tried, there was no response. To prevent causing panic among the group, I kept this information concealed. How could you withhold such crucial information from us? Mo Rongxian also realized the gravity of the situation. Recalling that the day's journey had proceeded without guidance, leaving him somewhat shaken, and no wonder it had gotten so late by the time they reached here. The leader forced a smile. "I'm familiar with this route. I can lead you out even without navigation. The most pressing issue right now is food." "Then why did you summon us?" Yinan deduced the leader's intentions but sought confirmation. As expected, the leader licked his cracked lips. "I know you must have food in your vehicle, and I hope you can share it to save lives." When tallying the survivors in the morning, aside from Yinan's willing convoy, only Mo Rongxian's off-road vehicle team had remained unscathed. Furthermore, both groups had RVs, leading the leader to believe they were the only ones with food supplies. "Why should we?" Mo Rongxian reacted most strongly. He was not the type to selflessly sacrifice for others. The survival of these people had nothing to do with him. With no navigation and severed contact with the dispatch center, who could predict when the next supplies would arrive? "I assure you, tomorrow, or at the latest by the day after, we can reach the supply point," the leader hastily guaranteed. "That area has a military presence, and the beast tide would certainly not dare to approach." "I'm not offering you our supplies," Yinan coldly rejected. His response left the leader momentarily stunned, wanting to argue that it was impossible, but the words never left his mouth as he recalled that the supplies from the Wuling convoy had been withheld due to Mo Rongxian's insistence when they set out from the school. He immediately turned to Mo Rongxian. his meaning clear. This trouble is of your making. You need to provide an explanation. Morong Xian's eyes lit up. Right. The food in Yinan's vehicle isn't just those dry instant noodles and sausages. Recalling the hot pot photos eBay had sent earlier, along with lobster and cheese, Morong Xian felt his mouth water. He quickly swallowed his saliva and began to speak on the leader's behalf. Well, we truly cannot stand by and do nothing. Then bring out the food. Yinan scoffed. Morong Xian pouted. He was reluctant. However, considering his vehicle was filled with steaks, he felt somewhat nauseated. If it could be exchanged for lobster or even vegetables, it wouldn't seem like such a loss. Thus, he spoke up, I'll bring it out, but you must match my portion. Not interested. Yinan was unfazed by his provocation. Yet Morong Xian, with a glint in his eye, suddenly had an idea. Don't be too absolute in your refusal. If people truly die, you can harden your heart, but what about the others in your convoy? If they learn that someone starved to death because of your callousness, will they ever be able to eat again? Yinan furrowed his brow tightly. This was indeed a valid point. He understood Yi Bei's temperament well, not to mention, Xiao Ling was still a child. Even Lin Dong would find it difficult to reconcile himself to watching others starve to death. Ultimately, they were still in the early days of the apocalypse. It had only been a few days at most. This was not a matter of being a saint. It was simply impossible to suddenly adapt to the selfishness and darkness of the apocalypse. However, keeping these people from starving did not necessarily require him to part with his supplies. He feigned weakness and proposed conditions to Morong Xian. You are indeed correct. However, our provisions are also limited, which does not resolve the issue. If only I could procure the food, it would be fair for everyone to have their share confiscated and then uniformly distributed. This seems like a splendid idea, indeed. The team leader quickly raised both hands in agreement. Morong Xian hesitated for a moment, but recalling the nauseating experience of chewing on steak for the past few days, the prospect of a change in flavor seemed advantageous. Thoughts of those cheesy lobsters crossed his mind, and he steeled himself. All right, but I must accompany you to inspect the vehicle. The three of them reached an accord and set off towards Morong Xian's convoy of off-road vehicles. His supplies were indeed plentiful, featuring a generous array of instant noodles, sausages, luncheon meat, and canned goods, all issued by the authorities, clearly surpassing their fair share. It might very well be that the rations for the Wuling team were right here. Upon arriving at Morong Xian's caravan, Yinan felt a slight twitch in his mouth, somewhat impressed by the competence of Morong Xian's subordinates. The space inside was as large as a supermarket freezer, filled to the brim with steaks. Except for the steaks, there was nothing else. It seemed that he had raided the hotel kitchen and emptied a freezer. No wonder Morong Xian had been tempted by Yi Bei these past few days. The monotony of this food was disheartening. If only there were a sprig of broccoli to add a touch of color, or a cherry tomato to alleviate the greasiness. Morong Xian observed the change in Yinan's expression and felt a surge of satisfaction within. This exchange felt like a definite win for him. Although the final quantity he would receive would surely diminish, he, being the one who contributed the most, could leverage the team leader's respect for his father to request a bit more from Yinan's provisions without seeming unreasonable. He had already planned to ask Yi Bei for her assessment of the food once he acquired their ingredients. However, could he truly obtain food from Yinan? Chapter 37. The steak feast in the frigid temperatures of -20 degrees. Food left outside would not spoil. To facilitate the subsequent distribution, Morong Xian generously instructed his men to bring the food outside and place it next to the makeshift camp. The survivors, previously subdued by hunger and fear, were now invigorated upon seeing the pile of steaks, eagerly swallowing their saliva as they approached, showering Morong Xian with gratitude. This is wonderful. I thought I would starve here tonight. There's so much meat. Master Morong is truly generous. Thank you, Master Morong, for saving our lives. Listening to their effusive praises, Morong Xian felt quite pleased and looked forward even more to enjoying Yinan's gourmet offerings. Well, how about that? Am I generous enough? He directed his gaze towards the Wuling team. It's your turn now. No problem. Yinan replied with a radiant smile. With this abundance of food, starvation was out of the question. However, since it was all meat, they should incorporate some vegetables. He first had the team leader inspect the pickup truck to confirm there was no food on board before leading Morong Xian to the Wuling EV-80. Xinqing, I finally get to meet you. Morong Xian felt a surge of excitement. Come with me quickly. It's going to drop to -30 degrees tonight. We can't have you freezing. Just as he was about to step forward, Yi Bei blocked their path, her expression unfriendly. Murong Xian dared not provoke her and cleared his throat. I'm only looking out for Xinqing. Please, distinguish the situation, will you? Yi Bei retorted scornfully. What gives you the right to let anyone through with that shabby vehicle? Her tone dripped with disdain, and Murong Xian could hardly contain himself. He immediately began to defend. My caravan is equipped with the finest heating facilities. It can maintain above-zero temperatures even in this weather. How does your Wuling compare? However, as he spoke, his gaze wandered inside the vehicle, and he found himself at a loss for words. The interior of the Wuling, while not luxurious, exuded quality. More importantly, warmth. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Incredulous, Tio shielded himself from the biting cold outside. He had bundled himself like a bear, donning multiple layers of down jackets, rendering him quite bulky. Yet, even in this state, he did not feel the need to hastily remove his coat upon entering the vehicle. After all, even with the heater running at full power, the interior temperature barely reached 5 or 6 degrees above zero, especially with the door left ajar. He turned his head. The door of the EV-80 remained open. Only then did he realize why Yi Bei, Xinqing, and Xiao Ling were all dressed in light clothing. How is it that your vehicle is so warm? That's not something you need to concern yourself with. Yinan interjected as he followed behind. If this brat dares to make any rash moves, we will be the first to subdue him. Interrupting Murong Xian's musings, Yinan opened the refrigerator to reveal its contents before him. Hurry and get the food. Right, the food. Murong Xian suddenly remembered the primary purpose of his visit, joyfully peering into the refrigerator. However, his expression fell as he turned pale. It was true. He was genuinely dismayed. For the refrigerator contained nothing but a few large pieces of broccoli, occupying nearly half of the space. How is this possible? Murong Xian found it hard to believe, or rather, to accept. He pushed aside the broccoli, discovering a bag within, but instead of the lobsters, lamb slices, or other delicacies he had anticipated, it contained only cherry tomatoes. This cannot be. He refused to accept it and turned to Yinan, demanding, You cannot possibly have only this. Of course, Yinan replied nonchalantly. He turned around and opened 2 more cabinets. To prevent Murong Xian from accusing him of hoarding food, he even opened the remaining storage space. The result? Apart from what was in the refrigerator, there were only a few boxes of pasta. Murong Xian spun around in disbelief before he had no choice but to accept the truth. It was all gone. Nothing was left. Why on earth do you have so much pasta? What happened to what you ate the past few days? We finished it. Yinan stifled a laugh, shrugging. Why pasta, broccoli, and cherry tomatoes? Well, they are all side dishes for the steaks. Everything was from the $0 shopping Yinan had done at the mall. Since Murong Xian had contributed all the steaks, it would only be delightful to complement them with some vegetables. You are playing me for a fool. Murong Xian was furious. He lunged at Yinan, attempting to grab him by the collar. Yet, such an action was akin to a moth flying into a flame. Before his hand could even touch Yinan, he was sent sprawling outside with a resounding slap. That blow jolted him awake. Once he got back up, he shot Yinan a few furious glares, but that was all he could do to why Yinan merely raised his hand slightly. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only turn and flee. Compared to his resentment, the other survivors were exceedingly delighted. The pots and fire in the camp had long been prepared. The steaks were seared to medium-rare perfection, sprinkled with salt, adorned with a sprig of broccoli and cherry tomatoes, and served alongside a bowl of pasta. This configuration could easily rival a meal at a Western restaurant. Moreover, the quality of Murong Xian's steaks was indeed exceptional. Among the survivors, there were those skilled in cooking, and soon the aroma of the steaks filled the entire camp, providing a sense of warmth in the frigid environment. Yinan and his companions did not linger outside with the other survivors. After collecting their share of food, they retreated to the caravan. Xinqing volunteered to take on the role of chef. Her culinary skills were quite impressive, and soon the air inside the vehicle was infused with the rich aroma of steak. The food production function was remarkably powerful, yielding flavors that were essentially of 5-star quality if needed. It could even be adjusted to cater to personal preferences. However, as someone accustomed to prepackaged meals, Yinan actually preferred the simpler flavors of home-cooked dishes. Especially when the chef herself was quite captivating to him, Yinan quickly diverted his gaze, constantly reminding himself that she was his sister and Lord It. Must be said that an apron in some cosplay scenarios leaves a significant impression. particularly given Shan Qing's figure, which made the apron appear quite snug and accentuated. Indeed, films can easily corrupt one's thoughts. As a model citizen of the new era, it is imperative that we remain steadfastly opposed to gambling and drugs. Soon, the steak was served. Shan Qing had even made a bowl of mushroom soup, embodying a distinctly Western style. The five of them gathered around the booth in the caravan, slightly cramped yet exuding warmth. I never expected that even amidst the apocalypse, I would be eating better than before, Lin Dong remarked, forking a piece of steak into his mouth, genuinely astonished. Xiao Ling couldn't agree more. Exactly, in comparison. It suddenly feels like I was raised on pig feed. This was evident. She had become quite plump. Seizing the moment, Yinan made a playful jab, eliciting a round of eye rolls from the little girl. Of course, she couldn't be bothered to retort, as it was clear to everyone that her cherubic little face was not fat. It was merely brimming with collagen. Observing the approval of her culinary skills from the others, Shan Qing felt a surge of happiness. Yet, thinking of the origins of the steaks, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Is it truly all right for us to treat Morong Xian this way? Chapter 38. Sudden drop in temperature. -50 indeed. He is quite petty and will certainly not let this go. You must be cautious, Yi Bei quickly agreed upon hearing Shan Qing's words. After the steak was served, her and Xiao Ling's manner of eating was quite comparable. Xiao Ling felt as though her previous meals had been akin to pig slop, while Yi Bei, having been raised by her grandparents, found satisfaction in simply being warm and well-fed. With Yinan covering both her tuition and meals, she was well aware of her brother's hardships, thus she typically exercised frugality. However, being young women, it was only natural for them to have their cravings. In recent days, during their time in the vehicle, she has finally indulged in the freedom of snacks, meals, and gourmet delights, to the extent that Yi Bei's demeanor seems much more exuberant than before. This must be the vitality that culinary pleasures bring. Shan Qing smiled wryly, pulling out a tissue to wipe the sauce from the corner of Yi Bei's mouth. He mentioned that his father is the manager of the S-City shelter. And this assertion is likely true, as so far, the primary objective of the Wuling convoy remains the S-City shelter. They have yet to arrive at their destination. It would be quite unwise to offend the manager's son at this juncture. However, this is merely a concern for ordinary individuals. For Yinan, these matters are not truly problematic. Unable to resist, seeing him like that makes my hands itch. Morong Xian also possesses a certain charm. Every time Yinan encounters him, he cannot help but give him a couple of slaps. Moreover, it is unlikely that the shelter is solely governed by his father. With such a vast shelter, it is still under official organization, and no matter how influential the managers inside may be, they should not reach the level of a local despot. Furthermore, considering the formidable capabilities of their base vehicle, if they were to be pursued by the military in this frigid weather, Yinan is far from fearful. After all, with the force field shield activated, even if they cannot win, they should still be able to escape if necessary. If the adversary can only engage in minor antics, Yinan has even less to fear. Wearing the Black Panther battle suit is in itself a significant advantage. In such cold weather, I cannot help but wonder how my grandparents are faring. Speaking of the shelter, both Yi Bei and Shan Qing harbor some concerns. Why Yi Bei worries about his grandparents, while Shan Qing frets over his own parents. They should be fined. Why Yinan also worries. But there is no point in dwelling on it. He has done what needed to be done. When the reverse tide emerged, he had already given them a warning, and given their proximity to S-City, they should be among the first to evacuate to the shelter. Before communication was lost, Yinan had already contacted the elderly couple. As long as they obey and pack their belongings, they should already be in the shelter by now. After all, S-City is located in the south, and the disaster there has not been severe. Time-wise, they should be well within the limits. After everyone had eaten and chatted a little, they each drifted off to sleep. That night, no unexpected incidents transpired. The following morning, just as dawn broke, a startled cry shattered the tranquility. A few survivors had frozen to death. Lin Dong returned to the vehicle, sharing the news he had gathered with the group. Instantly, the atmosphere within the convoy turned somber. They had slept too soundly the previous night, and once the fuel had run out, the fire pit was extinguished by the wind. Moreover, the temperature had dropped more rapidly than anticipated. Yinan glanced at the vehicle's monitoring data. The outside temperature had plummeted to -50 degrees. According to the official forecast, it should have been around -30 degrees. Fortunately, the number of fatalities was limited to 2 or 3. with more individuals showing signs of fever and cold. Thankfully, the lead vehicle was equipped with a first aid kit, and medication was quickly dispensed. The temperature was so low that once the vehicle stalled, restarting it became quite a challenge. The team leader even resorted to holding a torch beneath the engine to warm the battery. It was dangerous, but effective. At least they managed to start the vehicle successfully. "You all come out, I will arrange for other vehicles," the team leader said, approaching the Wuling convoy, addressing Yinan and Lindong. This left the two somewhat puzzled. "Why switch vehicles? Isn't this an electric vehicle? It's already minus 50 degrees. We have a long journey ahead, and if we break down on the road, switching vehicles will be impossible." The team leader was acting out of goodwill. In truth, when he had arrived, he had been quite heavy-hearted, fearing he would find everyone in the Wuling convoy frozen to death. In minus 50-degree weather, such temperatures could effectively pronounce a death sentence for many electric vehicles. Even if they miraculously started, their range would drastically plummet. However, when Yinan opened the vehicle door, the warm air that surged forth caused the team leader to feel a bit dazed, especially since Yinan was still wearing that thin shirt. "Rest assured, we still have over 800 kilometers of range, more than sufficient." This battery is astonishingly durable," the team leader said, incredulous. Yet, peering in, the dashboard indeed displayed a range of over 800 kilometers. After pondering for a moment, he asked a question he found amusing. Could it be an overstatement? Yinan shook his head and handed the leader a few Snickers bars. They still needed the leader to guide them. And Yinan was not one to skimp on safety. "Trust me, our vehicle is absolutely fine." Seeing Yinan's confidence, the team leader felt it unnecessary to press further. After inquiring about everyone's condition, he signaled for the convoy to set off once more. Fortunately, although the temperature was frigid, there was no blizzard, allowing for reasonable visibility. The road was somewhat snow-covered, but not excessively deep. The leader's pickup truck was equipped with snow-clearing tools, which helped pave the way for the other vehicles, alleviating concerns about getting stuck. "I can't shake off the feeling that these clouds seem ominous," Yinan remarked from the passenger seat, observing the surrounding environment. The entire world was cloaked in white snow. The snowfall was light. The trees remained trees, and the mountains remained mountains. They were merely draped in white garments, creating a magnificent sight. However, the clouds in the sky appeared somewhat sinister. The visibly oppressive mass seemed almost touchable from a mountaintop, continuously shrouding the entire sky tightly, evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. Lindong was focused on driving, casting a few glances at the sky. Before he could respond, the walkie-talkie crackled with Xiao Ling's worried voice. "The compass has malfunctioned." The guide for the team. This little girl's daily routine involved studying routes with a compass and map, and today was no exception. However, today, the compass no longer pointed north or south but rather fluctuated erratically. Could it be due to magnetic field disturbances nearby? Yinan frowned. Losing direction in the wilderness is a terrifying prospect. "I don't know. It's been like this since morning." It was functioning perfectly well yesterday. Xiao Ling's voice sounded somewhat dejected. The sky was obscured by clouds, and the ground was blanketed in snow. Now, even the compass had failed. Aside from the terrain, it was becoming increasingly difficult to discern direction. However, before they could deliberate further, everyone suddenly heard the sound of rotors whirring above them. Chapter 39. Hope in navigation equipment. The sound of the rotors drew the attention of everyone in the convoy. They looked up to see a camouflaged green, armed helicopter flying overhead. "Is it a rescue?" "We are here," someone shouted, poking their head out of the vehicle, waving their arms in a bid to attract the helicopter's attention. Yet, before long, they noticed something amiss. Black smoke billowed from the helicopter's rotor blades. As the smoke spread, its flight became increasingly erratic. Moments later, it could no longer maintain altitude, spiraling down toward the snow-covered mountainside beside the convoy. "Slow down, pull together, and stop." The team leader's voice immediately echoed through the walkie-talkie. Only then did the group snap out of their astonishment. They were currently situated on the side of a hill. The peaks above were heavily laden with snow, while the opposite side plummeted into a steep cliff. As they had passed earlier, the team leader had warned everyone to keep the noise down to prevent avalanches. Even vibrations could trigger a snow slide. For a massive helicopter to crash down would undoubtedly spell disaster. Boom! With a resounding crash echoing through the valley as the heavy object struck the snow. The once tranquil snow layer began to show slight fissures, like shattered ice. The cracks rapidly spread at a visible pace, and the massive snow layer started to tumble down. It resembled a calm sea suddenly stirred into waves. As the snow surged down into the valley, just as the convoy came to a halt, they were engulfed by the oncoming wave of snow. "Help! We can't see anything. Are we going to be buried alive?" The walkie-talkie crackled with the terrified cries for help from the others. All the vehicles began to sway violently due to the impact. Since they had already huddled closely together, they were spared the fate of being swept away by the snow. The wave of snow came swiftly and departed just as quickly. After a brief period of chaos, the world returned to a semblance of calm. "Count off!" The team leader's voice rang out once more. Everyone responded in turn. Vehicle 5, 7, 8.3 vehicles fell silent, and the team leader attempted to call out to them over the walkie-talkie, but after several attempts, there was still no reply. The group turned to the mountainside beside them. Aside from the white, swirling snow mist, there were no signs of any vehicles. "How are you all doing?" Though Yinan had immense confidence in their base vehicle, he couldn't help but inquire about the rear vehicles. "We all fine," came Shunqing's calm voice, the most composed among the three girls. After assuring their safety, she posed a question. "Wasn't that helicopter supposed to explode?" Yinan, puzzled, picked up the binoculars to gaze in the direction where the helicopter had fallen, still faintly catching sight of its rotor blades. "Yes, what's the matter? Could it have navigation equipment on board?" Shunqing's words struck a chord with Yinan. Suddenly enlightened, he felt a surge of excitement. However, it seemed some members of the convoy were quicker to act than they were. The rumbling roar of an engine echoed from the rear of the convoy, Ian Morongxian's team. An off-road vehicle charged straight up the mountainside. When Yinan glanced over, he caught Morongxian's provocative gaze from the passenger seat. Their eyes locked. Morongxian raised his hand, making a gesture of firing a gun in the direction of Yinan. Were they planning to seize the navigation equipment? Lindong was momentarily taken aback. However, Xiao Ling reacted more swiftly. A gun. That was a military aircraft, undoubtedly equipped with firearms. "Brother, we absolutely cannot allow Morongxian to obtain a weapon," Yi Bei exclaimed anxiously. Given her understanding of Morongxian, his previous calmness was solely due to his inability to best Yinan. Should he acquire a gun, he would undoubtedly not relent easily. Yinan, on the other hand, was unperturbed by the prospect of an armed opponent, but he did not elaborate, simply urging Lin Dong to hurry and follow. "But aren't we running out of time?" Lin Dong pressed on, hastening to catch up. Yet, as he beheld the agile off-road vehicle ahead, his brow furrowed in concern. It was a Hummer H2, a military-grade vehicle adapted for civilian use. This rugged terrain was akin to the adversary's home turf. The driver of that vehicle was also highly skilled. The Hummer's formidable capabilities were being fully exploited, transforming it into a nimble beast as it wound its way up the mountainside, creating a sensation of speed. While the Tesla pickup also boasted off-road capabilities as part of its marketing allure, it remained a pickup truck, lacking the agility and traction of its counterpart. Particularly now, with the Hummer having a significant lead, the prospect of catching up seemed daunting. Nonetheless, Yinan paid little heed to these considerations, pointing toward the direction of the helicopter's descent. "It's fine. We'll take a shortcut. Go straight." "Ah?" Lin Dong turned in astonishment, observing Yinan's serious demeanor, unmistakably devoid of jest. Although a sense of trepidation lingered within him, Yinan's previous extraordinary feats had long since earned his trust. Without further inquiries, he turned the vehicle around, charging straight toward where Yinan directed. "What the hell? Is he an idiot?" Morongxian, in the off-road vehicle, kept a vigilant eye on Yinan and his companions. Seeing the Tesla pickup barreling forward, he couldn't help but chuckle. Between 2 points, the shortest distance is indeed a straight line, but one must be able to ascend as well. Those who have traversed mountains know that scaling directly upward is the most laborious path. Being a car enthusiast, Morongxian understood the challenges of off-road climbing. Some slopes may not appear steep, yet their length and the low friction of the sandy ground make them treacherous. Initially, momentum might carry the vehicle upward. But as inertia wanes, it would begin to skid and lose control. A moment's inattention could lead to a catastrophic rollover. They had opted to retreat precisely because this slope was not only steep but also blanketed in a layer of snow, rendering it exceedingly slippery. The Hummer H2 was equipped with all-terrain tires, and navigating such terrain relied entirely on the driver's skill and audacity. If Yinan's group attempted to charge up the slope like that, it was certain they would lose control midway. Vehicle 18, Vehicle 18, do not act recklessly. You cannot make it up. The team leader's voice crackled through the intercom. Seeing Yinan remain unresponsive only fueled his anger, prompting him to curse a few times before directing other vehicles to steer clear. In the event of an avalanche, they could still seek refuge inside their vehicles, but should a massive vehicle tumble down from the mountain, everything in its path would be crushed. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled for safety. Even Morong Xian's group adjusted their route to avoid a collision with Yin. Morong Xian's words. It was best to keep a distance from these lunatics and not be dragged down with them. Yet, as all were bracing for impact, Yinan's Tesla pickup surged forward as if on level ground. Ascending the slope in a straight line as the pickup sped past the off-road vehicle, Morong Xian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was he imagining it? Or had the truck's wheels multiplied? Chapter 40. A bear's grasp. Morong Xian found his own words absurd. How could wheels possibly increase in number? Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that Yinan possessed a system. The slope was indeed steep, and the snow was treacherously slick. Initially, Yinan aimed to keep a low profile, merely swapping the Tesla pickup's tires for snow-specific ones, which provided considerable traction. However, that was still insufficient. Thus, Yinan decided to go all out, replacing the rear tires of the pickup with a 2x4 dual-row design. Consequently, with the front wheels boasting 10 oversized snow tires, the vehicle had become a prime example of brute force yielding miraculous outcomes. Once the truck accelerated, the resulting snow spray sufficiently obscured the view of those behind. Morong Xian, due to his proximity and constant observation of Yinan, was the first to notice the anomaly. But what did it matter? Whether others believed it or not, he himself found it hard to accept. Armed with 8 oversized tires, Yinan forged an unyielding path up the snowy slope, generating a colossal plume of snow as the Tesla pickup climbed at an astonishing speed. Once Morong Xian grasped the situation, he hastily urged his subordinates to pursue. At the summit, the snow lay thick like a colossal blanket, cushioning the impact of the descending armed helicopter. Yet, the massive force still rendered both pilots momentarily unconscious. The individual in the passenger seat was expelled from the aircraft during the fall. Fortuitously, he did not meet his demise. However, upon regaining consciousness, he was greeted not by the azure sky of survival, but a black bear's paw. The enormous imprint obscured his entire field of vision, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind as it swung down toward his face. With a loud smack, his helmet absorbed the bear's strike. Yet the immense force caused it to emit a distressing thud. Simultaneously, the violent shockwave nearly left the pilot dizzy. He felt his body being yanked by an overwhelming force, uncontrollably tumbling out. A tremendous weight pressed upon his chest, pinning him down. Before he could comprehend the unfolding scene, several massive fangs, reeking of blood, lunged toward him. Inside the cockpit, the other pilot, witnessing his companion's demise at the bear's paws, was frantic with urgency. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his head, he grabbed the machine gun and fired in the direction of the colossal bear. The gunfire shattered the tranquility of the snowy mountains. Bullets struck the bear, creating gaping wounds. The intense pain elicited a furious roar from the creature. Withstanding the agony of being shot, the bear charged directly at the pilot. Its immense black form resembled a speeding bulldozer, roaring as it barreled forward. The pilot gritted his teeth, suppressing the instinct to flee that fear ignited within him. He raised his rifle, aiming for the bear's head. Bang, bang, bang. As the gunfire echoed, multiple bloodied holes erupted on the bear's forehead. The roar transformed into a wail as the frenzied bear finally succumbed to fatigue. However, its massive body still retained considerable momentum. Like a gigantic black bowling ball, it rolled twice across the snowy ground before crashing down onto the wreckage of the helicopter. The tremendous impact bent the steel columns on the fuselage, driving them forcefully into the pilot's chest. The firearm in his hand was sent flying. Yet, outside the aircraft, 3 more black bears approached ominously. Damn it, I'm becoming canned meat. The pilot spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing bitterly. How could there be bears of such magnitude? These black bears were indeed colossal. The one just shot was taller than an adult when on all fours. Their massive bodies rivaled that of a tank, and their resilience seemed to surpass that of ordinary animals. Otherwise, they could not withstand the barrage of automatic rifle fire and charge through it. Should be noted that the ammunition in his firearm was specially prepared for rifles. At close range, inflicting grievous injuries was not a challenge. Feeling his body grow increasingly cold, the pilot resignedly closed his eyes, preparing to await death's arrival. Just then, the whirring of high-speed motors drew near. Bang! The sound of metal colliding with flesh followed, along with the bear's anguished cries and the rumbling of its massive form rolling on the ground. Maintain speed, do not stop, Yinan instructed Lin Dong before flinging open the car door and leaping out. The Tesla pickup bore no weapons. They could only rely on the vehicle's momentum to confront these colossal bears. Speed was of the essence. Stopping could easily lead to being toppled by a bear's swat. As for Yinan, he extended his arms, unleashing 6 massive steel claws that gleamed with a chilling aura, causing the remaining 2 bears to hesitate before advancing. The primal instincts of the beasts screamed in alarm within their minds. The enormous bear, still unwilling to relent, swung its paw, sending a helicopter blade tumbling toward Yinan with a fierce gust. Yet, just as it reached him, he severed it with his steel claws. Roar! The bear emitted a threatening growl but did not advance. Instead, it began to retreat slowly. Yinan, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief. The sheer size of these bears was daunting. Should a confrontation ensue, the Panther battle suit might hold up, but the helicopter behind him, especially the navigation equipment within, would undoubtedly face obliteration from a single blow. The bear that had been struck by the Tesla had already regained its footing. Just then, Murong Xian's off-road vehicle charged onto the scene. Faced with such a behemoth, they had no inclination to careen into it. As the bear turned its head, the off-road vehicle abruptly swerved, flipping and sliding away. The bear shook its head, glancing at the retreating vehicle with a hint of dissatisfaction. However, summoned by the calls of the other 2 bears, it slowly withdrew, following suit in the retreat. Seeing the bears retreat into the mountains, Yinan hurried to the helicopter, his claws slicing through the iron pole embedded in the pilot's chest, freeing him. "Can you hold on?" Yinan inquired, observing the grievous wound on the pilot's chest, feeling utterly powerless. The pilot shook his head, fully aware that he was beyond saving. Tilting his head, he gazed at the other driver sprawled in the snow. Regrettably, there was no sign of life. He was clearly deceased. "I'm sorry. I'm late," Yinan sighed. The driver managed a faint smile. "Thank you." Taking a deep breath, Yinan swiftly got to the point. "Is there any navigation equipment on the plane?" "Our navigation system is damaged." The driver nodded, pointing to a device resembling a mobile phone on the dashboard. Suddenly recalling something, he gasped sharply, which caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Yet he gritted his teeth and managed to utter, "There's an issue with the clouds. The satellite signal is obstructed, communication is cut off, and the temperature is plummeting." Chapter 41. Murong Xian's request for cooperation communication has ceased, and the temperature is dropping. The helicopter pilot's last words were brief, yet they contained an immense amount of information. Yinan stepped into the helicopter and retrieved the navigation device from the control panel. Indeed, once activated, the screen displayed the ominous words "No satellite signal." He turned his gaze skyward. The thick clouds loomed like a massive blanket, enveloping the entire sky seamlessly. This tranquil, seemingly harmless cloud cover concealed the most lethal blow of the apocalypse. In the face of adversity and dropping temperatures, the authorities could mobilize powerful organizational forces for rescue and resistance. However, such organization necessitated communication. When every region becomes an isolated island, fear and suspicion will inevitably arise. Coupled with extreme weather conditions, individuals, unaware of the external situation, will resort to the most selfish choices, even turning on one another for mere survival. Soon, the order and conscience of peacetime would be shattered, and humanity would instinctively descend into a wasteland era. Survivors would cling to various shelters, competing for scarce resources through brutal struggles and killings. This, indeed, would be the true apocalypse. Clutching the navigation device tightly, Yinan's mind raced. If satellite navigation were rendered useless, what means could he employ to reach City S the fastest? Regardless of how the world transformed, reuniting with his family remained Yinan's utmost priority. Earlier, when Xiao Ling mentioned that the compass had failed, Yinan hadn't been overly concerned. However, that was no longer the case. Following this trend, it seemed that the failures would extend beyond just the current route. Without a compass, even with Xiao Ling's keen sense of direction, finding the route would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Just as Yinan began to formulate a plan, the sound of retching interrupted his thoughts. It was Murong Xian. Though his vehicle had overturned, he emerged unscathed. Upon confirming the outside was safe, he crawled out of the car, only to stumble upon the corpse of the co-pilot, who had been mauled by a bear. Having never been this close to death, he lost control of his stomach and collapsed to the ground, vomiting. After a few heaves, he frantically crawled away, desperate to distance himself from the body. However, it wasn't long before his hand pressed against a cold metallic object. Clearing away the snow, he discovered the automatic rifle that had been knocked from the driver's grasp. Excitement surged within Morong Xian as he immediately picked up the weapon. Yet, as he stood up, he noticed Yinan's icy gaze. Yinan also recognized the gun in Morong Xian's hands, but did not rush to reclaim it, as there was still a distance of several steps between them. Yet he vowed that if Morong Xian dared to point the gun at him, tomorrow would mark this little brat's day of reckoning. Previously, Yinan had refrained from harming Morong Xian, primarily because the boy hadn't truly committed any grievous wrongs. He was merely a spoiled child, somewhat arrogant. A couple of lessons would suffice, and lacking personal stakes, Yinan was not inclined to kill indiscriminately. Furthermore, he still needed Morong Xian to secure the navigation route to City S. Now that navigation had failed, if Morong Xian acted foolishly, his demise would be imminent. Did Morong Xian dare? Truthfully, the moment he grasped the gun, his first instinct was indeed to aim it at Yinan. He had ample reasons to resent Yinan, who had thwarted his plans repeatedly along the way, first with Shan Qing, then with Li Yuwei. Reflecting on it now made him wince in pain. He had even been made to exchange all his steak for a few broccoli florets. He loathed broccoli with a passion, yet perhaps due to the beatings he had endured. Yinan's gaze fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. Calming him down, he surveyed the surrounding environment. The downed armed helicopter, the gruesome fate of the driver, and the massive bear carcass. Recollecting the events of the past few days, Morong Xian finally made a decision. With a click, he dropped the automatic rifle back onto the ground. "Let us cooperate." To Yinan's surprise, the first words Morong Xian uttered were a request for collaboration. "Once we return to the shelter, a myriad of good days awaits me. I cannot afford to die here. I must not perish on this journey." Rather than threatening Yinan with the gun to regain his pride, Morong Xian was far more afraid of death. After encountering flocks of birds, gray wolves, and now a bear, what else lurked in the shadows? How many more unexpected dangers awaited them on the journey back? Although he was unaware that navigation had completely failed, the crash of a military aircraft in this vicinity alerted his keen instinct that the world had irrevocably changed. Moreover, he suddenly realized that perhaps Yinan was even stronger than he had assumed. Regardless of the reasons behind the bear's retreat, Yinan had faced them directly. Such courage alone was enough to earn Morong Xian's profound respect. He needed that strength. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fear, Morong Xian approached Yinan. "We share no deep-seated grievances. If anything, I have never sought favors from you. All that is irrelevant now. I merely wish to survive. You intend to head to the city's shelter anyway? So protecting me along the way should pose no problem for you. Once we arrive, I assure you that I will provide you with satisfactory rewards in terms of shelter and sustenance." What a child, so easily frightened. Yet that he could come to such a realization was a good sign. Yinan was not inclined to engage in unnecessary bloodshed. As for the notion of cooperation, Yinan could only smile wryly. Setting aside whether he was interested, the prerequisite was that they could safely reach City S. Tossing the navigation device into Morong Xian's arms, Yinan curtly remarked, "First, let us figure out how to get to City S. The clouds are blocking the satellite signal, rendering the navigation device useless." However, upon hearing this, Morong Xian did not panic. Instead, he appeared exhilarated. "I have a plan. I'll lead the way, and you'll protect me. We'll both get what we need. No, what I said earlier still stands. Once we reach the shelter, you will be my honored guest. You know the way?" Yinan was taken aback. Without the navigation device or a functioning compass, finding the correct route to City S was no simple task. "Not me, but the leader, the convoy captain," Morong Xian clarified. "He works for my father and was previously a tour guide in these areas. He knows the route well. Even without navigation, he can guide me back to City S." Chapter 42. Confirming cooperation, Yinan scrutinized Morong Xian for a few moments. Judging by his demeanor, there was likely truth to his words. After all, his father was a high-ranking official at the shelter, and it was already quite discreet of him not to have mobilized the military for rescue. it would not be excessive for him to consider other aspects meticulously. Casting a glance at the automatic rifle Morong Xian had discarded, Yinan found the boy to be reasonably clever and sufficiently sincere. The key was that if Morong Xian could resolve the route issue, it would be immensely helpful to Yinan. After all, should a wild beast attack on the journey, it was unlikely he would simply stand by and do nothing. The so-called protection would essentially be a side benefit. However, if they were to cooperate, Yinan needed to maintain firm control over the situation. Looking at the overturned off-road vehicle, Yinan noticed that Morong Xian's bodyguard had just crawled out. The vehicle appeared to be in good condition, likely due to the snow layer cushioning its fall, as it remained intact without any glass shards strewn about. However, given Morong Xian's current circumstances, it was highly probable they would have to abandon the vehicle. After all, a 1 or 2-ton behemoth could not be righted by sheer human effort without assistance. In response to Morong Xian's puzzled gaze, Yinan strode toward the off-road vehicle, planted his foot against its frame, and with a powerful kick, flipped the vehicle upright. Thud! The tires landed heavily in the snow, the vehicle swayed back into position, and a thick plume of snow was kicked up amidst the muffled noise. Yinan emerged from the swirling snow and, upon opening the door of the Tesla pickup, addressed Morong Xian. "Why are you standing there? Lead the way." This small gesture conveyed both the sincerity of his cooperation and demonstrated strength. Ensuring adequate deterrence, Yinan understood how to handle a brat like Morong Xian. A good beating and some intimidation would usually suffice to keep him in line. Indeed, this tactic startled Morong Xian into submission. He dared not utter another word and quickly signaled his subordinates to drive back to the convoy. Upon learning of the nearby bear's presence, the group wasted no time and immediately set off again. Fortunately, no further mishaps occurred along the way. After several hours of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the assembly camp shortly after nightfall. This location also serves as a bustling intersection of highways. The authorities have erected tents here to provide supplies for the evacuating vehicles. However, by the time they arrived, the area was already deserted. It is likely that they received an advance notice to evacuate. Or perhaps they chose to leave on their own after realizing that communication had been severed. The silver lining is that a considerable amount of supplies remains, and they even left behind a bus for them. That evening, Yinan was invited to Morong Xian's RV. The team leader, Lu Jiamin, was also present. Once Morong Xian introduced both parties, Lu Jiamin spread out a map and began to elucidate the route arrangements for the upcoming days. "I am currently at this position," he indicated a point on the map, which marked a highway intersection. "Tomorrow, the remaining 2 team leaders will escort the other members of the group along the highway directly to the shelter in City F. As for our destination, City S, we must take the national road to reach this point before we can access the highway that leads directly to our objective." Lu Jiamin's finger glided over the map, pointing out a road nestled within the mountains. "There is an advantage to the communication blackout. The highways are no longer effectively blocked. As long as we can access the highway, the remaining route will be considerably clearer." "Will there be any dangers along this route?" Yinan inquired, glancing at the map to memorize the route. "I do not know," Lu Jiamin replied with a wry smile. "There should ideally be no dangers. However, the behavior of the wild beasts these past few days has been rather peculiar." The implication was clear. Danger could lurk everywhere. Yinan carefully observed the map, beginning to understand why Morong Xian was so eager to collaborate with him. The upcoming segments of the journey would predominantly traverse through forests. In the past, this would not have posed any issues, but what is most abundant in the forest? Various avian and terrestrial creatures. Given the composition of Morong Xian's convoy, they could manage somewhat complex terrains. Yet, should they encounter multiple wolf pack attacks, even the armored RV would merely become an oversized tin can. Yinan nodded, saying, "Very well, should any wild beasts appear, you shall follow my commands." Upon hearing this, Morong Xian visibly exhaled with relief. He retrieved 2 automatic rifles and several magazines from a cabinet behind him. Yinan had not taken these items when he left, allowing Morong Xian to tidy up the battlefield, so they remained in his possession. "How do you wish to allocate these firearms?" Yinan asked, picking one up and handling it. He could not help but recall the armament section of his base vehicle, which housed equipment far more impressive than this. By the way, will we pass by warehouses filled with various metals like copper and iron along the way? Yinan had not forgotten about his exoskeleton mech. Unfortunately, Lu Jiamin shook his head after studying the map. No, this area is mostly forested with no mining zones. However, once we reach City S, There should be several transfer warehouses. There are a few mines and a steel mill over there. The items you seek should have some stock, though I cannot guarantee they won't have been requisitioned clean. This response did not come as a surprise to Yinan. He shrugged and placed the rifle back on the table. Do your subordinates possess individuals skilled in marksmanship? Indeed, Morong Xian replied, there are many capable individuals among my bodyguards. However, the situation was urgent at that time, and we could not acquire the necessary equipment. Yinan was not taken aback. Then you shall utilize these weapons. Huh? Morong Xian said, somewhat startled. Yet, Yinan did not engage him further and chose to depart. Do not mistake Yinan for being overconfident. The utility of these two automatic rifles was limited. The ammunition was nearly depleted, and once used, they would serve little purpose beyond kindling. Moreover, no one on Yinan's side was proficient with firearms. Yinan could not use them, Lin Dong could not either, and it would be unreasonable to expect the three girls, especially Xiao Ling, to wield them. Retaining them would pose a risk of accidental discharges harming their own. The firearms were better left with Morong Xian, as his bodyguards could still provide combat support during a wild animal attack, alleviating Yinan of the need to divert his attention to protect him. As for whether Morong Xian might turn the muzzle toward Yinan, he felt completely at ease. With the Black Panther suit donned, rifles of this caliber posed no threat to him, as long as the others remained inside the vehicle. Even if the guns were emptied, they would still be of little consequence. Let us not forget that not only the base vehicle but even the Tesla pickup were armored. Chapter 43. Internal rest and recovery. Is it truly safe to hand over the guns to them? Lin Dong's vehicle had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Yinan return empty-handed, he could not help but inquire. Why? Yinan nodded, acknowledging that this decision would indeed evoke confusion among many. After all, tools that embody equality among all beings are often best kept within one's own grasp. These weapons must be in the hands of those who know how to wield them if they are to be effective in combat. As we continue our journey, you all should refrain from exiting the vehicle. Doing so will minimize the chances of threats arising. A skilled marksman requires ample ammunition for practice. Otherwise, they may be inferior to mere sticks. Given the current lack of resources, it would be unwise to hoard items and squander precious supplies. Yi Bei and the others were somewhat discontent with collaborating with Morong Xian, yet after Xiao Ling meticulously studied the map, everyone had no choice but to accept the reality. Traversing through the mountains indeed presented itself as the most expedient route presently. Xiao Ling leaned over the map, scrutinizing the indicated paths. The two highways diverged in direction. Should we wish to avoid the mountains, we could only take the national road, which would significantly lengthen our journey. Moreover, she exhaled, placing a compass before everyone. The needle swung erratically, as if wound up. The geomagnetic field appeared to be entirely disrupted. Unless one is exceedingly familiar with these routes, it may prove challenging to discern our direction. There are indeed several means to ascertain direction. However, the sun and stars were obscured by clouds, rendering the compass ineffective. And the trees were beginning to shed their leaves due to the frost. Do not worry, they have surely entered the shelter. Regardless of the chaos outside, there are military forces within the shelter, and they will undoubtedly be safe. Yi Bei embraced Shenqing, offering gentle reassurance. While she too worried for her grandparents, she took solace in the fact that her brother was by her side. Yet Shenqing had no news of any relatives. She shook her head, forcing a resolute expression. I am already quite fortunate. The cessation of satellite signals meant that communication between shelters could now only occur via wired connections, introducing far too many uncertainties. Who knows if any critical nodes along the way might have been compromised amidst the cataclysmic disasters of the apocalypse. Consequently, these shelters had become veritable islands. Given the challenges of communication, one could hardly expect to traverse the vast and treacherous terrain separating shelters to reunite with family members. Hence, Shenqing considered herself fortunate, for she had Yi Bei and had encountered Yinan. At least for now, it seemed she still harbored hope of reuniting with her family. Yet learning that the natural calamities showed no signs of abating, but rather seemed to accelerate unexpectedly, inevitably instilled a sense of dread regarding the future. Observing her distress, Yi Bei cast several meaningful glances at Yinan. The solitary beauty, burdened by concerns for her distant kin, was the perfect opportunity to offer reassurance. However, Yinan remained oblivious. Fortunately, he was aware of what he needed to say at that moment. Rest assured, I will ensure that all of you arrive safely at the shelter in City S, where we will find our families and endure this dreadful apocalypse together. This was not merely a comfort for Shenqing. but also Yinan's goal since his rebirth. Regardless of how the world might change, this objective would remain unimpeded. His words warmed the hearts of those present. Xiao Ling instinctively nestled back into Lin Dong's embrace. For as a child, the warmth and security of family far surpassed the comfort of the RV's air conditioning. Gently patting his daughter's back, Lin Dong prioritized the safety of the group. Directly traversing the mountains will undoubtedly encounter numerous wild beasts. Won't it? The recent peculiar surge of beasts had left many feeling uneasy. What could have caused this strange behavior among the animals? It is likely due to the apocalypse. Wild creatures are far more attuned to the changes in nature than we are. Yinan harbored suspicions. There might be some bizarre phenomena at play in this apocalypse. The fangs that triggered responses within the system's battle suit, the bear as large as a tank, and the creatures that actively attacked and devoured human flesh were difficult to explain solely through hunger and panic. However, there was no need to voice these concerns, as they would only serve to incite further panic without any meaningful purpose. Turning, Yinan retrieved the crossbow he had found in the marketplace and handed it to Lin Dong. Practice with this when you have the chance, just in case. Yinan was already adequately equipped, and the crossbow held no significance for him. However, it was a formidable weapon. Quiet, with no recoil, and much easier to handle. At close range, its power would not be significantly inferior to that of a firearm. The key point was that Yinan had a considerable supply of crossbow bolts, and this weapon could be reused. Allowing Lin Dong to practice his aim and thereby enhance their combat capabilities. Of course, Yinan did not wish for Lin Dong to engage in combat unless absolutely necessary. It sufficed that Murong Xin's group utilize their firearms as cannon fodder. The safety of their own people was paramount. Most importantly, they must not exit the vehicle, especially the three girls. Yinan emphasized this point to them. He fervently hoped that the cinematic trope where family members would leave the protagonist's side for various reasons only to find themselves ensnared in danger awaiting rescue would not manifest in their reality. The following day, before dawn, the majority of the camp's inhabitants were already awake, for the previous night had hardly been tranquil. The howls of wolves echoed around the camp throughout the night, preventing anyone from sleeping soundly. All too fearful that the wolf pack might launch another sudden assault, at the outset, Yinan harbored some trepidation. The notorious wolf pack was known for holding grudges, and it seemed inevitable that they would return seeking retribution. In a bold move, he even took it upon himself to drive out and confront these creatures. However, the outcome was predictable. Whenever he pursued, the wolves fled, and upon his return, the wolves would trail behind him. The mountain woods at night were perilously treacherous, and Yinan found himself unable to catch up with these cunning beasts. Thus, he retreated to the camp, resigned to the fact that the wolves would continue their haunting howls from the distant forest. The sensation was unmistakably one of harassment. Coming to this realization, Yinan felt a sense of exasperation. No wonder wolves were deemed inherently sly creatures. Yet, since it was merely harassment, he found himself indifferent to the situation. After parking the vehicle and opening the shield, he realized he could hear nothing at all. The transformation feature provided sufficient internal circulation for oxygen. Blocking out sound was hardly a challenging task. Consequently, that night, the few members of the Wuling convoy managed to sleep soundly. Even Mu Rongshuan sported dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, the off-road RV did not offer much in the way of security. Fortunately, the day's itinerary did not require many drivers. The other survivors in the group were set to board a bus to the refuge in City F. The number of those who had made it this far was dwindling, and a single bus would suffice to transport everyone. Among the three team leaders, Lu Jiamin remained behind. The other two drove pickup trucks ahead to clear the snow, while the bus was entrusted to the seasoned drivers among the survivors, who would take turns. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely reach the refuge within 2 days. What the refuge would be like remained a mystery. As he watched the group board the bus, Lin Dong felt a pang of nostalgia. What could the refuge possibly entail? A moment's thought could offer a rough idea. A hastily constructed shelter filled with so many people could hardly boast an ideal environment. At the very least, survival was paramount. Yinan interjected, emphasizing that surviving was essential for creating a better life. As the bus started, it was time for Yinan and his group to depart. After Lu Jiamin inspected the vehicles of Mu Rongshuan and the others, he approached Yinan's group. After surveying the Wuling EV-80, he uttered words that left everyone speechless. Why not consider swapping vehicles? Chapter 44. The scheming of the canine strategist swap vehicles? Yinan's expression turned peculiar as he awaited further elaboration, curious about Lu Jiamin's intentions. Lu Jiamin, unfazed, had anticipated Yinan's reaction. He certainly did not expect Yinan to comply without question, especially regarding such a significant decision. After spending the night in Mu Rongshuan's RV, he had gained some insight into their relationship. Today's development was his suggestion to Mu Rongshuan. After all, the upcoming mountain roads would be complex, and it was not uncommon for ordinary vehicles to become stranded or break down. Which vehicle in their convoy was most susceptible to such issues? On the surface, the Wuling EV80 was undoubtedly the weakest link. Mu Rongshuan's side boasted off-road SUVs and specialized vehicles designed for the challenging terrain, while Yinan's Tesla pickup, while not renowned for off-roading, also possessed decent traversing capabilities. Yet, the Wuling EV80 felt distinctly out of place among such a convoy. An electric vehicle, rear-wheel drive, and low to the ground. It was hard to associate this lightweight passenger vehicle with the concept of off-roading. To put it bluntly, even the tire size of Mu Rongshuan's off-road RV dwarfed it. Thus, Lu Jiamin felt his suggestion was both reasonable and well-timed. Devoid of ulterior motives. As Shenqing and the three girls boarded Mu Rongshuan's vehicle, they were all headed to the same destination, the refuge in City S. Lu Jiamin believed that as long as Mu Rongshuan behaved like a gentleman, given his status, winning over these girls would be effortless. Once that was achieved, Yinan, as his brother-in-law, would naturally be considered one of their own. At the very least, it would help Shenqing see reality for what it was. At this moment, when Yinan inquired, Lu Jiamin seized the opportunity to present the argument he had been formulating. We re-entering the mountains, and the roads will become treacherous. There are only a few dirt paths, previously accessible only to motorcycles and off-road enthusiasts. I used to frequent those routes, but even well-modified vehicles could easily get stuck if one wasn't careful. More critically, in certain sections, vehicles could overturn and plunge down the cliffs. Your vehicle is the Wuling EV80, correct? Yes. Yinan could roughly guess what Lu Jiamin was driving at and chose not to expose him, opting instead to listen. It's a decent vehicle, inexpensive and durable. I've seen many customers modify it into a camper. Lu Jiamin adopted an air of authority, speaking with conviction. However, you must be aware of its limitations. In truly complex terrains, it will undoubtedly become immobilized. While being stranded isn't a major concern with so many vehicles around, the weather, as you know, complicates any rescue operation. He gestured at the sky, where the temperature had already plummeted to 30 degrees below zero. It was evident that once they entered the mountains, it would likely drop to a terrifying 40 or 50 degrees below. Snowflakes had begun to fall. With no means to contact the dispatch center, no one knew what the forthcoming weather would entail. If a blizzard were to arise, even the simplest outdoor tasks could transform into daunting challenges. Most importantly, if a vehicle were to tumble down the mountain, rescue would be impossible. That makes sense. Yinan nodded, finding Lu Jiamin's arguments sufficiently persuasive. Under normal circumstances, there would be no grounds for dispute. Seeing Yinan in agreement, Lu Jiamin felt emboldened, convinced that the matter was all but settled. He was well aware of Mu Rongshuan's father's status at the refuge. If he could manage this situation, he would undoubtedly gain influence in front of Mu Rongshuan. Thus, once they reached the refuge, life would surely improve. I discussed it with young Master Mu Rong. His RV can accommodate 2 people, which is ample space. If you abandon the EV80, the girls can move up there. This way, safety is guaranteed. You know the environment up there. It is certainly not lacking. Sensing his words were veering into obsequiousness, Lu Jiamin cleared his throat and feigned nonchalance. This way, we lighten our load on the road, enabling us to travel faster. You understand how dangerous this journey is. Arriving at the refuge sooner is beneficial for everyone. All right, understood. Yinan nodded. Lu Jiamin, believing he had secured agreement, quickly spoke up to I'll call someone to assist. Little did he know that Yinan's next words would leave him dumbfounded. But we want T-swap. Not swapping. Why? For no reason. Let us move on. No need for idle chatter. Yinan waved his hand, effectively dismissing him. After a moment's reflection, he added a warning. Tell Mu Rongshuan to refrain from any underhanded schemes. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to deliver a few slaps. But we're all doing this for the greater good. Lu Jiamin attempted to reason. However, Yinan's gaze had grown increasingly frigid. Recalling the instances where Yinan had resorted to violence over minor disagreements, Lu Jiamin's mouth opened and closed a few times before he resignedly retreated. How did I tell you? I said he wouldn't listen. Mu Rongshuan observed Lu Jiamin's return, feeling a twinge of disappointment but not particularly surprised. When Lu Jiamin left, he had held a flicker of hope. This was indeed a grand scheme. Even if the proposal was rejected, there was no reason for anger. On the surface, it was challenging to find fault with such an approach. Lu Jiamin felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his face. After several days on the road, he had grown a slight stubble, giving him a rather strategic appearance, and no worries. I have ways to make him see the truth. Chapter 45. Wheeled treads in Lu Jiamin's perspective. Yinan's refusal stemmed from an inability to grasp reality. Once they entered the mountains, the Wuling EV-80 would undoubtedly falter, and regardless of his reluctance, he would have to follow Lu Jiamin's advice. With a plan forming in his mind, Lu Jiamin carefully inspected the readiness of each vehicle. Satisfied that everything was prepared, he climbed into the lead vehicle and announced their departure. Following the previously agreed order, Mu Rongshuan's 2 off-road vehicles led the way, followed by his 2 heavy-duty off-road trucks, with Yinan's Wuling convoy trailing behind. Under normal circumstances, Yinan's 2 vehicles should have occupied a central position in the arrangement. However, not wishing to be encircled by Mu Rongshuan's crew, and with Lu Jiamin also harboring ulterior motives, both parties tacitly agreed to the arrangement. As a leader, Lu Jiamin possessed genuine skill. Even with the entire mountain draped in white, he accurately located the path into the mountains. Before entering, he made a brief assessment and directed the convoy onto an off-road route. Just as he had mentioned earlier, this area attracted numerous off-road enthusiasts. And this path was well-trodden. Though challenging, it was indeed shorter. Given the uniform off-road configuration of Mu Rongshuan's side, this choice was not without merit. This route is exceedingly difficult. Lin Dong intently controlled the steering wheel, glancing anxiously at the rearview mirror to monitor the situation of the EV-80. Since entering the mountains, he had felt as if the vehicle was no longer navigating smoothly. It was akin to riding a roller coaster, bouncing up and down, swaying left and right. Rest assured, there will be no further issues. Yinan offered a comforting remark. As he spoke, he noticed a gray wolf darting through the nearby forest. These bizarre creatures have resorted to stalking tactics now. Once they entered the mountains, it was akin to stepping into their domain. It seems that the Wolf King is still alive. To pursue them in this woodland, one would likely require a motorcycle. Lin Dong mused, recalling how Yinan had failed to catch up with the wolf pack last night, and he couldn't help but chuckle. However, under such ghastly weather, who could endure riding a motorcycle? The speaker was oblivious, but the listener took heed. His words indeed awakened Yinan. There was, in fact, an off-road motorcycle in the storage area. Yet, he was not particularly adept at riding it, and if he were to break down in the mountains, it would be quite embarrassing. After some contemplation, Yinan attempted to inquire within his mind whether the system could install an autopilot feature on that motorcycle. The system fell momentarily silent. Just as Yinan thought it was ignoring him again, he suddenly heard the sound of a mission being issued. Mission released. Complete a roadside rescue operation. Mission reward. Upgrade fleet permissions. Yinan felt a spark of delight. The plan proposed by the system was indeed sound. As long as he configured the motorcycle as vehicle number 3, he could share one feature of the base vehicles, which naturally included the autopilot. However, how to execute a roadside rescue operation became a puzzle. He glanced at the vehicles ahead and stroked his chin. Would it count if he rammed them out of the way first and then proceeded to rescue them? Yet, after voicing this thought, he dismissed it. That off-road RV weighed nearly 10 tons. After ramming it, Yinan certainly wouldn't be able to push it back. While he assessed the others, Lu Jiamin was equally puzzled. How could they keep up? With the snowstorm intensifying, he could no longer see Yinan's Wuling convoy in his rearview mirror. However, both parties had agreed that if they fell behind, they would call for help on the walkie-talkie, and they would periodically check on the convoy's status. So far, there had been no anomalies. But that in itself was the greatest anomaly. They had been jostling for over half an hour, and in some sections, even their off-road vehicles had to tread carefully, especially the 2 heavy-duty RVs at the back, whose high center of gravity made them sway precariously. How much longer must we endure this? Mu Rongxian could no longer contain his frustration over the walkie-talkie. If this continues, I might vomit. He felt as though he were on a boat caught in a storm. Despite lying in bed, he still felt as if he might be thrown overboard at any moment. Having never experienced motion sickness before, he was encountering for the first time the agonizing pain of a splitting headache and churning stomach. Cough, cough. Young Master Murong, Please bear with it a little longer. Lu Jiamin was also feeling somewhat unwell, but now was not the time for regrets. We must pass through here. It truly is the shortest shortcut. Although he had his own reservations, he dared not gamble with the lives of the entire convoy. Yet, he was perplexed. According to Lu Jiamin's estimates, given how hard they were struggling, the Wuling behind them should have already been at its limit. For safety reasons, the following vehicle would strive to stay in the ruts made by the leading vehicle. The road here had originally been sandy, but after the snow mixed in, it had turned to a muddy slurry, which had since frozen, though not too hard. After the passage of the two preceding off-road vehicles, especially the heavy-duty RVs, much of the ice had shattered, revealing the muddy ground beneath. Logically, the difficulty of passage for the trailing vehicle should have been greater. Wasn't that Wuling a rear-wheel drive? Vehicle number 4. How on earth did that Wuling manage to keep up? Lu Jiamin could no longer restrain himself and used their private walkie-talkie to inquire about the situation at the back. Vehicle number 4 was the RV in front of Yunnan. At this moment, with the snowstorm worsening, he was the only one who could barely see what was happening behind. This thing? Vehicle number 4 stammered, unsure how to describe what it had witnessed. After a long pause, it finally managed to express its convoluted thoughts. They are driving very steadily. What? Lu Jiamin felt he must have misheard, his voice rising at least 8 octaves as he repeated the question, even pressing for clarification. The driver of vehicle number 4's lips twitched, but he could only respond truthfully. They are driving very steadily. Very steadily? Lu Jiamin remained incredulous. He turned to lean against the window, eager to witness what very steadily looked like. Just then, they passed over a pothole, and the off-road vehicle jolted violently. He was propelled upward, his head colliding with the door. His tongue was bitten, causing him to gasp in pain. In truth, the driver of vehicle number 4 was not mistaken. Yinan and his companions were indeed driving very steadily. However, he had not observed closely enough. Otherwise, he would have found it peculiar. Behind them, the Tesla pickup had risen, elevated by nearly a meter. The reason was simple. Its wheels had vanished. In their place were 4 enormous wheel tracks. The thick, massive rubber tracks had a contact area exceeding 1 meter in length. With such a vast surface area, even minor bumps were easily flattened. Surely, this would warrant an exceptionally smooth ride. As for the Wuling, which Lu Jiamin always anticipated would break down, 3 girls were peering curiously out of the front windshield, captivated by the snow-white scenery. Do you feel like we're floating? Chapter 46. Articulated tracks. This was merely an illusion experienced by the girls. Although Yinan wished they could float, the base vehicle was not yet capable of such feats. The reason they felt the EV-80 was floating was primarily due to its height. Go prevent the trailing vehicle from jostling. After proposing several exaggerated plans that the system had denied, Yinan finally settled on the perfect off-road configuration. First, the chassis. Nothing suited this terrain better than tracks, so Yinan directly adopted the tank chassis. Furthermore, it was the renowned articulated track design of the Apocalypse tank. With 2 tracks on each side, they could adapt to the ground conditions, achieving optimal traction. Between the chassis and the cabin, Yinan employed an air suspension robust enough to support a heavy-duty truck like Optimus Prime. Utilizing the stability features provided by the autopilot, it dynamically adjusted the vehicle's posture in real time according to the road's condition, creating a gimbal-like effect for the entire cabin. As long as the ground incline was within 10 degrees, it could filter it out entirely. This setup made the girls feel as though they were floating. It should not be floating. Xiaoling shook her head. When traversing slopes, one could still feel the vehicle tilting. If it were floating, it surely wouldn't feel like this. But it certainly wasn't something achievable by wheels alone. Although the 3 girls inside the vehicle could not see what lay beneath, the EV-80 followed closely behind the Tesla pickup, with the exaggerated wheel tracks in full view. How was this accomplished? Nanotechnology or transformers? Shenqing was equally astonished. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the transformation process of the Tesla pickup. Observing from the side, it felt as if the original tires had suddenly been sliced, folded, and then unfurled into those extravagant tracks. While it appeared to have a logical sequence, it was fundamentally absurd. Moreover, there was another suspicious point. How did your brother acquire these? Yi shrugged. How would I know? Then she waved her hand dismissively. As long as I know he is my brother, does anything else matter? Although Yinan had pretentiously explained the various miraculous functions of the vehicle to them, they were, after all, two university students. Their eyes might be clear, but their minds had been through the rigorous filtering of the college entrance examination, so they were not foolish by any means. Living in an RV every day? Watching Yinan conjure various delicacies like magic, if they claimed not to find it strange, that would indeed be the greatest oddity. However, Yi Bei's unconditional trust in Yinan meant she would not dwell on such matters. She nudged Xinqing with her elbow. I told you, you won't regret being my sister-in-law. Xinqing's face flushed slightly, but she was also a bit dejected. Why do I feel like your brother is completely uninterested in me? He is friendly, yet very reserved. She certainly did not know that Yinan believed she was his younger sister's girlfriend and had entirely regarded her as a sister-in-law. Thus, it was only natural for him to be both friendly and maintain a distance. For heaven's sake, could you two stop watching so many soap operas? Xiao Ling could no longer tolerate it, jumping down from the driver's seat. She disdainfully switched off the soap opera on the screen and changed it to her favorite Little Witch animation. With an air of authority, she admonished, "Can't you see what time it is? It's the apocalypse, and you're still lost in romantic dramas." Her words caused both girls to blush, yet Xiao Ling was unfazed. Previously, she had refrained from using the food generation function for secrecy. Now that they had discovered the vehicle's oddities, Xiao Ling believed Yinan no longer cared about keeping secrets. Thus, she hopped over to the refrigerator, silently envisioning a strawberry cake. Opening the door, Xiao Ling's face darkened. The refrigerator was empty. With an exasperated roll of her eyes, she closed the door and muttered, "Daddy, I want to eat strawberry cake." Simultaneously, Yinan and the Tesla received a notification from the system. Ding, mood value 10. Although the system did not specify the source, he inexplicably knew that this mood value came from Xiao Ling's disdain. He chuckled inwardly, while he also felt that it was rather unkind to have the little girl call him daddy. If he were to expose that now, wouldn't it be tantamount to admitting he had been teasing Xiao Ling all along? The young girl, when ignited with rage, was undeniably fierce and formidable. Thus, Yinan decided to embrace the error. As long as he did not acknowledge the mistake, the likelihood of this falsehood being uncovered remained exceedingly low. It was nothing short of perfection. Moreover, this could be configured as a special command for Xiao Ling. Whenever she expressed a desire for a particular food, the system would conjure it into existence. This could be considered a privileged benefit bestowed upon her by Yinan. Regarding the matters of the system and the base vehicle, he truly harbored no secrets from the others. However, articulating an explanation proved to be quite challenging. After all, the phrase "I possess a system" sounded rather peculiar. Therefore, he resolved to let them discover it for themselves, which was preferable to the arduous task of Yinan's explanations. While they maintained a light-hearted demeanor, the situation for Murong Xian was dire. Oh dear, he had already gotten out of bed, clutching a plastic bag with half his head buried within it, expelling only bile. Yet even in such a state, he continued to experience spasms in his stomach. After finally catching his breath, he hurriedly seized the walkie-talkie and unleashed a tirade upon Lu Jianmin. "Lu Jianmin, you fool! Change to a normal route immediately, or I shall surely perish from vomiting on this road." Being subjected to such an onslaught of insults, Lu Jianmin's mood was understandably soured. Yet, he dared not retort Murong Xian's words and could only strive to placate him. "Young Master Murong, please bear with it a little longer. If we continue on this path, we shall reach a resting point in no more than 2 hours. Endure your nonsense." Upon hearing that there were still 2 hours left, Murong Xian erupted, shouting hoarsely into the walkie-talkie, "Now, immediately, switch the route." The violent retching sounds, despite being somewhat muted through the walkie-talkie, were still distinctly clear to Lu Jianmin. Already feeling a bit unwell himself, he found his stomach reacting in kind. He quickly took several deep breaths, then retrieved the map, meticulously comparing their surroundings. After a brief period, he had ascertained the precise location of the convoy. He pointed to a fork in the road ahead, indicating that they should turn in that direction. Having completed the arrangements, he did not forget to report back to Murong Xian. "Young Master Murong, I have adjusted the route. It will soon become much smoother. Please hang in there." With that, he let out a long sigh by the car window. While adjusting the route, he had, due to the angle, caught a vague glimpse of the Wuling EV-80 trailing behind the convoy. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom how they had managed to catch up. Before he could unravel the mystery, however, a voice suddenly crackled over the walkie-talkie from the bodyguard. "Report. This is Vehicle 4. We are stuck." Hearing the transmission, Lu Jiamin's heart sank. "Stop the vehicle! Stop!" he shouted urgently into the convoy's channel. His movements were swift as he unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and almost seamlessly exited. However, as he pushed the door outward, a gust of wind and snow rushed in, making it difficult for his eyes to remain open. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and dashed outside. By the time he reached the location of the stranded Vehicle 4, he was already sweating profusely beneath his down jacket, yet an internal chill gripped him. The tires of Vehicle 4 were nearly buried in the ground. Lu Jiamin struck the ground with a shovel a couple of times, observing the black frozen soil that surfaced, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. He had made a grave error. The previous jostling, compounded by Morong Xian's insistence, had led him to lose his bearings and choose the wrong path. This location had previously been a marshland. As the temperature dropped, the muddy water on the surface quickly froze, while the underlying sludge remained soft. Due to time constraints, it appeared that the surface ice had been compromised by Vehicle 3, and when Vehicle 4 passed over, the ice fractured, trapping its tires. What was worse, because the engine could not be turned off, the body of Vehicle 4 would tremble slightly, inevitably accelerating the fracturing of the ice layer, leading to the complete engulfing of the vehicle by the underlying sludge. Vehicles 5 and 6, retreat. Do not approach. Aware that time was of the essence, Lu Jiamin swiftly seized the walkie-talkie to issue commands. "A few of you, dig out the wheels of Vehicle 4 and lay down recovery boards. Vehicle 3, lower the support arms and prepare for towing." As a season guide in traversing challenges, Lu Jiamin had a contingency plan for dealing with stuck vehicles. Now that he had regained his composure, he began to issue orders methodically. The response from Morong Xian's bodyguards was prompt, with several collaborating efficiently. Following Lu Jiamin's instructions, they excavated the earth in front of the tires and placed the recovery boards down. The so-called recovery boards were long, high-density plastic strips adorned with rough textures to enhance friction. When laid on the ground, they effectively prevented the soil from being churned away by the tires, thus increasing traction to assist the vehicle in extricating itself. With no better leverage points available, they relied on Vehicle 3 to pull it out. However, given that it was a 10-ton behemoth, pulling it directly could potentially snap the cable. So he instructed Vehicle 3 to lower its support arms, securing itself to the ground like spider legs for stability. With the power of the winch, it should suffice to extract the vehicle. Due to the narrowness of the position where Vehicle 4 was stranded, Yinan and the others could not proceed, transforming their vehicles back into tire structures. He then took the walkie-talkie and stepped outside to assess the situation. Although the system's task was to conduct a road rescue, Yinan had no intention of recklessly rushing in. On one hand, he wished to keep his secret from being discovered by Morong Xian's people. On the other hand, he needed to ascertain the road conditions to avoid a comical scenario akin to the Calabash brothers rescuing Grandpa, where everyone would be sent out one by one. "How's the situation?" Yinan shouted as he approached Lu Jiamin, who was directing operations. Speaking clearly amid the howling wind and snow was no easy feat, even with his Black Panther battlesuit. He felt as though his mouth was filled with snowflakes. Yet to Lu Jiamin's eyes, it was as if he were seeing a ghost. The outdoor temperature was a frigid -50 degrees. With a storm raging, they were bundled up like bears, yet still shivering in the wind, particularly their hands, which felt as if they might freeze even through their gloves. Yet Yinan was dressed in what was evidently summer attire: thin sports pants and a casual hoodie. Lu Jiamin rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming that he was not hallucinating. Yinan truly looked as if he had stepped out in spring to buy soy sauce. He could not help but question. "Aren't you cold?" However, he quickly realized the futility of the inquiry. Observing Yinan's calm demeanor, it was evident that he felt no chill whatsoever. It was no wonder Morong Xian's bodyguards claimed he must possess some kind of impenetrable technique. It now seemed he had indeed reached a level where he was impervious to extremes of temperature, and no wonder he was bold enough to hand a gun to Morong Xian. Previously, Lu Jiamin had thought that Morong Xian refrained from using coercive methods out of a desire to woo someone. But now he understood that it was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a lack of necessity. Yet soon, he conceived an opportunity to redeem himself. With a quick flick of his eyes, he addressed Yinan. "The ground below is marshy, and the ice layer has been compromised. This route is impassable. Take this chance to tow the vehicle and hastily transfer your belongings to the vehicle ahead." Indeed, he had not given up. In fact, he felt as though this was a fortuitous opportunity. The surface ice of the marsh had already been damaged. Once Vehicle 4 was towed away, the shattered ice layer would likely render safe passage impossible. With no alternative routes available, the remaining options were limited to two. Either they would have to separate, but he was the only one familiar with the terrain, which would result in Yinan and his group getting lost in the mountains. Or they would have to switch vehicles. Though the process might be fraught with difficulties, as long as he could deceive them into boarding Murongxin's vehicle, the credit would ultimately belong to him. You need not worry about that. We can manage. Yinan remarked, digging a small hole to personally test the ground's hardness. The tires would undoubtedly be unable to pass, but transforming into a wheeled track would pose no difficulty on such terrain. After all, the mud was quite solidly frozen, and it was merely the large tonnage RVs of vehicles 3 and 4 that had crushed the surface ice. Otherwise, other vehicles would face no issue. Observing how the shovel required considerable effort to extract even a small mound of earth, Yinan effortlessly dug out substantial clumps of soil with his hands. Lu Jiamin's expression shifted slightly, further solidifying his belief in Yinan's identity as a martial arts master. Not daring to say much more, he feigned good intentions and advised, if you wish to test it, go ahead, but you should keep the doors open. If you truly get stuck, you won't be trapped inside. This statement, however, carried a hint of bitterness. On the surface, the Wuling EV-80 had only one outward opening door, and with its low chassis, should it become deeply entrenched, the height of the door could indeed prevent it from being opened. Yet typically, vehicles only become stuck when the chassis bottoms out. Reaching such a height usually indicated water ingress. Yinan found this curious. While he was not surprised that Lu Jiamin acted as a sycophant for Murongxin, he wondered why he seemed to harbor such deep resentment. Yinan could sense that Murongxin truly dared not provoke him, so why was this sycophant so proactive? Nevertheless, Yinan said nothing, finding it rather amusing to observe someone else rescue a vehicle, and he was in no hurry to leave. These individuals toiled for about an hour, finally managing to unearth the wheels of Vehicle 3. Of course, no one was aware that Lu Jiamin had ulterior motives, deliberately instructing them to enlarge the digging area, ostensibly for the sake of more effective recovery, but in reality, to disrupt the ice layer over a wider area, ensuring that Yinan and his group could not pass. Regardless of the circumstances, they eventually succeeded in laying down the recovery boards. With a command from Lu Jiamin, the bodyguards all returned to their vehicles, leaving him behind to oversee the operation. The winch slowly turned, pulling the steel cable of vehicle number 4 taut. As the driver pressed the accelerator, the tires spun helplessly in the mud for a few moments before finally managing to grasp the escape board. The massive vehicle began to move slowly. Lu Jiamin, witnessing this, let out a long sigh of relief. However, before he could fully exhale, a deafening bang pierced through the howling wind and snow, accompanied by a terrifying shriek that surged toward him. Chapter 48. The shift in Lu Jiamin's attitude. The shadow of death loomed, akin to a monstrous hand pressing down on Lu Jiamin's heart. The wind and snow howled, obscuring his view of the distant scene. He could only vaguely discern a dark figure rushing toward him, reminiscent of the scythe of the Grim Reaper, swinging inexorably closer. Was he to perish? Alongside his fear, there was a profound sense of unwillingness. His son was still an infant. Since his birth, he had scarcely held that precious life. As a new father, he had endeavored to work tirelessly to provide the best living conditions for his wife and child. Yet, just as they departed S-City, the apocalypse had arrived. Fortunately, he had received the task of leading Murongxin's team. Lu Jiamin was all too aware of who Murongxin's father was, being a native of S-City himself. Especially after the onset of the apocalypse, the moment the latter was appointed as the manager of the refuge, it was not an exaggeration to say that he wielded immense power. Lu Jiamin understood that this journey would be a pivotal phase in determining his future. Having spent half his life as a tour guide, what could he do once inside the refuge? Could he merely accompany his wife and child to collect relief supplies? In a world where resources were scarce, competition would be fierce, and the lives of the lower class would become increasingly miserable. To ensure a better life for his family, he had to leave a favorable impression on Murongxin before reaching the refuge in S-City. This was the reason behind his desperate attempts to have Yinan and the others switch vehicles, his only effort as an ordinary man, simple yet insignificant. Yet, he had botched it. The shadow drew ever closer, and Lu Jiamin felt a sharp sting at the spot on his face that was about to be struck. Ding! A crisp sound rang out before him. The oncoming shadow vanished, replaced by an outstretched arm clad in a sports hoodie. The steel cable that had been thwarted lashed heavily against the side of vehicle number 3, leaving a long, whip-like mark on the high-strength steel plate that was said to be bulletproof. Its silver sheen and clear patterns stood in stark contrast to the chaos around them. You. Lu Jiamin stammered, but the fear of death and the shock of Yinan blocking the cable with his bare hands rendered him speechless. There's no need for thanks, Yinan replied coolly. His reaction had been far quicker than Lu Jiamin's. Instinctively, he had reached out to shield Lu Jiamin after noticing the cable snap. After all, the latter was the team's navigator. Should he perish here, they would face an arduous journey ahead. Lu Jiamin quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. You saved my life. He attempted to grasp Yinan's hand, but his legs buckled, causing him to kneel instead. This action only served to make Yinan feel somewhat awkward. As he reached out to help him up, "Don't do that. Let us focus on figuring this out," Yinan said, gesturing toward vehicle number 4. Without the pull of the cable, although the vehicle had already settled onto the escape board, its immense weight still caused it to slide downward in the time it took for them to converse. The vehicle had returned to its original entrapment, and it appeared to have sunk even deeper. No, there's no hope. Lu Jiamin's gaze dimmed. With the cable severed, what could he possibly do now? He retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket, his mouth curling into a bitter smile. Just moments ago, he had considered advising Yinan to abandon their RV, and now, instant karma had struck. Unable to extricate the vehicle, he had no choice but to declare the abandonment of vehicle number 4. This decision would surely mark him as a failure in Morong Xian's eyes. Worse still, with vehicle number 4 blocking the path, Yinan and the others would also be unable to pass, at least. That was Lu Jiamin's assumption. He glanced around, pondering, before quietly suggesting, "How about I lead you all to find a way around this?" This was the only solution he could conceive, to have Morong Xian camp in place while he guided Yinan and the others. "There's no need for such trouble." Yinan waved his hand dismissively. "If we take a detour, we won't make it today, and I still have a task to complete. If the road is detoured, how will I find a vehicle for roadside assistance? Just go ahead and lead the way. I'll give you a push from behind." Huh? Push? Lu Jiamin's mind was momentarily at a loss. It took a moment for him to grasp that Yinan meant he would drive the vehicle from behind to push vehicle number 4 out of the pit. This was impossible. Even if Lu Jiamin racked his brain, he found it impossible to believe such a feat could be accomplished. This vehicle weighed at least 10 tons, no matter how powerful their pickup truck was. It couldn't possibly push it out. Moreover, the ground conditions. Don't worry. I'm not using the pickup to push, Yinan shrugged. Indeed, the Tesla pickup couldn't manage such a task. Even if it could transform, there was a limit to its power boost. After all, it was merely a small truck at its core. Neither the vehicle's weight nor its power would suffice for such an endeavor. Then what? Lu Jiamin pondered for a long while before finally swallowing hard. Asking in a tone of reverence, "Can you really push it?" In his mind, it couldn't possibly be the pickup, and surely it wouldn't be the Wuling EV80. After recalling Yinan's earlier feat of blocking the steel cable with his bare hands, Lu Jiamin finally pieced together the logic in his mind. Yinan was a Superman, capable of pushing a 10-ton heavy truck with his bare hands. Why Yinan was rendered speechless. He wished he could indeed push it. He would gladly don red underwear over his pants if it meant gaining superpowers. "Use the RV?" he suggested. "Use the RV?" Lu Jiamin's voice rose by 3 octaves, his expression turning peculiar. "I'd much rather believe you could push it. Moreover, he might not be aware of the ground conditions. Let me tell you, I consider myself somewhat of an expert in this area. This is absolutely impossible." His words tumbled out in a rapid-fire manner. After a moment's thought, he glanced at the nearby trees, contemplating how to remedy the situation. "I could have them chop down a few of these trees. That way, your pickup might still make it through." "Shut up, move. Have the driver of Vehicle 4 cooperate with my actions?" Yinan interrupted, clearly annoyed. Once Lu Jiamin climbed into Vehicle 4, Yinan returned to the Wuling EV80 after exchanging greetings with a few girls. He took his place in the driver's seat and slowly approached the rear of Vehicle 4. The tires of Vehicle 4 had already compressed the slope in front of them. Given the weather, even the escape board had quickly formed a layer of ice on its surface, resulting in insufficient traction for the tires to gain purchase. Yet, before Lu Jiamin and the others could believe their eyes, as the slightly smaller Wuling EV80 nudged against the 10-ton heavy truck, the latter began to move slowly. However, It was not long before the sound of cracking ice resonated from beneath them. Chapter 49. The learning must continue. The ice surface formed over the swamp was never truly stable. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been fractured by the weight of the heavy truck. Though Yinan had not revealed the base vehicle's true form, to move a 10-ton behemoth, the weight of the EV-80 had to be proportionally increased. With over 20 tons pressing down, the ice layer simply could not withstand it. Fortunately, the swamp was not entirely composed of water. Rather, it was a mixture of mud and water, endowing it with a relatively stronger load-bearing capacity. Otherwise, it would have collapsed entirely, swallowing everyone above. The sound of the ice cracking transmitted through the tires to the occupants of the two vehicles. Those inside felt a sudden unease, a foreboding sensation washing over them. Thankfully, Yinan remained composed. Without waiting for inquiries, he began issuing commands. Vehicle 4, don't hesitate. Surge forward. Uncle Lin, hurry and keep up. The ground is about to crack. As he spoke, the engine of the base vehicle roared to life. A torrent of ice shavings was swept up by the tracks beneath the EV-80, transforming into a cloud of mist that billowed from the rear of the vehicle. The immense thrust generated propelled the two RVs, which had only just begun to move, into a sudden acceleration. The Tesla pickup, having cleared the way, did not hesitate, barreling down the path forged by the two vehicles. As the ice layer fractured, by the time it reached, the tires splashed not white ice and snow, but dark, muddy earth. Lin Dong felt as though the ground had transformed into jelly, soft and swaying. As he traversed it, it felt as if he were a stone skipping across water, bouncing slightly with each movement, allowing him to leap and bound his way to the other side. We made it out? We made it out! Lu Jiamin shouted excitedly from Vehicle 4, just moments before, as he felt the ice beginning to shatter. His heart had nearly leapt into his throat. Yet, at that moment, his mind had gone blank, leaving him unable to react. No, it wasn't entirely accurate to say he had no reaction. Thoughts had crossed his mind. Thoughts of the ground collapsing, of their vehicle overturning and trapping them, of all these people being unable to escape and dying right there. Thus, at this moment, he felt a sense of profound relief, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. He excitedly embraced the driver of Vehicle 4 until the latter pushed him away in irritation. Prompting Lu Jiamin to realize his own indiscretion, he gripped the walkie-talkie tightly as if it were Yinan's shoulder, excitedly exclaiming, "How did you do it? This is a 10-ton heavy truck. It was nearly stuck in there." "Don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked," Yinan replied tersely, unwilling to explain. "Such matters could not be clarified easily. Let us get moving. You've already wasted too much time." The wind and snow seemed to be intensifying. "Oh, right. My apologies. We'll set off right away." Lu Jiamin finally grasped the situation, hastily disembarking from Vehicle number 4 and striding towards the lead vehicle ahead. Upon reaching the car, he took a moment to regain his composure before announcing the subsequent itinerary. "Let us accelerate a bit. We should arrive at the valley before nightfall, which appears to be a suitable place to spend the night." This mountain range, though not extensive, could have been traversed within a day prior to the disaster. However, the sky now was entirely shrouded in clouds, significantly diminishing the duration of daylight. Moreover, the road conditions were complex. Thus, in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, it had been previously agreed that it would be better to find a suitable place to rest rather than navigate in darkness. Upon hearing this, the others collectively sighed in relief. The terrifying road conditions ahead made them reluctant to continue their journey. If given the choice, everyone wished they could simply stop and rest for a while. Of course, this sentiment did not extend to Yinan and his companions. The segment of the road they were on was relatively smooth, and the snow tires of the Tesla pickup were more than adequate. So Yinan was disinclined to make another trip. He merely instructed Lin Dong to find a clear area to overtake and then activated the autopilot to follow the lead vehicle. As they departed the marshland, the system's notification chimed in, "Mission completed. Team permission LV2'd. You may designate vehicle number 3 for shared base vehicle functionality." Yinan promptly designated the all-terrain motorcycle stored in the storage area, relocating it to the rear compartment of the EV-80. When the time was right, he could open the back door and pretend it had always been there, as for whether others would believe it. Well, Yinan felt he could hardly be bothered with that. It was certainly more credible than claiming to have found an all-terrain motorcycle on the road. Following the original plan, to ensure a stylish ride without the embarrassment of crashes, Yinan activated the auxiliary driving function, sharing it with vehicle number 3. The system detected that the assigned vehicle did not meet the conditions for intelligent driving and would need an upgrade. Oh, an upgrade included, Yinan thought to himself, feeling a thrill akin to discovering a second drink at half price. Then the system's voice continued, upgrade cost, 4,000 emotional points. Emotional points have been deducted. Upgrade complete. The smile that had just begun to emerge on his lips froze in place. Yinan glanced at his emotional points balance. 250. Well, it felt like he had just been scolded. Fortunately, although the system was undoubtedly a shrewd merchant, its products were exceptionally well-crafted. Yinan observed that the all-terrain motorcycle, which had previously appeared somewhat lackluster, now looked remarkably rugged, reminiscent of Wolverine's vehicle, old-school, retro, yet undeniably wild. It struck a chord with Yinan's sensibilities, and he began to consider taking it for a spin. However, upon turning around, he noticed the three women gazing at him with wide-eyed curiosity. Yinan chuckled and took a seat at the booth. "Are you really my brother?" As soon as he sat down, Yibei couldn't contain her curiosity and leaned in closer to scrutinize him. Yinan shot her a look and playfully tapped her forehead. The sudden jolt caused Yibei to immediately cover her forehead and retreat into Shen Qing's embrace, crying. Yet Yinan showed no sign of sympathy. With a smile, he inquired, "Is it confirmed?" "Ugh, you jerk of an older brother." Yibei had indeed confirmed it. She had been subjected to that tap every time she misbehaved since childhood. "What about this vehicle?" Shen Qing chuckled as she rubbed Yinan's forehead. Yinan's approach to disguising the base vehicle could be described as quite lackadaisical. After all, these individuals were not outsiders. The potential for secrets to be revealed was minor compared to the importance of living conditions. However, the origins of the system were something Yinan could not elucidate. So he simply shook his head. "I can't really explain it. In short, this is a base vehicle filled with cutting-edge technology. You only need to know that as long as we are hidden in this vehicle, we are absolutely safe." Xiaoling nodded in agreement, continuing to devour her strawberry cake. "Be careful of cavities." Yinan sighed, beginning to ponder whether the little girl had indulged in too many snacks. After a moment of thought, he retrieved several exercise books from beneath the booth. "I think you both need to enrich your intellectual pursuits. Why not tutor her? There's a saying that goes, as long as one is alive, learning must continue." Xiaoling gazed at the stack of exercise books towering higher than her cake and gasped in horror. Yet before she could voice her discontent regarding Yinan's devilish antics, her attention was captivated by the scenery outside. The snow has stopped. Chapter 50. The cave. Wishing to divert the topic, Yinan waved his hand, showing no remorse for his terrifying behavior. Outside, it was currently -50 degrees. Even though the snow had ceased, the world remained an icy expanse that could lead to snow blindness if one stared too long. Observing the little girl's flustered expression was far more entertaining. Of course, when digging a pit, one had to maintain a serious demeanor. This is for your own good. A childhood without exams is incomplete. Who knows, there might even be college entrance exams in the shelter. We cannot afford to fall behind at the starting line. The idea of college entrance exams in a shelter. Uncle, have you considered how absurd that sounds? Xiaoling was truly speechless. If they were to reside in a shelter, having to traverse a narrow bridge was utterly despairing. She would much prefer to remain outside, where there was food and drink. Wasn't that quite pleasant? Yet, she was genuinely not attempting to attract attention. "Look, there's no snow here." To avoid further entanglement with Yinan, Xiaoling directly approached the driver's seat. Originally, the EV80 only had windows for the driver and passenger seats. After Yinan's modifications, the passenger seat had become a door for access, leaving only the window next to the driver's seat operable. Xiaoling opened the window, reaching outside to discover that indeed, no snowflakes fell upon her hand. In fact, she could even sense that it was not as cold outside as it had been previously. While they had been engaged in conversation, the convoy had already arrived at the valley location Lu Jiamin had mentioned. Yinan had no particular expectations for this place. To him, it was merely a potential refuge from the wind. However, as the convoy ventured deeper, the surprises within surpassed his anticipations. Ultimately, the convoy came to a halt within a cave. This was the first time since the apocalypse that Yinan had seen a scene devoid of white. Inside the cave, there was neither wind nor snow. In fact, stalactites hung from the ceiling, with water droplets cascading down. How could the temperature here be so high? Lu Jiamin, as the team leader, was the first to exit the vehicle to assess the situation. Upon stepping out, he was astonished. The thermometer affixed to the car door displayed a surprising 12 degrees above zero. Tentatively removing his heavy outer garments, he felt a slight chill in the air, but it was far from cold. Ecstatic, Lu Jiamin quickly relayed this delightful news to the others. Come down quickly. It's wonderfully warm here. Indeed, he felt that this could be classified as warmth. Once the temperature had plummeted to minus 50 degrees, the air conditioning in the vehicle had become ineffective. No matter how it was adjusted, the internal temperature could not rise above zero, especially with each door opened. The accumulated warmth would dissipate in an instant. 12 degrees above zero. Wasn't that akin to a spring-like climate? The others in the convoy gradually disembarked, and even Yinan and his companions were taken aback. Is there a volcano nearby? Xinqing immediately posed her question upon exiting. Logically, the temperature should not have remained so elevated merely due to the shelter from the wind and snow. The cave resembled a trumpet with its opening facing outward. Although there was no draft, the airflow around was quite smooth. The temperature should not be significantly higher than that of the outside world. To maintain such warmth, there must be another heat source nearby. This statement instantly caused tension among the group. While the pleasantly warm climate was surprising, no one entertained the notion of spending the night near a volcano. At least not an active one. A lower temperature could be tolerated with clothing, but falling into lava would spell disaster. However, Lu Jiamin quickly allayed their concerns. No, I haven't heard of any volcanoes in this vicinity, he shrugged. If there were, I wouldn't dare bring you here. The relentless cold of the apocalypse could only be considered as background noise. It did not imply that only one type of disaster existed. The earthquakes experienced in B City were not mere coincidences. It was as if the entire planet had been activated, with landslides and volcanic eruptions occurring with alarming frequency. Before communication was entirely severed, they had already heard numerous reports of earthquakes and volcanic activity in the official announcements. Under such circumstances, no one would willingly approach a volcano. After conducting a thorough inspection, he reported back to Yinan. The nearby terrain showed no signs of change, and the stalactites overhead bore no evidence of having fallen, indicating no recent earthquakes. After all they had been through, Lu Jiamin found himself genuinely impressed by Yinan. He could not explain why the temperature in this place was so high, so he left the decision to Yinan, allowing him to determine their next course of action. When something is amiss, there is certainly something strange afoot. Yinan was not the type to be reckless. Are there any other suitable places to spend the night nearby? None, Lu Jiamin replied. If we continue onward, we must be prepared to navigate in darkness. However, once night falls, I will also struggle to discern the direction. Lu Jiamin felt somewhat helpless. His method of navigation was rather crude, relying solely on his familiarity with the terrain. With the clouds obscuring the sky, there would be no moonlight, rendering it pitch black. Then let us stay here for the night. We can arrange for someone to keep watch. If anything happens, we'll leave immediately. Yinan made the decision, which brought a collective sigh of relief from the others in the team, especially the bodyguards. Feeling the warmth of the surrounding climate, no one was particularly eager to leave after having spent so many days in the vehicle. It is a rare opportunity to encounter such a warm place. One must hasten to stretch one's limbs. The people from Murongxian's side quickly produced a considerable amount of dry firewood and set up a campfire in the cave. Several small pots soon began to emit steaming vapors. The enticing aroma of food rapidly enveloped the weary travelers, providing them with a sense of comfort after a long day of journeying. Yi Bei and the others disembarked as well. Although the environment inside the base vehicle was quite pleasant, the fact remained that they were still confined within the vehicle, lacking the reassuring touch of solid ground beneath their feet. Thus, the chance to step out and move about was a source of great joy. However, it was not long before a loud reprimand shattered the good spirits of several individuals. Damn it, are you trying to scald me? Upon turning towards the source of the voice, they saw Murongxian berating Li Yue, who stood beside a toppled platter of food. The young master had been jostled quite a bit today. After alighting from the vehicle, he had someone set up a folding bed next to the campfire, where he lay waiting to be served. Yi Bei wore a somewhat awkward expression but refrained from voicing any complaints. Li Yue had the opportunity to step away but chose to remain in Murongxian's vehicle, fully aware of the circumstances that were to be expected. Everyone must bear the consequences of their own choices. At that moment, Xinqing handed over a roasted chicken wing. Yi Bei bit into it fiercely and then issued a warning to Yinan. If you dare treat Xinqing like that, I will bite you to death. Yinan was left utterly bewildered. unable to comprehend how he had become involved in this situation. Just as he was about to inquire further, Shun Qing let out a startled cry and leapt into Yinan's embrace. Chapter 51. The night ambush by the python. Yinan had no time to ponder, swiftly enveloping Shun Qing in his arms. Even the bamboo skewer he held became a makeshift weapon, swung toward the unseen threat behind Shun Qing. Yet, nothing was there. Something bit me. Shun Qing, a bit embarrassed, rubbed her backside, certain that something had stealthily attacked her. Yet, before her panic could subside, she caught a glimmer of mischief in Yi Bei's eyes. She quickly understood what had just transpired, and her anger bubbled beneath the surface. However, before she could unleash her frustration, she realized she was still nestled in Yinan's embrace, leaving her too flustered to respond. There's nothing there. Lin Dong hurried over to investigate, but returned empty-handed. Just as he was about to speak, he was pulled away by Xiao Ling. This little girl was nothing like her father. She had observed the exchange of glances between Yi Bei and Shun Qing with keen interest. Naturally, Yinan noticed this unusual behavior. Observing his sister's seemingly unbothered demeanor, he knew she could not hide it from his discerning gaze. And he swiftly delivered a playful smack. "What time is it? Still playing around?" Yi Bei felt utterly aggrieved. "Am I playing? I am sacrificing myself for your lifelong happiness, dear brother." Of course, she could not voice such thoughts. "I just wanted to lighten the mood since everyone seems so tense." This statement held some truth. Throughout their harrowing escape, aside from her who was somewhat impervious to fear, everyone else was fraught with worry. Even Yinan had been on edge the entire journey. The numerous unexpected incidents had inadvertently heightened his own anxiety. "And you dare question me? Have you had enough of holding her?" Yi Bei was acutely aware that both of them were too proud to back down. Seizing the opportunity, she turned the tables. Realizing he was still holding Shun Qing, Yinan's face flushed crimson at her blushing countenance, clearly indicating she was aware of the situation but too timid to struggle. Embarrassed, he quickly released her. "Ahem. I thought it wasn't intentional. I knowed why." Yi Bei, the instigator, was all too familiar with the concept of making matters worse. She pulled Shun Qing behind her, adopting a protective stance as if shielding a virtuous woman from the prying eyes of rogues. Her lips curling in disdain. "What, is she soft? Is she fragrant? Soft? Fragrant?" Heaven bear witness, Yinan truly harbored no such thoughts. Yet, akin to a psychological suggestion, the unspoken words lingered. If he did not mention it, perhaps he could avoid the situation. However, once questioned, as he gazed at the adorable Shun Qing, his mind involuntarily conjured the image of holding her close. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard. "Hey!" Yi Bei had caught him red-handed. "No, let me explain." "No, I will not listen." Seizing the moment, Yi Bei led Shun Qing away toward the RV. Watching the two retreat into the vehicle, Yinan stood frozen, feeling a whirlwind of helplessness. However, before he could make sense of the situation, a shout erupted from Morong Xian's direction. "Snake! There's a snake over there." He was thoroughly startled, tumbling off the folding bed, his face a mask of terror as he gazed into the depths of the cave. The flickering firelight revealed what appeared to be a serpentine shape moving within. The surrounding bodyguards reacted swiftly, shielding Morong Xian and sending others into the cave. As the torchlight drew nearer, the so-called snake revealed itself to be merely a branch discarded by someone. It could have been brought by a wild animal or carelessly left by previous campers. In the end, it was merely a false alarm. Yinan exchanged a wry smile with Lin Dong. "It seems our nerves have indeed been a bit too taut." Lin Dong nodded. "This was to be expected. In a maximum of 2 days. Once we reach the shelter, we should be able to relax a bit. Right? Can we? Well, at least we can let go of our anxieties." Noticing Xiao Ling had returned to the vehicle, Yinan and Lin Dong lost interest in the fire and parked their vehicles side by side, activating the protective shield before settling down to sleep. The responsibility of keeping watch that night was entrusted to Morong Xian's people. They had sufficient manpower to rotate shifts. Yinan specifically instructed them to wake him at the sound of wolf howls. With the support of Vehicle 3, he would not lose track again. Yet, throughout that night, it seemed the wolf pack had chosen to forego their hunt. They heard not a single howl, and time quietly passed until around 4 or 5 in the morning. The guard on watch yawned, glancing at the time, and exhaled a sigh of relief. There were 2 of them, stationed in off-road vehicles at either end of the convoy, maintaining vigilance. Although the night had been somewhat dull due to the lack of incidents, It was indeed the best news. Grasping the walkie-talkie, he communicated with his comrades inside. ITS 430, all is normal. After a few seconds, however, the walkie-talkie remained silent. With no response, he found this peculiar and asked again, "Old K, are you asleep?" Still, there was no reply. The drowsiness that had built up in that moment was instantly cast aside. He quickly switched the walkie-talkie to the public channel, shouting, "Something's wrong, something's wrong. Everyone, wake up!" A few minutes later, the groggy group gathered at the rear of the convoy. The off-road vehicle stood intact, its door ajar. Other bodyguards investigated the ground for clues and soon returned to the group. He must have been attacked while he was urinating. They discovered remnants of urine on the wall beside the vehicle, indicating it had been recently left. More critically, there were signs of a massive creature having slithered past that wall, something large, estimated to be about a meter wide. When he spoke, the guard's complexion darkened. The conclusion was unmistakable. The bodyguard on watch had stepped out to relieve himself and was ambushed by the giant python. Swallowed whole without even a chance to scream. The thought of such a terrifying creature lurking near where they had been resting sent shivers through the group. Yet, a very pragmatic question now loomed before them. Should we go rescue him? If he was indeed swallowed whole, they directed their question to Yinan. Having experienced the previous ordeal, they had tacitly acknowledged his role as the leader in matters of safety, given the length of time. It was more than sufficient to succumb to suffocation 8 times over. Yinan understood that these men were brothers to the missing guard. While this sentiment might seem cruel, he had no interest in either rescue or vengeance. "We need to leave now. We cannot provide that python with any more winter sustenance." As he uttered those words, a sense of relief washed over him. The temperature in the cave was excessively high. Such a beautiful place should not be so eerily tranquil. It was indeed the greatest anomaly. Now that the unknown dangers were laid bare, they seemed less formidable, without affording anyone the chance to oppose him. He approached Lu Jiamin. "I will scout ahead. Can you guide the way?" Lu Jiamin hesitated but recognized that this was not the time to refuse. "There's only one route out of here. Just take it slow. We should." "All right, let us move." Chapter 52. "I'll just take some snake meat." Yinan's stance was resolute, and none dared to voice dissent. After all, they were facing a python a meter wide. Confronting it directly meant that anyone present would inevitably face the fate of being swallowed whole. Remaining behind served no purpose other than becoming fodder. Moreover, the weapons at their disposal amounted to little more than 2 automatic rifles and a limited supply of ammunition. In fact, only one gun remained. The other had been lost along with the unfortunate bodyguard, who had not even had the chance to fire a warning shot, let alone inflict any damage. Everyone hurried back into the vehicle at the fastest pace possible, leaving behind any belongings they had not collected. Yinan retrieved a motorcycle from behind the EV-80, revved the engine, and maneuvered it to the front of the convoy. The snow-covered mountain path was treacherous. None could predict when they might veer off course, nor whether the next moment would reveal solid ground or a pitfall. It was possible that they might encounter loose soil ready to give way. All of this relied on fate. Thus, it was imperative for the leader to pave the way, with the following vehicles closely tracking the tire tracks of the front. However, in their urgency to depart, there was no time to be selective. Yinan could only place his hopes upon the formidable capabilities of the advanced driving assistance system. With the agility of a motorcycle combined with the aid of this technology, he felt confident that even if he veered off the road, regaining control would not be an insurmountable challenge. In the worst-case scenario, the protective Black Panther suit he wore would prevent him from meeting a fatal end on the mountainside. Could there truly be a 1-meter-wide giant python? In the off-road vehicle marked as number 3, 2 bodyguards anxiously trailed behind, their eyes darting nervously in every direction. Everyone understood the nature of pythons. They were long and slender, typically measuring about 1/20th of their length and width. Thus, if they had indeed spotted a 1-meter-wide trace, it implied that the creature could be as long as 20 meters. What does 20 meters signify? It is akin to the height of 6 or 7 stories. Merely envisioning a python of such colossal proportions was enough to send shivers down the spines of the 2 men. Regardless of the truth of the matter, their priority was to leave the area as swiftly as possible. Yes, indeed, snakes are known to be averse to the cold. Once outside, they should be safe. However, just as they had exited the rocky cave, the bodyguard in the passenger seat suddenly spotted a shadow lunging toward their convoy. There was no time to react. The off-road vehicle they occupied jolted violently before being tossed into the air by a tremendous force. The several-ton vehicle was lifted as if it were a mere child's toy. The python's tail ensnared it tightly, and despite the roll cage's resilience, the vehicle creaked under the pressure. The doors swung open, and the bodyguard in the passenger seat clung desperately to his seat, his feet flailing in search of stability. Yet, he soon realized that the carnivorous python would not allow its prey to escape. The tail's sweeping motion intensified, and the overwhelming centrifugal force rendered him incapable of holding on, leaving him to scream helplessly as he plummeted toward the gaping maw of the waiting serpent below. The bodyguard in the driver's seat experienced this terrifying scene from a front-row perspective. In his panic, his stomach could no longer endure the violent jostling and expelled everything he had consumed the night before. Fortunately, he had the luck to have fastened his seatbelt upon entering the vehicle. Although he felt as though his brain were being scrambled, at least he was spared the fate of plummeting into the python's jaws like his companion. However, after several violent shakes, the python's patience was finally exhausted. With a sudden and powerful constriction of its tail, a sound akin to twisting steel filled the air as the off-road vehicle was crushed like a freshly squeezed orange, spilling a copious amount of red and white liquid that dripped into the open mouth of the giant python below. The sudden appearance of the python obstructed the convoy. Nan turned around just in time to witness the gruesome sight of the bodyguard being crushed into a bloody pulp. Even more terrifying was the realization that after devouring the two bodyguards from vehicle number 3, the python's head turned toward the valley. Ahead of it lay 2 heavy trucks and the members of the Wooling convoy. Nan's eyes widened in horror. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the wolf claw and thrust it into the ground. The immense resistance caused his motorcycle to pivot sharply, sending snow flying as the tires spun rapidly. The swirling snow engulfed him as he charged forth on his motorcycle. The python seemed to sense Nan's murderous intent. It turned its head, only to witness Nan's motorcycle using its body as a launching pad. Propelling itself upward, before the python could react, Nan transformed into a colossal fist, striking its face with tremendous force. The impact slammed the python against the rocky wall of the valley, sending debris flying and causing the ground to tremble. The advanced driving assistance system demonstrated its prowess. In midair, Nan discovered that the motorcycle, once on the verge of losing control, stabilized itself through the change in tire rotation speed. Harnessing the reactive force from the collision with the python, he leaped onto the opposite rock face, executing a brief wall run before landing back on the ground. Seated atop the motorcycle, Nan felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. This was far more exhilarating than any roller coaster. Of course, this was not the time for showboating. Noticing the python's momentary disorientation, he quickly urged the others to flee, instructing them to escape the valley without delay. However, mere flight would not suffice. Given the python's size, it would not move slowly. Coupled with the fact that dawn had not yet arrived, visibility was severely limited. Even if the convoy managed to exit the valley, their speed would likely be hindered, perhaps even less than within the valley where the roads were clearer. The balance of power was such that the convoy had little hope of outrunning the python. Thus, someone had to remain behind to confront the creature. "Brother, what about you?" Bei, upon realizing that Nan had not instructed him to follow, immediately understood his brother's intentions. Anxiously, he cried out over the intercom. Nan positioned his motorcycle in front of the python, his gaze firmly fixed on the colossal beast. From a distance, it appeared large, yet as it drew nearer, Nan found it difficult to discern its entire form. All he could see was a snake's head the size of a small sports car. The forked tongue flickering from its mouth resembled a vivid red towel, each exhalation carrying a noxious, burning stench. Nan spat, waving to the departing convoy with a calm demeanor. "Brew me a cup of coffee. I'll be back shortly with some snake meat." The giant python seemed to comprehend the disdain in Nan's words. Its head snapped open, triangular pupils narrowing into slits. Coiling its massive body, it resembled an endless steel cable, its scales glimmering as it formed an imposing barrier. From within this barrier, the enormous head rose. Its jaws agape like a vast net of flesh. Towering above, it unleashed a foul wind as it lunged forward. Chapter 53. To wait or to leave, such a monstrous creature charged forth. Even through the mask of the Black Panther suit, the noxious odor caused Nan to momentarily gasp. His right hand twisted the throttle to the limit. The tires spun rapidly, sending a plume of dust into the air as the vehicle swayed backward. The giant jaws clamped down, filling with sand and dirt, devoid of the anticipated taste of flesh. Instead, it witnessed Yinan escape beneath its gaze, even turning back to whistle. The python, unable to grasp the meaning behind the whistle, nonetheless sensed the provocation. Its fury surged uncontrollably, completely disregarding the other vehicles gradually retreating nearby. Within its terrifying vertical pupils, only Yinan's rapidly fleeing form remained. Yinan felt the python's wrath intensify toward him. He silently exhaled in relief. With the creature's size, had it chosen to attack the convoy, Yinan would have been utterly helpless. Although he believed the armored vehicle's defenses were sufficiently robust, recalling the earlier scene of a vehicle being tossed into the air left him with no desire to allow the python near the convoy. Furthermore, with distance established, Yinan could fully unleash his capabilities without the burden of future explanations. In the midst of his contemplation, Yinan suddenly sensed a foul wind approaching from above. He barely had time to lean his motorcycle to the side when the enormous shadow struck the road ahead. The python had directly used its coiled body as a spring, launching itself violently toward Yinan. The colossal triangular head crashed into the ground, sending dirt flying as the once solid road crumbled into a pit deep enough for a person to stand in. The python's body rolled toward him, and Yinan had no time to react. Fortunately, the intelligent driving system proved remarkably adept. The motorcycle maneuvered like an acrobat, skillfully navigating through the gaps in the python's form. Yet, Yinan, seated atop, felt a wave of nausea from the tumultuous movements. Just as he escaped the python's shadow, he let out a loud burp, a sour taste rising in his throat, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. The python, disoriented from the impact, shook its head as it attempted to refocus its gaze. To its surprise, the figure that should have been fleeing had instead returned. The motorcycle sped over the python's body, glinting silver as the pain caused the creature to rear its head. In the spot where it had been crushed, a long, narrow gash appeared, oozing faint traces of blood. Once stabilized, Yinan surveyed his handiwork, inwardly lamenting his predicament. This is bad. The claws of Wolverine are only about 25 centimeters long. While not insignificant, due to riding the motorcycle, Yinan could not achieve a full incision. Thus, the resulting injury was akin to a mere paper cut on a human finger. It was certainly painful, but aside from inciting further anger in the python, it bore no substantial effect. Indeed, as Yinan's thoughts took shape, the python's tail transformed into a shadow, sweeping past him with alarming speed. The advanced driving assistance system kicked into high gear, propelling the motorcycle forward. However, Yinan on the motorcycle felt the full brunt of the tail strike. Bang! A human-shaped dent appeared in the rock wall. Yinan inhaled sharply, feeling as though he had just experienced the acceleration of an F1 car, the sensation of being pressed into his seat as if his insides were about to burst forth. This was after the Black Panther suit had absorbed most of the impact. Had an ordinary person endured such a tail strike, they would undoubtedly have been reduced to a mist of blood. Yet even so, Yinan felt his limbs grow weak, exhausted. He could only stagger out from the rock wall. However, after just a few steps, a foul gust of wind assaulted him from above. It was a disaster waiting to unfold. Without even needing to look up, Yinan knew it was the python's gaping maw hurtling toward him. He shook his head with a bitter smile, and his vision was engulfed in a sea of crimson. Enough! We have already left the valley. Let us wait for my brother here. The anxious voice of Yi Bei echoed over the intercom within the convoy. Hearing her words, Lin Dong immediately slammed on the brakes. The leading convoy of off-road vehicles had significantly slowed down. However, it wasn't long before Lu Jiamin also decided to bring his vehicle to a halt. This development displeased Murong Xian greatly. Lu Jiamin, what are you doing? He perhaps has a way to deal with that gigantic python. Lu Jiamin swallowed hard, concocting a justification for himself. He understood Murong Xian's sentiment. Even departing the valley now would hardly afford them any sense of security. Given the python's immense size, it could burst forth from the valley in no time, and even in this frigid weather, the convoy's speed would barely surpass its own. Yet, recalling how Yinan had previously saved his life and resolved such a significant predicament for him, he was reluctant to abandon Yinan. Are you speaking some April Fool's joke? Murong Xian was wholly unconvinced. You have seen for yourself how enormous that python is. It could easily be regarded as a colossal creature even in the Jurassic era. You may not have noticed it while leading the way just now, but it has the strength to lift an entire off-road vehicle and, like wringing a towel, could extract the living from within as if they were mere juice. What can Yinan possibly use to confront that python? Slapping it, however. Lu Jiamin found himself wavering. He had indeed failed to clearly see how the python had lifted the vehicle, yet he had witnessed the gruesome aftermath of its actions, fully comprehending the terror that the python embodied. But facing the life-saving benefactor, and considering that had it not been for Yinan's deliberate distraction of the python, the others in the convoy would surely have perished as well. The thought of abandoning him left Lu Jiamin in a quandary, yet the rear-wheeling vehicle remained stationary. Contemplating Yinan's convoy, Lu Jiamin's resolve solidified. He couldn't convince himself that anyone could escape the jaws of that python. But he was not entirely powerless. After all, Yinan's sister was still alive. Even if he could not repay a life debt, could he truly forsake his family? Moreover, Shenqing, young Master Murong, Shenqing is also up there. A brief silence ensued over the intercom. Murong Xian seemed to grapple with his thoughts, but it was undeniable that this was indeed the best opportunity since leaving school. Shenqing, Yi Bei. Murong Xian spoke directly over the public channel. I understand that you find it difficult to accept this reality. However, he faced that gigantic python alone to save you. Can you bear to let his sacrifice be in vain? If he survives, he can follow our tracks and catch up with us. Rest assured, I am not ungrateful. He safeguarded my safety, and I will certainly fulfill my promise. Upon reaching the shelter, I will ensure you and your families have the best living conditions. Chapter 54. Choice, quit your nonsense. My brother will absolutely be fine. Yi Bei had no intention of heeding such foolish talk. Just moments ago, Xiao Ling had reminded him that should Lu Jiamin depart, their chances of escaping these mountains would diminish drastically. Uncle Lin, we cannot let them leave. Otherwise, we will lose our way. Lin Dong understood the gravity of the situation, and the Tesla pickup suddenly accelerated to the front of the convoy, blocking their path. Wait, surely we must reason with each other. Murong Xian felt a pang of frustration. He genuinely disliked Yi Bei. Although handsome, he was as obstinate as they come and stubbornly opposed Murong Xian, especially as he happened to be Shenqing's roommate. If it weren't for Yi Bei's obstruction, he wouldn't have to exert such effort to win Shenqing's affection. With the urgency to leave already weighing on him, this latest complication only furthered his impatience. Besides, if we disregard reason, don't you think we hold the upper hand here? He let out a long whistle. Is everyone dead? They are clearly grieving excessively, losing their grip on reason. Send down 2 people to take control of their vehicle. After a moment's contemplation, he feigned gallantry and added, be gentle. After all, they are girls, but do not dawdle, as I am pressed for time. You dare? Yi Bei felt a surge of panic. Despite the python having consumed 3 individuals, Murong Xian's side still had 5 bodyguards. Excluding the 3 tasked with driving, 2 could still be freed up on the Wuling convoy side. Aside from Lin Dong, the remaining 3 girls were utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. Of course, she was worrying for nothing. Once the base's doors were shut, even with a chainsaw, Murong Xian would not be able to pry them open from the outside. A friendly reminder. Would Murong Xian dare? He certainly would. He had previously prepared to forcibly abduct Shenqing into his vehicle during their school days. His compliant demeanor throughout their journey was merely due to Yinan's domination. Now that Yinan was absent, he could finally revert to his true self, especially since we have guns. The remaining firearm was in the hands of the bodyguard captain, who was personally responsible for driving Murong Xian's vehicle and had thus escaped injury from the python. You see, I bear no malice. Taking you away is for your own good. Just cooperate, and let us avoid resorting to force, shall we? This way, we can all maintain our dignity. Yes? As he spoke, 2 bodyguards descended from the rear off-road RV. They understood that the Wuling EV-80 was the key, so they ignored Lin Dong and headed straight for the back, intending to seize control of the RV. However, just as they disembarked, a crossbow bolt sliced through one of their pant legs. Landing before them, the usually taciturn Lin Dong finally spoke over the intercom. I have over 100 crossbow bolts. How many bullets do you have? Whoa, calm down. Murong Xian felt utterly speechless. They had reached an impasse. Their firearms were undoubtedly more powerful than the crossbows, but with Lin Dong taking cover inside the bulletproof Tesla pickup, they truly found themselves at a loss. I recall your daughter is in that vehicle, correct? Resorting to force would yield no results, so Murong Xian had no choice but to engage in civil discourse. If a shootout were to ensue, neither side would emerge unscathed. Given the frigid temperatures outside, even if they damage the vehicle, it could result in non-combat losses during the journey ahead. Murongxian possessed ample leverage. He was reluctant to push matters to extremes. Will you allow Yibei to toy with the lives of you and your daughter? Remaining here, risking a chase from the python, waiting for someone destined to die, does that truly hold any merit? What relationship do you have with Yinan? Relatives. You don't even share the same surname. How close can you be? You have seen what that python is capable of. I need not elaborate further. I promise I will not harm anyone. Let my people take the vehicle, and it will be for the best for all of us. You should also be aware of my identity. Upon reaching the shelter, I can provide you and your daughter with the best conditions, okay? In Murongxian's mind, Lindong was likely the owner of the Tesla pickup, and his motivation for teaming up with Yinan was probably similar to his own. Recognizing Yinan's capabilities, traveling together, they could rely on Yinan for assistance with any dangers they encountered. Furthermore, the RV's environment was indeed superior to that of the pickup. Thus, he believed his words to be quite persuasive. With Yinan still alive, it made perfect sense for everyone to orbit around him. But now that Yinan had perished, swallowed, or crushed by the python, it was undoubtedly time for self-preservation. Dad. Xiao Ling's voice emerged in the intercom, yet she did not elaborate. She merely called out. Their initial reason for following Yinan indeed aligned with Murongxian's thoughts. Yinan had saved Xiao Ling, and accompanying him seemed to guarantee both resources and safety. However, since Yinan had activated the small truck into a Tesla pickup before their eyes, they had already deemed Yinan a pillar of support. In other words, they were likely the most convinced in the vicinity that Yinan was unharmed. Out of course, Murongxian was oblivious to this. He mistakenly believed Xiao Ling was swayed. Look, even your daughter is advising you. Who could have predicted that Lindong's next response would land like a slap? Is the coffee ready? At that moment, Murongxian was genuinely infuriated. Was this truly the time for idle chatter? The python could emerge from the valley at any moment, and they were still discussing coffee. Damn it, how audacious. Lu Jiamin, do you still wish for your family to live comfortably? Ram him out of the way. If you wish to perish here, don't hinder me from returning to the shelter and enjoying life. However, Lu Jiamin appeared hesitant. He could not fathom why these individuals placed such unwavering faith in Yinan. Previously, Yinan's remark, "Brew me a cup of coffee. I'll go fetch some snake meat," had been articulated over the public channel. Lu Jiamin had naturally heard it and felt that Yinan exuded an extraordinary nonchalance, embodying the qualities of a true hero. Now, hearing Lin Dong inquire about the coffee, he found himself filled with anticipation, hoping that Yinan would indeed arrive with snake meat just as he had claimed when the coffee was ready. The coffee is ready, Xinqing responded. Since boarding the RV, she had claimed the kitchen as her domain. Brewing coffee was certainly not something she would allow others to usurp. Upon hearing this, Murongxian's fury escalated. He strode forward, heading for the driver's seat of the RV. He intended to drive the vehicle himself and forcefully clear the way past Lin Dong. Since these individuals were incapable of rational conversation, there was no need to waste breath on them. Once he broke through, Lu Jiamin would naturally follow. Yet, just as he reached the driver's seat and was about to instruct the bodyguard captain to move aside, Yinan's voice came through the intercom. Perfect, I am truly parched. What made Murongxian's heart race even more was Yinan's next line. For lunch, we shall have snake meat hot pot. Chapter 55. Striking Murongxian not long after Yinan's voice emerged from the intercom. Everyone beheld him riding a motorcycle as he appeared from the valley. On the motorcycle's fuel tank rested a sizable slab of fresh meat, its tender red hue exceptionally striking against the backdrop of the swirling white snow. Brother! As soon as he parked beside the EV-80, Yibei could hardly contain himself, flinging the door open and dashing out. Despite his unwavering trust in his brother, the mere thought of the gigantic python's size was enough to stir anxiety within him. Seeing his brother safe and sound, Yibei felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and embrace him for reassurance. However, as he sprinted a few steps closer to Yinan, he abruptly halted, retracting his outstretched arms to cover his nose instead. Were you swallowed by the giant python? What on earth is that smell? Yinan, fully prepared to embrace Yibei, found himself caught off guard by the question. Leading to an awkward moment, the girl, quick to arrive, was even quicker to retreat, spinning around and scampering back to the vehicle. It's so cold. I'm heading back. Inexplicably, Yinan felt the howling cold wind chill him even further. Yet, upon catching a whiff of his own scent, he realized it was indeed quite unbearable. Earlier in the valley, he had been swallowed whole by the python, with no chance of evasion. However, this incident had granted him a decisive opportunity. The energy of his Black Panther suit had long since been charged, and when the python consumed him, it had unwittingly taken in a full blast of shockwaves. In that moment, there was a loud explosion, and brain matter splattered everywhere. While the Black Panther suit remained unblemished, Yinan still wore a sports hoodie over it. The once gray hoodie was now nearly stained entirely red. The odor was naturally far from pleasant. Initially, he had grown accustomed to the smell, but Yi Bei's remark prompted Yinan to acknowledge the necessity of a shower. However, with the RV occupied by girls, he felt it would be rather inappropriate to head up there. After some contemplation, Yinan decided to greet Lindong, requesting him to handle the snake meat while he retrieved some fresh clothes and made his way towards Murong Xian's RV. Brother. Ah, no, Yi hero. You truly killed that giant python? Upon seeing Yinan, Murong Xian reacted like a mouse spotting a cat. Yet, he dared not deny Yinan entry, instead forcing a smile while inquiring about the matter everyone was eager to know. Yinan cast a sidelong glance at the snake meat still drying on the motorcycle. Otherwise, would it have been so hospitable, gifting me a piece of meat as a farewell present? That's not. Murong Xian quickly realized that his question had missed the mark. What I meant to ask was, how did you manage to kill it? It was so swift. Given the python's immense size, even if it lay still, Murong Xian and the others would struggle to slice off that chunk of meat. They lacked both a sufficiently long knife and the requisite strength. Moreover, it was not an inanimate object. Murong Xian had been in such a rush to flee precisely because even a bulletproof off-road vehicle provided him with no sense of security. Oh, it was indeed fast. Shortly after you all departed, it caught up with me and swallowed me whole. Yinan, of course, would not disclose the existence of the Black Panther suit. He fabricated a tale instead. Then I fanned its tonsils while inside its mouth until it died from the pain. Tonsils? Fanned? The expression on Murong Xian's face resembled that of a simpleton. He longed to grab Yinan by the collar and demand, "That's a python. Pythons don't have tonsils, do they?" Yet, lacking the courage to do so, he could only force a smile. Brother, you truly have a knack for humor. Really, have you never experienced tonsillitis? It's utterly unbearable. Yinan shrugged and stepped into the bathroom. The stench lingering on him was becoming intolerable. He left Murong Xian outside, flustered. Murong Xian was not a fool. He could discern that Yinan was unwilling to divulge the truth. Regardless of how it had been accomplished, the undeniable fact remained that Yinan had single-handedly slain the giant python. This revelation had undoubtedly elevated Yinan's status in Murong Xian's eyes. He was no mere martial arts master. He was a superhero. The desire to cling to him for protection intensified. Murong Xian hurriedly instructed Li Yue to make preparations. By the time Yinan emerged, the RV was already laid out with an array of dishes, showcasing Murong Xian's hospitality. When I returned, you seemed ready to flee. Having returned early, Yinan was unaware of Murong Xian's intention to ram into the python. What he observed was a Tesla blocking the convoy, clearly preventing anyone from leaving. Murong Xian had his excuses prepared, pouring wine for Yinan with a steady hand, his heart neither racing nor face flushing. Brother, you know how scared I am of death. That giant python was so massive. How could I feel secure with such a short distance? Naturally, I thought to get as far away as possible. I wasn't solely focused on fleeing. I also earnestly persuaded your sister and the others, but they wouldn't budge. This was part of the reason Murong Xian remained calm. Despite his rogue tendencies, he had not engaged in any outrageous behavior. Yi Bei and her companions were aligned with Yinan. It would be entirely reasonable for them to join forces against the python. However, he was not part of that group, and wanting to flee was entirely normal, thus he spoke with complete candor. Throughout the standoff, Murong Xian's most excessive action had been to send 2 bodyguards to take over the RV, but they had been frightened off by Lin Dong's crossbow. Moreover, that had been for the safety of everyone involved, a defensible position. I was entirely unaware of your capabilities, but now I understand. Murong Xian gave a thumbs up. Once we reach the safe haven, your skills combined with my status, we will undoubtedly achieve great things. This was both an olive branch and a safety net for himself. Those in higher positions tended to fear death the most. Murong Xian was a quintessential example. Whether outside or within the safe haven, in his view, someone like Yinan, if he could be persuaded to serve as his bodyguard, would provide an unparalleled sense of security. Naturally, Yinan perceived this gesture as thoroughly juvenile. However, seeing Murong Xian's potential utility and his relatively measured demeanor, Yinan preferred not to burn bridges. Nevertheless, a gentle admonishment was warranted. If you wish to leave on your own, have you considered that the wolf pack might pursue you? These words rendered Murong Xian momentarily speechless. After a difficult gulp, cold sweat began to pour down his brow. Everyone was well aware that the wolf pack had been trailing the convoy. The absence of their appearance the previous night was largely attributable to the presence of the giant python in the valley. But what about after leaving the valley? Contemplating this, Murong Xian felt his legs weaken. He couldn't help but feel grateful that he had hesitated for a moment earlier. Had he truly rammed into Lin Dong? Even if Yinan hadn't caught up to settle the score, he would likely have fallen prey to the wolves on the way. The animals they had encountered during this time had been anything but ordinary. Noticing the change in Murong Xian's expression, Yinan recognized that he had achieved his objective. He patted Murong Xian on the shoulder and headed towards the door. I won't be drinking. I still have hot coffee on my side. Chapter 56. Earthly Chi Essence. Upon returning to the RV, Yinan found his coffee still warm. He settled into the booth and took a hearty sip, the slightly acidic taste lingering in his mouth, allowing him to finally feel the tension in his nerves dissipate. And no matter how valiant his earlier demeanor had appeared, it had relied solely on a moment of bravado. If not for the formidable items bestowed by the system, he would have struggled to even contemplate fleeing, let alone slaying the giant python. Yi Bei remained blissfully unaware of her brother's internal turmoil, chattering excitedly about the terrifying python and eager to extract details of its demise from Yinan. In contrast, Shun Qing was more perceptive, pulling the exuberant Yi Bei aside. All right, your brother is tired. Let him rest properly. This prompted Yinan to shift his gaze towards the petite beauty with the striking figure. The memory of her leaping into his embrace the previous night surfacing unbidden in his mind. Upon reflection, he realized that Shun Qing was indeed a considerate girl. Their eyes met, and she immediately blushed. Turning to the stove behind her, flustered, she fumbled with pots and plates, her disarray evident in her movements. Brother, what happened to you? Yi Bei's inquisitive voice interrupted Yinan's thoughts. This girl was evidently up to her usual antics, ready to make baseless accusations again. However, this time, Shun Qing did not allow Yi Bei to continue. The previous night's incident had already left her flushed. She could not allow further embarrassment. After all, while Yinan merely felt aggrieved, she was genuinely flustered. Shun Qing had always found Yinan handsome, and witnessing him heroically confront the monstrous beast had only intensified her feelings, particularly this time, when Yinan had ridden his motorcycle straight at the python. It had been enough to send her heart racing. Thus, Yi Bei's meddling felt akin to stripping away her innermost thoughts and displaying them to Yinan. With her naturally shy disposition, she could hardly endure such exposure. Quickly, she covered Yi Bei's mouth with her hands, pressing her entire head against her bosom while forcing a smile. So, Yi Bei, how do you want the snake meat prepared? Anything will do, I suppose. Yinan breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared his sister would concoct more nonsense. However, when asked about the preparation, he found himself at a loss. He had never eaten snake meat before. Then I'll make a bit of everything. Shun Qing licked her lips, seizing what she perceived as a favorable opportunity to demonstrate her culinary skills. Braised, with pepper and salt, stir-fried, and perhaps we could slice some for hot pot. We have wasabi in the RV? This meat is so fresh. Sashimi would surely taste divine. Yes, absolutely. Xiao Ling, having overheard the conversation, eagerly volunteered to fetch the wasabi. She had collected a considerable amount of seasonings during her supermarket trip, in recent days. She has indulged in an abundance of dishes prepared by Shun Qing, and has long since developed a physical reaction to the culinary skills of this beautiful and gentle older sister. Just moments ago, when she mentioned her cooking, saliva began to unconsciously seep from his mouth. This was something he could hardly endure. He must immediately add to the feast. Yinan, too, swallowed his saliva in secret. Having barely had time for breakfast before engaging in a battle, he was now at the peak of his hunger. How could he not be tempted? At that moment, the voice of Lu Jianmin echoed through the intercom. Upon learning that the giant python had been slain, the convoy chose to pause for a moment to regroup. After all, the group had been roused from slumber to flee in the early hours and needed to address some basic physiological needs. Now that everything was settled, it was time to embark once more. Mr. Yi, should we not take our leave? Ah, yes, we may. Yi Nan contemplated for a moment before calling out on the public channel, Morong Xian, please find someone to assist us in driving the pickup truck. Uncle Lin, you may return to the RV. Shun Qing is preparing a full snake feast. After Lin Dong transported the snake meat onto the EV-80, he returned to the Tesla pickup. Yi Nan could not afford to leave him behind, especially since this was the moment when his standing within the group was at its zenith. Morong Xian dared not indulge in any mischief. Having someone assist in driving was merely a gesture of goodwill. At that moment, Morong Xian, seated at the table after just finishing his morning routine, found that Li Yue had prepared breakfast for him, a sandwich. Given the simplicity of the ingredients available at the supply station, consisting mainly of bread, ham, and instant noodles, it was fortunate that Li Yue had added her culinary touch, making it somewhat palatable. Otherwise, Morong Xian would have had to rely solely on instant noodles to sustain himself throughout the journey. After several days of this fare, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. He even reassured himself, considering that in the impending apocalypse, this life was a luxury that many would envy. As he picked up his knife and fork, preparing to enjoy the meal, he heard Yi Nan's voice on the public channel, a full snake feast? Morong Xian bit his lip, gazing at the warm sandwich before him. He pressed the utensils against it a few times, but ultimately could not resist the urge. Casting them aside in frustration, damn it, this is infuriating. I want to go home. Ding. Emotional value 100, emotional value 100, emotional value 100. Yi Nan looked at the sudden barrage of system notifications, his mind swirling with questions. Could it be that the full snake feast was to blame? He imagined Morong Xian, who had been deprived of all the steak, now harboring a deep resentment towards him. I'll check later. If there's anything left, I'll send him some. That snake meat is quite a sizable portion, and I doubt the five of us can finish it. At this moment, Yi Nan's spirits were genuinely high. His gains extended beyond just the snake meat. He had also acquired a brilliant orange-red gemstone, roughly the size of a thumb and as smooth as a pigeon egg. Beneath its crystalline exterior, an orange glow pulsated. When the head of the giant python had been shattered, this gemstone had immediately captured Yi Nan's attention. Upon acquiring it, the system's notification had promptly sounded, instilling a sense of urgency within him. Earth Chi Essence contains immense energy, a key item for upgrading the base vehicle. Please ensure it is brought back to the base vehicle's core. This dogged system, usually reluctant to act, was now exceptionally eager, underscoring the extraordinary nature of this item. Yi Nan speculated whether the mutated creatures, as well as the temperature in the valley, were influenced by this substance. But where did it originate? Yet, after the system's notification, silence reigned once more. These questions, Yi Nan realized, would remain unanswered for the time being. But that was of little consequence. The important thing was that once he allowed the Earth Chi essence to be absorbed by the base vehicle, the system's voice would resonate again. Significant energy influx detected. Energy replenished. Base vehicle permissions upgraded. All current functions upgraded. Chapter 57. Comprehensive upgrade. The brevity of those words sent a wave of astonishment through Yi Nan. The base vehicle was undeniably powerful, but after prolonged use, most of its functions remained undeveloped. Primarily, the upgrade method had left Yi Nan feeling quite frustrated. Thus, during the latter part of the journey, he had scarcely felt inclined to collect emotional values, let alone dream of a lottery. The super energy jelly beans had thoroughly disgusted him. He had no need to lead troops, so why bother with all that military rations? But now, to be honest, Yi Nan's eyes began to sparkle. There was still a wolf king in these mountains, not to mention 3 giant bears. Would that not equate to 4 Earth Chi essences? Gritting his teeth, Yi Nan took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the urge to turn back into the mountains for hunting. The mountains were not going anywhere. The pressing matter was to reunite with his grandparents at the shelter. Besides, he was already doing remarkably well. Yi Nan collected his thoughts and began to examine the functions of the base vehicle one by one. First, the dining area. This section had the simplest upgrade. The daily food provision had increased to accommodate 50 people. Such a quantity meant that even if Yi Nan consumed a portion, he would still be unable to finish it all. Who knew what the food supply situation at the shelter would be like? He felt he could open a restaurant there. Perhaps the base vehicle could transform into a food truck, akin to a movie starring Jackie Chan, offering fast food at a 5-star quality. He could even take inspiration from high-end restaurants in Japan, limiting supply and only accepting reservations. Just the thought of it made Yinan believe that once he reached the shelter, he would undoubtedly profit immensely. Even if food and drink were not an issue within, it couldn't compare to his culinary printing function. Profits galore. The storage function had also been upgraded. Simple and straightforward, it had become larger. Larger, and even larger. As for how much larger, Yinan had yet to measure. Ever since he had nearly filled it in the mall, he had not placed anything else inside. With just the 5 of them, they would surely have more than enough. Speaking of which, the most consumed item in the storage had surprisingly been tissue paper. Due to the lack of restraint, they had been using it as they did before the apocalypse, and it proved to be quite insufficient. However, it was not without its surprises. The storage area's functionality had received a significant upgrade. Previously, Yinan had to physically bring items into the vehicle and find a cabinet to transfer them into the storage area. The same applied when retrieving items. He had to transfer them to a specific cabinet for use. After the upgrade, the storage area had nearly transformed into Yinan's spatial ability, as long as he was within 10 meters of the base vehicle. He could collect items merely by touching them with his palm. Of course, extraction still required him to be inside the vehicle, which was a slight shortcoming, but it was more than sufficient. From now on, as long as Yinan remained near the base vehicle, he would be the most formidable thief in the world. Touch anything, and it would vanish. Challenge him to a fight, and the more one struck, the less clothing one would have. Just ask if you're scared. Thinking of the empty spaces in the storage area, Yinan had not yet arrived at the shelter, but he had already made plans. Once he arrived, he would need to inquire about the location of the storage room. What? You say he can earn money to buy what he wants? Ha! Shopping is indeed a joy, but payment is not. Otherwise, do you think various forms of buy now, pay later originated from? Those are just tricks of merchants, separating the thrill of shopping from the rationality of payment. If every time you had to pay, you counted out cash from your wallet and handed it over, impulsive spending would undoubtedly become a false proposition. The previously inactive breeding area had also been activated in this upgrade, as the name suggests. The breeding area functions to cultivate various plants, with the added effect of accelerating growth. What would typically take several months to grow could be accomplished in just a few days within this space. However, it did not provide seeds, so Yinan would need to gather them himself. This posed a challenge for Yinan, considering the freezing temperatures outside. With many plants perishing in the cold. It seemed he would have to find a way to gather supplies at the shelter. Given the vast scale of the official evacuation efforts, the collected resources would undoubtedly be plentiful. Following the logic of the Chinese mindset, essential items for farming would certainly be brought along. But do not mistake this function for being trivial. In fact, Yinan held great expectations for it. Beyond the agricultural genes coursing through his veins, there was another significant reason. The fruits and vegetables produced by the dining function always tasted somewhat off. It wasn't that the flavors and textures were not restored, but they felt lacking in authenticity. Perhaps it was a psychological factor, or maybe the synthetic nature of the food fell short compared to all natural produce. Moreover, Yinan could guarantee that even if the shelter was not lacking in staple foods, fruits and vegetables would undoubtedly be rare commodities. After all, while starch could be synthesized through chemical means, it had never been heard of vegetables being produced in a laboratory. Of course, techniques like hydroponics undoubtedly existed. After all, the Chinese had managed to grow vegetables on the moon. Yet, production yields would certainly be limited. Thus, the crops grown in Yinan's breeding area would undoubtedly be precious resources. A life devoid of fresh fruit after meals would be utterly mundane. Beyond that, more importantly, the medical area had been activated. This function was something Yinan had sought to unlock ever since Wang Laoer's incident. Yet, he had never found a way. Every inquiry to the system had returned with no permissions. Now, it seemed that an unintended stroke of luck had yielded results. Furthermore, the medical area functioned as Yinan had anticipated. It essentially served as an operating room. Naturally, there were no doctors, only an automated surgical robot with 16 arms. The operation of this robot was managed by the base vehicle's artificial intelligence, as described in the system's introduction. As long as a person is still warm when they are brought inside, they can be revived. Furthermore, the medical area provided Yinan with a complimentary nano-emergency pill. This pill is filled with nanorobots that can swiftly enter the human body upon ingestion and perform urgent repairs on critical areas. It is undoubtedly a life-saving capsule. With this innovation, there should be no reason for anyone to be unable to return to the base vehicle in time. Unfortunately, there is only one such pill. Hopefully, it will never be needed. The most unexpected upgrade for Yinan must be the transformation capability of the base vehicle. This feature has truly shown during their earlier journey, and it would not be an exaggeration to compare it to a transformer. However, the transformations do have limitations. It cannot morph into a robot, nor can it take the form of specialized vehicles like excavators. Hence, Yinan had always assumed that the fourth-level transformation would transcend these limitations. To his surprise, it began to defy scientific principles. After contemplating, Yinan realized that his expectations might have been a bit unreasonable. After all, the transformation feature was inherently unscientific, and if it were to be associated with science, even Einstein's casket would not contain it. One could say that the direction of the upgrade was rather peculiar. While it could change into various forms, it could not exceed the size of the base vehicle. Mini EV was about the limit for smaller transformations. Moreover, these transformations had to rely on the original car model. Even though he could modify it externally after the upgrade, even creating tracks, he could not advance further to include turrets or excavating arms. Yinan had even considered transforming into an aircraft. Before the clouds completely obscured the sky, determining direction would still be quite straightforward. If he could fly directly to the shelter at that time, it would have saved a considerable amount of effort. Upon reaching the fourth level, the transformation function finally broke through such restrictions. However, it did not mean he could become an aircraft. Rather, it could transform into a backpack or a car card. System, are you afraid I might toss you outside once I enter the shelter? Yinan grumbled internally. This upgrade seemed a bit underwhelming. Nevertheless, imagining the scene of the base vehicle transforming into a card and then being flung above an enemy's head, only to transform back and crash down, was indeed exhilarating. Of course, Yinan quickly recognized the madness of this idea. What if he accidentally damaged the base vehicle? Or worse, what if it landed on some precious vegetation? As for the backpack mode, it was presumably designed to assist Yinan in retrieving items from within. Goodness, was this not akin to a bag of wonders? With this thought, Yinan's gaze flickered to Yi-Bei, who was diligently eating across the table. Indeed, you are my dear companion. Why are you staring at me, brother? Yi-Bei, keenly sensing Yinan's gaze, looked up with a piece of braised snake rib in her mouth. Her expression alert. It's nothing. I will take good care of you from now on. Yinan affectionately wiped the corner of Yi-Bei's mouth. Speaking of which, his sister was quite lovely, but regrettably, her intellect rivaled that of a dim-witted creature, truly a purebred goof. Yet, there was nothing to be done. She was the sister he had raised with his own hands. Feeling the warmth of Yinan's affection, Yi-Bei bit down hard on the snake rib, baring her small fangs in a display of ferocity before returning to her meal with unwavering focus. Yinan joined her in eating, savoring Shan Qing's cooking, which was truly exceptional. Regrettably, his mind could not fully immerse itself in the meal due to the overwhelming significance of the comprehensive upgrades. Having discussed so much, he had yet to mention the upgrades in the weaponry department. The enhancements in the weaponry sector were minimal. The base vehicle still lacked any offensive capabilities. IT merely received a few minor gadgets, just a couple of trinkets. For instance, 2 reconnaissance drones and a set of exoskeleton mechs. Yes, a full-coverage mech. It resembled a smaller version of Gundam, with sharp angles and a striking design. Unlike Iron Man's suit, which retained a normal human shape upon wear, this mech stood an impressive 2 to 2.5 meters tall. Merely imagining himself standing before it instilled a sense of intimidation within Yinan. Furthermore, it was equipped with thrusters on its back, enabling short-distance flight. Yinan felt an immense thrill coursing through him as he licked his lips. He approached the driver's seat window, hanging the recently changed outfit outside so that it would billow in the wind as the vehicle moved. What are you doing? Lin Dong inquired, puzzled. I was suddenly thinking, this outfit is soaked in the blood of a giant python. Its scent should deter many wild beasts. This was indeed Yinan's excuse. His true intention was quite the opposite. With such a strong odor of blood, wolves and black bears would undoubtedly catch wind of it from a distance. When they did, Yinan could pilot the mech and engage them in a fierce battle. There was no need to debate whether the mech was superior or if the Black Panther suit was more formidable. Yinan, could easily don the Black Panther suit and enter the mech. With this capability, the giant python would never be able to swallow him in mere moments. He could rip the massive serpent apart. As he envisioned this scenario, Yinan realized that the mech's weapon was, in fact, a heavy blade. While it could be equipped with firearms, the weaponry area offered a compatible heavy machine gun, but it required Yinan to provide metal materials for its creation. Considering the rapid consumption of bullets by a heavy machine gun, Yinan felt that opting for a blade was indeed reasonable. "Brother Yinan, are you all right? You seem a bit distracted since you returned," Xinqing observed, having noticed Yinan's absent dash-mindedness. Why Yinan chuckled lightly, brushing it off. Although he yearned to showcase the mech, the RV lacked sufficient space for such a display, and doing so would tarnish his composed image. This monumental upgrade made Yinan feel suddenly powerful beyond measure. However, the journey ahead seemed rather monotonous. Perhaps the blood-soaked attire had indeed served as a warning. Until the convoy departed from the mountain range, they encountered no sight of black bears. The wolves made a distant appearance, but only howled from the mountaintop as the convoy exited the mountains. The distance was too great, and Yinan felt no inclination to pursue them. They rested overnight at a highway junction, and the next day, they proceeded south along the highway. With the complete loss of communication, the highway was entirely unregulated. The snowfall had gone unaddressed, and in some sections, the accumulation had reached over a meter in height, causing their progress to be slow. The lead off-road vehicle was equipped with a snow plow, clearing the path for the convoy. The weather was abominably cold, plummeting to -60 degrees. Lin Dong cursed as he glanced at the outdoor temperature display. The convoy was stalled on the highway, and with the loss of regulation, many vehicles simply drove off the highway. Due to the snow and ice, they frequently encountered vehicles wrecked along the roadside. Occasionally, they stumbled upon scenes of major accidents, which could not be resolved through sheer force. Only the crew led by Mu Rongshuan could disembark to attach winches to these vehicles and pull them free. Fortunately, with their relatively complete equipment and their members taking turns to assist, the work was not overly arduous. What truly unsettled them was the presence of people, or rather, corpses. Some remained frozen inside their vehicles, while others had become ice sculptures by the roadside. In such frigid conditions, even the warmest clothing could not prevent death from freezing as soon as the vehicle's heating faltered. As for those who disembarked, no amount of thick clothing could withstand such terrifyingly low temperatures. One could only stagger forward through the snowstorm, destined to become a part of the eternal blizzard. Yinan could not help but feel a sense of dread. Would the shelter be able to ensure the safety of the survivors in such a horrific cold? Fortunately, no further incidents occurred during the journey. After a day of starting and stopping, they finally arrived at City S. Shortly after exiting the highway, the enormous dome of the shelter came into view for the convoy. Chapter 59. Entering the shelter only when the shelter appeared before him did Yinan finally grasp the might of infrastructural prowess. It was immense, truly colossal. From a distance, it resembled an enlarged version of a hemispherical water cube. Countless hexagonal honeycomb steel frameworks supported the entire gigantic dome, interspersed with translucent blue membranes. The entire structure appeared as a massive blue bubble, exuding a sense of sci-fi wonder. Even witnessing it firsthand, Yinan found it hard to believe that this shelter had been constructed in just a few days. From the exterior, it already resembled a remarkably complete landmark. Furthermore, the dome's height was likely comparable to that of a skyscraper with hundreds of floors. No wonder the survivors arriving at the shelter were welcomed without reservation. If the interior were to be densely constructed, the number of occupants it could accommodate would be a staggering figure. Vehicles ahead, please reduce speed and proceed. Kindly stop your vehicles at the checkpoint ahead and wait for staff to come forward to register and escort you into the shelter. A formal announcement echoed through the intercom as the convoy approached the shelter from a distance. Several army green tents formed a checkpoint at the shelter's entrance. Yinan looked over, noticing that the tents were surrounded by a barricade of abandoned vehicles. A moment of contemplation made it clear that incoming vehicles here would likely be requisitioned. Ordinary civilian cars would be evidently crushed and piled up, perhaps to be melted down for steel in the future. Specialized vehicles would undoubtedly be directly commandeered as resources for the shelter. This was a perfectly normal arrangement, as most individuals arriving here likely had no intention of leaving again. After all, the outside world was a terrifying environment, with temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees. Who, besides someone like Yinan with the system, would wish to survive out there? Unfortunately, This meant Yi Nan could not simply drive the vehicle straight in. He picked up the intercom and switched to the convoy's channel. Stop. With his command, the convoy naturally halted by the roadside. Yi brother, is something wrong? Murong Xian felt a surge of urgency. The shelter was now within sight, and he could hardly conceal the eagerness in his tone, akin to an arrow yearning to return home. Our vehicle will stop here. Please make way for Vehicle 3. What? Do you have any objections? No. I will have them vacate the vehicle immediately. Murong Xian's 4 vehicles had suffered damage in the valley, with a giant python crushing one of the SUVs. Consequently, 2 of the off-road RVs became Vehicles 2 and 3. The RV he occupied was Vehicle 2, while Vehicle 3 was the one he had previously mentioned would be allocated to Yi Nan. Yi Nan had initially dismissed it, but now it would serve as a transitional solution. Once the girls boarded the RV, Yi Nan and Lin Dong drove the Tesla pickup and the EV80 to the junkyard. Upon their emergence, Yi Nan had acquired a backpack and a vehicle card. Appearing indistinguishable from ordinary survivors, indeed, one could say he carried rather few belongings. He was definitely well prepared for a light journey. Upon reaching the checkpoint, the staff were visibly surprised to see the 2 RVs. However, once they learned of Murong Xian's identity, they refrained from making any rash moves and immediately contacted the shelter. Soon after, the checkpoint granted them passage, allowing Murong Xian's convoy to enter the refuge. The soldiers stationed there even saluted Murong Xian and his companions. Will we encounter any issues following him in? Lin Dong pondered, noting the soldiers' change in demeanor. Yi Nan understood his concerns. Although Murong Xian seemed quite composed during the journey, he had previously suffered considerable losses at Yi Nan's hands. Now, in his territory, any trouble might escalate into a significant predicament. Yet, Yi Nan had a compelling reason to proceed. His grandparents, along with Shun Qing's parents, were likely within the shelter. They had no other choice but to go. Don't worry, I am prepared. Yi Nan reassured Lin Dong with a smile. It was indeed a moment when Yi Nan's power was at an unprecedented peak. After the base vehicle's comprehensive upgrades, he was eager to unleash its might. Should Murong Xian lose his composure upon entering the shelter, Yi Nan would be more than willing to don his mech and deliver a few slaps to bring him back to reality. As for the defensive capabilities within the shelter, Yi Nan was confident that once he located his people, the base vehicle would reveal its true form, capable of overwhelming a vast number of adversaries. A surprise assault should pose no challenge. After all, the vehicle was equipped with a force field shield, and he doubted the shelter could mobilize lethal heavy weaponry against them in such a short span. As for the machine gun firepower, that was inconsequential. At most, it would only cause Yi Nan slight anxiety regarding energy consumption. As the vehicle gradually entered, the scene within the shelter finally unfolded before their eyes. To be honest, it was quite the contrast. From the outside, the shelter exuded a high-tech aura, yet upon entry, it resembled a colossal construction site. Countless excavators, bulldozers, and cranes buzzed about, along with construction workers bustling around like ants. The cacophony of machinery reverberated throughout the shelter, creating a lively atmosphere that even made Yi Nan and his companions feel encircled by noise, their ears aching. Yet, this reality was perhaps more reasonable. Even the most ambitious infrastructure projects could not be completed in merely a few days. If they had managed to erect a futuristic building in such a brief time, it would have been utterly astonishing. At the center of the shelter stood a skyscraper that reached towards the dome. The construction was just over halfway complete, but the main structure was evidently finished and already in use, especially the section near the dome. There existed a vast transparent cylinder from which orange-yellow light radiated, illuminating every corner of the shelter and raising the temperature to an astonishing level, 8 degrees above zero. Yi Nan gazed at the thermometer in astonishment, reaching out to wipe the condensation off the windshield. This temperature still allowed for a sense of coolness. However, with just a few additional layers of clothing, one could move about freely without issue. Yi Nan even noticed that some workers were shirtless. Is this the artificial sun? The few girls in the vehicle gathered closer to the front, gazing in awe at this magnificent scientific marvel. Were it not for this breakthrough technology, humanity would have faced insurmountable odds in the wake of the sudden apocalypse. It was only through the existence of such near-limitless clean energy that the establishment of the shelter became a reality, just as everyone was marveling at the wonders of the place. Murong Xian delivered exhilarating news. Yi Xiong, Shen Qing, I have news about your family. Chapter 60. Xian's attitude: the civilians within the shelter resided in temporary accommodations on the periphery. Based on the information concerning your family, they are currently in the C5 area of the accommodations, he informed. The convoy must first report to the administrative building. These 2 heavy-duty trucks will undergo modifications to become part of the exploration team. I must return there to meet my father to arrange for subsequent matters. The terms of the agreement Xian had previously proposed stipulated that Yi Nan would ensure his safe arrival at the shelter, and in return, he would leverage his authority to provide Yi Nan and the others with optimal living conditions. Xian's current initiative appeared to be genuinely sincere. We will pass through the C5 area on our way. Do you wish to reunite with your family first, or shall we arrange accommodations before bringing them over? We will disembark at C5. Yi Nan responded without hesitation. The notion of favorable conditions meant nothing to him. Reuniting with his family was of paramount importance. Once he found his grandparents, his final vulnerability would be secured. With the base vehicle at his disposal, it made little difference where they went. Before long, the convoy halted in front of the so-called C5 area. Xian even personally exited the vehicle to bid farewell to Yi Nan and the others. Why, Yi Xiong, rest assured, while I may not be the most upright individual, I do keep my word. Without your assistance in the valley, we would have surely perished, so I will ensure that the conditions I previously promised are fulfilled. After you locate your family, take some time to gather. In no more than 2 hours, I will arrange for someone to come and fetch you. This solemn demeanor left Yi Nan somewhat perplexed. However, he knew it was unwise to speak ill of someone who was being courteous. So he merely waved in acknowledgement. Moments ago, Xian had provided them with the precise address of their family, ensuring that Yi Nan and his companions could easily locate them. At that moment, there was no inclination to exchange pleasantries with Xian. I feel his attitude is excessively accommodating. Once Xian departed, Shenqing, with a grave expression, turned to Yi Nan. Being naturally observant, she was acutely aware of Xian's character. Having received a life-saving favor and being in a cooperative relationship, Xian would undoubtedly not hold a grudge over the earlier slap. Though he was indeed a rake, he possessed a degree of magnanimity. However, given that they were now in his territory, his usual demeanor would suggest that he should be more assertive, rather than displaying such an eager desire to please. Don't worry. When the soldiers come, we shall counter whatever moves he makes. Yi Nan also noted Xian's odd behavior, yet given the disparity in power, there was no need for concern. He flashed a confident smile at Shenqing, expressing his gratitude. Unexpectedly, Shenqing's face flushed crimson, and she scurried behind Yi Bei, leaving Yi Nan utterly baffled. Inside the off-road RV, the captain of the security team inquired, "Young master, do you truly not mind the slap?" He was somewhat puzzled, fearing that Xian might harbor ulterior motives, especially since Yi Nan was capable of single-handedly confronting a giant python. "Why bring that up again?" Xian snapped at his subordinate, delivering a sharp slap. "From now on, if anyone mentions that, I will be furious." It would be impossible for Xian to bear no resentment towards Yi Nan. According to his nature, even if he did not seek revenge against Yi Nan, he would still need to find a way to vent his frustrations. However, the situation within the shelter was far from what he had envisioned. Initially, he believed his father wielded absolute power here. But upon arrival, he discovered that after several days of power struggles, his father, Jing, had been reduced to the second-in-command of the shelter. While he still held substantial authority, a significant gap had emerged. This predicament stemmed from the dense clouds looming overhead. Following the communication blackout, Jing lost his backing from the central authority. The onset of this new ice age arrived far more rapidly than anticipated, and many vital supplies could not reach the shelter in time. Thus, the shelter had to proactively dispatch exploration teams to various locations to procure resources and restore communication networks. As a result, Jing's long-standing rival, Zhang Weidong, who held military power, gained considerable influence within the shelter. After several days of maneuvering, Jing had effectively become the second-in-command, with an increasing number of individuals shifting their allegiance toward Zhang Weidong. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before he was sidelined. Ultimately, the construction of the shelter could not cease. Whoever controlled the subsequent channels for resource acquisition would become the leader. Zhang Weidong had both personnel and firearms, swiftly assembling several exploration teams. In contrast, Jing found himself at a loss, lacking the necessary talent for such endeavors. It was at this juncture that Xian returned. bringing with him 2 heavy-duty off-road RVs and a specialized off-road vehicle, along with news of Yinan having scared off a black bear and vanquished a giant python along the way. What was this? A miraculous turn of events. Was this not the ideal configuration for the exploration team that Morong Jing had been desperately seeking? As long as he has his own expedition team, Zhang Weidong will never be able to exert complete control over the resource supply of the shelter. Consequently, the authority within the shelter remains uncertain, allowing for its continued operation. Thus, Morong Jing urged Morong Xian to hasten to the administrative center. He needed to allocate resources promptly, modify the 2 vehicles, and solidify the establishment of his expedition team as a definitive reality. Upon learning of his father's intentions, could Morong Xian still dare to act arrogantly towards Yinan? Henceforth, their future wealth and glory would hinge entirely on this formidable figure. Was it merely a matter of slapping a few faces? Perhaps a mere sprinkling of water? Moreover, he had his own ulterior motives. If he could join the expedition team, it would grant him immediate merit. When the time came to achieve results, coupled with his father's influence, securing a minor official position within the shelter would mean that he could strike at anyone he wished. Time shifts slightly forward. In the C5 district of the shelter's makeshift housing. The so-called makeshift housing is essentially temporary shelters. Due to tight deadlines and heavy workloads, the designs vary widely and the sizes are inconsistent. While it may not resemble a slum, the living conditions are far from favorable. Yinan's thoughts linger on his grandparents, who, having just received their rations, were making their way back to their room. Despite having mastered the technology of converting carbon dioxide into starch, the early stages of shelter construction had limited production capacity. Each person could only collect 3 buns and 1 liter of distilled water daily. It was barely enough to stave off starvation. However, before they could reach the door of their room, they were intercepted by 2 unruly young thugs. Old folks, thinking you can just head back after collecting your supplies? Have you forgotten about our protection fee? Chapter 61. The trouble caused by a few packs of seeds faced with these 2 scoundrels, neither of whom was older than himself. Grandma felt a pang of fear and instinctively shrank behind Grandpa. Yet Grandpa remained remarkably composed, smiling as he offered them 2 buns. How could that be? I just didn't see you earlier. Regardless of the time or place, the best way to gain strength lies in nourishment. To ensure a full stomach, one could participate in the construction of the shelter, where workers would receive additional food. Alternatively, one could form alliances and resort to theft from others. The individuals before them were precisely the products of such a system. A dozen robust young men had banded together, forming a local gang that extorted so-called protection fees from the residents of the area daily. There had been attempts at resistance, and some had tried to report them. But unfortunately, they had powerful backing. Those survivors who dared to resist were swiftly dealt with, and their fates were unknown. After all, in these times, death was an all too common occurrence. Typically, once they acquired what they desired, they would depart. However, today, observing the 2 steaming buns, the thugs shook their heads. You think we'll settle for this? From now on, each of you must hand over 2 buns. In this frigid weather, giving us just 1 bun a day is tantamount to starving us to death. Grandpa inhaled sharply, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Yet, thinking of his elderly companion behind him, he restrained himself and tried to negotiate. But these thugs were hardly reasonable. After a brief exchange of glances, they brandished short sticks from behind, striking them in their hands. Stop the nonsense. Are you paying or not? Grandpa gritted his teeth, producing all 3 of his buns. At least leave us 3. Do you not understand human language? The thug, now nearly shouting, swung his stick threateningly, preparing to bring it down upon Grandpa's head. Just as tension reached its peak, a figure darted out from behind Grandpa. A high kick sliced through the air with a sharp crack, sending the thug's stick flying. By the time the 2 thugs realized what had happened, a youth wearing a cap and mask stood defiantly in front of Grandpa, his eyes blazing with fury. Don't you dare go too far! The intensity of his words startled the thugs, causing them to stumble back a few steps. Feeling their pride wounded, one thug snatched the stick from his companion and pointed it menacingly at the youth. You want to die? You think you're tough, huh? How many can you take on? Just give me a number, and I'll call my friends over for you to have a real fight. As their shouts echoed, more onlookers began to gather. They had been lurking nearby, initially afraid of attracting trouble, but now they peeked out as someone took a stand. The youth realized that he could not confront this group alone, so he turned to the crowd, urging them, "Why are you all hiding? Today, they're taking 2 buns from us. Tomorrow, it could be 3 from you. They want to starve us to death so they can feast on meat. His words ignited a murmur of agreement among the crowd. In such cold weather, surviving on just buns was already unbearable. Being exploited in such a manner, leading to starvation, was not far-fetched. Some bolder men even opened their doors. However, the thugs showed no signs of fear. Instead, they scoffed. "What are you all doing? Our boss says that in this area, it's just you." He waved his stick, indicating towards Grandpa, Grandma, and the youth. "From now on, you'll hand over 2 buns daily, and everyone else will remain unchanged." "What, do you want to stand up for them?" The thug's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over the crowd. The doors that had just opened closed quietly once more. Although these individuals lived nearby, they had only been there for a few days, and since they were still unfamiliar with each other, their first instinct was to protect themselves rather than intervene. Seeing this, the thug grew even more smug. "Well, what a shame. It seems no one is willing to help you. Why are you targeting us?" Grandpa furrowed his brow, reflecting carefully. Hadn't he done anything to offend anyone in recent days? "Old man, don't overthink it. It's mainly because of this kid." The thug shrugged, shifting his focus back to the youth standing before Grandpa. "I heard you have a few packs of fruit seeds? Our boss said that if you hand over the seeds, you won't have to pay for rations anymore. If you refuse," he deliberately elongated his words, grinning ominously, "then we'll make your lives miserable." The youth felt his teeth grind against his lips in frustration. He indeed possessed several packs of seeds, rare and valuable varieties. While the shelter had preserved some seeds, they were mainly high-yield crops. The seeds he had were delicious fruits that would surely appeal to the higher-ups. He had initially hoped to leverage these seeds to forge connections and secure better living conditions, but instead, he had attracted the attention of these predatory wolves. Even more infuriating was that they hadn't approached him first. Why involve these 2 elderly people? This is where I differ from others. The thug seemed to revel in his own cleverness. "You see, you're quite formidable. It wouldn't be difficult for me to approach you directly. Coincidentally, I've learned that you care deeply for these 2 elders. They may not be your biological grandparents, but you treat them as if they were. If you hadn't looked after them on this journey, they might not have survived to this day. Now, tell me, since you care about their well-being, shouldn't you be generous and hand over those seeds?" The more the thug relished his advantage, the angrier the youth became, his teeth grinding audibly. If they were only targeting him, he could simply run. With those seeds in hand, he could surely find a suitable opportunity to exchange them for something valuable. But the thugs were leveraging Grandpa and Grandma, leaving him feeling trapped. "Honestly, if you hand over the seeds now, it would be beneficial for all of us. The boss is waiting for my report." Seeing the youth's resolve waver, the thug pressed on, brandishing his stick as he drew closer. "Or do you want to fight? Let us see how many of us there are. Then hurry and call your friends. I genuinely want to see how many of you there are." The sudden voice drew the attention of everyone present. It was neither the youth nor Grandpa but Yinan, who strode forward, his face a mask of fury. Chapter 62. "Since you're here," the thug with the stick had only just registered Yinan's voice when he felt a strong gust of wind rush toward his left cheek. A dark shadow flashed before his eyes, and a sharp pain followed. In an instant, he found himself slammed to the ground, unconscious. The other thug, realizing what had happened, bent down to retrieve the stick that had been knocked away. But when he turned to look, he was met with the sight of his companion's teeth, 2 or 3 of which had been knocked out, stained with blood and lying on the ground in a particularly gruesome display. He instinctively licked his own teeth to confirm they were still intact, only to be met with a terrifying realization. Yinan was now staring directly at him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably and drop the stick he had just picked up. It clattered noisily to the ground. "You don't come any closer." Before Yinan could utter a word, the thug was already shaking and retreating, his hands frantically rummaging through his pockets. But the more anxious he became, the more chaotic his movements grew. After a prolonged struggle, he found himself pressed against the wall. Yet he still hadn't managed to pull out the whistle from his pocket. In a moment of panic, he yanked harder than intended, ripping his pocket apart. But at last, he retrieved the whistle meant to summon reinforcements, though instead of blowing it, he pointed it at Yinan. "Don't come any closer. I implore you not to approach me. Should you dare to draw nearer, I shall summon assistance." The sight of him nearly compelled Yi Nan to retort with a fitting quip, "By all means, shout. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid." Of course, Yi Nan was not so twisted. He merely responded coldly, "Call for help." He had arrived late and had not heard the reason his grandparents had encountered these individuals. But that was of little consequence. Now that he was present, anyone daring to disrespect his grandparents would be met with swift retribution, adhering first to the tenets of civility and respect for the elderly and children, before any dialogue could ensue. Moreover, Yi Nan possessed undeniable strength. Given such a premise, it was far too cumbersome to play along with the adversary's game of escalating conflict. It would be far simpler to summon his allies and decisively quell the threat in one fell swoop. Upon realizing that Yi Nan had no intention of advancing, the thug mustered his courage and placed the whistle to his lips. He regarded Yi Nan warily for a few moments before summoning every ounce of strength to blow the whistle with a piercing sound. It was no wonder he felt such trepidation. In the world of street brawls, keen perception was paramount. Why was it he who picked up the short straw? Because the unfortunate soul who had been incapacitated was, in fact, among the strongest of their group. There had been instances where he had single-handedly taken on 5 and emerged victorious. Yet, here was a man who had been felled with a mere slap that sent his teeth flying. The prowess of his assailant was self-evident. Soon, the sound of whistles echoed in response from various directions, and the number of approaching individuals was considerable, their presence not too distant. This revelation allowed the thug to exhale a sigh of relief. However, feeling the weight of Yi Nan's unwavering gaze upon him, he grew increasingly uncomfortable. After some contemplation, he spoke, half in threat, half in caution. "You heard the sound. My people will be here shortly. Don't say I didn't warn you. It's not too late to flee. After all, 2 fists cannot contend against many hands. You should not be overly confident, young man." He genuinely feared that Yi Nan might suddenly strike. Regardless of what his comrades might do upon arriving, he knew he could not withstand even a single blow. There were no hospitals established in the shelter. Losing a tooth was irreversible, and living with the constant ache of an injury was a fate most dire. Thus, maintaining composure was the wisest course of action. If Yi Nan chose to flee, that would be even better. He would guarantee not to pursue, at least until the main force arrived. Yi Nan, however, had no intention of retreating. But his grandparents had finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Let us go. Quickly." Indeed, they needed to leave in haste. Grandmother held tightly to Yi Bei, her joy at reuniting with her grandchildren overshadowed by urgency as she tugged at them to escape. Realizing that Yi Nan remained unfazed, grandfather, well aware of his grandson's temperament, quickly articulated the stakes. There were many local thugs. Each time the whistle blew, at least a dozen men would converge. Though resistance was not unheard of, in recent days, whenever the whistle sounded, it invariably heralded a brutal beating for someone. And no matter how formidable one might be, could they truly rival the legendary Ip Man? More critically, the leader of these thugs was the nephew of the area's administrator. And it was said that he had connections that would ensure no one cared even if lives were lost. There had been fatalities before, and while relatives had protested and threatened to call the authorities, the result was always the same. Those who managed to stay safe learned to behave themselves. Otherwise, they too would soon vanish without a trace. Having finally reunited with their grandchildren, grandfather and grandmother were distraught at the prospect of inviting calamity upon themselves. Around them, those who had initially hidden in their rooms began to offer their counsel, urging, "Young man, do heed our advice. If they descend upon you in numbers, your prowess will avail you little, and look. There are many young women present. You must leave at once. These individuals are not to be trifled with." Just recently, a spirited lad was similarly bold and ended up with a broken leg. Bleeding out in the shelter, a truly grim fate. Listening to the surrounding voices of warning and lamentation, Yi Nan maintained a serene demeanor. Considering the presence of several young women among them, he decided it best for them to retreat to a room for safety while his sister comforted their grandparents. After all, these were not benign individuals, and with blood on their hands, Yi Nan saw no reason to hold back. If the situation turned bloody, it would not bode well for the elderly and children present. "Perhaps I shall seek out Murong Xian." Lin Dong did not follow him inside, but instead approached Yi Nan with a crossbow in hand. He was aware that Yi Nan harbored secrets. Yet involving the area's administrator could lead to significant repercussions. Reflecting on Morong Xian's frequent claims about his father's formidable influence within the shelter, Lin Dong thought, surely he could handle the administrator of a mere resettlement zone. No need. You should go inside. I will then be able to unleash my full potential. As he spoke, Yinan's foot had already pressed down upon the head of the unconscious thug beneath him. His expression remained calm, yet he applied a slight pressure. With a sharp crack, the thug's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, his body convulsed twice, and then fell still. Yinan did not consider himself a bloodthirsty individual. The threat against his grandparents had struck a nerve. However, it was merely a verbal threat, and a slap should suffice as a reprimand. Yet, as the litany of their misdeeds unfolded, threats, robbery, sexual assault, murder, the style of this local gang was one devoid of any moral compass. Given their modus operandi, it would be utterly impossible to engage them in reasoned discourse without applying a heavy hand. More importantly, Yinan found their actions intolerable. If this was the world within the shelter, then perhaps it was better to leave. Nevertheless, having come this far, he felt compelled to leave a mark before departing. Otherwise, they might think him cowardly, and that would be a source of ridicule. Chapter 63. The Unseemly Wu Dalongyu. You, the thug in the corner, witnessing the fate of his comrade, felt a warm rush of fear wash over him. The whistle fell from his lips, his mind consumed by terror as he stared wide-eyed at Yinan. Struggling to articulate a coherent thought, they had encountered resistance before, but never had they seen such ruthless efficiency and violence. Who, then, was the true villain? Fortunately for him, his allies arrived swiftly, before Yinan could shift his attention. A throng of individuals surged forward. They did not rush to attack, but instead parted to reveal a diminutive, grotesque figure. His face bore several intersecting scars, and though he wore a disdainful smile, the malice in his eyes was unmistakable. Midway through his approach, he halted abruptly. The individual who had previously attempted to assist Yinan's grandparents was now cowering inside, peering through a crack to observe the unfolding chaos. The grotesque man caught his eye, and as their gazes met, the man inside instinctively attempted to close the door and retreat. However, a nearby henchman reacted swiftly, slamming his hands against the door, forcing it open once more. The man was quickly dragged before the grotesque figure, who extended trembling hands, attempting to grasp the thug's legs in a plea for mercy, only to have his head seized and lifted instead. Ah, so you enjoy the spectacle, do you? The grotesque man spoke in a calm tone, yet before his victim could respond, his fingers plunged into the man's eyes, blood flowed from the corners of the man's eyes amidst his anguished screams. The grotesque man, seemingly unfazed, casually tossed the writhing figure to a nearby henchman while retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from his fingers as he approached Yinan. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that the blood and remnants of the man's eye were nothing more than an accidental smudge of dirt. As he drew closer, he spotted the lifeless thug on the ground, the malice in his gaze intensifying. Yet when he spoke, his tone remained exceedingly polite, even somewhat enthusiastic. A newcomer, I see. What brings this formidable brother across the river? Are you their leader? Yinan's gaze swept over the man, estimating his height to be no more than 5 feet. Although he appeared stocky, the plethora of scars on his face evoked the image of Wu Dalong. Ah, it's just the respect of my brothers that earns me the title of Brother Hao. And may I have the pleasure of knowing your name? He halted before the crowd, refraining from approaching Yinan directly, instead probing cautiously. After all, Yinan's display of violence had been brutally efficient. Even in a fit of rage, most individuals would not be capable of calmly twisting another's neck. Such composure suggested a history steeped in bloodshed. Moreover, this was within the confines of the shelter. Did he believe he could kill without consequence? Thus, he found himself at a loss, unable to ascertain whether Yinan had powerful backing or was merely a hot-headed novice. At his level, he understood that survival in this world was not solely about brute force. The strength of one's connections was paramount. Brother Hao? Qin Haonan? Yinan felt utterly speechless. With that appearance, did he truly think himself worthy of such a title? Yet, he was not one to engage in idle chatter. Enough of this. Let us settle this. Yinan waved a dismissive hand, cutting off the grotesque man's incessant prattle. Such a lack of respect. The grotesque man chuckled, yet his tone turned steely. Dismember him. With his command issued, the surrounding henchmen wasted no time. rushing forth with shouts and curses. Their weapons varied widely, from wooden clubs and pipes to knives. And even a couple wielding fire axes that, of course, any blows struck against Yinan would scarcely cause him discomfort. They would merely elicit a mild itch at most, especially with the assortment of blades. Those hacking and stabbing instruments striking against Yinan's armored attire were akin to attempting to slice through leather. Yielding no injury, Yinan did not unleash his wolf blade. In fact, he could hardly be bothered to deploy his panther claws. Yet, the punches he swung were perceived by the thugs as massive iron fists, capable of shattering bones with a single blow. Yinan's approach was straightforward. He neither dodged nor weaved, engaging in pure brute force. Regardless of how many knives were thrust his way, he remained unfazed. As though impervious to harm, with every swing of his fist, a thug would inevitably fall. This bizarre contrast swiftly extinguished the fighting spirit among the onlookers, from the moment the ugly man uttered the words "chop them up," to the moment they exchanged glances and encircled Yinan. Only a few seconds had passed. Yet, around Yinan, there lay more than a dozen individuals, their bodies twisted at unnatural angles, though they were not dead yet. In such dire medical conditions, their fate could already be deemed a death sentence. The thugs surrounding him could be said to have barely had the chance to engage before witnessing their comrades crumpling to the ground in droves. How could they continue fighting under such circumstances? They could only surround the ugly man, pushing him forward. Indeed, they were nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Seeing that there was no longer any obstruction between himself and Yinan, the ugly man sneered. He crouched down, feeling his subordinate's chest, and his expression finally turned somewhat grave. A single punch had shattered 2 ribs. His brother certainly had impressive skills. After calming his breath, Yinan felt sufficiently warmed up. Indeed, it was this kind of visceral combat that allowed for the most cathartic release of emotions. Listening to the wails of those lying on the ground, his mood improved significantly. Next, it was time to deal with this ugly version of Wu Dalong. TSK, I suggest you don't come any closer. Upon noticing Yinan approaching, the ugly man swiftly produced a handgun from his waist and waved it at Yinan. Dio, you think this could be a toy gun? Yinan's agility was indeed beyond his expectations. It was the first time he had seen someone take down a dozen opponents without sustaining a scratch. Yet, that was where it ended. Times had changed. No matter how skilled one was, they still feared a knife. His ability to stand his ground here was not reliant on any martial prowess. However, even as he stood, he could not detect a single ripple of emotion on Yinan's face. Instead, he heard Yinan utter a rather perplexing remark. To be honest, it's a bit difficult for me to strike when you're crouched down like that. Just as he was about to ask, everything went dark before his eyes, and he instinctively wanted to pull the trigger. Yet, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force surge through his hands. When he regained his composure, the gun was already in Yinan's possession. It was at that moment he finally felt the pain in his fingers. His right index finger was twisted at an unnatural angle, undoubtedly broken. Ironically, he only then comprehended the meaning behind Yinan's words. Due to their height difference, the angle at which he held the gun was perfectly suited for Yinan to reach out. Crouching down made it inconvenient for him. Pain, humiliation. But soon enough, there came fear. For the gun was now pressed against his forehead. Last, Yinan picked up the thread of their conversation, but his words left the ugly man feeling choked. You have quite the sense of humor. Now, why don't you tell me if this is a real gun? Chapter 64. The deal, wasn't he had agreed that within 7 steps, a gun is both swift and precise? Truly unreasonable. The ugly man, self-proclaimed as Brother Hao, found himself with a gun pressed to his forehead, yet still managed to utter a retort. He pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one for himself. However, the fingers holding the cigarette trembled noticeably, whether from fear, pain, or perhaps both. It was hard to tell. After taking 2 deep puffs, he turned his gaze back to Yinan. This brother possesses remarkable skills. He is destined for greatness, yet it is wise not to act impulsively. Are you threatening me? Yinan slightly adjusted the gun's position. Bang! The cigarette was sent flying, along with 2 of the ugly man's fingers, which were blown off by the bullet. The intense pain finally caused this once mighty gang leader to lose his composure, clutching his injured hand and writhing on the ground in agony. Yet, when he looked at Yinan, his eyes burned with even greater madness. "Dio, you know who my uncle is. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. I'll be waiting below for all of you to join me in death." "Xiao Nan, don't act rashly." The sound of gunfire echoed into the room, causing Yi Nan's grandparents to jump to their feet. As they opened the door, they were met with the sight of Yi Nan aiming a gun at the ugly man. They rushed forward to grasp Yi Nan's arms. "This is the nephew of the area administrator I mentioned. If you kill him, the security team will undoubtedly come after us." "Yes, Xiao Nan, we cannot contend with them." Grandma followed suit, clutching Yi Nan's other arm. "They have so many. Is this all you're doing?" Only then did she notice the numerous bodies sprawled on the ground, her shock palpable. This was also the reason Yi Nan had refrained from using weapons earlier. Ultimately, Grandpa and Grandma would have to emerge, along with Xiao Ling. If the outside world turned into a bloodbath, it would be far too distressing for them. The previous youth also stepped out with them, surveying the fallen thugs around him before approaching Yi Nan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Why, Yi Nan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an eerie familiarity in the stranger's gaze. Yet, the figure was so thoroughly concealed that aside from his eyes, nothing else was visible, leaving Yi Nan unable to discern whether he recognized him. "Wow, how touching!" The ugly man, despite the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, managed to tear off a piece of clothing from one of his subordinates to bind his hand. Trembling, he picked up the cigarette that had been shot away and placed it in his mouth. In this line of work, one must eventually pay their dues. Why life is worthless. Trading it for so many of yours is hardly a loss. After taking a few puffs, he heard a voice crackle through the walkie-talkie. He listened intently, then looked back at Yi Nan, his eyes suddenly filled with contempt. "I've got the goods, and I'm at room 1569 in Zone C5. I'm tied up here. You come and collect it." Calling for reinforcements? Yi Nan seized the opportunity to evade the youth's gaze and moved directly in front of the ugly man. Any reminiscence could wait until this fellow was dealt with. The ugly man seemed emboldened, his words dripping with sarcasm. "My uncle previously instructed me to retrieve the fruit seeds you have. Now I've come to collect them. Bringing people along?" "Well, of course." Their conversation flowed lightly. Yet it sent shivers down the spines of those listening nearby, especially Grandma, who clung tightly to Yi Bei, unsure of what to say. The youth produced a small bag and tossed it at the ugly man. "This is what you wanted. In exchange, we want our safety." Before the ugly man could respond, Yi Nan instead picked up the seeds. "These are seeds?" "Yes, fruit seeds. Grapes, watermelons, cantaloupes, almost every common fruit is represented, and they are all of the finest quality. Isn't this just an invitation to sleep when someone brings a pillow?" The newly opened planting area Yi Nan had been waiting for was lacking seeds. With this bag of seeds, would he not soon enjoy the freedom of fruit? Noticing Yi Nan's momentary daze over the seeds, the ugly man licked his lips, his fingers losing blood, causing his lips to pale. "Brother, the lives of these people, my life, are worth less than these things. I'm waiting here for my uncle to report back. You can still leave now while you have the chance. You would be so kind as to let us go?" Yi Nan stuffed the seeds directly into the pocket of his backpack. This bag was the essence of the base vehicle. It appeared to be a pocket, but actually connected directly to the storage area. Once secured, no one could take it away. It would surely lead to a relentless pursuit, but I must first ensure my own survival, mustn't I? The ugly man chuckled, a semblance of frankness in his demeanor. "As long as I'm alive, I will certainly seek you out for retribution, but I must first find a place to receive treatment. However, if I die, it will depend on whether you can lead so many people out of the shelter. Let us go. We'll head to another resettlement area." His uncle's reach 1T extend that far. Grandpa placed his hand on Yi Nan's shoulder, offering a suggestion. The youth chimed in, mentioning that there was a security squad under the administrator, all armed. They were unaware that firearms posed no threat to Yi Nan and, at worst, we could leave the shelter. After all, it's more comfortable in a vehicle than in the shelter. Yi Bei also joined in the persuasion, having never witnessed Yi Nan take a life and instinctively wanting to avoid trouble. Xiao Ling wholeheartedly agreed, having seen the conditions in the shelter since entering and immediately encountering the local criminal elements. Shattering her remaining fantasies about the haven, it truly was better to hide in the RV, especially since it possessed the magical ability to conjure strawberry cakes at any moment. Lin Dong was the person most aware of Yi Nan's combat prowess within the team. Yet, with his daughter present, he did not wish to take risks, thus he also began to persuade, "Don't escalate the situation. Murong Xian still owes you a favor and should be able to smooth things over. Hey, look, your people are quite perceptive, the ugly man, noticing the chorus of voices urging Yinan, breathed a sigh of relief. He did not wish to die just like that. He would concede this time. But as long as he survived, he would one day seek vengeance. Until this moment, he had believed Yinan was merely a fighter. But what use was simply being strong? Could he dodge bullets with bare hands or catch incoming shots without any weapons? He began to fantasize about how he would take revenge on Yinan once he fell into his grasp, imagining how to break each of his fingers one by one. However, before he could finish his thought, the sound of approaching vehicles reached their ears. They turned to see a military truck armed with a machine gun rounding the corner. Seated atop was none other than the ugly man's uncle. Yet, upon seeing his uncle's arrival, the ugly man's face bore no hint of joy. Instead, for the first time, he exhibited fear, an immense dread that even the recent gunpoint had failed to instill in him. Chapter 65. Exoskeleton Mech. What the ugly man feared was not his uncle himself. Rather, his uncle's arrival signified an escalation of the current situation. Just as he had said earlier, as long as Yinan and his group relinquished the seeds and left, the entire matter would no longer concern his uncle. All that the uncle desires are seeds, which he can leverage to ascend the ranks, as for how they are acquired and the manpower lost in the process. That is of no concern to the ugly man himself. Consequently, Yinan is left to contend solely with the relentless pursuit of a gang. Moreover, prior to the onset of this chase, the gang leader must first find a means to staunch his wounds and bind them. To put it more succinctly, thus far, the nature of this affair remains within the realm of gang skirmishes. However, with the uncle's premature arrival, witnessing the ugly man under the gun's threat, as the regional administrator with armed subordinates, he cannot afford to let Yinan and his companions slip away from under his very nose. That would be a significant blow to his pride. Therefore, his presence signifies that Yinan and his party are trapped. Should the ugly man feel elated? Had he been faced with ordinary individuals, he might have sprawled on the ground, laughing and demanding that they kneel and bow before him. Yet, Yinan's earlier demeanor has made it abundantly clear what sort of man stands before him. A person driven to desperation will not kneel and beg for mercy. Rather, there exists a greater likelihood, indeed, only one possibility, that he will seek to drag a few others down with him, at present. The gun remains trained upon the ugly man. If he does not become a scapegoat, who will? Thus, fear takes root within him. Earlier, he appeared carefree, yet having just glimpsed a sliver of hope, he now finds himself plunged back into despair. The stark contrast is unbearable. That is the administrator. He is his uncle Grandpa, having recognized the newcomer, hurried to Yinan's side, extending a hand to seize the gun from him, urgently instructing, "You all must flee. I will stay behind to cover your retreat. As long as he still desires my nephew's life, he will not dare to harm me." Upon uttering these words, Grandma nearly burst into tears. Everyone understands the grim fate that awaits those who stay behind to cover the retreat. Seeing that the others remain unmoved, Grandpa grows increasingly anxious. What are you waiting for? After all, I have only a few years left to live. Yi Bei, Xiao Chu, take Grandma and leave. Yes, yes, the ugly man quickly echoed. Leave the seeds with me. Take me as a hostage, and you will certainly gain time to escape. At that point, the old man can cooperate, and I assure you I will not make things difficult for him. Just wait for your return to rescue him. That way, we all benefit, especially for him, as his life would surely be spared, and he would gain an additional hostage. It truly is a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, Yinan does not acquiesce to his wishes. Upon hearing Grandpa refer to the youth as Xiao Chu, Yinan recalled the boy's identity, which is why he hesitated, allowing the ugly man an opportunity to spout nonsense. Now, realizing the gravity of the situation, the gun has returned to Yinan's grip. Seeing this, the ugly man hurriedly pleads for mercy. Brother, don't act impulsively. We hold no deep grudge. No deep grudge. Indeed, there isn't one. Yinan's timely arrival ensured that Grandpa and Grandma were unscathed. In fact, after initially subduing the two thugs, they should have left. Why did Yinan linger? Was it to heed the grievances of those around him? Was it because he recognized these individuals as villains? No, it was to protect. Until this moment, Grandpa and Grandma have continued to shield him. Their pleas for him to leave, to negotiate, even to remain behind to cover their retreat. All were for the sake of safeguarding Yinan and Yi Bei. Just as in their youth, when faced with trouble or bullies, Grandpa and Grandma would instinctively shield them, even if it meant enduring mistreatment themselves. In those times, Yinan felt powerless. But now, the situation is different. With the system at his disposal, when confronted with adversity, he should not have to flee with his family. What use is this wretched system? What meaning is there in being reborn? Why should the oppressed run and hide simply because the bully is stronger? Is that not precisely the point? I am now terrifyingly powerful. Rest easy, Grandpa. Yinan tightly grasped Grandpa's hand, recalling the countless times Grandpa had assured him, as long as I am here, you need fear nothing. Upon uttering these words, the ugly man immediately sensed something amiss and hastily sought to plead for his life. No, there's no need. I still prefer the version of you that spoke of wanting to chop me into pieces. Yinan silenced him with the gun's muzzle. Under the horrified gaze of the ugly man, a gunshot rang out, blood splattered. The self-proclaimed Hao Gu, the grotesque version of Wu Dalong, finally crumpled to the ground in disbelief. His body limp and lifeless, with the ugly man dispatched, Yinan felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. He handed the gun to Lin Dong and wove his way through the crowd. Striding directly towards the approaching military vehicle, the vehicle halted before him, and a portly middle-aged man disembarked. From his stature, Yinan could surmise the identity of the newcomer. I am Qian Fei, the administrator of this district. The man's countenance was grim, yet he maintained a formal demeanor as he introduced himself. I am aware that he is your nephew. Yinan nodded, tilted his head, and cast a sidelong glance at the corpse of the ugly man sprawled on the ground. Turning back, he retorted to Qian Fei, are you also aware of his crimes? Robbery, sexual assault, murder? Qian Fei's eyes widened as he stared at the corpse, his face twitching with grief and indignation. He had heard the gunshot, and, before his very eyes, this man had slain his nephew, yet he dared to confront him. The fury within Qian Fei was nearly palpable, as if it might erupt from his very eyes. Gritting his teeth, he managed to voice accusations against Yinan. Armed, murder, committing violence in public, an arrogant attitude, and a heinous nature. So you are aware. Yinan responded with a cold smile. Both men were lost in their own dialogues, yet their meanings were unmistakably clear. You deserve to die. Is this your justification? Qian Fei gestured toward the fallen thugs. You think you can act like a hero, seeking justice? He sneered. He knows full well what kind of people were under his nephew's command. Anyone capable of dispatching those thugs is undoubtedly a formidable foe. Looking back at his own side, since he had merely happened upon the scene, he hadn't summoned the security team. Did you think I had only a handful of men in this vehicle? Rendering me powerless against you? He took a few steps back, shielding his body behind the vehicle door, and called out to the driver. Captain Ma, I appreciate your assistance. Then he turned back to Yinan with a sneer. Let me introduce you. This is Captain Ma Changyuan, the leader of the 3rd Exploration Team at IT. Is indeed an honor for you to have Captain Ma personally come to apprehend you. As he finished speaking, the door of the driver's seat swung open, and the so-called Captain Ma stepped out. Yinan finally understood why the other party had exuded confidence even after concluding that he was quite capable. Captain Ma was clad in a suit of exoskeletal armor. Unlike the full-coverage armor Yinan possessed, this suit resembled the exoskeletal machinery from the film The Wandering Earth. Most of his body remained exposed, with armor only protecting vital areas, giving it a remarkably lightweight appearance, devoid of any bulkiness. This left Yinan questioning just how powerful this apparatus could be. However, he soon witnessed Captain Ma casually kick aside a stone barrier that had obstructed his path, as though he were merely discarding an empty plastic bucket at home. Yet, this seemingly nonchalant action sent the hefty stone tumbling a short distance before it rolled and dented the adjacent temporary wall. Finally coming to rest, the original location of the stone now bore only a shallow furrow. Intrigued, Yinan's eyes lit up, and his anticipation for his own suit of armor surged. However, those behind him appeared utterly despondent. Brother! Yi Bei called from behind, yet she could only voice her concern, utterly at a loss for what else to do. Grandpa's face was also one of deep dismay, his body swaying slightly, struggling to accept this outcome. Murmuring to himself, "It's over. How could it be the exploration team, and their leader at that?" This remark drew the attention of others. Yi Bei and the others had only just arrived at the shelter and were unfamiliar with what the exploration team entailed. Sensing the collective confusion in their gazes, Grandpa managed a wan smile. In order to procure resources not yet delivered from the outside, the shelter has established several exploration teams, enlisting our strongest soldiers and equipping them with the most advanced weaponry. These teams are few in number, yet each possesses the ability to traverse the most frigid climates safely. In such extreme cold, it is exceedingly challenging for large forces to march. Elite teams are the optimal choice, flexible, nimble, and highly mobile. With their exoskeletal armor equipped without regard for cost, these soldiers are practically human tanks. Were it not for the lingering issues with endurance, relying solely on these teams would suffice for them to establish contact with other shelters, especially the leaders within these teams. Just yesterday, a herd of mutated bison charged at the shelter, perhaps in a show of force to reassure the populace. Rather than directly resorting to gunfire, the shelter allowed the teams to confront the herd head-on. Clad in their armor, these mutated beasts tower at nearly 3 meters, their terrifying weight causing the ground to tremble as they charge. Their massive horns resemble the ramming prow of a warship, rendering the abandoned vehicles outside the shelter utterly ineffective against them. Should they collide with anything, it would surely result in deformation and tumbling far away. Yet, these ferocious creatures were halted by the soldiers clad in armor. Without the use of machine guns, solely relying on the formidable strength of the mech, complemented by a specially crafted greatsword, he slaughtered those beasts that only knew how to charge. That night, the shelter rarely provided each person with a bowl of meat soup. Thus, at this moment, confronted by Captain Ma, their hope had completely vanished, and they could only helplessly huddle together, savoring the last warmth of family. I am Ma Changyuan, captain of the 3rd Expedition Team. Due to your violent actions in public, with irrefutable evidence, I am here to apprehend you. Please cooperate with my actions and refrain from any futile resistance. As Ma Changyuan walked, he formally charged Yinan with the crime. However, Yinan merely scoffed. What if I refuse to cooperate? According to the temporary management regulations of the shelter, in order to prevent the continuation of criminal acts that could lead to greater losses, I am authorized to take all necessary measures and means to carry out your arrest. Ma Changyuan was rather patient, slowly approaching Yinan and in his view, even without wearing an exoskeleton. Apprehending such a young man was merely a matter of a simple gesture. With the enhancement of the exoskeleton, it had become akin to a game of cat and mouse. Seizing this rare opportunity, he felt it appropriate to engage in a bit of conversation. Otherwise, if the matter was resolved too swiftly and easily, Qian Yifei would not feel indebted. Are you his accomplice? Yet Yinan paid him no heed, smiling as he glanced at Qian Yifei standing beside the military vehicle. It seems you have failed to grasp the situation. Ma Changyuan, irritated by this repeated disregard, positioned himself directly in front of Yinan. Surely, you must recognize what I am wearing. It seems you are at least somewhat complicit. Yinan nodded, having already formed a resolution in his mind. He cast a disdainful glance at the flimsy exoskeleton armor that Ma Changyuan donned. Is that merely an exoskeleton? It looks utterly shabby, resembling a device for the handicapped. Wait, you can't possibly be disabled. Can you? This remark left Ma Changyuan both amused and infuriated. Is there truly someone in the shelter who is unaware of the power of an exoskeleton? After the live broadcast yesterday, he assumed his gear had become common knowledge. To his astonishment, there was indeed a fool. No, you misunderstand. Yinan gently shook his head. I certainly understand the power of exoskeleton armor, but it is precisely because I do that I find it akin to a device for the handicapped. Because I possess something far superior. As he spoke, his right hand was raised above his head, deftly reaching into the backpack behind him. With the sound of whirring mechanical gears, when Yinan withdrew his hand from the backpack, it was adorned with a silver mechanical glove that completely enveloped his palm. The tail end of the mechanical hand was connected to a slender support structure. As Yinan extended his arm, the support seamlessly aligned with his elbow. Ding! A crisp sound resonated. Several branches emerged from the support, tightly encasing Yinan's arm. Following this, countless blue and white armor plates surged out from the backpack, assembling in a dazzling display before everyone's eyes. In mere seconds, a colossal mechanical right arm materialized from the backpack behind Yinan. How is this possible? Ma Changyuan was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. Why had he come to meet Qian Yifei while still wearing the exoskeleton? It was precisely because such armor was exceedingly cumbersome to don and doff. But what was he witnessing? Was the mech something that could be concealed within a backpack? And was the flamboyant manner of its deployment not a tad too ostentatious? Yet Qian Yifei reacted more swiftly, shouting urgently from behind. Why are you hesitating? Are you waiting for him to transform and gather strength? While his mech is still unfolding, take action quickly. Kill him, and if something goes awry, I will take responsibility. At this moment, Ma Changyuan also regained his composure. The exoskeleton on his body suddenly expelled a wave of heat. Immense kinetic energy surging forth as he aimed to deliver a punch to Yi Nan's forehead. Chapter 67. The astonishing mechanical arm. Ma Changyuan's punch was fierce. Enhanced by the power of the exoskeleton, it even produced a sonic boom. The fist enveloped in the exoskeleton was akin to an iron fist fitted with brass knuckles. Faced with the potential threat posed by an unknown mech, he did not hold back, delivering a lethal strike. Yet, the terrifying punch that astonished those around them came to an abrupt halt. Go be precise. It was caught. Yi Nan's full coverage mech bore no relation to being lightweight. His fist was larger than Ma Changyuan's head. In comparison, it was akin to an adult gripping the tiny fist of a child. How is this possible? Ma Changyuan's eyes widened, disbelief permeating his voice. The exoskeleton he wore was the latest scientific achievement of the shelter. Had the situation not been urgent, such equipment would have remained confined to the laboratory, never allocated to them. Despite having encountered numerous issues during its use over the past few days, it was still formidable, terrifyingly so. It even instilled in Ma Changyuan a sense of inflated superiority, as if wearing this armor made him a superhuman. Yet now, he was being restrained by a single hand. Just one hand. Yi Nan had not even fully deployed his mech. He had merely covered his arm and chest armor. This made him appear somewhat unbalanced, given the considerable girth of his right arm. However, with the support of the Black Panther suit as inner reinforcement, it was not problematic. As for the reason, time was one aspect, and no matter how swiftly this mech unfolded, it could not achieve instantaneous coverage. More importantly, this was already sufficient. Zzz. As the noise of overloaded motors resonated, Ma Changyuan's exoskeleton finally succumbed to the pressure Yi Nan was gradually exerting. Accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke, tendrils of wispy vapor began to escape. Ugh! Without the protection of the exoskeleton, Ma Changyuan felt as though every bone in his hand was on the verge of being shattered. Even as he gritted his teeth, he could not suppress the groans of agony that escaped him. Were it not for the support of the exoskeleton, he would have likely crumpled to the ground from the pain. How could Xiao Nan possess such equipment? Grandfather was so astonished he could hardly close his mouth. Even if one were to claim ignorance, it was evident that the item Yi Nan had extracted from his backpack was far superior, overwhelmingly so. When asked, Yi Bei wore a puzzled expression. How would she know that her brother possessed a mech? That scoundrel brother, with such a remarkable item, why hadn't he mentioned it sooner? She had worried for nothing. Was it with the mech that her brother had slain the giant python in the valley? Shun Qing, beside her, gripped Yi Bei's hand tightly, voicing her conjecture. Just moments ago, when Ma Changyuan had struck, she had been sufficiently frightened. With her heart now at ease, her chest still heaved with heavy breaths. Watching this, Yi Bei swallowed hard, reassuring herself that there was nothing to envy. The most astonished, however, was Qian Yifei, who stood across from them. Ma Changyuan, clad in exoskeleton armor, was arguably the strongest individual combatant in the shelter. Yet what was the current situation? Who on earth was this person? How could he possess such a thing? Qian Yifei's body trembled slightly, not solely from fear, but also from exhilaration, an excitement that could not be suppressed due to greed. Previously, he and his nephew had merely been petty thugs. With the advent of the apocalypse, they had scrambled to attain their current status through various connections. However, establishing such connections required money, an abundance of it. This was also the reason he did not spare even a meager bun from the hands of the survivors: extortion. These four succinct words could almost encapsulate all his methods of capital accumulation. Thus, he had set his sights on Xiao Chu, all for those few bags of seeds in peacetime. Such seeds might be rare due to their variety, but they were not particularly precious in the current climate. They were more akin to a luxury item. Outside, the terrifying temperature plummeted to below 60 degrees, with the potential for further decline. Even within the shelter, the temperature barely hovered above freezing. Survival was sufficient. But where were the conditions for cultivating fruits? Nevertheless, He knew that the shelter had specialized environments for breeding. With those few bags of seeds in hand, he could collaborate with others to cultivate delectable fruits. At that point, they would become his strongest resource for political capital. Yet ultimately, they were merely luxury goods. The mech on Yunan's person was the true game-changer capable of altering the power dynamics within the shelter. As Ma Changyuan appeared on the verge of collapse, Qian Yifei quickly interjected. "Stop." He hastily retrieved a walkie-talkie from the vehicle. "A significant malicious incident has occurred in Zone C5. Requesting armed support. At this moment." Ma Changyuan also regained his composure. With his other hand pressing against the communicator at his throat, he barked, "Old ghost, lock onto my location and prepare for a sniper shot with anti-material armor-piercing rounds." Then, he forcefully struck the shoulder of the arm that was being restrained. With a loud pop, the mechanical arm emitted a resonant whirring sound as the motors spun violently. The palm, which had become slightly deformed from the pressure, suddenly erupted with force, briefly prying open Yunan's grip, allowing Ma Changyuan to retreat. However, once the arm was freed from Yunan's control, it hung limply, emanating thick black smoke from various joints, flickers of electricity sparking ominously. Resembling a piece of junk, gazing at his own arm, Ma Changyuan's face was filled with trepidation and heartache. Had he known Yunnan possessed such equipment, he would never have approached recklessly now, having suffered this fate. He would undoubtedly face repercussions after resolving this matter. This bitter pill was one he had to swallow whole. Truly, this was not a game, Yunnan sighed. Expressing his regret, he had intended to further test the strength of the mech. Since the other party has called for assistance, it is imperative to act swiftly and then vacate this contentious place. Regrettably, upon activating the single-arm mech, Yunnan suddenly felt akin to Gara wielding the sand hand. A character he greatly admired in that moment. A playful spirit surged within him. Moreover, following the comprehensive upgrades to the base vehicle, the convoy's capabilities had also enhanced, granting him an additional designated quota. Just moments ago, Yunnan had been experimenting to see if he could allocate this quota to the mech. Enchanting the transformation function onto the mech was certainly not as simple as 1+1. He couldn't help but think of Iron Man's ever-changing nanosuit, which stirred excitement in his heart. It was during this moment of distraction that the adversary had retreated after suffering damage. However, it mattered not. He was not reliant on sneak attacks to suppress his opponent. Yet, before Yunnan could make his move, another military vehicle charged in. From a distance, the loudspeaker blared, ordering everyone to cease fire, proclaiming that they were allies. Chapter 68. The invitation from Morong Yun. The military vehicle approached swiftly, and only when it screeched to a halt did the onlookers hear the sound of a collision. A loud thud echoed as the vehicle collided squarely with the rear bumper of Qian Yifei's group. The impact was not great, yet it caused considerable discomfort to Qian Yifei and Ma Changyuan. The former had been clinging to the door, while the latter had just stepped back, leaning against the vehicle to catch his breath. Following the noise, both men found themselves in a rather undignified position, their faces buried in dirt. Ma Changyuan was in a worse state, having slid directly to Yunnan's feet. When he lifted his head, he caught sight of Yunnan's slightly upturned lips and the finger resting against his forehead. "Tell me, who is quicker, the sniper or my hand?" The cold touch of the mech reached the top of Ma Changyuan's head, making him shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, before he could ponder the answer to that question, individuals disembarked from the colliding military vehicle. Yunnan, you truly have a sense of humor." The voice was melodious and slightly playful, belonging to a striking woman in military attire, exuding an air of confidence. Her steps were firm and rhythmic, the sound of her boots against the ground crisp and decisive. Approaching Yunnan, she casually glanced at Ma Changyuan on the ground and playfully remarked, "I wager your hand is faster. I hope to verify that chance, and you are?" Yunnan felt a sense of familiarity with this woman. She graciously extended her hand. "Morong Yun, I appreciate your protection of my cousin along this journey." "Oh, so you are Morong Xian's cousin." Yunnan understood now why she seemed familiar. They bore a resemblance, and it was evident that Morong Xian had inherited commendable family traits. As the mechanical sounds subsided, the mech on Yunnan's hand began to fold and retract. Returning to his backpack, he freed his hand and briefly shook Morong Yun's hand, who regarded him with unabashed curiosity and scrutiny. "I just heard from Xiao Xian that Mr. Yunnan is quite extraordinary. Now I can see for myself." Clearly, Morong Xian had shared Yinan's exploits with his family, though Yinan wondered how he had described the incident involving the slap. Morong Yun must have misunderstood, thinking that Yinan's prowess was solely due to the mech. However, Yinan chose not to clarify that surface-level matters are easily manipulated. What remains in hand is the true trump card. Your people? Yinan gestured towards Ma Changyuan and Qian Yifei. To be frank, if the Morong family consisted of such individuals, he felt it would be prudent to vacate the shelter. Fortunately, Morong Yun shook her head. They are adversaries, yet internal conflict is not suitable at this juncture. He must die. Why Yinan pointed towards Qian Yifei. After all, this man was related to Hao Gu, representing a substantial grudge against Yinan. The chaos that had befallen this place could be attributed to his protection behind the scenes. From the outset, Yinan had already inscribed his name on the list of the deceased. Very well, apprehend him. Morong Yun nodded and issued a command to her guards, who swiftly subdued Qian Yifei. What are you doing? What is your intention? The old man protested, yet despite his feeble resistance, his diminutive stature lacked the strength to escape. And he was easily restrained, left only with shouting. Morong Yun, on what grounds do you seize me? I am under Mr. Zheng's protection. Ma Changyuan attempted to intervene, but after a fleeting glance between Yinan and Morong Xian, he dared not act. The situation was beyond his control. Morong Yun's presence indicated that he had no reinforcements. Confronting Yinan was akin to a chicken pecking at a rock. You have harbored your nephew, allowing him to organize criminal activities within your jurisdiction, committing robbery, sexual assault, and murder. Morong Yun stated blandly, formally announcing his fate. A temporary tribunal will provide you with a satisfactory judgment. Rest assured, you have the right to designate Mr. Zheng as a witness. The deeds of these individuals were blatant. The so-called trial was merely a formality. Ultimately, the sufficiency of evidence relied on the influence of those behind the scenes. Qian Yifei was merely a small fry, and the Mr. Zheng he relied upon could never contend with the Morong family. Thus, Qian Yifei was doomed. He knew it well, and soon his cries turned to curses, then to pleas for mercy, even revealing some so-called secrets. Yet, no one cared. May I take my leave now? As Ma Changyuan observed Qian Yifei being dragged away, he too wished to depart. Morong Yun did not hinder him, half reminding and half warning that of course. However, due to personal reasons, damaging the exoskeleton mech is a grave offense, I understand. Ma Changyuan replied indifferently before driving away. You need not accompany me. I can find my way. Yinan discerned that Morong Yun's status was undoubtedly high. Logically, Morong Xian could have come himself. The fact that such a striking woman was dispatched to escort him indicated that her intentions were far from mere housing arrangements. Indeed, Morong Yun acted decisively, producing a document along with 3 keys. These are your 3 residences in the family district of the Central Tower. As Yinan accepted the items, Morong Yun took a step closer, standing almost intimately before him. After hearing about your capabilities, it seems you would not wish to remain in the shelter, subsisting on rations with your family. Coincidentally, we are preparing to assemble a new exploration team. Yinan, would you be interested in leading it? Yinan had to admit, Morong Yun's beauty was breathtakingly flawless up close. She appeared even more exquisite and delicate. Just then, Yibei hurriedly inserted herself between them, eyeing Morong Yun with suspicion. What are you whispering about? Let me in on it too, cough, cough. Don't cause a scene. Yinan tousled Yibei's hair but did not push her away. Morong Yun was adept at leveraging her advantages. Maintaining some distance was advisable. I'll think it over. After the long journey, I simply wish to spend some quality time with my family. Since entering the shelter, he had yet to find an opportunity to converse meaningfully with his grandparents. Of course, I can take you all there. Morong Yun was not angered, as several vehicles followed behind her military truck, indicating they were well prepared. She reached out towards the passenger seat of her truck, inviting Yinan. This overt gesture made Yibei puff up her cheeks in frustration. However, before she could protest, Yinan waved his hand. You all go ahead and wait. We still have someone to pick up. Chapter 69. The reunion of the Shin family. Yinan declined Morong Yun's invitation. Shunqing was undoubtedly the happiest person at that moment, excitedly embracing Yibei. Upon arriving at the resettlement area, the presence of thugs, unsightly men, and administrators made Shunqing feel as though the shelter resembled a den of demons, teeming with all manner of monstrosities. Yet, she could do nothing, merely trailing behind Yibei like a transparent shadow. Now that the convoy had arrived to pick up individuals, but her parents were still unaccounted for. If Yinan were to board the vehicle, Shunqing would have to leave the group and seek her family alone, which made her heart race with anxiety. She suddenly realized that entering the shelter meant separation. Once here, she would have no further reason to stay by Yinan's side. A sense of reluctance, fear, and profound disappointment filled her heart. Fortunately, even in the face of Murong Yun's alluring invitation, Yinan seemed to have forgotten her. If only she could be embraced by Yinan instead of Yi Bei at this moment. Yi Bei, too, appeared unwilling to be the one embraced. After finally managing to extricate her face from Shunqing's exuberant embrace, she took a deep breath and weakly complained, "I can't breathe. Can you just hug my brother next time?" Shunqing's parents were not in the resettlement area. The group found them at the construction site of the shelter, discovering the couple, both over 50 years of age. Upon seeing Shunqing, they initially thought they were hallucinating due to their longing. It was only when Shunqing leaped into their arms that their eyes reddened with tears, their emotions overwhelming them. Upon learning that it was Yinan who had brought her, the elderly couple almost knelt before him. Fortunately, Yinan was quick on his feet and hurriedly supported them. "Uncle, Auntie, please do not do that. I still need to thank Shunqing for looking after my sister at school. Your gestures leave me at a loss." Thank you, good child, all good children." Mr. Shun's emotions were evidently more agitated, his face haggard, hinting at the concern he had endured over Shunqing's condition in recent days. After a bout of tears, Mrs. Shin found solace in Shunqing's comforting words and gradually calmed herself. "Xiaonan, uncle and aunt have nothing substantial to offer as thanks. We have accumulated some contribution points over the past few days. You should take them for now, as they are said to be quite useful." Yes. You must accept them," Mr. Shen quickly chimed in. On the way over, Murong Yun had briefed Yinan about these contribution points, which were akin to electronic currency in the shelter, primarily intended to encourage survivors to partake in the construction of the refuge. They could be exchanged for essential supplies and to enhance living conditions, serving as a testament to the principle of earning based on effort. Initially, they had planned to save these points for communication with Shaoqing once other shelters were connected. Mrs. Shan clutched Shunqing, inspecting her with worry, scrutinizing for any signs of emaciation, while her lips curled upwards in joy at their reunion. "Now that we are all together, they are no longer needed. Rest assured, Uncle still has some strength left. I will come to work every day and give you all the contribution points I earn." Mr. Shan spoke more brusquely, though his gaze remained fixated on his precious daughter, as if fearing that a mere blink would cause her to vanish. "Mom and Dad, are you just eating this?" Shunqing, nestled in her mother's embrace, discovered a small bag containing 2 half-eaten steamed buns, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Despite both her parents engaging in physically demanding labor, they were still subsisting solely on the meager rations distributed by the shelter. It was evident they intended to save every contribution point for when they sought her out. This filled Shunqing with guilt. During her time on the road, she had hardly endured any hardship and may have even gained weight. Thank goodness. With this thought, Shunqing finally mustered the courage to embrace Yinan. Grateful to have him by her side, leaving him at a loss for words, he quickly signaled for his sister to help calm the situation. Yi Bei, having seen the commotion, took hold of Mr. and Mrs. Shun and began recounting how comfortable their journey had been, silently giving Shunqing a thumbs up for her bravery. After a bit of commotion, everyone finally settled down from their reunion and boarded the vehicle heading to the accommodations arranged for them by Mu Rongxian. Initially, Mr. and Mrs. Shun intended to decline, fully aware of how precious the housing in the center was. However, Yi Bei swiftly ushered Shunqing into the car, compelling the elderly couple to follow suit reluctantly. The central tower stood 50 stories tall, crowned by an artificial sun, with laboratories, production bases, and administrative areas descending below it. The residential area occupied the lowest 10 floors, designed similarly to hotel suites, with some central rooms lacking windows altogether. The environment was somewhat austere. The rooms featured stark whitewashed walls with just a bed consisting of a few wooden planks, devoid of blankets or any semblance of comfort such as a mattress. During the disaster, the first supplies transported were essential food items, followed by equipment necessary for production, while light industrial goods were left behind, resulting in significant shortages. Nonetheless, this accommodation was considered a considerable privilege within the shelter. equipped with private restrooms, electricity, and hot water, in stark contrast to the communal toilets elsewhere. Bathing was entirely out of the question, as water was scarce. A mere liter for washing one's face was deemed extravagant, leaving little room for showers. The temperature within the central tower was maintained between 26 to 28 degrees Celsius, a rather pleasant climate given the current circumstances. Ye Nan and his group were allocated suites with a layout of 2 bedrooms and a living area, with 3 rooms interconnected. After a brief discussion, the arrangements were made. Grandpa and Grandma, Mr. and Mrs. Shun, Shinqing and Yi Bei, and Lindong with Xiao Ling would share rooms, while Yi Nan would have a room to himself. The remaining room naturally went to Xiao Chu, who had silently followed Grandpa and Grandma. Can you stay with Uncle Lin and the others? Until this moment, Yi Nan had yet to grasp who Xiao Chu was. But his instincts had placed her into the circle of familiar faces, given the way Grandpa and Grandma regarded her. She spoke little, consistently remaining by their side, exuding a low presence. Yi Nan's intuition often urged him to steer clear of her, resulting in him only now speaking to her due to the housing arrangements. When faced with Yi Nan's inquiry, Xiao Chu removed her cap and delivered a playful punch to his chest. Yi Nan did not evade. Although her mask remained on, he had already recognized her. Of course, her punch was no match for Yi Nan, still clad in his Black Panther suit. Thus, her fist remained pressed against his chest, leading to a brief standoff. 3 seconds later, Yi Nan feigned a dramatic fall, rolling clumsily behind Grandpa and Grandma. Chapter 70. Childhood Shadows. Chuli ignoring Yi Nan's exaggerated antics, Xiao Chu, or rather, Chuli, removed her mask. And everyone was taken aback. She was no mere boy but a striking young woman with short, tousled hair, a clear indication of an amateur haircut. Yet this very disheveled appearance accentuated the spirited aura about her, revealing that such a carefree style only showcased her fierce spirit. Wow, how could it be this tomboy? Yi Bei, unable to contain himself, gasped, prompting Chuli to cast a sidelong glance, causing him to hastily retreat behind Shinqing. Peeking from behind Shanqing's shoulder, he whispered conspiratorially, I'll help you keep her at bay. You should pull my brother into the room and make things happen. Quick. Shinqing's face flushed crimson. What kind of wolfish words are you saying in front of so many people? The visibly flustered siblings piqued Shanqing's curiosity. Who is she? The big sister, the female bandit, our neighbor from childhood. Recalling past events, Yi Bei swallowed hard. She used to bully us, always making my brother her little subordinate, putting him through all sorts of training. Eventually, my brother grew tired of her oppression and vowed one day to take her down and bring her home, making her serve him tea and wash his feet. Marry? Bring her home? Shinqing felt a weight in her heart. Wasn't this the quintessential tale of childhood sweethearts? Then what about her? This seemed to extinguish any hope. Observing Yi Nan's reaction, it was evident he still held vivid memories of her. Shinqing bit her lip, feeling a pang of reluctance. What happened to them later? Oh, my brother was carried back after getting his leg broken. He was bedridden for 3 months before he could walk again. It was dreadful, Yi Bei sighed. From then on, we lived under her tyranny. Fortunately, when I turned 10, her family struck it rich, and they emigrated abroad, which liberated us at last. Shinqing was taken aback by the weight of this revelation, struggling to digest it for a while before finally exhaling. This was no childhood romance. It was a trauma from their past. But why was she here? Ha ha ha, why are you still acting like a child? Grandpa chuckled as he helped Yi Nan to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. However, when speaking of Chuli, his tone turned solemn. 2 years ago, Chuli's family met with tragedy abroad, leaving her alone to return home. During your absence over the past 2 years, she has been looking after us diligently. If it weren't for her protection during our journey to the shelter, we might not have made it. 2 years. Yi Nan reflected carefully. His grandparents seemed to have fared quite well during that time. However, he had been preoccupied with work, and Yi Bei had been busy with part-time jobs during the summer and winter breaks, leaving little time to return home. Upon reconsideration, he detected some clues. During the spring festival this year, the house had indeed been remarkably tidied at that time. He had told Grandma to take care of her health, suggesting that such labor should be left to him. Sure enough, Grandpa brought up Chuli. She insisted that I not tell you. Gazing deeply at Chuli, Yi Nan felt a whirlwind of emotions, unsure of what to say. But she spoke first. Let us have a spard. Yi Nan jolted at the suggestion. In their youth, girls matured faster, Now, he stood half a head taller than Chuli. There was no way he would lose, right? But could he truly win? Yibay's battle declaration was etched in his memory. Could he ever forget? Yinan subtly edged closer to his grandfather, ready to dodge her sudden attack while feigning nonchalance. Haha, stop fooling around. We are not children anymore. This little ruse did not escape the notice of those present. Fortunately, Chuli took it in stride and made a different request. I want to share a room with Grandpa and Grandma, of course. That's no problem. I'll sleep with Uncle Lin. No, in the same room. Yinan quickly acquiesced, then changed the subject. You all wait here. I need to arrange a few things. With that, he dashed off to the various rooms. The stark emptiness within was already considered an excellent environment for those in the shelter. Previously, they had been too preoccupied with distant travels to attend to such matters, but now Yinan could not allow his grandparents to sleep on a wooden board when they had scavenged the mall. The outdoor supply store had been adjacent to a home goods store, offering a complete range of daily necessities. Now, these items were finally coming in handy. Yi Xiong. Just as Mu Rongxian arrived, Yinan had only just finished arranging everything. The others were joyfully familiarizing themselves with their new home in this post-apocalyptic world, and Yinan found himself bumping into Mu Rongxian. Mu Rongxian did not arrive empty-handed. A bodyguard trailing behind him was laden with numerous packages. Liu accompanied him, and the sight bore a resemblance to that of a wealthy young heir venturing out. Surrounded by attendants, however, upon closer inspection, the items he carried were somewhat lackluster. A large cabbage, carrots, and 2 slabs of pork belly. He swiftly transformed into a rustic version of a young master, commonly referred to as the foolish son of a landlord. Yet, Mu Rongxian felt quite pleased with himself, exuding an air of arrogance almost worthy of a forehead tattoo. I have come to congratulate you on your new home. What do you think? Quite generous. Isn't it? Meat and vegetables are indeed a rarity nowadays, along with rice and flour. If you find this insufficient, I can bring more. After speaking, he received a large package from the bodyguard and personally handed it to Yinan. This is an inflatable mattress. While it may not compare to a Sealy, it is certainly better than sleeping on a wooden board. I only managed to acquire a couple of these. They have become one of the 3 essential items these days. Yinan, however, expressed a hint of disdain and waved his hand. I have no use for such a thing. Nonetheless, recognizing the goodwill behind the gesture, he thought it best to accept. Since you are here, why not stay for a meal? We were just about to begin. Mu Rongxian, aware of the occasion for celebration, knew that Yinan and the others would likely relish the opportunity for a reunion dinner. No, I merely came to see what you might be lacking. I'll just drop off these items and leave. Mu Rongxian leaned in, boastfully declaring, to enjoy fine cuisine, you must come to my place. I'll sneak out some of my father's hidden wine for you. The chef there is exceptional, formerly the head chef of a 5-star hotel, quite impressive. I'll have him prepare some mutant beef steaks for us to sample. Forget it, I prefer dining with my family. After some contemplation, Yinan accepted the pork from him and made his way inside. The meal preparation function could only produce finished dishes, providing no raw materials, thus robbing him of the joy of cooking. With these ingredients, he could later prepare some hometown dishes for his grandparents. Yi Xiong indeed values family, Mu Rongxian praised, then lamented about the rapidly changing climate outside. Noting the scarcity of supplies, particularly various household items, had I known, we should have shopped for goods upon our return, rather than finding ourselves in such a bare abode. Now, he followed Yinan, grumbling incessantly, though there was an unmistakable hint of pride in his words. During their journey, he had envied Yinan's RV, and now he felt he had finally caught up to S for my place. I have merely added a sofa, a carpet, and a few bottles of wine. TSK, there is hardly any improvement in quality of life. However, as Yinan opened the door to his room, Mu Rongxian's voice gradually faded. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, squeezing out a few envious tears. Chapter 71. The surprise hidden by the system. All the rooms were equipped with rather ordinary LED tube lights. Though bright, the small living room felt austere, and the low ceiling made it appear oppressively cramped. Yinan promptly decided to replace them. 4 large, ceiling-mounted lights nearly occupied the entirety of the ceiling. The room instantly felt as though it had opened up to the sky, with a view of clear blue heavens and fluffy white clouds, lifting his spirits considerably, making the living area feel exponentially larger. The light completely mimicked natural sunlight. At this moment, as the sun dipped low, warm orange rays poured in, creating a cozy ambience. The walls were adorned with several landscape paintings, as it was, after all, his grandparents' home. In Xiaoling's room, after her vehement protests, Yinan replaced the comprehensive examination guide with a three-dimensional artwork of Doraemon. Each room had its unique character. At the entrance, a small square table held a transparent vase brimming with lush water-cultivated taro, its large green leaves exuding a sense of life. The hard furnishings were indeed limited, and to avoid a crowded appearance, aside from a three-seater sofa, there was only an 80-inch smart TV mounted on the wall. Yinan had copied numerous classic films and anti-Japanese dramas from the base vehicle, all of which were his grandparents' favorites. In the corner stood a refrigerator, while a nearby low cabinet served as a makeshift kitchen for Shenqing. After all, the room lacked a kitchen. Perhaps it was unanticipated that anyone would have the conditions to cook, with no windows available, making any attempt to install a flue likely to result in blockages. Thus, a communal dining area was established, as all meals were officially supplied. Everyone gathered in this space, with Shenqing using an induction cooker to prepare noodle soup, each person holding a bowl, casually finding a spot to sit as they chatted and ate. Although the food was simple and there was no dining table, the atmosphere was filled with a festive sense of reunion, evoking envy in Murongxian. Noticing that Murongxian had brought items, Yinan's grandparents immediately invited him in to join the meal. Initially, he intended to refuse, but holding a steaming bowl of noodle soup, a wave of emotions washed over him. His mother had passed away early, and his father was perpetually preoccupied with work. He had never experienced such a warm scene. "Brother, may I move across from you?" No, Yinan firmly rejected. Yi Bei held no favorable impression of him. Allowing him to live across the hall would only invite trouble. Speaking of which, can this wall be demolished? Yinan was unsure whom to consult about this matter and could only ask Murongxian. After all, their three houses were interconnected. If they could be merged into a large living room, placing a mahjong table there would be delightful. Having gone through such upheaval, there was an immense desire among everyone for a lively family gathering. "I'll have to ask." Murongxian's eyes widened. Since both rooms had their doors ajar, he caught sight of the large bed, complete with new sheets, blankets, and pillows. He recognized that mattress. It was the same brand his family had used, costing several thousand per piece, and it was incredibly comfortable. No wonder Yinan looked down on his inflatable mattress. Recalling the quality of sleep he once enjoyed, he felt inexplicably that the latter would be rather uncomfortable. "All right, let us finish eating and leave. Why place isn't large? And it's rather cramped." Yinan did not mince words and issued the dismissal directly. Their crowding was lively, but Murongxian truly took up space. "Ahem." Murongxian coughed, feeling quite aggrieved. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to be forthright about his purpose, lest he be sent away without having accomplished anything. "Actually, my father sent me here. He wants me to strengthen my ties with you, hoping you'll accept the position of captain of the exploration team." Murongjing was indeed in need of someone to fill that role, and Yinan's exposure of his mechanized arm at the resettlement housing had made him a focal point of interest among the higher-ups in the refuge, prompting a rush to send Murongxian to ingratiate himself. Yinan pondered carefully. This position was more beneficial than detrimental for him at this stage. He also required an identity that allowed him free access to the refuge. However, he did not immediately agree. The other party's eagerness suggested ulterior motives, and delaying might yield even greater benefits. "Let me settle in first, and then we can discuss." "All right, share your contact information with me." Murongxian nodded in agreement, not expecting an answer today. The refuge had a local area network, and the officials had released a corresponding communication app after all, in a place where so many people lived. Relying solely on walkie-talkies and shouting was rather antiquated. The meal stretched into the evening. From staples to snacks, they scattered sunflower seeds everywhere. The sudden onset of the apocalypse and the perilous journey had left them with an abundance of conversation to share. By the time Yinan returned to his room, it was already late at night. Fortunately, there was no early 8 o'clock the next day, nor did he need to clock in for work, leaving him no reason to rush. This was perhaps the first time in a while he could sleep soundly without worry. Yet, while others were asleep, Yinan had to begin planning for the future. Firstly, he obtained seeds from Chuli, which would help fill the gaps in the breeding area. Given the limited space, he could only start with the fruits he liked, such as grapes and watermelons. According to the system's prompt, he should have a harvest in a few days. He also needed to procure some vegetable seeds, which he presumed would be available in the refuge. The food function of the base vehicle was not easily implemented here. It would be quite bizarre for him to pull food from his backpack at mealtimes. It would be more practical to place some meat, vegetables, and fruits outside, with Shunqing as the little chef. Everyone's taste would be well catered to. As for the position of vehicle number 4 in the convoy, Yinan ultimately decided against using it for his mech. Although the transforming mech seemed enticing, its size limitations meant it could only change shape minimally. Presently, there was no pressing need for combat, so there was no rush on that front. What truly warranted Yinan's consideration was the issue of healthcare. Despite his grandparents not voicing any complaints, he could tell they had visibly aged after experiencing such upheaval. Thankfully, with Chuli caring for them like a beloved granddaughter, their condition might have deteriorated further otherwise. The medical facilities could treat illnesses but lacked wellness functions. Yinan couldn't forcibly drag his grandparents onto an operating table for body modifications. That would surely frighten them to death. Moreover, he himself needed physical training. Today's scuffle with those dozen or so ruffians had certainly been exhilarating, but he also felt fatigued. For an ordinary worker, that would be sufficient. Normal individuals would be gasping for breath after striking a sandbag for just a few seconds. Thus, Yinan inquired with the system about methods to enhance his physical condition. The response he received left him momentarily stunned. It was not that there were no options, but rather, super energy jelly beans would comprehensively supplement all the nutrients required by the human body. Prolonged consumption would ensure complete nutritional replenishment, effectively improving physical conditions, enhancing resistance, stamina, and endurance, thereby extending lifespan. Chapter 72. A new objective thus. It seems that super energy jelly beans are not merely rations, they are akin to a cleansing elixir. Suddenly realizing that what he had previously dismissed with disdain was, in fact, an extraordinary artifact, Yinan felt a twinge of disbelief. He silently cursed the insipid system, yet had to admit that its creations were indeed remarkable. Consequently, by merely blending energy jelly beans into their daily meals, they could facilitate a regimen of dietary therapy for everyone. The enhancement of physical constitution was best achieved through subtle, gradual methods. As for Yinan himself, it would be prudent to treat this substance as a staple, complemented by exercise, which would undoubtedly lead to a rapid increase in physical prowess. With health concerns addressed, considerations for safety became paramount. Had it not been for Mu Rongyun's timely intervention today, Yinan was prepared to unleash the base vehicle. While Ma Changyuan was manageable, this was a sanctuary. He had teammates, sharpshooters, and naturally, heavy firepower support. The vehicle's protective shield would suffice to safeguard Yinan and his companions until the energy was depleted. However, relying solely on mechs and the Black Panther suit against a modern military force was hardly a wise strategy. Thus, Yinan needed to venture out to gather resources. Once they could produce a multitude of mechanical dogs, wolves, and tigers, the question of firepower would become moot. Why engage in one-on-one confrontations when they could overwhelm their adversaries? Just because you can summon allies? At present, it seemed that the sanctuary operated on a policy of leniency for entry, but strictness for exit, and of course, most who ventured outside would likely meet their demise, rendering the distinction rather inconsequential. The exploration team appeared to be the sole legitimate means of entering and exiting the sanctuary. Yinan certainly did not believe that his appointment as the team leader was solely due to Mu Rongxian's influence. The way Mu Rongyun treated Ma Changyuan and Qian Yifei today revealed much. For the portly Qian Yifei, when Yinan suggested elimination, Mu Rongyun showed no hesitation in arranging it. Yet, despite the clear antagonism, Mu Rongyun still sought to protect Ma Changyuan, forbidding Yinan from risking his life against him. This could only be attributed to the latter's status as the team leader of the exploration squad. This was quite understandable. The sanctuary was in dire need of development. Whether it was building residences or establishing an industrial system, a vast amount of raw materials and even machinery was required. As the sanctuary's sole outreach to the outside world, the exploration team was undoubtedly of great importance. Whoever commanded more exploration teams held the key to the sanctuary's resource supply and wielded greater influence. In such a critical position, they were inclined to appoint an outsider like him, which could only mean one thing. They valued Yinan's capabilities. They aimed to bolster their political leverage. For Yinan, this was a mutually beneficial choice. With his family now reunited, his primary goal was to grow stronger. Although the sanctuary offered safety and ample space, it ultimately remained a temporary refuge. Moreover, was the sanctuary genuinely safe? While various experts had undoubtedly been meticulous in site selection, the current extreme cold outside indicated a failure in their predictions. If the sanctuary could withstand the bitter cold, what about earthquakes, tornadoes, or thunderstorms? To ensure genuine safety for his family, they would ultimately need to return to the base vehicle. Yet, while the vehicle was spacious and comfortable, it was still fundamentally a vehicle. The living space was limited. Short-term habitation posed no issue, but long-term residency was far from ideal. He had no desire to subject his grandparents to a life of wandering. Furthermore, the notion of only a handful of families surviving in the apocalypse was rather lonely. Fortunately, after absorbing the essence of the Earth, the system's permissions were once again elevated. Yi Nan also gleaned crucial information. The base vehicle itself could be upgraded. The notion of a sky mothership was tantalizing. Although the system did not provide extensive details, the mere mention of those 4 words was enough to captivate Yi. An aircraft carrier could accommodate 3,000 to 5,000 individuals, earning the title of a floating city. A sky mothership, by contrast, was clearly a city in the sky. Capable of flight and mobility, what disaster could it not evade? Moreover, the living space would be absolutely ample. However, the system had yet to reveal the method for upgrading. For now, he could only indulge in wistful thoughts. Yi Nan was still contemplating his future as a city lord, entirely unaware that night, all footage from his entry into the sanctuary was being circulated among various factions, particularly his battle with Ma Chongyuan. From the moment he reached into his backpack to retrieve the silvery skeletal frame and extend it into a massive mech arm, it became the subject of intense scrutiny and frame-by-frame analysis. Who could tell him what this truly was? Zheng Weidong, the man referred to as Mr. Zheng by Mu Rongyun, the actual power holder of the sanctuary, convened an emergency meeting that very night upon learning of Ma Chongyuan's incapacitation, and even the destruction of his exoskeleton mech. He gathered the researchers responsible for mech studies. However, these individuals spent over half an hour arguing over the video footage without arriving at any conclusive insights. Finally losing his patience, Zheng Weidong slammed his palm on the conference table, silencing their endless debate. Several researchers exchanged glances, and under Zheng Weidong's penetrating gaze, the lead researcher hesitantly spoke up. The full-coverage heavy mech resembles the experimental model we are still studying. Have other sanctuaries achieved technological breakthroughs? Zheng Weidong's brow furrowed deeply. This was the answer he dreaded most. If Yinan hailed from another sanctuary, it would mean that communication between sanctuaries would soon be restored. He had painstakingly secured his influence over the sanctuary, and if communication were to resume now, all his previous efforts might be in vain. The lead researcher offered a wry smile. Even if the research succeeds, a full-coverage heavy mech cannot simply be stored in a backpack. The exoskeleton mech requires specialized equipment and multiple researchers to operate it. A heavy mech is far more complex. It's not merely a matter of climbing aboard and shutting a door. Not to mention, the way Yinan pulled out a supporting frame from his backpack and had it unfold automatically is reminiscent of CGI from a sci-fi movie. With current technological capabilities, achieving functional combat capabilities for mechs is already challenging, let alone considering ease of donning. Oh, what is happening here? Zheng Weidong's tone was impatient, though he secretly felt relieved, as long as it did not originate from another sanctuary. The situation was not the worst outcome, at the very least. It could not be directed at him. The lead researcher and his colleagues exchanged glances for some time before finally mustering the courage to voice their thoughts. Do you remember when we mentioned that the source of this calamity might be extraterrestrial? I know. You discovered unknown energy in the mutated beasts. Zheng Weidong confirmed, incredulous. Are we dealing with alien mechs? At least for now, it appeared that humanity lacked the technological prowess to create such devices. This answer effectively validated his suspicions. Zheng Weidong took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to one of avarice. If they could obtain this technology, would it not expedite their heavy mech research? Chapter 73. The Nighttime Intruder. Xiaomi Zheng Weidong was not the only one analyzing Yinan.in just a few seconds of combat footage. Mu Rongjing replayed it several times. However, compared to the numerous researchers on Zheng Weidong's side, this nominal head of the sanctuary was accompanied by only 3 others: Mu Rongyun, Mu Rongxian, and Lu Zhang, the captain of the bodyguard team who had accompanied Mu Rongxian throughout. Are you really considering making him the team leader? Mu Rongjing, his hair streaked with gray and his demeanor solemn. Despite appearing somewhat weary, spoke with authority. He looked towards Mu Rongyun, whose original plan had been to recruit Yinan into the exploration team. The formation of this team had consumed the last of his resources, and the captain's position should have been Mu Rongyun's, or at least Lu Zheng's. He trusted no one else. Mu Rongyun did not respond directly, but instead regarded Lu Zheng. Is he the type to accept a subordinate role? Lu Zheng chuckled wryly, shaking his head slightly. This individual harbors many secrets and possesses formidable strength. I have faced losses at his hands. Now, I can only be grateful that Mu Rongxian and Yinan did not clash too fiercely. Otherwise, our group might not have made it. From the footage, it was evident that the mech he wielded was at least 2 generations ahead of their own. Having received the answers he sought, Mu Rongyun nodded slightly and continued. Xian mentioned that he concealed the RV before entering. This person is meticulous and decisive in his actions. Had I not arrived in time, he would likely have killed Ma Chongyuan and fled the sanctuary with his family. We do not possess sufficient leverage to entice him. Collaboration seems to be the best course of action at present. Yu Rongjing let out a long sigh, the weariness in his eyes intensifying. We must establish contact with other sanctuaries as soon as possible, particularly the central sanctuary. Hearing this, Mu Rongyun nodded slightly and began to operate swiftly on her notebook. Our engineers have already mapped out a route for progress. Although the satellites are completely obscured, we can still restore signal connectivity by setting up high-power communication bases. As she manipulated the controls, the projection screen revealed a 3-dimensional map of the country, with red dots lighting up on several mountains between various sanctuaries. The red dots expanded, indicating the communication range that could be covered by the bases. With just a few large bases, they could re-establish communication with the central sanctuary. Given the massive size of these bases, it would likely take at least 4 or 5 trips to complete the construction, especially considering that the opposing side was also attempting to restore communication. Mu Rongjing's fingers pressed heavily on the table, each movement laden with gravity. After several minutes of silence, he finally resolved himself. We must win him over. The external situation is perilous, even with ample preparation. Ordinary people struggle to survive, let alone engage in outdoor work. While I cannot discern the secrets surrounding Yinan, one thing is certain. He is the most suitable candidate available. With the decision made, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd unanimously turned their gaze towards Mu Rongxian. Originally feeling a bit drowsy, Mu Rongxian suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure and quickly became alert. He glanced around, incredulously extending a finger to press against his own face. He felt as if a myriad of wild horses were galloping through his mind. What was he supposed to do with Yinan? Get slapped? You have a foundation for collaboration with him. He should be a person of deep feelings. Mu Rongyun had analyzed Yinan's character, noting that he had come to the shelter solely to find his grandparents. Particularly, he had yet to choose to part ways with Shunqing and Lin Dong even at this juncture. It was evident that Yinan valued emotions. However, this remark caused Lu Zheng to involuntarily cough twice. The collaboration between young Master Morong and the other party was likely not as amicable as you all imagine. Morong Xian's cheeks flushed as he held back for a long time before solemnly speaking. Sister, I believe your going would be more appropriate than mine. At the very least, Yinan wouldn't slap a beautiful woman. Would he? Probably not. If he would, glancing at his cousin's exquisite visage, Morong Xian felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. As the night deepened and most had fallen into slumber, the door outside Yinan's room suddenly creaked open. The sound of the lock turning was subtle, yet Yinan, having not yet drifted into sleep, immediately sensed it. He sprang up, intending to investigate. Just as he reached the doorway, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a figure dressed in revealing attire stumbled into his embrace. The woman appeared somewhat flustered, retreating slightly against the door behind her. Click! The sound of the lock engaging echoed in the stillness of the night. Who are you? Yinan did not recognize the person. Instinctively, he wanted to reach out and seize her by the neck to gain control. However, the woman's attire was far too scant, and even in the dim light of the room, it reflected a bright, snowy glow, revealing no hint of threat, leaving Yinan at a loss. This slight awkwardness dissipated the panic on the beauty's face. With a charming smile, she leaned in closer, softly whispering into his ear. Mr. Zhang sent me to apologize for Ma Chongyuan's actions. You may call me Xiaomi. Xiaomi? Me? Yinan's gaze wandered uncontrollably. Goodness, how is she small? Aside from Shunqing, she was undoubtedly the most impressive. Why Yinan had considered that Mr. Zhang might send someone to contact him, even speculating that the other party might extend goodwill. However, this was so swift, so overtly it seemed Mr. Zhang Weidong was quite the character. Mr. Zhang was concerned that you might be weary from your travels and the recent battle. So he specifically sent me to help you relax. Xiaomi leaned in closer, the faint fragrance emanating from her drawing Yinan's attention, igniting a fire within him, causing the room's temperature to suddenly rise. Relax? A proper massage? Perhaps not a proper one. This thought emerged from nowhere. Yinan gritted his teeth, his mind racing with warnings to remain calm. Yet his body appeared to rebel against such emotions, leaving him frozen in place, unable to extricate himself. As a young man brimming with vigor, he found it hard to withstand such a test. At that moment, however, Xiaomi took a small step back, and the alluring scent began to fade. Reason finally regained dominance in his mind, and Yinan let out a sigh of relief, though an inexplicable sense of loss surged within him. Xiaomi observed his reaction with keen eyes, maintaining an air of nonchalance. With a look of having forgotten something, she fumbled around her head, finally retrieving a nurse's cap from behind her and placing it atop her head. Yes, that's it, she said with a playful smile. Her eyes sparkling to him. Yinan, are you ready to receive my treatment? Gulped. He swallowed hard, the remnants of his reason vanishing down his throat. In this situation, Yinan could no longer restrain himself as the long night stretched on. He felt compelled to engage in a narrative that could easily omit 100,000 words. Knock, knock. Just then, a soft knock resonated at the door. Brother Yinan, are you asleep? Chapter 74. Shenqing in a coma. Shenqing's voice crashed over Yinan like a bucket of ice water. He panicked, unsure of the source of his anxiety, feeling as though he had been caught in a compromising situation. Quickly, Yinan pressed a hand over Xiaomi's mouth, preventing her from making a sound. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly exhaled, managing to somewhat calm his racing heart, striving to ensure his voice did not reveal any oddity. I was just about to sleep. What's the matter? May I come in? I have something to discuss with you. This was the result of Shenqing gathering all her courage. Hesitating at the door, her heart pounded like thunder in her ears. Turning around, she saw Yi Bei standing outside the door. Wearing an expression of exasperation, he gestured repeatedly for her to open the door, mouthing the words, "Push, just go in." Yinan had no idea about the drama unfolding outside. His heart felt as if it had risen to his throat. If Shenqing came in, he would surely want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. She couldn't come in. Absolutely not. But before he could formulate a way to refuse, the sound of the doorknob turning reached his ears. The heart lodged in his throat felt like it was choking him. Could anyone just open this door? Tomorrow, he would have to change the lock. Perhaps add a bolt, or 3. Regardless, the door ultimately swung open, and Shenqing, gritting her teeth and eyes squeezed shut, pushed it open with force. The swiftly turning door even whipped up a gust of wind that swirled around the room. Brother Yinan, what are you doing? Shenqing mustered her courage to open her eyes, only to find Yinan crouched beside the bed. What was he doing? Yinan had just unleashed the full power of the Black Panther suit, utilizing his utmost speed and strength to shove Xiaomi under the bed. The poor girl had yet to react before she felt a sharp pain in her back. Wanting to cry out, she found herself unable to make a sound, her mouth still covered by Yinan's hand. Frustrated, she bit down on his palm, prompting her to silently inch further inside. Yinan winced in pain but felt a sense of relief. There was no choice. Xiaomi was dressed far too lightly, especially with that nurse's cap. A stroke of genius. No adult could explain this away. Furthermore, whether it was an explanation or a cover-up, even Yinan himself couldn't discern. Of course, he could choose not to explain at all, but tonight's circumstances were not about free love. It felt much more like a predicament. Being caught in such a situation would undoubtedly rank among the most terrifying moments of a man's life. Just the thought of facing Yi Bei, his grandparents, Chu Li, and even how to explain to Xiao Ling that the adult world was fraught with complications made Yinan feel that this matter must not be exposed. Absolutely not. Rising from his position, his legs felt numbed. Yinan gritted his teeth, forcing out the words. After several attempts, he finally managed to stand up, though his legs were indeed somewhat weak. Are you all right? Shenqing, however, suspected nothing, approaching Yinan with concern to help him sit on the bed. Noticing the sweat beading on his forehead, she kindly reached out to wipe it away with her sleeve. Are you feeling unwell? Why are you so sweaty? Am I? Haha, it must be the heat. The heating in this room is quite strong. Why? Yinan laughed awkwardly, standing to turn on the light. Xinqing's attire caught his eye, a pink plush nightgown that resembled a little rabbit. Adorably comfortable, paired with her clear, innocent gaze. Why? Yinan couldn't help but feel a pang of shame for the impulse he had just concealed in the adult world. One truly found oneself at the mercy of circumstances. Noticing Yinan's scrutiny, Xinqing's face flushed crimson. She had mustered the courage to open the door, but now she realized how intimate her earlier action of wiping Yinan's sweat had been. Her heart raced with embarrassment. Fortunately, Yinan was preoccupied with his own feelings of guilt and failed to notice her bashfulness. He busied himself at the bedside, pouring himself a full glass of water, gulping it down to mask the awkwardness. "What brings you to find me at this late hour?" Yinan took a moment to calm himself, and his words flowed more smoothly. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Did Yi Bei bully you?" He still believed that Xinqing was his sister's girlfriend, which complicated matters. If it were a boyfriend, a good fight would solve the issue. But with a girlfriend, the situation was quite perplexing. No, it's not that. Xinqing's face turned even redder. Memories of what had transpired before Yi Bei had called her over flashed through her mind. She had been preparing to sleep, but when the two girls gathered, how could they resist a late-night chat? Especially given the events of the day, particularly concerning Chu Li. As their conversation progressed, Yi Bei's sense of urgency escalated. Imagining the days ahead with that tomboy as his sister-in-law filled her with dread. Thus, he began a barrage of brainwashing, insisting that she must confess to his brother and start a family soon or risk losing the opportunity. The sudden appearance of Chu Li had already made Xinqing feel insecure, and after Yi Bei's relentless persuasion, she found herself in a daze, ultimately deciding to come and confess. Now standing before Yinan, she felt as if the world had become a void, devoid of meaning, with time itself losing significance. Having been single for 20 years, she had hardly exchanged a few words with boys. What was a confession, and how could she articulate it? Stuck in silence for what felt like an eternity. Finally, just as she was about to lose consciousness, Xinqing regained her senses. She picked up the water glass from the bedside and poured herself a full cup, gulping it down to mask her embarrassment. This cup. Yinan was about to mention that he had just drunk from that cup, but Xinqing's swift actions left him no time to stop her before she had already taken a sip. He had no choice but to remain silent. Expressing his thoughts would only deepen the awkwardness. However, his silence did not imply that Xinqing would remain oblivious. After all, there was only one cup in the room. Once she finished her drink, the realization dawned upon her. Indirect kissing. When those 4 words flashed through her mind, Xinqing's brain could no longer bear the weight of it all, and she fainted, her eyes rolling back. Yinan, quick on his feet, noticed Xinqing beginning to topple backward and sprang up to catch her, thus averting her fall to the ground. Soon after, Xinqing regained consciousness, only to find Yinan gazing at her with concern. The distance between them was alarmingly close, and she was nestled in Yinan's embrace. Oh. Xinqing let out a small burp before fainting again, this time more thoroughly. Yinan shook her a few times, but she remained unresponsive, leaving him in a state of panic. What should he do? Just then, a series of sharp knocks echoed through the room. Chapter 75. Chu Li wants to give it a try. Yinan was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Xinqing was still unconscious in his arms. If anyone were to walk in now, how could he possibly explain the situation? Who could it be? Yinan's emotions were beginning to spiral out of control, and his tone reflected his agitation as he muttered, "I'm going to bed." Who it was mattered little. He needed to leave, and quickly. The number of people in the room was already overwhelming. Unfortunately, the person outside seemed completely oblivious to the urgency of the situation. "It's me." Chu Li's voice rang out, and the door handle began to turn. The latch. Why didn't he have a latch? Yinan felt his head about to explode as he rushed to block the door, only to remember that Xinqing was still in his arms. In a moment of desperation, he cast his gaze toward the only hiding spot in the room, the space beneath the bed. "You seem suspicious." When Chu Li entered, Yinan was seated on the edge of the bed, his hands bracing his body. His somewhat stiff smile gave an impression of ease, yet it was clearly forced. Yinan feigned a grin. Ha. Really? You're overthinking things. Why are you closing the door? This room feels rather stuffy. As Chu Li shut the door, Yinan felt a surge of despair. What was she doing? What on earth was happening? Her peculiar demeanor only heightened Chu Li's suspicions as her gaze scrutinized him, making Yinan increasingly uncomfortable. Finally, she spoke, seemingly enlightened. Are you indulging in self-pleasure? Bang! Yinan's heart raced at her bold words. Just as he intended to turn away to grab some water, he was struck by her sudden and shocking accusation, causing him to bump his head against the edge of the bed. Wincing in pain, Chu Li, noticing his reaction, wore an expression of realization. No. Yinan hurriedly attempted to explain or deflect, but Chu Li interrupted him, dropping another bombshell. I can help you. Help me with what? Yinan nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing violently as he struggled to catch his breath. The night's events had been too stimulating for him to handle. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his composure. Sister, I'm younger than you, Chu Li interjected, glaring at him. Yinan was rendered speechless. Did he not know that Chu Li was 2 years younger than him? He had initially referred to her as little sister. Only to be met with a humiliating defeat. He felt too embarrassed to explain the situation when he returned home. After all, young boys have a strong sense of pride, and being bested by a girl 2 years younger was something he could hardly admit. He could only claim he had tripped. Eventually, he had no choice but to call her sister out of resignation. Now, she suddenly wanted to remind him of their age difference. Yinan's gaze drifted downward. Indeed, she was petite, almost flat. But that was not the point. This topic could not continue. What did you need to talk to me about? Chu Li's evident attempt to change the subject did not sit well with her. As she narrowed her eyes and bit her lip, just when Yinan thought she might lash out, Chu Li spoke up first. Am I not pretty? Pretty. Yinan was at a loss for words. Responding honestly, Chu Li was undeniably attractive, standing shoulder to shoulder with Shun Qing and Mu Rongyun. Moreover, her bold demeanor could easily evoke a sense of conquest in men. Unfortunately, Yinan had experienced that feeling of conquest in his youth, leaving him with a significant psychological scar. It was hard not to remember the girl who had broken his legs. Are you married? No. Do you have a girlfriend? No. Is there someone you like? No. Then why refuse? Chu Li took a step forward, pushing Yinan back onto the bed. Caught off guard, he instinctively tried to rise, but Chu Li was already right up against him. The proximity was so close that they could feel each other's breath, their gazes locking yet remaining motionless. Only the familiar emotions in their eyes began to stir. After a lengthy silence, Chu Li sighed and lay back on the bed. Yinan, feeling defeated, followed suit, only to realize that his arm was numb from the position he had been in. Just as he was about to massage it, he felt Chu Li's head resting against him. Her body curled up like a frightened kitten, stirring an inexplicable sense of tenderness within him. What's wrong? Yinan's inquiry transcended the present moment. It encompassed the years gone by. When Chu Li's family left, he had been merely a child, and now nearly a decade had passed. He had never envisioned that they would meet again. Chu Li squinted her eyes, appearing to relax significantly. After a moment, she began to speak. I want a home. After my parents' accident, I traveled to many places. Eventually, I returned, and I never wanted to leave again. Many times, I thought, if my father hadn't taken us away back then, I would have had a home. Yinan hesitated for a moment before pulling her into an embrace, a home. Reflecting on it, in the 2 years prior to the apocalypse, Yinan had been so preoccupied with making money that he barely returned home. Each time was a hurried visit, and his grandparents must have felt quite lonely if it weren't for the onset of the apocalypse. Who knew how long that life would have continued? Thank you for taking care of my grandparents these past 2 years. He felt a surge of emotions, but was unsure how to face Chu Li. Over the course of more than a decade, their lives had diverged completely. Their sudden reunion was both familiar and profoundly strange. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Chu Li suddenly propped herself up, leaning over Yinan. Grandma says that if I were her granddaughter-in-law, then we would be family. Yinan's heart skipped a beat. Seeing Chu Li reaching for his shirt, he quickly grabbed her hand. Wait, calm down. Yinan was on the verge of calling for help. What was happening? Today was not the day. No experience. Chu Li tilted her head. Yinan felt exasperated. What a joke. I've had girlfriends before. I haven't teed. Let us give it a try. As she spoke, Chu Li attempted to free herself from Yinan's grip. That moment, Yinan truly wanted to scream. Was this something that could just be tried? Well, if there was no one hiding under the bed, he would be more than willing to give it a shot. But right now, it was simply impossible. Listen to me, there is someone. Yinan could no longer contain himself. If this continued, he wouldn't know how to handle the situation later. Just as he thought it was all over, a knock echoed from the main door. Not his room. Yinan was momentarily stunned. How could there be more people? At least this provided a solution to his immediate problem, and he hurriedly got up to open the door. If Xiao Ling and the others were awakened, he could only imagine the headache it would cause. As he stood up, he realized that the buttons on Chu Li's clothing had come undone, exposing her delicate shoulders, leaving him feeling parched. Quickly, fix your clothes. After saying that, he fled as if escaping for his life. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Mu Rongyun, now dressed casually, holding a bottle of champagne. With a playful smile, she said, "Mr. Yinan? I hope I'm not interrupting." Chapter 76, Mu Rongyun. This man is unwell. Yinan braced himself against the doorframe. He could not let anyone else in now. "Miss Mu Rong? Is it not a bit late for a visit?" The meaning of his refusal was abundantly clear. Yet, what kind of person was Mu Rongyun? If she were to be turned away like this, it would be utterly laughable. Building a relationship often requires one party to take the initiative, and as a beautiful woman, she was acutely aware of her advantages. Without addressing Yinan's comment, she took a step forward. As the distance between them closed, Yinan instinctively wanted to retreat. This would only serve to open the door wider. Yu Rongyun flashed a playful smile, lowered her head slightly, and slipped past Yinan's arm. Like a child who had just executed a clever scheme, she twirled joyfully upon entering, her khaki skirt billowing around her, revealing the elegant curve of her high heels. Tilting her head, she pressed her face against the champagne bottle, displaying her little tiger teeth with a hint of arrogance. "I don't care. Now that I'm here, I must have a couple of drinks before leaving." Her adorable demeanor left Yinan momentarily speechless. By the time he regained his senses, he felt a chill run down his spine because Mu Rongyun had already opened the door. Wait. Yinan wanted to shout. He wanted to scream. He even wanted to cry. But it was all in vain. The door swung open, and what made Yinan feel even more uneasy was the sight of the room being empty. Good heavens! How lively must it be under the bed? Yinan silently cursed. The thought of 3 women gathering beneath the bed made his head feel like it was going to explode. Indeed, love was a double-edged sword. Too much of it could lead to disaster. What? Mu Rongyun hadn't heard him clearly. She turned around, questioning him, and he noticed that 2 tall glasses had somehow appeared in her hands. She placed them on the bedside table, slowly filling them up. Yinan no longer harbored any desire to indulge in alcohol. Upon entering the room, his immediate inclination was to usher everyone out. Miss Mu Rong. Who could have anticipated that Mu Rongyun would simply turn around and shut the door behind her? Leaning against the door, she held 2 glasses of wine, her lips pouting, her eyes brimming with a sense of grievance. "You are not allowed to chase me away until we've finished our drinks." Yu Rongyun truly understood men. Although they were not yet well acquainted, the potential for collaboration loomed large. Faced with such a beautiful woman making a straightforward yet reasonable request, Yinan found it exceedingly difficult to utter harsh words. Moreover, he was genuinely parched at that moment. Resigned, he accepted the wine, drinking it in one go. It was surprisingly pleasant, slightly sweet, with a hint of alcohol, and the effervescence was abundant, easing his mood considerably. "Are you so afraid of me staying because of Shunqing?" Mu Rongyun took a sip of her wine, licking her lips, testing the waters. "Xiao Xian told me everything." She turned around, reclining on Yinan's bed, her high heels peeking out from beneath her skirt. Subtly swaying, "It's fortunate you are there to protect her. Otherwise, she would have become a disgrace to our family." After saying this, her gaze was filled with expectation as she looked at Yinan. "Tell me, who is prettier, Shunqing or me? Who is more beautiful?" Yinan found himself at a loss to answer this question. If evaluated, both would undoubtedly receive a perfect score of 100. And it wasn't just that they both deserved 100, but rather that the maximum score was merely 100. Of course, their beauty was distinct. Shunqing was youthful and innocent, evoking a sense of pity. In contrast, Mu Rongyun exuded an alluring femininity at every turn. However, this was not a matter he ought to ponder. The dilemma posed had no answer. Yinan was uncertain whether Shunqing had awakened. But Chu Li was surely eavesdropping from beneath the bed. He dared not utter a word about who was more beautiful. Even he understood that such a statement would surely incite thunderous repercussions. Oh, then what are you contemplating? Mu Rongyun assumed he was simply lacking in romantic sensibilities. Sipping her wine, her eyes narrowed in enjoyment. That moment, a hand unexpectedly emerged from beneath the bed. From the sleeve, it appeared to belong to Shen Qing. Had this girl awakened? Yinan's heart raced with alarm. What was worse, judging by the trajectory of the hand's movement, it was bound to collide with Mu Rongyun's foot. Miss Mu Rong, to prevent the person below from being exposed. Yinan swiftly pulled Mu Rongyun up. In his eagerness, he miscalculated the force, pulling her directly into his embrace. The night was deep. The door was closed, and the wine had been consumed. Rather than beauty, you should prioritize safety. Wine spilled from Mu Rongyun's glass as her hands braced against her body, feeling the solid warmth of Yinan's chest. Panic set in. Based on what Mu Rongxian had told her, along with her interactions earlier that afternoon, Mu Rongyun believed that Yinan was not the type to act rashly. He was, in fact, very sentimental, particularly regarding familial bonds. This was why she had dared to visit him at such an hour. Their room was centrally located. His grandparents resided next door, while his younger sister was just across the hall. The sound insulation of this room was hardly commendable. Any loud utterance would certainly be heard. Not to mention, there were small children in the vicinity. Mu Rongyun was convinced that Yinan would never engage in anything inappropriate in such a setting. Thus, she had come alone, intending to tease him a bit, hoping to foster a closer relationship. Yet, she never intended to surrender herself here. Why Yinan's sudden boldness left her flustered. It dawned on her that she had trapped herself in a dilemma. If Yinan truly wished to take things further, what should she do? Scream? Or stay silent? If she screamed, would they still be able to collaborate in the future? If she chose not to scream, what would happen then? Overwhelmed with anxiety, Mu Rongyun hardly registered the sound of a head colliding with the bed frame from beneath. Why Yinan, however, was alarmed. Unable to endure any longer, he quickly scooped Mu Rongyun up, opened the door, tossed her outside, and locked the door in one fluid motion. By the time Mu Rongyun regained her composure, she found herself cast out into the hallway. Yinan had not thrown her out with full force. He had merely eased up enough for her to land on her feet. Yet, gazing at the closed door, Mu Rongyun's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yinan's hurried words still echoed in her ears. I must go to the restroom. Let's discuss this matter tomorrow. Mu Rongyun was unable to comprehend. She felt an urge to pound on the door, demanding an explanation. Yet, all she could do was stomp her foot in frustration, let out a few muffled huffs at the door, and then retreat. This man certainly had some peculiarities. Yinan, on the other hand, was entirely unconcerned. At that moment, three girls emerged from beneath the bed. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, each harboring their own thoughts. With Yinan absent, none of them knew what to say. However, it was evident that Shen Qing and Chu Li had aligned themselves together. Who is she? Upon seeing Yinan return, both shot him disapproving looks. Pointing at Xiaomi, the woman's attire suggested she was anything but respectable, a person sent by Zheng Wei Dong. Yinan was succinct in his response. What was her purpose? That was something he could never divulge. They could only speculate, for he had done nothing at all. He cleared his throat twice and issued an eviction order. Everyone returned to your own homes. The three girls, sensing the shift, had nothing more to say and promptly departed, leaving Yinan to finally exhale in relief. He collapsed onto the bed. Little did he know, as soon as the three girls stepped outside, Xiaomi's hair was seized by Chu Li, her expression frosty and her voice icy. You come here. Chapter 77, Negotiating with Zheng Wei Dong. This night, many were destined to lie awake, Yinan being one of them. Alone in bed, he could still catch a whiff of the lingering fragrance left by the girls. Amidst his reflections, he could not help but feel a sense of secret delight. Before the apocalypse, Yinan had been nothing more than an ordinary worker without a car, a house, or savings. Not to mention the prospect of such exquisite beauties throwing themselves at him. Even if he had wished to play the role of a sycophant, he would have found no opportunity. He recalled the rather unappealing women his relatives had introduced him to. Within the original value system, he had merely qualified to be the honest man left to pick up the pieces. In just a few days, however, his fortunes had shifted dramatically. The emergence of the system had indeed transformed many aspects of his life. The following day, as dawn broke, Yinan had only just opened his door when he spotted Xiao Ling sharpening scissors in the living room. Confusion washed over him. What are you sharpening scissors for? For the four sisters. Upon seeing Yinan emerge, Xiao Ling flashed him an ambiguous smile. She then brought the scissors to her lips, blowing on them before making sharp, decisive snipping sounds. The blades clashed, producing a crisp humming sound that evoked a sense of their sharpness. You will eventually need these. I'm sharpening them well so it won't hurt as much later. Coughing, Yinan nearly choked at it. Seemed that the sound insulation in this house was worse than he had imagined. This served as a reminder. In the future, he must refrain from engaging in any activities within these walls. After all, there were small children sleeping next door. What a sin! However, being warned by the little girl somewhat bruised his ego. Once he collected himself, he wore a benevolent expression. Ultimately, you have too little homework. Since there's nothing else going on, let Xinqing and Yi Bei take turns tutoring you. Even in the apocalypse, your childhood cannot be marred. The flowers of our nation must develop in a well-rounded manner, morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and through labor.as for English. Let that slide. But Chinese and math are essential, along with life science, biology, geography, physics, and chemistry. You must also dabble in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Let me think. Before he could finish, Xiao Ling transformed into a gust of wind, darting back into her room, leaving the scissors clattering on the floor. Yinan picked them up, silently admonishing himself. The apocalypse was not an excuse for him to act like a cad. Should he really contemplate such matters? Is it truly enjoyable to bully children? Chu Li's voice interrupted Yinan's thoughts. Just as he was pondering her, she suddenly appeared. Startled, Yinan hastily concealed the scissors in his hand. If anyone were to use such an item, it would undoubtedly be Chu Li. He would do well to keep this far from her. Chu Li, however, was oblivious to his little secret. She produced a business card and handed it to Yinan. This is Zheng Weidong's number. Accepting the card, Yinan wore a somewhat peculiar expression. There was no need to guess where this had come from. Recalling Xiaomi's physique, he found himself parched. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of concern. Chu Li did not possess a gentle touch. You didn't harm her, did you? She escaped. Chu Li's expression was far from pleased. That woman has some skills. She is likely a spy. Capturing Xiaomi to properly interrogate her about Zheng Weidong was merely a secondary objective. Last night, detaining Xiaomi had been primarily out of displeasure, as the incident of her tackling Yinan had been heard loud and clear. Chu Li had genuinely contemplated silencing her. Unfortunately, Xiaomi was not as easily subdued as she had anticipated. They had barely exchanged blows when she managed to slip away, even leaving behind this business card as a parting gift from Zheng Weidong. It's fine. I am prepared. Yinan nodded, somewhat unsurprised. Initially, he had believed that Zheng Weidong would send someone to seize the mech. After all, one could not wear such a contraption 24 hours a day. There would always be vulnerabilities. Thus, Xiaomi's plan appeared to involve theft, but upon encountering Yinan, she had shifted to seduction. Seizing the opportunity, it would not be unusual for her to eliminate Yinan and abscond with the mech. Of course, Yinan held no fear concerning such matters. Had he not been interrupted the previous night, he would have undoubtedly devoured her completely before allowing her to leave empty-handed. The mech was merely a display of his capabilities. Yinan did not rush to contact the other party. After enjoying a leisurely breakfast with his family and exercising for over half an hour, he finally dialed Zheng Weidong's number at a relaxed pace. Yinan, your romantic life is rather colorful. As soon as the call connected, Zheng Weidong teased him directly. It was evident that after Xiaomi returned, she had reported everything that transpired last night. What can one do? Being handsome comes with its own set of troubles. Though Yinan had not suffered any loss, he felt slightly irked. The place Miss Murong provided is a bit cramped. Perhaps I should visit Mr. Zheng instead. I am sure that at your location, I could truly exhibit my talents. This has already come across as a blatant threat. Zheng Weidong could certainly discern the implication in Yinan's words. He desired the mecha, yet he did not wish for Yinan to don it while seeking him out. Such a contraption resembled a humanoid tank, an almost invincible presence in confined indoor spaces. Yinan had already demonstrated this yesterday, proving that the exoskeleton mechas under Zheng Weidong's command could not protect him. Young man, temper your ire, he remarked. Before we discuss cooperation, I must ascertain your capabilities. A partnership can only be founded on commensurate strength, wouldn't you agree? What basis for collaboration do you believe we possess? Are you suggesting an expedition team? Yinan retorted. The potential for collaboration between them was scant. Zhang Weidong sought the mecha, which Yinan would never relinquish. Regardless of whether he chose to reveal his cards, Yinan would never engage in actions that would aid his adversary, and no matter how high a price Zhang Weidong might offer. The transaction was unfeasible. After all, Yinan's leverage lay in the mecha. Surrendering it would be akin to presenting his neck for the blade. Thus, Yinan believed the crux of their negotiation should revolve around the question of whether to join Murong Jing's expedition team. All Yinan required was access to the shelter, and he had no qualms about whom he partnered with. Not at all. Women, food, weapons. Zhang Weidong replied with confidence, I cannot think of anything within this shelter that I cannot provide. Then can you prove the Goldbach conjecture? Yinan shot back. Huh? Or perhaps the Hodge conjecture would suffice. Zhang Weidong fell silent, but Yinan could discern that his retort had struck home. The system's prompt sounded immediately. Emotional value 100. Emotional value 100. Emotional value 100. This old schemer was not as composed as he had initially appeared. Although he harbored a desire to eliminate Yinan, his tone remained relatively unchanged. Mr. Yi, you certainly have a knack for humor. Now, let us cut to the chase. What exactly do you desire? A slight provocation sufficed. Yinan had no intention of engaging in excessive banter. With your capabilities, Mr. Yi, becoming the leader of an expedition team would be well within your reach. Zhang Weidong's statement seemed superfluous. Yinan initially thought he was attempting to recruit him. After all, Zhang Weidong would not wish for Murong Jing to form a team. However, Zhang Weidong's next words completely caught Yinan off guard. Therefore, I hope you will join Murong Jing's newly formed expedition team and become their captain. Zhang Weidong's maneuvering was truly beyond Yinan's expectations. In his view, Zhang Weidong should have aimed to win him over to thwart Murong Jing's expedition team formation. This course of action would have aligned more closely with Zhang Weidong's interests. As long as Murong Jing lacked his own expedition team, the supply sources of the shelter would remain firmly in Zhang Weidong's grasp, effectively controlling the shelter's lifeblood. I fail to see how this concerns you, Yinan replied, genuinely perplexed, as Zhang Weidong struck him as a sinister character, far from a benevolent one. Why would he extend warmth to a rival? In response to Yinan's inquiry, Zhang Weidong chuckled lightly, finally regaining a foothold in their verbal sparring. Since the conversation began, Yinan had repeatedly disrupted his speaking rhythm, which displeased the man accustomed to power. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Weidong revealed his thoughts. Forming an expedition team is a significant undertaking, requiring substantial resources. Furthermore, Murong Jing is exceedingly cautious in his dealings, making it difficult for outsiders to approach him. The power dynamic within the shelter is not overwhelmingly one-sided. To avoid a direct confrontation that could shatter the shelter, the methods employed to displace the other party must not be overly harsh, which has led to the current state of equilibrium. Otherwise, Zhang Weidong would have no need to collaborate with Yinan. With Murong Xin's return, 2 off-road trucks had been procured, providing Murong Jing the opportunity to establish a team. However, assembling a team necessitated an immense investment of manpower and resources and would simultaneously dilute Murong Jing's defensive strength. Initially, Zhang Weidong had intended to thwart this endeavor. Yet, Yinan's emergence sparked a shift in his strategy. If he could ride the tide and deplete Murong Jing's strength, it would undoubtedly be simpler than tripping him up, particularly after learning that Murong Jing intended to appoint Yinan as the leader of this expedition. Zhang Weidong's desire to win him over intensified. Imagine the chaos if, after Murong Jing had expended considerable effort to establish the expedition team, he discovered that Yinan was an ally of Zhang Weidong. Such a revelation would be devastating, both psychologically and physically. Moreover, should Yinan find an opportunity to eliminate Murong Jing, it would be an ideal resolution for Zhang Weidong. Why Yinan's presence also instilled a sense of urgency within Zhang Weidong. After all, it indicated that the shelter was not an isolated haven. There were other shelters in the outside world, and a day would come when contact would be inevitable if he did not swiftly neutralize Murong Jing. Unforeseen complications could arise. What are the conditions? Yinan had already contemplated what he wanted from the other party but needed to gauge Zhang Weidong's sincerity first. Once this is accomplished, you shall be the captain of the expedition team. Zhang Weidong proposed, envisioning Yinan's mecha as an irreplaceable asset. He believed that if Yinan could be utilized as the strongest combat force, he would be deserving of the captaincy. However, he did not anticipate Yinan's refusal to be so unequivocal. I have no interest. Do you comprehend what this position entails? exerting power over men and women, oppressing the common folk. It is hardly a lofty ambition. Is this truly all you aspire to? Yinan retorted without reservation, openly deriding Zheng Weidong. The latter had not expected Yinan to be so unyielding, and his frustration prompted the system's alert once more. Emotional value 100. What is it that you desire? After the death of the mutated bison, were there any peculiar substances within their remains? Yinan inquired. His grandfather had mentioned that the shelter had slain numerous mutated bison. If their brains contained the earth chi essence, it would be a remarkable windfall for Yinan. What purpose does this serve? Zheng Weidong asked, intrigued. Indeed, within the skull of the mutated bison king, strange substances were discovered. The scientists within the shelter have yet to unravel its mysteries, only knowing that it possesses immense energy, likely linked to the beast mutations. However, the origin of this substance and how to utilize it remains entirely unclear. They even contemplated destroying it, but no method could disturb it in the slightest. Zheng Weidong had not anticipated Yinan's interest in such a substance. Coupled with the mecha that had been analyzed as extraterrestrial relics, it was not difficult to infer that Yinan likely possessed a means to utilize it. It's edible and quite delicious. Would you care to sample it? Yinan proposed half-jokingly. For him, it was indeed a matter of consumption, albeit for the system. His mood surged with excitement. Zheng Weidong's inquiry indicated that the substance truly existed. With so many mutated bison, wouldn't this directly satiate the system? Without hesitation, Yinan made a bold demand. First, provide me with 10 as a deposit. This statement left Zheng Weidong feeling disappointed. After all, anything truly rare would not be so easily offered in such quantities. We can only offer one. Yinan expressed open disdain. How disappointing. Very well, bring it forth, but in the future, any acquisitions of this substance within the shelter must be mine. Agreed. I will furnish it to you at an opportune moment. Zheng Weidong ceased his attempts to obtain further information from Yinan, recognizing that he would not gain any additional insights. Thus, they settled on a preliminary agreement for cooperation. The specifics would depend on future developments. Yinan was not in a hurry. He was simply pleased to have confirmed the existence of the earth chi essence. This also validated his hypothesis that those mutated creatures were indeed products of this substance. He would need to find time to eliminate the Wolf King and the Black Bear, to Yinan's surprise. Throughout the entire day, Murong Jing did not reach out to him. It was not until dusk that Murong Xin arrived. Looking rather disheveled, the young man bore no trace of his princely demeanor. He was covered in dust, his safety helmet tucked awkwardly under his arm. If not for his fair complexion, he could easily be mistaken for an ordinary laborer. Brother Yi, my father has invited you to dinner. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled audibly. Had the young prince taken to experiencing life as a commoner? Yinan exchanged pleasantries with his family before accompanying Murong Xian outside. Along the way, Murong Xian vented his frustrations. I was dragged out of bed before dawn, distributing supplies to survivors and learning the ropes at the construction site, and why father treats me like a beast of burden. I've gone an entire day without a proper meal. Yinan could only chuckle at this. Murong Xian was indeed telling the truth. Earlier that day, while gathering information with Lin Dong, he had witnessed Murong Xian floundering about the construction site like a headless chicken. Clearly, Murong Jing had no intention of allowing him to become a lazy wastrel. The elevator they boarded was positioned on the exterior of the administrative building, resembling a sightseeing lift. As they ascended, the scenes within the shelter gradually came into view. Outside, darkness had already enveloped the area, yet the interior of the shelter remained bathed in the warm orange glow of artificial suns. Construction machinery on the site had not ceased its activity. As workers operated in 3 shifts in just a day, Yinan could distinctly perceive the significant progress made in the second round of construction. The prowess of the infrastructure builders was not to be underestimated. However, the cost was equally immense. Aside from the central building, the living conditions for the others resembled those of slums, not much better than the impoverished neighborhoods of Sangu. Natural disasters were merciless. And the shelter was not a paradise. In fact, it was likely even harsher. Murong Jing's residence exuded an old-school charm reminiscent of the 1980s. The space was modest yet felt spacious enough, particularly with its tasteful decor. Yinan even spotted an old-fashioned film camera in one corner, complete with a large horn. Please, take a seat. As soon as they entered the room, Murong Jing warmly invited Yinan to sit down. Dinner featured a classic Western meal, steak, bread accompanied by red wine. The presence of such a culinary experience in this architectural style felt somewhat unconventional. What caught Yi Nan's eye was Mu Rongyun, the petite woman gracefully serving dishes in her apron, a truly delightful sight. After the meal, the younger individuals were encouraged to engage in friendly conversation. Yu Rongjing also noticed Yi Nan's gaze and offered a knowing smile. A hero and a beautiful maiden have always made an exquisite pair throughout history. However, before he could fully savor the moment, the ambience was abruptly interrupted by the raucous sounds of chewing. Mu Rongxian had changed into a fresh outfit, wiped his face, and his hair was still damp around the edges. Yet, he could hardly contain himself, disregarding any further pleasantries, and began to eat voraciously. Huffing from the heat without uttering a word, Yu Rongjing managed a polite smile, lifting his glass towards Yi Nan. Please forgive him. He has been spoiled being the late-born child. Yi Nan reciprocated with a clink of his glass in the air. To be candid, he would have preferred dining with Mu Rongxian. Although Mu Rongjing appeared well-groomed, one could still discern that he was likely in his 60s, making it rather unexciting to share a meal with someone of that generation. They nibbled a bit, perhaps waiting for Mu Rongxian to finish and leave. It was only then that Mu Rongjing opened up the conversation. Did you explore the shelter today, young friendy? Yi Nan nodded. It was not surprising for the other party to be aware of his whereabouts. The natural disaster had struck too abruptly, Yu Rongjing remarked with a hint of melancholy, evoking a sense of compassion. Restoring life to its pre-disaster state would require a collective effort from everyone. Fortunately, our nation is never short of resilience. He raised his glass, gesturing for a toast, which Yi Nan had no choice but to follow suit. The elevation of emotions felt rather uncomfortable for him. Why now? He had grasped the other party's intentions. Unlike Zheng Weidong, who relied on bribery with wine, women, and wealth, Mu Rongjing seemed intent on persuading Yi Nan through a sense of greater righteousness. Therefore, it was understandable that they had waited until now to share a meal, allowing Yi Nan to witness the hardships of reality, while also providing Mu Rongxian a taste of life. Bridging the distance between them, indeed, none of them were particularly virtuous. Yi Nan was no naive youth easily swayed. Regardless of the words spoken, he could see the steak and red wine on the table. When survivors were fortunate enough to enjoy beef soup, they remained blissfully unaware that it was merely bone broth, while the mutated beef had been reserved for the elites. Naturally, Yi Nan found nothing peculiar about this. Throughout history, such disparities have always existed. Genuine leaders who stand shoulder to shoulder with farmers and workers are exceedingly rare. Fortunately, the steak was delectable. The meat of mutated beasts offered a unique texture and an oddly pleasurable sensation. Mu Rongyun's culinary skills were commendable, reminiscent of a hotel chef, distinctly different from the home-cooked meals of Shun Qing. Silently finishing his beef, Yi Nan wiped his mouth and finally took the initiative to speak. Let us be direct. What conditions can you offer me? You should be aware, young friendy, that there are multiple shelters beyond ours. Mu Rongjing had been waiting for Yi Nan to speak for quite some time. If he intended to win Yi Nan over, it would require more than just appeals to nationalism. Tangible benefits had to be prepared as well. The central shelter had been established earlier and had invested more resources, undoubtedly providing far superior living conditions. Your family is quite large. Over there, both medical care and education far surpass what we can offer here. I also have a bit of influence. The conditions I can provide once you relocate will undoubtedly be much better than what you have here. Of course, anything I can offer, just speak up, and it can be arranged. He even cast a glance at Mu Rongyun. Xiaoyun has a very favorable impression of you. A marriage alliance? Yi Nan turned to look. Finding Mu Rongyun gazing back at him, and upon noticing his attention, she playfully threw him a flirtatious glance, electrifying Yi Nan and prompting him to hastily take a sip of wine to mask his fluster. Yi Nan felt it would be wiser to remain pragmatic. I've heard that you have acquired something from the mutated wild cattle. Indeed, a rather peculiar gem, said to be the cause of the beast's mutations. Is it possible to obtain it? Mu Rongjing regarded Yi Nan with a thoughtful gaze, clearly contemplating the gem's potential value to him. Yet ultimately, he could only shake his head. The item is with Zheng Weidong. In that case, I need the resource distribution map of the surroundings. You must have that. The natural disaster had struck too suddenly, and many supplies had not yet reached the shelter. Whether the materials were halted en route or stored elsewhere. As the shelter's administrator, Mu Rongjing surely possessed vital information regarding this. Steel, gunpowder, cotton, and various rare earth elements. Numerous materials were required to construct a mech, and relying solely on Yinan to gather these would be a protracted endeavor. To swiftly assemble his mech team, access to an existing resource warehouse was Yinan's best option. Absolutely. Mu Rongjing readily agreed. Once Yinan acquired the resource distribution map, regardless of his intentions, it would inevitably lead him back to the position of expedition team leader. The terms of cooperation were established. Yinan then discussed specific details with Mu Rongyun. Mu Rongjing estimated that the modifications to the off-road heavy truck would be completed by the following day. They agreed to meet in the morning to assess the situation further, during which Mu Rongjing would introduce Yinan to the other team members. Based on the information provided by Mu Rongyun, an expedition team would depart the city the day after tomorrow, heading towards the northeastern mountains. Within lay a base housing a stockpile of heavy hydrogen, fuel for a man-made sun, equivalent to the lifeblood of the shelter. They would accompany this expedition team into the mountains, parting ways midway to install the first signal base station at the mountain summit, and then wait for the return of the others. The two teams would look out for each other, jointly escorting the heavy hydrogen. The following day, Yinan accompanied Mu Rongyun to the expedition team's modification workshop. The alterations to the off-road heavy truck were substantial: reactive armor, wheel tracks, and the installation of a heavy machine gun and missile launcher atop the vehicle. Visually, it resembled a beast from a post-apocalyptic world. Naturally, only one vehicle had been modified. The other had been dismantled for spare parts. However, Yinan remained somewhat unimpressed. After all, with the base vehicle as a precedent, the modifications to this vehicle seemed laughable in comparison. The only appealing features were the heavy machine gun and missile launcher, as the base vehicle currently lacked such armaments. What truly surprised Yinan was the team member designated as the fire control operator. Xiaomi Chapter 80. You need to know me better. The expedition team was quite streamlined, and with Yinan included, there were only 4 members. Mu Rongyun served as the scout, responsible for operating the accompanying drones, utilizing vehicle radar, scouting road conditions during the journey, and guiding the route. She also took on the role of engineer, tasked with the installation and debugging of the base station. The driver, Li Yi, was in charge of the modifications to the off-road pickup and was well acquainted with its condition. He could perform emergency repairs on the road as long as the damage wasn't too severe. Yinan was taken aback to discover that the fire control operator, Xiaomi, was the one responsible for operating the intimidating machine guns and missile launchers mounted on the vehicle, making her the team's primary source of firepower. If Yinan handled close combat, she specialized in range support. You know who she belongs to, right? Observing Xiaomi waving at him, Yinan slowed his pace, discreetly inquiring of Mu Rongyun. The latter sighed and shrugged, evidently already aware of Xiaomi's identity. We don't have missile launchers. To install that equipment, Uncle Jing exchanged benefits with Zheng Weidong. However, the other party doesn't trust us, so they provided an operator. Seeing Yinan still somewhat puzzled, Mu Rongyun felt compelled to clarify. It's all right. The other party does not partake in the decision-making for the expedition team's tasks. For Mu Rongjing, as long as this team is executing the base station installation task, it remains within his control. This is actually why Mu Rongyun is in this team. She must also keep an eye on Xiaomi to prevent any espionage activities. Yinan found himself at a loss for words. Counting him, wouldn't he that imply that Zheng Weidong perceived half of this team as his own? If he were to truly side with them, Mu Rongjing would have ended up empty-handed. Just as they approached the vehicle, Xiaomi leaped forward, enveloping him in an exuberant embrace. As ever, her enthusiasm was palpable. Even through her camouflage attire, Yinan could feel the pleasant pressure against his chest, eliciting memories of that night and an inevitable sense of regret. What astonished Yinan even more was Xiaomi's unexpected boldness. As soon as she hugged him, her hand slipped into his back pocket. What are you doing? Yinan instinctively sought to warn her, only to feel a round, plump object added to his pocket. Without needing to think, he knew it was the deposit sent over by Zheng Weidong, the Earth Spirit Essence. With the item secured, Yinan had no objections towards Xiaomi. After a brief round of introductions, they had familiarized themselves with one another. Next, it was time to assess the condition of the off-road heavy truck, as it was intricately linked to their safety and livelihood. However, before Yinan could board the vehicle, a familiar, mocking voice rang from behind. Isn't this the new expedition team leader? Congratulations. Turning around, he was surprised to find Ma Chongyuan. A quick glance at their workstation revealed it belonged to the maintenance area of Expedition Team 3. This modification workshop was a communal space within the shelter, so encountering someone here was not unexpected. Although the words were congratulatory, the demeanor and expression conveyed a clear intent to stir trouble. "Is your hand feeling better?" Yinan offered a kind reminder. Upon the recent influx of funds, the prospect of upgrading the base vehicle loomed large. In this moment of elation, I found myself disinclined to engage in disputes with others. However, to Ma Changyuan, my words were nothing short of blatant mockery. He had recklessly employed an exoskeleton mech against civilians, only to be met with an unfortunate turn of events that left his mech damaged and his reputation in tatters within the expedition team. Go repair the exoskeleton. He had drained his savings to the last penny. This was precisely the impetus for his presence here. In a desperate bid to recover his losses, he was compelled to curtail his vacation and hasten to complete his tasks. Fortuitously, with your assistance, I am now poised for an upgrade. As he uttered these words, a fiery glare emanated from Ma Changyuan's eyes, though it swiftly transformed into a smile. Given our shared location, I must inform you that tomorrow, our team, the number 3 squad, will undertake the mission to retrieve the super heavy hydrogen.as auxiliary vehicles. You are obliged to assist us in transporting additional weaponry and supplies. I wonder, what is your culinary prowess like? I eagerly anticipate your skills. Yinan turned her gaze toward Morong Yun, who sighed in resignation. We must first accompany the existing convoy for a task or two before we are granted the authority to execute missions independently. Is it akin to a novice internship? Very well, but what if I refuse? The suggestion of Yinan serving as logistics was utterly ludicrous. Yet, it was not entirely out of the question, but Changyuan was well aware that Yinan would never acquiesce. At this juncture, he finally articulated his true intention. Let us engage in a duel. You may select any member from our side, and upon its conclusion, all grievances shall be resolved. Since we are to undertake a mission together tomorrow, it is only fitting that we deepen our mutual understanding. He could not truly harm Yinan, as both were captains of their respective expedition teams, and thus, he sought to regain his lost dignity. Ma Changyuan was not unprepared. His squad consisted of 5 members, a quintessential elite team configuration, all seasoned warriors hardened by the crucible of battle. Despite their distinct responsibilities, even the medic was more than capable of holding their own. Whether in unarmed combat or armed conflict, their prowess was unparalleled. The hierarchy within the expedition team was not determined by the order of establishment, but was instead a reflection of sheer capability. After their last departure, Ma Changyuan had obtained footage of Yinan's combat performance. His interest did not lie in the mech, but in the scenes of Yinan engaging in brawls. Each punch was delivered with ferocity, exchanging injuries in a brutal dance. While Yinan appeared to revel in the fight, to Ma Changyuan, it seemed no different from street brawling. Raw, primal, devoid of any semblance of training. Despite some curiosity regarding Yinan's reactions to being attacked, he attributed it to her robust physique and the inadequacy of her opponents. Before he approached to provoke her, he had confirmed that Yinan had not brought her mech. Thus, this was the perfect opportunity for revenge. If he could incite her to agree to a one-on-one duel, he was confident he could overpower her and redeem himself. Observing this, Morong Yun swiftly grasped Yinan's arm. Pay them no mind. Your strength lies in the mech, not in close combat. Indeed, if you possess the capability, then do so while clad in the mech. Xiaomi also stepped forward to advocate for Yinan. As a member of Zheng Weidong's team, she was sorely tempted to berate this fool. Yet, Ma Changyuan remained oblivious to the transaction between Zheng Weidong and Yinan, and he and Xiaomi were not in the same system. Thus their paths did not cross. What, are you relying on a woman to speak on your behalf? Yinan shook her head. Just observe from the sidelines. He had a point. Soon, they would embark on a mission. And it was imperative that they understood the capabilities of their captain. For instance, against such trash, I need not don my mech at all. Chapter 81. Another resounding slap. Such contemptuous words, of course, did not escape Ma Changyuan's ears. As he hurled invectives, his fists were already swinging. Since he had the audacity to flaunt before him, it was only fitting that he be met with a resounding rebuttal. However, before he could finish his taunt, an instinctive tremor surged within him, honed by years of combat experience. Almost reflexively, his arms retracted from their striking position, crossing defensively over his chest. Then, a forceful impact struck him. It was only at that moment that Ma Changyuan comprehended the situation. Yinan's foot had landed squarely against his arm. Unadorned and unembellished, he had simply lifted his foot to deliver a kick. Yet its velocity was astonishing, too swift for him to fully perceive.
Though he managed to block the blow, he was nonetheless sent flying, barely regaining his footing after several steps. How could this be? Ma Changyuan acknowledged Yinan's speed and strength, but in his prior analysis, he had not anticipated this terrifying level of power. Was it that he had not exerted his full strength against those petty thugs before? He was compelled to reassess the situation. Despite lacking formal training, it was clear that Yinan was not to be underestimated. After all, in the realm of martial prowess, swiftness alone does not guarantee victory. Otherwise, contests would simply devolve into races of speed and strength. The myriad techniques of combat exist to master optimal force application, bridging any disparities in strength and countering the opponent. Without hesitation, once he regained his composure, Ma Changyuan surged forward, taking 2 or 3 strides before leaping into the air before Yinan. The momentum of his sprint, combined with the force of his leap, created a formidable strike, his perfect Superman punch. Should this blow connect, Ma Changyuan was confident it would flatten a bull. Of course, this was merely a feint. The overt nature of his approach would prompt any normal individual to evade or at least block. Regardless of how Yinan chose to respond, he would seize the advantage, unleashing his combat techniques to inhibit her from generating power, ultimately exposing her vulnerabilities and bringing her to the ground. Yet, as he soared through the air, he was taken aback to find Yinan standing her ground, not even making an attempt to evade. It was as if she had not registered his approach. No, she had reacted, stepping back ever so slightly. That half-step redirected Ma Changyuan's punch, which was intended for her face, landing instead against her chest. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Humph! It was evident that she was merely an inexperienced novice. A cold smirk curled upon Ma Changyuan's lips, elation evident on his disheveled visage from exerting himself. After absorbing this blow, Yinan, regardless of her strength, would surely be incapacitated. Perhaps she would need to lie down for quite some time. The image of Yinan boasting before his team members just moments ago now seemed laughable. Thud. Ma Changyuan's fist struck Yinan's chest with a solid impact, producing a faint sound. He even momentarily lingered in the air due to the force of his strike. Yet, the exhilaration he had felt moments ago evaporated. How to describe this sensation? It was exceedingly uncomfortable, akin to striking thick leather. Resilient yet yielding slightly under pressure, it was also reminiscent of striking a steel wall. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not budge her eye in his mind. He had envisioned that even if Yinan possessed immense strength, she would falter after receiving his punch. Yet, she did not even flinch. As though his full-force strike had simply dissipated upon contact. What chilled him further was the expression on Yinan's face. It was as if she had been waiting for him to unleash his full strength. Smack! Another shadow flashed by. The onlookers could scarcely discern what transpired. All they knew was that Ma Changyuan had launched a punch at Yinan, only to be sent flying as if struck by an unseen force. When they finally registered the sight of Ma Changyuan collapsed on the ground, unconscious, disbelief washed over his team. What had just occurred? Hadn't Captain Ma landed a solid hit? The speed of that strike was unfathomable. Ma Changyuan's team, who had previously encircled Yinan, now flocked to his side, exchanging incredulous glances. Their eyes, when turned toward Yinan, reflected a sense of awe, as if they were gazing upon a monster. In stark contrast, Murong Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her delight was palpable as she witnessed Yinan turn to face her. In a breathless whisper, she exclaimed, "So impressive!" However, her voice was drowned out by Xiaomi, who did not share Murong Yun's restraint. She bounded to Yinan's side, exclaiming, "Captain, you were amazing. How did you do that? Didn't he just hit you?" While her words were laced with concern, her hands roamed over Yinan's body, particularly his chest, under the guise of offering a massage. The glimmer in her eyes hinted at unspoken desires. Had the circumstances permitted, she might have continued their unfinished business from that previous night. Yet, Yinan could not allow her to proceed unchecked. He cleared his throat, firmly pressing her hands down. "You need to rein it in." In truth, Yinan himself was rather astonished by his swift and decisive actions. Ma Changyuan had miscalculated. He had exerted his full strength against those petty thugs earlier. The remarkable speed he had demonstrated today was a result of the super energy gummies beginning to enhance his physique. With the door securely locked against interruptions, Yinan had devoted himself to rigorous training within his room. Despite the gummies' unconventional appearance, their effects were formidable. Even after exhausting himself, consuming one would swiftly restore his vitality. This newfound vigor fueled his desire to showcase his prowess. Just moments ago, with a mere display of strength, Ma Changyuan and his team had unwittingly contributed 2,000 points to Yinan's emotional value. Murong Yun and Xiaomi's reactions were utterly genuine, particularly Xiaomi, who had inadvertently gifted him nearly 1,000 points with her earlier attentions. Yinan had no doubt that if they were alone, this woman would have pinned him down right then and there. Exploring uncharted territories, of course, his actions this time quickly reached the ears of those with ulterior motives. Murong Jing was naturally in high spirits. The stronger Yinan became, the more secure their collaboration. Initially, he had harbored some concerns, especially since Murong Yun was also on board. Any unforeseen mishap could lead to unbearable losses. However, witnessing Yinan's formidable strength alleviated his worries. The reaction from Zheng Weidong's side was even more pronounced. Almost immediately, he issued orders for the expedition team to hunt down the mutated beasts. Simultaneously, he instructed his researchers to retrieve the data on the Earth Chi spirit. Upon witnessing Yinan's superhuman speed and power, his mind was filled with Yinan's earlier remark. It can be consumed, and it tastes exquisite. Chapter 82. Engine failure. Yinan was unaware that his normal display of the Black Panther suit's capabilities would lead Zheng Weidong to misconstrue the situation, believing it to be the result of consuming the Earth Chi spirit. Hence, the development plans for the shelter were postponed, and focus shifted towards capturing mutated beasts and researching the Earth Chi spirit. Little did he anticipate that his flippant remark would indeed serve as a guiding principle for humanity's research on the Earth Chi spirit. The harsher the environment, the more challenging it became for large-scale army formations to operate, heightening the allure of super soldiers, a concept straight out of science fiction. For the higher dash-ups, in contrast to the development of various high-powered weapons, humanity remained tireless in transforming its own potential, of course. That was a matter for later. After familiarizing himself with the parameters of the off-road heavy truck, Yinan returned home. According to their plans, they would be away for 2 to 3 days. There was little need for excessive concern regarding the safety of the shelter. Having briefed Shun Qingtang on the utilization of the candy, there was nothing else to attend to. Rising early the next day, they set out before Ma Changyuan and the others had even appeared. Yinan was indifferent. Traveling in formation was merely a precaution for enhanced safety. They might need to regroup upon their return, especially to safeguard the integrity of the heavy hydrogen. Inside the truck's cargo area, everyone was clad in full attire. Protective suits and exoskeleton mechas. Out in the field, sleep could only be achieved while equipped. The living area had been entirely dismantled, leaving only a massive communications base and an arsenal of weapons. A few missiles ignited a fervor in Yinan. The palm-sized machine gun ammunition entertained him for quite some time. Once donned in the mecha, wielding a rifle felt out of place. The heavy machine gun was a perfect fit. Imagining Schwarzenegger spraying bullets with a heavy machine gun, who wouldn't want to give it a try? Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he discreetly stashed several boxes into the base vehicle's backpack. The weapons area could produce munitions, but the essential raw materials like copper and gunpowder were all dependent on Yinan's collection efforts. It felt somewhat unsatisfactory. After all, it was far more comfortable to take what was readily available. He resolved to request more weapons and ammunition from that old rascal Zheng Weidong before their next mission. Is it really not cold? Xiaomi suddenly appeared from behind, startling Yinan, who was contemplating how to acquire munitions. Her paw instinctively reached for Yinan's chest, prompting him to swat her away. It was one thing to touch him directly, but now clad in exoskeleton armor, it was cold and uncomfortable, which he naturally detested. Xiaomi spoke. Her breath formed mist in the frigid air. Despite the insulation treatment, the temperature within the cargo area had plummeted to below -10 degrees. The oxygen supply in their protective suits was limited. While inside the vehicle, they had to open their helmets to breathe the oxygen provided by the truck. Thus, Yinan, clad in thin attire, stood out as an anomaly. Although he had brought the mecha along, it was merely set aside in a corner of the truck, unnecessary to wear while remaining inside. He relied on the Black Panther suit to maintain his warmth. This made Xiaomi and Murong Yun envious, as the design of the exoskeleton mecha had yet to evolve to consider comfort in wear. Often feeling cumbersome. Ignoring Xiaomi's infatuated gaze, Yinan approached Murong Yun, who was operating a drone for reconnaissance, her expression indicating the weight of her task. Is there a problem? The wind is too strong, causing poor flight stability for the drone. However, it remains within controllable limits. Once Team 3 catches up, they can pave the way ahead. Driver Li forced a smile. Yesterday, Ma Changyuan sustained quite a bit of injury. I wonder if it will affect our plans. However, they haven't issued a cancellation notice, so they should be catching up shortly. Yet the light-hearted atmosphere among the group did not last long. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds emanated from the truck's engine compartment. As shadows emerged, the vehicle quickly lost power. Lie braved the wind and snow to inspect the situation, returning with a look of deep remorse. Our fuel supply has been tampered with. The engine has failed. He had personally overseen the fuel, but last night, a familiar acquaintance had invited him for drinks. It was likely during that time that someone had surreptitiously meddled with it. The look in the other person's eyes revealed much. Without needing to say more, Yinan could guess it was definitely Ma Changyuan's doing. Can it be repaired? No, we can only haul it back to the shelter to replace the engine. Lie's words left everyone feeling despondent. They had barely stepped out of the shelter's gates. How could they have stopped here right after leaving, longing for home? Just then, Ma Changyuan's convoy emerged from the shelter. They were driving a tracked armored personnel carrier, moving swiftly while blaring loudspeakers. Dio, you need us to tow your vehicle back? After all, we're all on the same side. Ha ha ha. How infuriating, Morongyun fumed. They had made extensive preparations for this operation, and after sabotaging their efforts, the audacity of the other party to mock them was infuriating. If they returned to replace the engine now, today's mission would undoubtedly be cancelled. According to the shelter's weather simulation forecast, the impending snowstorm would be even more severe, drastically increasing the risks of executing the mission later. Delaying further, they had no idea when they could continue. Should we shoot him? Xiaomi was also incensed by Ma Changyuan's foolishness. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she aimed the missile launcher atop the vehicle towards their direction. Ma Changyuan, fearing that Yinan might seek retribution, sped off after his taunts. Don't waste the resources. Yinan sighed, bemused. They were ostensibly allies. Was it appropriate to launch a missile at them? That was a stockpile of supplies he had earmarked for himself. He couldn't bear to waste them on such trivial matters. He turned to Morongyun and issued a command. Contact the shelter and send someone to tow the vehicle. I'm sorry, Lie expressed deep regret. Why Yinan bore no grudge against him, patting his shoulder in consolation. He would settle the score with Ma Changyuan eventually, but in truth, Ma Changyuan had inadvertently aided Yinan. As soon as they had set out, Yinan became acutely aware of his miscalculation. While the off-road heavy truck had indeed improved in traversability after switching to tracked wheels, its comfort level was abysmal. After just a short distance, it felt like a wild ride. Once they reached the mountains, it would undoubtedly be a roller coaster experience. Yinan was a man with a base vehicle. He couldn't subject himself to such indignities. However, casually switching vehicles felt a tad extravagant, leaving him pondering how to broach the subject. The next window for a mission was likely a week or two away. Morongyun sighed. She was the one most eager to complete the mission quickly. Yet faced with such a predicament, she could only resign herself to the harsh reality. When she lifted her gaze, however, she saw no trace of the confidence that would inspire hope on Yinan's face. Who said the mission was cancelled? Yinan retrieved his phone and dialed Lindong's number, directing his gaze towards the departing Ma Changyuan. I repay grievances on the same day. Allowing him to escape like this is not my style. Chapter 83. CN-171 Armored Personnel Carrier. Morongyun's expression flickered with emotion. Yet the ensuing actions were fraught with danger. Relying solely on youthful bravado would resolve nothing. Reluctantly, she found herself assuming the role of the voice of reason. Without a vehicle, we cannot proceed with the mission, let alone catch up with them. The mission route predominantly lay within mountainous forests. There were no paved roads to begin with, and now, with the heavy snow blanketing everything, the snowdrifts were measured in meters. Walking upon it felt akin to navigating a treacherous terrain, almost as if one was swimming through the snow. In such conditions, ordinary vehicles would become immobilized after just a few meters, unable to move. Moreover, they needed to carry various equipment, making progress even more arduous. Isn't it just a vehicle? I have one. Yinan offered Morongyun a reassuring glance. Lindong answered the call swiftly, providing a brief overview of the situation before setting off. To prepare for emergencies, Yinan had left the Tesla pickup at the shelter, which was fortuitously coming in handy now. As for that Tesla, Morongyun had overheard the conversation and recalled previous reports mentioning the Tesla's formidable capabilities. She began contemplating the possibilities. They would need to swap out the tracked wheels for the wheeled ones. Modify the machine gun to handheld, and if Yinan could ensure safety, it might just work. Equipped with exoskeleton mechas, they could easily extricate a stuck vehicle, although firepower would be compromised and living space would be extremely limited. Given that this mission was not expected to be lengthy, they could make do. Once they returned, the off-road pickup would be repaired. With that thought, Murong Yun felt a sense of relief. She did not want to miss this window of opportunity. However, Yinan's next words extinguished her rekindled hopes, leaving her in disbelief. The Tesla is too small. We'll take the Wuling. Lin Dong was swift. To avoid drawing attention, after picking up Yinan, the two headed towards the location where the vehicle was concealed for the swap. Inside the pickup, Murong Yun and the others exchanged glances. The Wuling, the same one I'm imagining. Li was most concerned about finding a suitable vehicle to continue the mission. As soon as Yinan departed, he immediately began to inquire. Murong Yun wore a peculiar expression. She was well aware that Yinan owned a Wuling, a vehicle that had garnered much attention before arriving at the shelter. Upon returning, Murong Xian had described that car in glowing terms. At the time, Murong Yun had paid little mind, as Murong Xian primarily focused on the vehicle's comfort. Now, when questioned, the details about that vehicle surfaced in her mind. Indeed, it was the Wuling EV80, an electric light passenger vehicle. The team leader had converted it into a camper van, using it to transport his family to S-City. Electric? Li felt he must have misheard. What was the weather like outside? After being left out there for so long, could that car still have any charge? Why didn't you advise against it earlier? Thinking of this ridiculous situation, his tone grew increasingly urgent. Moreover, while the wheel tracks had a quick disconnect structure that could be replaced here, it still required full-time four-wheel drive to function properly. Enough. If you can't even manage fuel. Why are you so chatty now? Xiaomi impatiently retorted, pressing the button to close the cover, isolating herself completely within the protective suit. With the engine shut off, relying solely on the vehicle's insulation, the interior temperature began to plummet under the terrifyingly low temperatures outside. The stinging cold against her face was highly displeasing. Even worse, her duty was to guard the missile, no matter what vehicle Yinan switched to. Xiaomi could only huddle in this vehicle, awaiting the tow truck's arrival. Fortunately, they had broken down at the shelter's entrance. Had it occurred in the mountains, it could have endangered the entire team. The power of the exoskeleton mech and the oxygen in the protective suits might not suffice to support their return. It was hard to tell who truly was Mr. Zhang's spy. They were all inept teammates in a single breath. She lambasted both Ma Changyuan and Li Yi, never expecting that the greatest adversaries standing between her and Yinan were not Murong Yun, but these two imbeciles. Naturally, Li Ye's face fell at being reprimanded so directly. Yet, he felt too embarrassed to retort, as she was speaking nothing but the truth. After this commotion, he felt too ashamed to ask Murong Yun about the Wuling again. Resigning himself to sit in the driver's seat, simmering in frustration, awaiting the arrival of the rescue team. However, in the brief moment he turned his head, an astonishing sight appeared before him. No, wasn't it supposed to be the Wuling? Had the team leader returned? Inside the vehicle, Murong Yun also heard the sound and headed towards the driver's compartment, only to be left completely dumbfounded. The CN-171 armored personnel carrier from the Wandering Earth? The massive vehicle, 5 meters wide and 6 meters high, exuded an imposing presence even from a distance. Not to mention the heavy machine gun and the quadruple missile launcher atop it, formidable weapons indeed. 10 enormous tires lined either side, granting this steel behemoth remarkable speed. Despite the bumpy, uneven terrain, it managed to race across the snowy expanse with exhilarating velocity, until it nearly collided with an off-road heavy truck. Only then did the front 4 tires abruptly turn, executing a tank-like maneuver that sent a massive spray of snow flying as the entire vehicle spun 180 degrees and came to a halt firmly in front of the heavy truck. Before anyone could collect themselves, the rear hatch released with a hiss. The hatch split open, revealing Yinan clad in a blue and white mech suit standing inside. Wow, that man looks incredibly handsome. Xiaomi arrived last but reacted the quickest, practically bouncing out of the vehicle and racing towards the armored car. Murong Yun took a long moment to process the scene, only realizing what was happening when she saw Xiaomi almost leap onto Yinan. Only Li Yi remained perplexed, mouth agape. Where did this vehicle come from? Of course, it was transformed from the base vehicle. The energy essence Xiaomi provided to Yinan was somewhat limited, and due to improper preservation. By the time it reached Yinan, Much of the energy had dissipated. Fortunately, it still afforded a crucial upgrade to the base vehicle. The transformation function had reached level 5. After this upgrade, the base vehicle could finally transcend its original vehicle type limitations, allowing Yinan to transform into specialized vehicles such as personnel carriers, tanks, and excavators. Without a moment's hesitation, Yinan selected the CN-171 armored personnel carrier from the Wandering Earth. The reason was simple: it was incredibly cool. Not even a tank could match its appeal. The tin-wheeled, all-terrain vehicle had off-road capabilities that were not necessarily inferior to those of tracked vehicles. Inside, there was ample space, and under the control of the transformation function, it could maintain a comfortable interior environment. During the mission, Yinan had no intention of compromising his comfort. As for why he donned the mech suit, the answer was equally straightforward: don't rush to board. We need to move the weapons first. Chapter 84. Don't ask. It's all a secret. The interior of the CN-171 armored personnel carrier was even more spacious than that of a camper van. Yinan retained the design of the driver's cabin while adding a control console for drones and missile fire control behind it. The troop compartment had been directly converted into a living area. This space was exceptionally roomy, with the original seating transformed into 2 double-decker capsule beds. In addition to a toilet, bathing area, and kitchen, there was even enough room left in the middle for a corridor, achieving a perfect separation between male and female quarters. Near the central hatch, Yinan also installed an exoskeleton mech donning assistive device, placing his mech there as well. As for the bullets and missiles loaded onto the vehicle, aside from a few spares, the rest were tossed into the storage compartment, set to be automatically installed when needed, prioritizing full automation. This steering wheel. After Li Yi boarded the vehicle, he immediately noticed the spherical steering wheel in Lin Dong's hands. His expression turned somewhat troubled. It was his first encounter with such a method of driving. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong, like a child who had just received a new toy, eagerly began to share his experience. This can't really be called a steering wheel. It resembles a brain-machine interface more. The vehicle's control system is primarily managed by an intelligence system. All you need to do is convey your intentions to it. Initially, when Yinan asked him to drive, Lin Dong hesitated. The drivers of such vehicles in the Wandering Earth underwent extensive training, and he didn't even know how to turn. However, once he got the hang of it, the sensation was extraordinary. His hands resting on the trackball only needed to move instinctively, and the intelligent system would handle the rest. After all, this was a massive machine, approximately 5 meters wide and nearly 12 meters long. The coordination required among the tin tires during turning was far more complex than that of a standard four-wheel drive vehicle. Particularly since it was tin-wheel drive, coordinating the gear ratios during turns was an exceptionally intricate engineering challenge. Controlling the steering through mechanical means would undoubtedly pose a significant difficulty. Thus, it became a natural choice to let the intelligent system coordinate the tire differentials and power output, LIE. Just as Li Yi was about to suggest trying it out, Yinan's voice rang out behind him. You need to head to the off-road heavy truck and wait for the tow. Once we return, immediately start the repairs on the truck. The statement was rather blunt. Yinan was not inclined to entrust the base vehicle to anyone else, especially after nearly jeopardizing the team's departure due to carelessness. Without Yinan's base vehicle, they would have no choice but to wait at the shelter for the next mission window. While Yinan did not explicitly state he was kicking him out of the team, the implication was clear. He would not participate in this mission, nor would he have a place in future ones. However, he lacked both protective suits and exoskeleton mechs, i.e. felt quite unwilling. Although he acknowledged his grave mistake, he was still a subordinate of Morong Jing and felt some resentment towards Yinan's decision to exclude him. More importantly, the person replacing him was just a civilian. Lin Dong had no training whatsoever, and he was still wearing a ski suit. Wasn't it a bit trivial to let him participate in the mission? Indeed, don't you feel hot? Yinan remarked, prompting Lin Dong to realize he was already sweating slightly at his forehead. The temperature inside the base vehicle was maintained at a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. How could he not feel warm? Initially, he had been too excited about driving the new vehicle, but upon Yinan's reminder, he quickly removed the ski suit. Only then did everyone notice that the temperature inside the vehicle was nearly as comfortable as that in the central building. Perhaps even more so, lacking the dryness that came from prolonged heating. You all should take off your exoskeleton mechs as well. Isn't it uncomfortable? Yinan pointed to the exoskeleton mech assistive device beside the hatch. Reminding Morong Yun and Xiaomi after speaking, he turned to Li Yi, offering a polite explanation while also issuing a final ultimatum. Uncle Lin is the driver. There's no need for you to disembark. Those things are unnecessary. You should get off quickly. We've already wasted too much time, Li, feeling discontented, glanced at Morong Yun, who showed no intention of speaking up for him, and reluctantly exited the vehicle. Noticing this, Xiaomi discreetly winked at Yin and eye in her eyes. Morong Yun was the only outsider left in the team. After shedding her exoskeleton, the girl decisively removed her protective suit, leaving only her form-fitting thermal underwear, which perfectly showcased her curves. She seemed unbothered by the presence of the two men in the vehicle, fiddling curiously with the items on the fire control console. The more she played, the more excited she became. Spinning the machine gun and missile launcher atop the vehicle back and forth, her expression clearly conveying impatience to fire a few rounds and test the waters. Morong Yun, however, was much more cautious. Are you sure it's really okay for us to remove the exoskeleton mechs? Even with the assistive donning device, it still takes some time to put them on in the event of an unexpected situation. Even a few seconds delay could be fatal. During the course of the mission, it is a fundamental principle to keep the exoskeleton mech close at hand. No worries, this vehicle is exceptionally secure if peril arises. My presence suffices. Yinan speaks nothing but the truth. The base vehicle is equipped with a protective shield, and now it boasts both machine guns and missiles. With ample ammunition at our disposal, even a few behemoth-class creatures would pose no challenge. Moreover, should a combat situation arise, the blade of his mech has long been yearning for action. The new blade hasn't even tasted blood yet. How could it allow you to claim any kills? However, to Morong Yun's ears, this statement took on a slightly different flavor, morphing into a declaration of reassuring male dominance. This elicited an involuntary smile from Morong Yun, compelling her to comply and change into a more streamlined outfit. She then hurried to the control panel to commence her duties. During the mission, she was responsible for utilizing drones to scout ahead, mitigate dangers, and select the optimal route to ensure the orderly passage of vehicles. A task of equal importance to Lin Dong's. Yet, as she settled in front of the console, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Operating a drone in such weather conditions, particularly with a first-person perspective, was far from a pleasant undertaking. Just as she began to familiarize herself with the controls, Morong Yun sensed something amiss. How could this be? She quickly checked the radar and monitoring data, assessing the external temperature and wind speed. It was roughly the same as before. Yet, the airborne drone exhibited remarkable stability, as if flying in a windless environment, and she could distinctly feel a certain ease in her control, as if it were an extension of her own body. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned her head toward Yinan. In response to Morong Yun's astonished and perplexed gaze, Yinan offered a mysterious smile. This drone was a gift from the system during an upgrade. It wouldn't be a joke if it weren't impressive. Naturally, faced with the enchanting curiosity of a beautiful woman, Yinan felt compelled to respond, leaning closer to Morong Yun's ear to whisper, "It's a secret." Chapter 85. What can he do about it? The two expedition teams had differing objectives, yet their initial routes were nearly identical. There was little need for excessive guidance from the drones, as Lin Dong understood that following the tracks left by Ma Changyuan and his crew would suffice, allowing the CN-171 to maintain a rapid pace. This speed further astonished Morong Yun, despite the swift advance, during which the vehicle occasionally soared over obstacles. Those inside felt minimal jolting. Yinan even took the opportunity to exercise within the vehicle, as the energy candies ensured rapid recovery of his stamina. This tangible experience of his body growing stronger allowed Yinan to finally savor the exhilaration akin to that of a gym enthusiast. After all, who among men hasn't fantasized about possessing a physique like Schwarzenegger's? This desire transcends mere aesthetics. It is a primal yearning for strength. Consequently, Xiaomi soon found herself unable to sit still. After becoming familiar with the operational methods, she had little to occupy her non-combat time. Observing Yinan's dedication, she took it upon herself to engage in a close, martial arts tutorial with him. Given Xiaomi's spirited nature, this guidance inevitably bore an eye-catching quality, particularly for Morong Yun, who found it hard to watch. "Return to your post and remain vigilant during the mission," she admonished. "Are you jealous?" Xiaomi chuckled, unfazed by Morong Yun's admonishment. "Then don't act all high and mighty. If you like him, be more proactive." As the tension between their gazes escalated, Yinan quickly interjected, "Ahem, let's head back. We'll soon catch up to Ma Changyuan." Although Xiaomi was playful, she had undergone serious combat training. Under her guidance, Yinan felt his technique improving significantly. Immersed in his practice, he only later realized the ambiguous nature of their positions, causing a flicker of heat to rise within him. Before long, the drone's perspective revealed the silhouette of a track troop carrier, indicating they had caught up to Ma Changyuan, approximately 2 kilometers ahead. The group peered forward and soon spotted Ma Changyuan's vehicle. Naturally, the opposing team noticed the colossal machine trailing them, and the weapons aboard the troop carrier immediately pivoted in their direction. I advise you not to touch the safety, Yinan warned over the communication device. However, despite his warning, the unyielding Xiaomi proceeded to lock onto their target. The moment Yinan issued the command, missiles would be launched toward them. Is that you, Yinan? Ma Changyuan's astonished voice echoed back. What kind of vehicle is this? How did you acquire such a machine? I believe you should be more concerned about how to settle the account for damaging my pickup truck rather than these trivial matters. Yinan retorted, not in the mood for casual conversation. I don't know what you're talking about, Ma Changyuan vehemently denied. But upon seeing the missiles visibly locked onto him from the CN-171, he felt a chill run down his spine. Hastily resorting to empty platitudes. The task of transporting heavy hydrogen is critical for the safety of tens of thousands of lives in the shelter. If you dare to attack me here, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the refuge. How brazen! With such audacity, why didn't you protect your teeth yesterday? This fool bears the scars of his previous defeat, yet still dares to make threats. Today, Yinan would not be so lenient. He resolved to dismantle every single one of Ma Changyuan's teeth, ensuring that he would be reminded of his folly whenever he had to subsist on liquid diets. Yinan, don't act rashly, Mo Rongyun whispered urgently. Following her cue, Yinan noticed the eager glint in Xiaomi's eyes and hastily instructed her to disengage the lock. This reckless girl had only 8 missiles. They couldn't waste them in such a manner, but Changyuan, stung by Yinan's revelation of his wounds, felt a surge of indignation. The spots where his 2 broken teeth had been still throbbed. However, all he could do was cower in the vehicle, too afraid to utter a word. Only when the missile lock was released did he finally exhale in relief. Captain Yi, during the mission, we ought to assist each other and refrain from letting personal matters interfere. I trust the shelter will investigate the damage to your vehicle, and if it is my responsibility, I will certainly cooperate with any penalties. Until then, we must work together. An investigation would yield no results for Ma Changyuan. He had initially believed that damaging the heavy truck would force Yinan to retreat to the shelter, where he could find no evidence against him. Although Yinan possessed the strength to eliminate him at any moment, killing the leader of an expedition team in the shelter would undoubtedly jeopardize his own standing. Regardless, he would have to continue undertaking missions, and as long as he avoided Yinan, he could swallow this unacknowledged grievance. Little did he know that Yinan possessed not only a mech but also a vehicle. As the distance between them continued to close, Ma Changyuan felt both fear and resentment. His life had been exceedingly smooth until now. The apocalypse was a realm perfectly suited for someone like him. Through his skills, he had ascended to the rank of expedition team leader and gradually climbed to the position of Team 3's captain. Qian Yifei had been a crucial part of his ascent, as the resources he extracted allowed him to acquire superior equipment. He envisioned becoming the chief captain, securing mechs, status, and beautiful women, all within reach. Until Yinan appeared. Killing Qian Yifei and damaging his mech, Yinan had now become the expedition team leader, claiming resources from both sides. Accompanied by stunning beauties like Mo Rongyun and Xiaomi, he felt a surge of jealousy and resentment. All that he had imagined should have been his, yet, with Yinan's arrival, everything was snatched away. If only he could see Yinan dead. However, faced with him, all Ma Changyuan could do was flee. Can't we take a different route? How far are we from the separation point? One of the team members noted Ma Changyuan's unusual demeanor and spoke up. Captain, even if he catches up to us, what can he do? This thought sparked an epiphany in Ma Changyuan. As long as he remained hidden in the vehicle, what could Yinan possibly do to him? He couldn't kill him, nor could he damage his mech or the troop carrier. Any such action would incapacitate their ability to carry out the mission, endangering the lives of tens of thousands in the shelter. So what could Yinan do? Just as Ma Changyuan began to feel reassured, his subordinates gasped in horror. Him? How is that possible? Is he even human? Ma Changyuan rushed over to take a look, his eyes widening in disbelief. Why Yinan was approaching, not by crashing the armored troop carrier or flying in his mech, but clad in a thin hoodie, riding a vintage motorcycle. He surged through the snowstorm like a terrifying specter from Western folklore, racing toward them at breakneck speed. Chapter 86. The team should be aligned now. Yinan boldly ventures to their side to confront them, which has already placed them at a psychological disadvantage. Should Ma Changyuan draw his weapon first, regardless of the consequences, the blame would rest entirely on them. Moreover, when it comes to firepower, their troop transport lacks missiles. The repercussions of gunfire would be dire. Humph, we cannot exit our exoskeletons. The heavily muscled machine gunner grinned wickedly, cracking his knuckles. Ma Changyuan has already felt Yinan's strength and speed firsthand, having experienced it through two of his own teeth. Though these individuals are defiant, they are acutely aware of the disparity between the two sides. However, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Why Yinan is no man. He does not possess the Wing Chun prowess to take on 10 foes. In a brawl, they have no reason to be afraid. Furthermore, the exoskeletons lack rapid exit designs and supportive mechanisms. They cannot extricate themselves even if they wished. This means that Yinan's arrival entails not only a challenge to all of them, but also a bare-handed melee against them clad in exoskeletons. What is there to fear? Ma Changyuan has also come to this realization. With a twitch at the corner of his eye, he silently chastises himself for harboring such deep resentment towards Yinan that merely allowing the other to approach has thrown him off balance. After muttering a few curses under his breath, he begins to chuckle coldly. Open the hatch. Casting a glance at his eager teammates, he feels more at ease, warning with a feigned seriousness, we are all allies here. So don't go too hard. Just breaking a couple of front teeth should suffice to teach him a lesson. After their brief discussion, just as they intend to unlock the hatch above, they suddenly witness 5 sharp leopard claws piercing through. The high-strength bulletproof composite steel plate is no match for the vibranium claws of the Black Panther suit, akin to paper against glass. With a slight exertion, Yinan effortlessly dismantles the locking mechanism, and the hatch is flung open. Those inside feel a rush of cool air overhead, as light floods in from above. Following this, Yinan, clad in a gray casual outfit, leaps down, landing squarely amid them. Despite their previous fervent discussions, Ma Changyuan had already orchestrated Yinan's demise, yet standing face to face with him, they cannot help but be awed by his presence. In the confined space of the vehicle, several surround Yinan but hesitate to advance. Ultimately, as the team leader, Ma Changyuan knows that if he does not step forward to utter a few words of diplomacy, they would truly be humiliated. Thus, he cautiously approaches, attempting to assert himself. Unfortunately, Yinan is not here for idle chatter. Before Ma Changyuan can finish his sentence, he receives a resounding slap across the face. Stars exploding in his vision. The sharp crack of the slap shatters the silence within the vehicle, igniting the tension between the two factions. Though initially fearful, these are, after all, seasoned warriors. Once the fight begins, there is no hesitation, and their teamwork is remarkably synchronized, each member contributing to the fray. In the case of ordinary individuals, this initial clash would likely see them subdued. However, Yinan possesses an advantage. After 2 days of energy gummies, he is now able to fully unleash the power of the Black Panther suit in terms of strength and speed, coupled with the close-quarter combat techniques imparted by Xiaomi, who, despite being a female, favors grappling and leveraging her opponent's strength. He is well suited for this confined environment. In contrast, Ma Changyuan's exoskeleton, though powerful, requires a transfer of force, and when faced with mutated beasts, their combat style tends to be broad and sweeping. Who would have anticipated the need for extreme close-quarters combat? Thus, the occupants of the CN-171 armored vehicle witness Yinan leap from the troop carrier's hatch. The vehicle commences a violent shake, veering wildly as it collides with several small trees, spinning twice like a drunken person before staggering forward once more. Then, Yinan jumps from the top hatch, perfectly landing on a motorcycle. With a stylish skid, he kicks up a cloud of snow before returning towards the armored vehicle. Are you all right? Yun notices a few bloodstains on Yinan's hand and instantly grows concerned, reaching for the first aid kit. Yinan gestures for her to save her effort, wiping with a tissue, revealing that he has not even broken skin. The blood, of course, belongs to Ma Changyuan's side. Seeing this, Yun can only smile wryly. Glancing at the lopsided troop carrier, her words hanging unspoken in the air. You didn't cause any fatalities, did you? The super heavy hydrogen mission. Rest assured, they are all very much alive. Yinan reassures her. indicating that she can relax. After all, Ma Changyuan is Zheng Weidong's man. While killing him might provide some satisfaction, sparing him could lead to compensation from Zheng Weidong. Claims for lost work, emotional distress, and care for his fists, demanding dozens of missiles seems entirely reasonable. Indeed, not at all unreasonable. Of course, sparing him is also a matter of Yunan's civility. However, to ensure that Ma Changyuan's group learns to treat others with respect, Yunnan must certainly leave them with a lesson. As evening approached, both parties arrived at a resting point in the mountains, a naturally occurring cave. According to their plan, they would stop here for a meal, rest, and set up camp. At dawn, they would part ways. Ma Changyuan and his team would proceed to the military base in the mountains to procure super-heavy hydrogen, while Yunnan would ascend to the mountaintop to install a signal base station. After completing their tasks, they would return here on the third day to escort the super-heavy hydrogen back to the shelter. The troop carrier lacks the kitchen facilities found in the base vehicle. Having endured hunger and cold all day, to regain their strength, they must disembark to cook, preparing some hot food for energy replenishment. Thus, when they exit to set up, ha 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 ha, Xiaomi's laughter reverberates through the cave, echoing back despite the presence of the base vehicle. Yinan has not harmed Ma Changyuan's group. They remain intact, with all limbs accounted for, which in no way hinders the progression of their mission. However, each member has lost 4 teeth, their front teeth completely gone, leaving the entire team with a draft. Chapter 87. The Thursday special of cattle and horses. The cave is narrow and long, and the troop carrier is quite wide. Particularly the CN-171, with its fearsome 5-meter width, can only be parked vertically within the cave. Thus, the 2 vehicles park back-to-back, with Ma Changyuan's team inside and Yunnan outside. This arrangement facilitates vigilance while creating a relatively safe zone between the 2 vehicles. Conveniently, both troop carriers have hatches at the rear, allowing for easy movement. Of course, this primarily benefits Ma Changyuan's team, allowing Xiaomi to mock them up close. She is reluctant to leave the warmth of the CN-171, relishing the opportunity to tease from the comfort of the rear hatch. Captain Ma, is your new team emblem so unique? Shouldn't Team 3 change its name to the Drafty Squad? While others are the Kamikaze Squad, you all seem to have lost your dignity. Why aren't you responding, Captain Ma? Say something so I can hear your voice. I heard that losing your front teeth gives your speech a particularly unique tone. Is this your new form of encrypted communication? Speaking of convenience, especially in combat amidst wind and snow, when our water supply runs out, you can just chatter away and snow will keep pouring in, making things just too easy. Captain Ma, why are you silent? Just a moment ago, you were so talkative before leaving the shelter. Are you missing home now? Xiaomi, unabashed, continues to provoke, knowing that Ma Changyuan's group dares not retaliate. After all, speaking without front teeth leads to a draft. They cannot even argue without becoming a source of comedy. Remaining silent can at least allow them to feign dignity, but any utterance will simply become fodder for laughter. The team members communicate through gestures, as though they suddenly lost their voices. Moreover, to retaliate takes considerable courage. Yunnan had said before leaving, politeness. One must always be polite. Who would dare to insult his team members in front of him? Clearly, they have no desire to lose their teeth. Yet, Xiaomi's relentless mockery has undeniably stirred Ma Changyuan's ire. Unable to contain himself, he shoots a furious glare back, and in doing so, he finally takes in the scene within the CN-171. His eyes widen in disbelief. Xiaomi and her companions are clad in thin clothing. It is not a matter of sensuality. After all, even their light attire consists of fully covering thermal garments, with not an inch of skin exposed. The real issue lies in the temperature. Outside, it is a terrifyingly frigid -60 to 70 degrees. While the troop carrier has air conditioning blasting, it can only maintain an internal temperature of around 10 degrees Celsius, and that's only if the vehicle is intact and effectively insulated from the external storm. Ma Changyuan's tracked troop carrier still bears the marks of Yunnan's claws on its roof. Those are deep puncture wounds. Despite their efforts to seal them, some cold air inevitably seeps in. For the latter part of their journey, they have had to don helmets just to breathe comfortably. Otherwise, the biting cold wind pierces to the bone. Yet, Yunnan's group can maintain a temperature conducive to wearing light clothing inside their vehicle. Ma Changyuan feels like crying. Quietly, he lowers his head, retrieves repair gear from the vehicle, and welds the hatch shut. At least this way, he need not worry about drafts. The camp setup does not take much time. Soon, Ma Changyuan's team begins preparing dinner. As Team 3 within the shelter, Their resources are quite abundant, so dinner will undoubtedly be a hearty affair. A fire is lit in the center of the camp. A pot is set up, and mutated beef is thrown into stew. While they usually prefer grilling, their dental situation necessitates a softer dish for easier digestion. Naturally, they are well stocked with balanced individual rations, including quick-cook rice, various canned meats, and dehydrated vegetables. Each member can also enjoy a couple of cups of coffee to perk up, alongside electrolyte drinks to replenish vitamins. This is merely the basic configuration. As a team that frequently ventures out, they possess luxuries unavailable in the shelter, most notably high-end foreign liquor and imported cigarettes. In the current environment, such luxury goods have become exceedingly rare and precious. Almost unattainable, however, for the expedition team, it poses no challenge whatsoever. As they await the meat in the pot to tenderize, Ma Changyuan and the others indulge in clouds of smoke and share cups back and forth. The pain of having lost a front tooth visibly dissipates in this convivial atmosphere. Perhaps the effects of alcohol have left them a bit lightheaded. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ma Changyuan peeks into Yinan's vehicle. Eager to see what they are feasting upon, to his surprise, Yinan has not prepared any extravagant dishes like steak, lobster, or hot pot. Instead, they have opted for something simple and convenient while on the road: pizza. Fried chicken, grilled wings, French fries, fruit salad, and chilled cola. It is a quintessential beef and horse Thursday meal. Although Yinan had previously enjoyed such fare, he could seldom indulge, reserving it for special occasions. Now, he can finally feast to his heart's content. Before the apocalypse, the price of the bottle of wine in Ma Changyuan's hand could have afforded them enough of this junk food to eat until they burst. But after the apocalypse, who would dare to be so extravagant, wasting so much oil just to fry a few morsels, especially when they are currently on a mission? The most outrageous item is undoubtedly the fruit salad. In this day and age, and even in the foreseeable future, fruit is an absolute luxury. Yet Yinan harbors no such concerns, particularly not for Morong Yun and Xiaomi, who remain blissfully unaware that these provisions are merely products of the system. Without psychological barriers, they find no discernible difference in taste. "Captain, you are simply the best. I swear I'll never leave the vehicle again," Xiaomi exclaims, utterly devoid of any self-consciousness. She munches away, her cheeks stuffed like a hamster, making quite the racket. Unlike Morong Yun, who is the niece of a powerful figure in the shelter, Xiaomi usually enjoys better food than the average person, but not to this degree. Over the past few days, Yinan's extraordinary nature has led her to firmly resolve to serve him loyally. After all, being with Yinan is a genuine privilege. Unbeknownst to her, the sounds of her enjoyment are like a siren's call to Ma Changyuan and the others, who find themselves feeling quite envious. They say comparing goods leads to disdain, and that is precisely how they feel at this moment. The smoke in their mouths has lost its flavor, the alcohol no longer burns, and even the mutated beef in the pot lacks its usual allure. Instead, the chilling wind in the cave feels as though it seeps into their very souls. Of course, even if they were to freeze to death, it would not concern Yinan in the slightest. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, it is time for rest. Both vehicles are equipped with radar, eliminating the need for a night watch. The beds in CN-171 are a generous one, 2 meters wide, providing ample space for one person. With partitions at both the head and foot of the bed, closing the side hatch transforms it into a capsule room, offering excellent privacy. However, this contraption has one flaw. It lacks the concept of locks, allowing both inside and outside access. Consequently, just as Yinan is engrossed in his drama, the hatch suddenly swings open. Outside stands Xiaomi, who has donned her nurse's cap once more. Chapter 88. Establishing the communication base. The following morning, Yinan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, draws back the partition. Lin Dong, freshly washed, is about to greet him when he notices something unusual. Just as he contemplates asking about it, he catches sight of Xiaomi emerging, also bearing matching dark circles. Understanding dawns upon him, and he exchanges a knowing glance with Yinan. Just as he is about to jest, Morong Yun appears as well, equally listless and yawning, her eyes mirroring those of the others. Lin Dong stands frozen, glancing between Yinan, the two women, and back to Yinan, his eyes widening in disbelief. Unable to hold back, he gives a thumbs up, filled with envy as he advises caution, urging Yinan to avoid overexertion. Overexertion? Yinan can only chuckle bitterly within. No man would shy away from experiencing such bliss. Why Yinan longs for it. But Morong Yun is not inclined to allow it. Last night, before Xiaomi had even managed to climb into bed, Morong Yun appeared behind her without a word and promptly seized her, dragging her away. Naturally, Xiaomi was not one to submit easily and immediately retaliated. However, she was no match for Morong Yun. As she was pinned down and taken away, Yinan was left in shock. Unable to utter a word, he had not anticipated that Morong Yun, who appeared so gentle, would be so resolute in her actions. Nonetheless, she did not truly harm Xiaomi. Thus, the latter half of the night devolved into a game of cat and mouse. With Morong Yun continuously retrieving Xiaomi whenever she attempted to sneak away, Yinan contemplated intervening. "Am I ruining your good time?" But just as he raised his hand to speak, he was met with Morong Yun's fierce glare. A look that seemed to pierce his very soul. Faced with such an intense interrogation, Yinan could only hastily deny any wrongdoing, attempting to smooth things over by suggesting they were all on the same team and should maintain harmony. What else could he do? Sleep eluded him. During their morning routine, Xiaomi stretched lazily and fixed her steely gaze on Morong Yun. "We need to talk." Before Morong Yun could utter a word, she boldly proposed, "How about we all share?" Cough, cough, cough. Yinan had just begun rinsing his mouth, and the words made him choke on most of the mouthwash, tears streaming from his eyes. "Share? For what purpose?" "For me? Oh dear, Xiaomi is truly a good girl, so perceptive and open-minded." Unfortunately, Morong Yun was far less accommodating. Flushed with embarrassment, she spat, "How shameless," and busied herself, determined not to engage further with Xiaomi. Yinan, observing from the side, could only lament the lost opportunity. After a simple breakfast, the group set off once more. With drones scouting ahead and the formidable off-road capabilities of CN-171 ensuring their safety, the ascent of the mountain proved far easier than anticipated. By midday, they reached the summit and found an ideal spot for the communication base. The installation of the base was straightforward. Once positioned, it automatically unfolded, requiring only to be anchored with screws and surrounded by lightning rods to be deemed complete. Equipped with a wind turbine, the base would require no maintenance for decades unless subjected to external damage. As Yinan stood vigilant, Morong Yun, clad in her exoskeleton armor, completed the setup in no time. Afterward, rather than returning to the vehicle, she sought a suitable angle to initiate a video call to the shelter. Morong Jing had been waiting in his office since morning for the call. This was the first communication base established for external contact by the shelter. For Morong Jing, it represented the first step towards reclaiming authority within the refuge. It was not only about gaining support from other shelters, but also about public sentiment. Zhang Weidong had taken control of the expedition team, wielding significant military power. However, the shelter was still populated primarily by survivors, whose efforts were indispensable for its construction. The apocalypse had struck unexpectedly. Few, like Yinan, had managed to reunite with their families against all odds. Most were left in the dark regarding the fate of their loved ones, unable to ascertain whether they were dead or alive. The sudden shift in weather forced everyone to flee, following official guidance in a desperate bid to survive. They were fortunate to have entered the shelter and become survivors. But soon after, loneliness crept in modern society. With its convenient transportation, many had ventured out, studying, working, and living in other cities. Such departures were never deemed significant. Who could have predicted that the last casual farewell before leaving home would become the final farewell? Were their families still alive? Would they ever have the chance to reunite? Outside the shelter, were there truly others who had survived? The severed communications bred uncertainty. Uncertainty fostered fear, and fear proved contagious in just a few days. Numerous individuals within the shelter, unable to locate their families, succumbed to the psychological pressure and chose to end their own lives. People yearned for hope, and this communication base symbolized the connection to that hope. Once Morong Yun confirmed that everything was functioning properly, a jubilant image of Morong Jing appeared atop the shelter's dome. Residents of the shelter, I am delighted to announce that our 11th expedition team has successfully installed the first communication base. From today onward, communication will be restored in the Eastern Mountain Range. This will provide us with enhanced informational support for our actions in this area, improving the safety of subsequent operations. More importantly, this base will serve as a launching point for our continuous advance eastward, ultimately restoring communication with the central shelter. As he spoke, Morong Jing's tone softened. That time, we will finally be able to contact our families. Initially, Some may not have grasped the significance of his words, but once they sank in, the shelter erupted in excitement. Everyone paused their activities, rushing outside to gaze at the dome. Hurry, Lao Li, come see. Communication is being restored. We have hope of contacting our daughter, Lao Zhang. Where did you say your brother was located? Check for the nearest shelter. Quick, head to the liaison office to register. We might soon qualify for communication. My phone is still intact. Does this mean it will work again? Thank you to the government. Thank you to the expedition team. As the scene unfolded in the shelter, countless people flooded the streets, embracing and celebrating. Murong Yun gleefully handed her tablet to Yinan, who was taken aback by the magnitude of the moment. His purpose for joining the expedition was singular. His family. He had never contemplated the profound impact this endeavor would have on the lives of others within the shelter. Suddenly, the memory of Shun Qing's parents' reaction that day and her embrace resurfaced in his mind. An inexplicable swell of pride filling his heart. At that moment, the image on the dome shifted. It was no longer Murong Jing's office, but Yinan himself. Standing beside the base station, clad in a blue and white full-coverage mech, he stood tall and imposing atop the peak. The wind and snow howled around him, yet he remained unfazed. Murong Yun, akin to a mischievous child reveling in a prank. Subtly reminded Yinan as Yinan glanced at the nearby camera, he was acutely aware that many within the shelter were watching him. However, instead of feeling the slightest bit of anxiety, a surge of heroic spirit welled within him. What should he say? Yinan pondered briefly. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged in his mind. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand in salute. Chapter 89. The Mutant Swarm. The salute was performed with fingers together, extended straight. Positioned near the temple, palm facing downward, slightly turned outward. The people of Huagua were all too familiar with this gesture. Without uttering a single word, it conveyed an abundance of unspoken messages. Within the shelter, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent upon witnessing Yinan's action. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon everyone raised their hands in salute toward the image on the dome in mere seconds of silence. The entire shelter was enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. Perhaps at that moment, a spark named hope was sown. Behind Yinan, Murong Yun gazed at his upright figure, her eyes shimmering with starlight. In truth, Murong Jing had long prepared a script for her. Once the signal was received, all they needed to do was stand before the screen and declare the mission accomplished. However, recalling Yinan's unconstrained demeanor towards Xiaomi the night before, Murong Yun felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy, prompting her to withhold this information from Yinan. She wished to see if he would falter under the spotlight. Yet, to her surprise, Yinan's response was unexpected. In a moment of distraction, the words Xiaomi had spoken earlier that morning echoed in her mind. Let's do it together. Instantly, her face flushed. Only when Yinan lowered his hand and redirected his gaze toward Murong Yun did she resemble a startled deer. Hastily composing herself, she returned to the center of the screen, continuing to introduce the functions of the signal base station to the public. In addition to communication, the navigation and positioning functions would also be restored, enabling the shelter to provide more information support for the expedition teams venturing outside. As he operated, the screen displayed the nearby map information, marked with red dots representing Yinan and Ma Chongyuan's two teams. Next, let us connect with the signal of the third expedition team, who are currently on a mission to retrieve heavy hydrogen. With this batch of heavy hydrogen, the energy output levels within the shelter will be significantly enhanced, ensuring a more abundant supply of hydropower and electricity. Soon, we will be able to restore the pre-disaster levels of water and electricity supply. This was also one of her crucial objectives in this journey, to announce good news. At that time, the temperature within the entire shelter would rise once more, and the water supply would no longer be limited. With just a few sentences, anticipation surged among the crowd. Connecting with family was a glimmer of hope for the future. An increase in temperature and a boost in water and electricity supply would tangibly improve their current living standards. Many within the shelter had not bathed since the disaster, and the state of affairs was dire. Yet, the higher-ups of the shelter found themselves powerless. The sudden catastrophe had already caught everyone off guard, and further escalation had led to numerous setbacks in their response plans. This included the key to the heavy hydrogen reserve base. Otherwise, they would not have had to wait until now to obtain it. Due to insufficient raw materials, the shelter's temperature had begun to decline. This prompted rampant rumors and widespread unease among the populace. Therefore, this mission aimed to uplift spirits with these two pieces of good news, igniting the public's passion for the shelter's development. The scene shifted to Ma Chongyuan's communication request. Everyone awaited eagerly, hoping for a second piece of good news from that side. However, after a few seconds, the communication remained unconnected. Murong Yun felt a twinge of concern. Noticing whispers beginning to circulate among the shelter's occupants, she contemplated saying a few words to bridge the gap. But before she could speak, the communication was established. Help! The image was still unstable, but Ma Chongyuan's heart-wrenching cry for help cut through the air, resonating within the shelter through the relay behind Murong Yun. Moments later, the screen stabilized. Chaos and darkness enveloped the scene, but it was evident that they were at the entrance of a military base. With Murong Yun's repeated reminders and urgings, Ma Chongyuan finally adjusted the angle. Their armored personnel carrier was blocked at the base's entrance. Several team members clad in exoskeleton mechs leaned against the vehicle, their machine guns spewing forth searing blue flames. Above them, the heavy machine gun rained down spent shells like a curtain. Tracer rounds formed bright green chains of light, cascading outward toward the swarm of creatures beyond the base. Mutant swarm. We are under attack from a mutant swarm. The image readjusted once more. Through the base's gates, a myriad of insects obscured much of the sky. It was a sight to behold, entirely filled with creatures. Were these still insects? Yinan felt a chill run down his spine. Although the image was shaky, he could barely discern their size by comparing them to nearby trees and other objects. The smallest among them appeared to be as large as a bear, while the largest resembled a mantis, towering at least 4 or 5 stories high. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaomi donned her mech and stepped outside, unable to resist making a quip. The southern cockroaches being able to carry a person is no longer a secret. Just as she emerged, a mutant cockroach plummeted from above, lunging towards the armored personnel carrier. The machine gun swept across, severing the creature in half, with a torrent of viscous fluid spraying forth, its carcass landing at the base's entrance, dwarfing the personnel carrier. Not to mention carrying a person. This size could consume one whole in mere bites. They cannot withstand Yinan could not ascertain the number of insects, but the relentless explosions of goo and the immediate replacement of fallen creatures painted a terrifying picture at the base's entrance. Ma Chongyuan and his team had sufficient firepower, yet ammunition was ultimately finite. Save us, please. They faced a type of insect that could self-detonate, filled with corrosive acid. The vehicle was immobilized, and the base's gates could not be shut. Ma Chongyuan and his team found themselves in a perilous situation beyond their imagination. They had attempted assaults before, but the destructive acid of the explosive insects was too fearsome. Just a single hit had corroded much of the armor on their personnel carrier. Were it not for the machine gunner using their body as a shield, they would not have had any chance of retreating. As for that machine gunner, all that remained was a severely corroded exoskeleton, devoid of even bones. What do we do? Murong Yun's expression darkened, as if she were fighting back the urge to retch. The one she was asking was Yinan. Should they save them or not? We cannot save them. Yinan's expression was equally grave, but not due to concern for Ma Chongyuan. Rather, he was troubled by the proximity of the swarm to the shelter. He did not lie. The distances were not far apart, and reaching them might take over an hour. With Ma Chongyuan's ammunition reserves, they could not possibly hold out for that long. Even if they made it there, it would merely serve as a feast for the insects, utterly meaningless. He spoke in a hushed tone. Yet Ma Chongyuan seemed to sense it. Suddenly, he shifted the camera to himself, disregarding his toothless clownish appearance, and shouted desperately, "You must come save us. You have to." The target of these insects was not them. It was the heavy hydrogen. They want to seize the heavy hydrogen. Chapter 90. Mission Change. Heavy hydrogen? Ma Chongyuan's words gripped the hearts of all present. What kind of joke was this? Could this scoundrel resort to such lies to save his own skin? Xiaomi scoffed, unequivocally labeling Ma Chongyuan's statement as deceitful. After all, Ma Chongyuan could perish, but heavy hydrogen was critical to the shelter's safety and survival. No accidents could be permitted. Yet it was to no avail. The previous scene had been broadcast live, and Ma Chongyuan's words echoed across the dome of the shelter. What do we do now? Without this batch of heavy hydrogen, would the artificial sun extinguish? It will extinguish. Did you not see how terrifying the insect tide is? It's likely that before the artificial sun extinguishes, they will have already wiped us out. Do the insects truly aim to seize the heavy hydrogen? What could they possibly want with it? the answers to these questions had become irrelevant. The psyche of the masses is a curious thing. Especially in moments of panic, the reasons igniting fear do not need to withstand scrutiny. After all, what if? Expedition Team 11, Morongjing shifted the scene to his end. At that moment, the joy that once adorned Morongjing's face had vanished, replaced by deep lines of gravity. Mission change. Proceed to the storage base immediately and provide remote fire support for Expedition Team 3. Old man, do you not care for your own niece's life? Upon hearing Morongjing's order, Xiaomi could no longer sit still. Remote fire support seemed to imply minimal danger, yet the attack range of vehicle-mounted missiles was only 8 kilometers. If the insect numbers were sufficiently overwhelming, they might find themselves confronting the sea of insects in the forest shortly after launching their missiles. Ma Changyuan and his team had managed to hold their ground due to the narrow terrain at the base's entrance. However, in the forest, they could not outrun the encroaching tide of insects, and the firepower on their vehicle would prove utterly inadequate. At least in Xiaomi's view, this was tantamount to a death sentence. Expedition Team 11, you are instructed to comply with orders. Zheng Weidong appeared on the communication screen. This was a crisis of life and death, and he could not remain aloof. The shelter's forces had begun to assemble, but they required time and remote fire guidance. Meanwhile, sirens blared throughout the shelter as various units urgently gathered. Within the sanctuary, there are no intercontinental missiles or other such formidable weapons, yet there exist self-propelled artillery units. As long as the enemy falls within the firing range, no matter how numerous the swarm may be, it is futile. Carbon-based life forms find themselves equal before the 155 mm howitzer, in order to maintain morale within the refuge. Zheng Weidong switched the live broadcast to display the assembled troops, well-equipped and rigorously trained. These soldiers had witnessed the footage of the Zerg's assault on the storage base, yet their faces betrayed not a hint of fear or hesitation. Only resilience and fortitude were evident. However, Yinan's attention was drawn to the inadequately thin attire of these soldiers. Are you sending them to their deaths? Why form an exploration team instead of directly dispatching the military for the mission? Is it not due to the frigid temperatures outside? Lacking suitable warm clothing, even the most indomitable would succumb to hypothermia and perish in a matter of moments. Most of the troops are without winter clothing. Such garb, when stepping outside the sanctuary, equates to a death sentence. Yet at that moment, an image appeared on the screen, showcasing countless civilians. Clad in down jackets, cotton coats, and sweaters, they were halted by the vigilant soldiers, who immediately tossed their prepared garments into the ranks. Although the temperature within the refuge was warm, it still hovered around 7 to 8 degrees Celsius, much colder than the winters in the south. Many of these individuals wore only light clothing, shivering uncontrollably. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, they relinquished their garments to the soldiers on the field, their faces flushed with an exuberance that might have stemmed from excitement or the biting cold. This crimson hue is etched into the very essence of the Huagua people. Observing the images transmitted back to him, Yinan felt a stirring in his heart. He spoke slowly. The 11th exploration team accepts the mission. He could have refused, perhaps retreating to the sanctuary to retrieve his loved ones. However, to forego participation in such a grand spectacle would be a lamentable waste of his equipment. Turning to the team members who regarded him intently, Yinan offered a slight smile and simply uttered 3 words, "Trust me." Meanwhile, within the storage base, Ma Changyuan had also received news of the impending assistance. Yet, he felt no joy. Instead, he erupted in a tirade. Long-range fire support? To hell with your long-range fire support. Yinan's vehicle carries merely 8 missiles. What kind of fire support can that provide? As the captain of the exploration team, he could not be oblivious to the reality that Yinan's actual mission was to monitor the super-heavy hydrogen. Preventing the swarm from seizing it.as for Ma Changyuan and his team, they were destined to sacrifice their lives to buy time for the subsequent forces. This was a rational decision, but one that Ma Changyuan refused to accept. Yinan, you must come to my rescue. Your vehicle is powerful enough to break through the Zerg's blockade. Yes, we can coordinate and you can definitely make it inside. Your vehicle can block the entrance to the base. And we can await rescue together. As long as we cooperate, our firepower will surely be sufficient to hold out until help arrives. I have plenty of money and resources to offer you. Everything I possess. Just for your assistance. Please, I beg you, come save me. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the Zerg, he was thoroughly terrified. In his desperation to survive, he might not even have realized the absurdity of his words. Unfortunately, Yinan had no interest in what he was saying and would not endanger himself for the sake of saving him. The base's defenses were undoubtedly sufficient, yet their firepower was lacking. If encircled by the Zerg, how would Yinan manage his own anxiety? While he did not sever communications with Ma Changyuan, he chose to disregard him entirely. After shouting into the communicator for what felt like an eternity without receiving a response, despair began to settle within Ma Changyuan. I cannot die here. I refuse to die here. He felt an unwillingness to accept his fate. It was supposed to be a straightforward mission. Exploratory teams frequently passed through the vicinity, and the Zerg had never appeared before. Why, then, was it him? The more he thought, the more distorted his expression became. It's all because of Yinan. It's because of Yinan that my plans were thwarted and my mech was damaged. I should not be here. I was not meant to be the one to die. Anger ignited within Ma Changyuan's eyes as he gazed toward the interior of the base, where the super-heavy hydrogen had been moved near the entrance. Gritting his teeth, he picked up the communicator once more. Why, Yinan? I am giving you one last chance. If you do not come in, I will detonate the super-heavy hydrogen. If you wish for my demise, then let everyone die with me. Chapter 91. Mission failure. Some individuals are willing to sacrifice their lives for strangers, while others will drag everyone down with them for their own sake. The communication footage reached CN 171 and also made its way to the sanctuary. Changyuan's grotesquely contorted visage made it difficult to distinguish him from the terrifying swarm outside. Yet there was no doubt that this madman would indeed detonate the super-heavy hydrogen. What consequences would follow? It was unlikely to cause a significant explosion. Super-heavy hydrogen is nuclear fuel, and achieving a fusion reaction is far from simple. However, the container holding the super-heavy hydrogen would certainly be compromised, leading to a nuclear leak. At that point, the inhabitants of the sanctuary would not need to worry about the existing fuel running out. One could only imagine the colossal Zerg swarming about. If the super-heavy hydrogen held any utility for them, it would likely lead to mutations. What would emerge then? No one wished to know. Yet before Yinan or anyone else could respond, a massive spike descended from the heavens, impaling Ma Changyuan through the chest and pinning him to the ground. The exoskeletal mech still supported his body, and he looked down in disbelief at the bone spike that had penetrated through the gaps in his armor. Trembling, he raised his head to face the communicator. Help! Just as he opened his mouth, a torrent of blood gushed forth. Until his last breath, he yearned for someone to rescue him. What awaited him, however, was the gaping maw of a creature approaching from behind. In one swift motion, it consumed him, leaving only his legs protruding, swinging back and forth as the monstrous mantis shook its head. The communicator tumbled to the ground, transmitting the scene from within the storage base. Ironically, Ma Changyuan's fellow team members were still valiantly resisting. Yet the door's defenses faltered due to his frantic pleas for help, creating an opening. The mantis seized this opportunity, crashing through the blocking armored vehicle, and surged into the base. The defensive line was breached, and the Zerg flooded into the storage facility. Changyuan's team members were like rocks beneath a tidal wave. Perhaps they could stir up some turbulence, but they would ultimately succumb to the overwhelming tide. Is this how it ends? Xiaomi was somewhat speechless. From Ma Changyuan's threat to detonate the super-heavy hydrogen to his demise, the entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. Such an abrupt turn of events felt akin to a thrill ride. Yet she had no inkling that the real excitement was yet to come. Look, the communicator remained intact. However, the subsequent images sent a chill down Morong Yun's spine. Ma Changyuan had not lied. The Zerg's target was indeed the super-heavy hydrogen. After eliminating all resistance, they turned their attention toward the super-heavy hydrogen. Particularly, the massive mantis lowered its head, using its antennae to sweep across the container holding the super-heavy hydrogen. Before long, it seemed to confirm the contents within. It raised its head and waved its colossal pincers at the surrounding Zerg, and although no sound was heard, the other creatures dispersed as if receiving a command. What are they doing? Morong Yun murmured. They are searching for all the heavy hydrogen. Yinan responded grimly. He had observed the Zerg transporting more super-heavy hydrogen containers away from the area. The screen flickered, and the signal was lost. Likely, the communicator had been crushed beneath the feet of a passing Zerg. In the meeting room of the sanctuary, Morong Jing clapped his hands to quell the rising din of panic among the gathered individuals. He exchanged knowing glances with Zheng Weidong, and they silently decided to announce the grim news. Residents of the sanctuary, I regret to inform you that we have just received the latest report. The third exploration team has been completely sacrificed, and the storage base has fallen. The Zerg's objective was indeed the super heavy hydrogen. An uproar ensued. The sanctuary erupted into chaos, akin to a bustling market at dawn. Questions, accusations, and cries filled the air. Fear ignited like a spark in a barrel of gasoline, instantly igniting the emotions of all present. Everyone struggled to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, they had stood united, prepared to launch a rescue. How could they so suddenly have lost everything? Effective immediately, the artificial sun will enter low power mode. All residents are to relocate to the central building, where official personnel will allocate sleeping arrangements. Aside from the weapon manufacturing workshop, all other production and construction activities have been suspended, with the primary aim of maximizing the duration of essential survival support for the shelter through energy allocation. Concurrently, the expedition team's mission objectives will shift from resource collection to the search and acquisition of super heavy hydrogen, striving to restore the shelter's energy supply as swiftly as possible. This is the outcome of a discussion between the two individuals. Given the circumstances, they must set aside their internal conflicts and harness the full potential of the shelter's resources for survival. However, the public is unable to accept this, leading to a surge of skepticism. Even from across the building, their murmurs can be faintly heard. Why? Aren't you supposed to be waiting for rescue? How can you give up so easily, without making an effort? Is this part of a conspiracy? What do you truly intend to do? Morong Jing forced a bitter smile. Naturally, he could not directly broadcast the video of Ma Changyuan prior to his death. If the residents of the shelter were to witness such actions from the expedition team leader, the team's authority would be utterly shattered, and the official stance would be called into question. In this precarious situation, with public sentiment unstable, the shelter might lose its final chance of survival amidst internal strife. Thus, he could only switch the feed to Morong Yun. The 11th expedition team is still near the storage base. Let them use drones to transmit footage from that location. Just before Yinan departed, he had already instructed Morong Yun to send one of the drones towards the base, providing navigational guidance for subsequent operations. Through the drone's lens, the scene at the base gate was chaotic. Troop transport vehicles had been rammed to the side, emitting spirals of black smoke. Several mangled corpses lay scattered around, and without the exoskeletal mesh encasing them, one would hardly recognize their human form. All that could be seen were insects of varying sizes. The sound of their scuttling was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Despair hung heavy in the air, especially as a colossal mantis emerged from within the base. The entire shelter fell into silence, with only the sound of the live broadcast echoing in the air. Then, a sharp sound pierced through the stillness. A missile struck the entrance of the base, sending a massive fireball in all directions. The live feed began to shake violently with the force of the blast. As the image stabilized, a figure clad in blue and white appeared at the base entrance. Towering like a majestic mountain. Chapter 92. The First Battle of the Mech. Slaying the Mantis. What is this? It is the captain of the 11th expedition team. Shouldn't they have evacuated? What does he intend to do? Within the shelter, discussions erupted. Everyone was asking, or rather, waiting. Waiting for the answer they could not voice, yet deeply yearned for. But as they exchanged glances, no one dared to articulate it aloud. Until, amidst the crowd, a child of 7 or 8 years old clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement. Taking a deep breath, his small chest swelled to the point of bursting. Finally, he shouted at the top of his lungs. He would stop the tide of insects and reclaim the super-heavy hydrogen. Silence, the shelter, once filled with chatter, abruptly fell quiet. People gazed up at the dome, where the blue and white mech stood at the entrance of the storage base. Beneath it lay the corpses of the insectoids. Slain by the missile, flickering embers scattered around, their flames swaying like the meager hopes within their hearts. Is it possible? This question lingered throughout the shelter, yet no one dared to voice it, fearing it would extinguish their fragile hopes. But when the giant mantis extended its scythe-like limbs from within the base, crashing down with a weighty gust, piercing through the battered troop transport vehicle, the crowd instinctively covered their mouths, while the timid among them could only huddle together and weep. Yinan's mech was imposing, standing at 2 to 3 meters tall, radiating a sense of pressure even before the fully armed expedition team members. Yet, beside the towering mantis, it paled in comparison. Dwarfed by its height, thud. Another scythe reached out, effortlessly embedding itself into the concrete of the base entrance, as if the ground were mere soft earth. Countless tiny fragments adorned this scythe, easily recognizable as shrapnel from the missiles. What was meant to be a weapon of destruction now served merely as decoration on its formidable form. The explosions had obliterated the base's lights, in the darkness of the cavern. A triangular head slowly emerged. The compound eyes, with indistinct black spots at their centers, focused on Yinan. The massive body suddenly surged forward, 6 colossal claws spreading wide, revealing its mandibles. Yinan could even distinctly see Ma Changyuan's thigh still attached nearby. A rumble, an invisible shockwave swept outward, warping the very air. The flickering flames scattered around Yinan seemed to be driven away by an unseen force. Suddenly, they extinguished. "Captain, it's a sonic wave impact." The drone struggled to gain altitude, and Morongyun urgently signaled to Yinan. "Quickly, find a way to stop it. Prolonged exposure to such sonic waves could cause irreparable damage to the brain." Ma Changyuan's earlier erratic behavior was likely influenced by this. Sonic wave? Yinan listened carefully and detected no abnormalities. It seemed the mech had completely filtered out this type of damage. Though he felt a slight sluggishness during movement. "You oversized, flabby creature, I was ready to engage you in close combat, and now you tell me you're a mage. But mages are fine. I relish slaying monsters." Grabbing an unknown insect shell beneath his feet, he spun and tossed it. The rapidly spinning shell accurately soared into the gaping maw of the mantis. The mantis's head jerked back violently, and the bizarre sensation surrounding it dissipated. Along with the suppressed flames, which began to flicker with renewed hope. Having succeeded with his initial strike, Yinan strode toward the troop transport vehicle. The mounted machine gun was relatively intact. He tore it from its mounting, and the nearly 2-meter-long heavy machine gun fit perfectly in his mech's grasp. Just as the giant mantis turned its head back, its compound eyes met a storm of metal. The 12.7mm bullets, designed to counter all mages, rained down with deadly precision. In an instant, one of its compound eyes exploded, showering the area like acid rain. Yinan had no opportunity to reposition the gun. The mantis's wide sides retracted, the bullets striking them eliciting a shower of fragmented shells and smoke. Yet they could not harm the massive blades for the time being. Click, click. The belt of ammunition was exhausted in mere seconds, leaving only the sound of the rotating barrel clashing. However, before it could echo twice, the sound of the giant claws slicing through the air drowned it out. Although they were called claws, from Yinan's perspective, they resembled a colossal cruise ship crashing down from the sky. Debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. The 3-meter-thick concrete surface at the base's entrance was utterly pulverized into a mound of shattered stone. Countless fragments scattered like grenade shrapnel, as the approaching tide of insects was met with a barrage of fallen foes. Within the shelter, as they observed the footage being relayed from the dome, whether they were civilians, soldiers, or the 2 elderly men in the command room, a heavy silence enveloped them. "No, it's impossible." Shinqing pressed her face against the glass of the building's exterior, watching the footage from the dome, and burst into tears. The disparity was too great. The difference in size was insurmountable. It was as if a mayfly was attempting to shake a tree. Yet, just as despair settled in, the smoke billowed. The blue and white mech burst through the haze, nimbly darting across the giant mantis's sides. With a few leaps, blue flames erupted behind it, propelling its speed. Almost instantaneously, it had closed the distance to the mantis's triangular head. Spinning and swinging, the heavy machine gun in Yinan's hands transformed into an unstoppable steel firebrand. Bang! The specially crafted steel barrel bent at a 60-degree angle. Boom! The massive body collapsed like a mountain, sending tremors throughout the entire range. The insect swarm surrounding the mantis disintegrated into a viscous white-green sludge, coating half the base. The giant mantis's vitality was extraordinarily resilient. Even after falling, it continued to struggle. Its 2 enormous scythes spun rapidly, swirling within the confines of the base. The steel walls emitted piercing cries, visibly trembling as if they might collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Yinan, the cause of all this commotion, merely retracted his body slightly, much like a meteor plummeting from the sky in midair. The colossal blades were drawn back, glimmering with cold light, as if the scene had been forcibly paused. The 2 enormous scythes halted in midair before their joints emitted creaking sounds. crashing to the ground. Before Yinan, the massive triangular head was cleaved in two, its structure intact, the cut smooth. Did we win? We won! We won! The shelter erupted into jubilant cheers. Everyone began to celebrate, as if they had just fought alongside him against the giant insect. It felt as though they were there in person, witnessing Yinan's blades carve through the mantis's head. People embraced once more, tears flowing freely, but this time, the emotions were entirely different. Yes, inside the central building, the grandfather held the grandmother tightly, shouting joyously as if rejuvenated with youthful vitality. Even beside them, Chu Li's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. Xinqing and Yi Bei had already embraced, bouncing around like two little bunnies. Chirping incessantly, the two in the command room sat up abruptly in their chairs, breathing heavily. Especially Zheng Weidong, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. He murmured softly, "This is the second-generation mech I wanted. This is it." This is it, however. In stark contrast to the public's jubilation, Yinan's expression before the mantis's corpse remained grave. No, how could this be? The mantis's head had been pulverized by Yinan, yet he found no trace of the Earth's essence he sought. A terrifying thought surged within him, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 93. Do the insects also employ firepower coverage? Based on past experiences. After the essence of the Earth is consumed by creatures, it enters their brains. In social species, such as wolf packs or cattle herds, leadership is established. Similarly, among swarms of insects, there should be a leader present. This mantis has grown quite large, yet it is not the leader. One wonders how immense the actual leader must be. More importantly, where is it? Captain, be careful, came Morong Yun's voice through the headset. Yinan suddenly lunged forward. Thud, thud, thud. 3 bony spikes plunged into the ground where he had just stood. Yinan followed the direction of the spikes and looked but saw not the so-called insect leader, but rather a tide formed by a mass of insects. Itch. Almost everyone in the shelter who witnessed this scene through the dome felt a tingling on their scalp. The size of these insects was not as vast as before. Most were only about the size of a basin. The critical factor, however, was their sheer numbers. 10,000? Or perhaps 1,000,000. It was impossible to find a gap within the swarm. They were densely packed, overlapping in layers. How to combat this? It was feared that the bullets from CN-171 wouldn't even match a fraction of the insects' numbers. Yinan's blue and white mech stood like an ordinary person in the center of the Cheneng River, oblivious to the vastness of the sky, waiting for the tide. Even his towering form felt diminutive beneath such a wave. He could surely withstand it. He was the captain of the exploration team. A hero. The child, shielded by his mother's hands, spoke with determination. He exerted all his strength to pry away her grip. I want to see the hero drive back the insects. Hero? That title sounded rather lonely. Yinan sheathed his blade behind him and gazed at the oncoming wave, speaking softly. Xiaomi, all right? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 missiles descended with a piercing whistle. The shock wave stirred up a tempest, enveloped in flames in mere seconds. Yinan was the only one left at the entrance of the storage base. The fire reflected off his blue and white mech, standing resolute. The captain is so cool. Xiaomi's voice erupted on the comm channel. So exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Indeed, nothing beats firing cannons. Captain, let me fire a few more rounds. I want to have your children. Yinan felt a flush of embarrassment. That segment didn't get broadcasted, did it? No, Morong Yun replied, her tone exasperated. 2 drones had flown over to her side. According to Yinan's earlier orders, they only needed to provide fire support from a distance. Despite her dissatisfaction, Morong Yun felt deeply moved. Yinan had clearly stated, I want to enjoy the kill myself. You all stay back and don't steal my glory. Yet, it was evident that Morong Yun did not believe this, imagining instead that he was being protective, unwilling to let anyone take risks. With the residual waves of the missiles still reverberating, the drones had already initiated a battlefield scan. This scan revealed something to her. Captain, there are still insects left. They are coming from underground. The once lush forest, now scorched earth, had countless clods of dirt upheaved. Insects of various sizes poured out like a spring. Damn it. Is this never-ending? Xiaomi exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves. Ready to unleash another volley. Yinan quickly advised. Stop. Xiaomi, cease fire. He had already expended half of his 8 missiles. If she got to fire again, he would be left with nothing. Had it been easy to gather such resources? Those extravagant women. Besides, given the current situation, it was evident that missiles would have little effect on the swarm. The insect nest was likely situated deep underground. Their missiles were not penetrating munitions, and aside from creating a smokescreen, they would achieve little. After a brief assessment of the situation, Morong Yun immediately urged, "Captain, we should retreat. We cannot hold them off." "Then let us not hold back. Let us just lie down," Yinan replied, spreading his hands and stepping forward, willingly allowing the tide of insects to engulf him. Indeed, he intended to let the swarm consume him. Why, Yinan's goal was to safeguard the super-heavy hydrogen, not to exterminate the insect race. With their current firepower, it was likely that even if they expended all their ammunition, they would not eliminate many insects. After all, the main threat had already been dealt with. The remaining small creatures would struggle to move the containers of super-heavy hydrogen. As for his own safety, within his fully armored mech, these insects would not even leave a scratch on him. The fate of Ma Chongyuan's team had been somewhat unjust. While the exoskeleton mechs were powerful, they lacked full coverage armor. Otherwise, a few of them could stand at the entrance and fend off the insects with mere punches. With the heavy machine guns on the transport vehicles providing cover, those giant mantises would likely not dare approach. Using the terrain to their advantage, waiting for rescue would not be overly difficult. Unfortunately, the shelter had yet to complete research on fully enclosed mechs. More importantly, in terms of efficiency in exterminating insects, Yinan possessed even better means. Boom! The energy waves surged forth. The insects, piled high like a small mountain, instantly shattered, transforming into a mass of repugnant slime and countless tiny shells. Scattering everywhere. In contrast, Yinan, situated at the center, remained pristine in his blue and white mech. The Black Panther battle suit's performance had increased. While the mech was undoubtedly exhilarating, in truth, the vibranium battle suit represented true cutting-edge technology. Coupled with its form-fitting design, Yinan had never removed it, even wearing it while sleeping, let alone in battle. Thus, the next scene unfolded with an oddly surreal quality. The insect tide continuously attempted to engulf Yinan. But as long as the suit's energy was replenished, the shockwave would clear them away, in an endless cycle. Tirelessly, the insect race seemed to have exhausted their larger specimens, leaving them with no other tactics. They had tried deploying a few bomb insects, but those were slow to fly. Once spotted by the drones, Yinan had ample time to evade. Following the source of the bomb insects, he found only a completely collapsed cave, rendering pursuit impossible. Bang! Another shockwave cleared the area. Yinan had lost count of how many times this had occurred. It was becoming monotonous enough to induce yawning, reflecting on the insect leader's apparent stubbornness. Just then, the ground beneath him began to convulse. Numerous spikes erupted, not directly aimed at Yinan, but instead weaving around his mech, forming a cage around him. Initially, Yinan was unconcerned, intending to break free with sheer force. However, upon attempting to do so, his expression changed drastically. These spikes were not rigid. Rather, they possessed remarkable resilience, intertwining around him. Although the mech was still functional, dragging these appendages made every step feel as though he bore a 1,000-pound burden. Meanwhile, not far away, the ground opened up and 3 cylindrical formations composed of fleshy orbs emerged, twitching slightly as green bomb insects launched from within. The fleshy cannon did not retract immediately. Instead, after the bomb insects had flown out, it twitched again. 12. By the time Yinan looked up, a total of 24 dark green bomb insects had formed a dense net in the air, descending towards his position. Firepower, coverage. Chapter 94. True firepower coverage. The bomb insects were not particularly fast in the air. Yinan could even observe them rotating slightly, unfurling their tiny wings like tail fins to adjust their positions. There was no escaping now. The soft, flexible tendrils binding him made it no easy feat to break free in a short time. The strong acid within the bomb insects was exceptionally potent. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that this creature was the primary culprit behind the demise of Expedition Team No. 3. When the bomb insects had first deployed, the transport vehicle's tracks had been rendered inoperative. Although the alloy doors of the storage base had not been breached due to their thickness, the pockmarked surface resembled that of the moon. Revealing the reason it could not close. One could only say that Ma Chongyuan's team had encountered bad luck. The super-strong alloy of the exoskeleton mechs could withstand some damage. However, This substance was corrosive, making protective suits as effective as paper in the face of such acid. Yinan felt anxious, not for himself, but for his mech. If the vibranium battle suit were susceptible to strong acids, it would be a joke. The mech's material system had not been detailed, but logically, it shouldn't be penetrated by strong acids. Yet Yinan despised battle-damaged gear. Who would want their brand new vehicle scratched right after driving it out? Not even the tiniest scratch would be acceptable. Fortunately, he still had his team members. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sharp sound of machine gun fire erupted. The airborne bomb insects burst apart, raining down acidic droplets upon the insects below, soaking them thoroughly. The silhouette of CN-171 charged down from the mountain. Its massive frame resembled a terrifying steamroller, crushing every insect in its path, leaving behind a trail marked in green. "Oh!" Xiaomi's ecstatic voice echoed in the headset. "Captain, we're here to help you." This girl became visibly excited every time she pulled the trigger. The sound of the heavy machine gun had not ceased as they barreled through. Bright green tracer rounds acted like glowing whips, obliterating every insect in their wake. In a moment of distraction, Yinan suddenly noticed that the whip was sweeping directly towards him. Damn it! He struggled desperately, managing to evade just as the bullets shattered the bone tendrils binding him. Taking advantage of the moment, he leaped up to avoid the hail of bullets. Looking back at the spot where he had just stood, now riddled with bullet holes, Yinan felt a wave of frustration. He immediately commanded Morong Yun, "Tie Xiaomi up." No, Captain, I was wrong. It was a mistake. Just a mere mistake," she whimpered. Morong Yun paid no heed, following Yinan's orders, and the machine guns on CN-171 immediately ceased fire. The fate of Xiaomi was all too predictable. The appearance of CN-171 sent the insect swarm into a frenzy. The mountains trembled as more insects poured forth, and their sizes were notably larger than the previous swarms. Most were comparable to fully grown bulls. Among them were even 2 or 3 monstrous creatures on par with the giant mantis. In a dire situation, beneath their feet lay vast swathes of green figures. Without a doubt, they were all bomb bugs. There was no need for further launching. The colossal creature simply scooped up a dozen or more and hurled them directly towards Yinan, creating an overwhelming effect. The full-scale assault had commenced. Yinan felt a chill in his heart. At that moment, he realized that in his quest to locate the insect leader, he had strayed quite a distance from the entrance of the base. Now, with the swarm attacking, he and the base vehicle were thoroughly trapped. More importantly, he had yet to catch sight of the insect leader. Though merely a bug, its cunning evoked astonishment in Yinan. It seemed the essence of Earth had not only altered the physicality of these creatures, but also enhanced their intellect. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. Yinan landed atop CN-171. Lin Dong immediately maneuvered the vehicle towards the base. A few presses of the accelerator sent a spray of insect carcasses flying. A handful of bomb bugs were flung above CN-171, but before the protective shield could react, Yinan deftly operated the machine gun atop the vehicle to eliminate them. Once inside the base, Yinan harnessed the formidable power of the mech to forcefully pull the already damaged main gate shut. As the heavy alloy door slowly closed, a cacophony of alarms erupted across the hillside. Reinforcements had arrived. Yinan, striving against the odds, noted that the shelter was not merely passive. The well-prepared troops had already set out. Both sides were stalling for time. With the enemy fully mobilized, it was the perfect opportunity for a thorough cleansing. Let them experience what true firepower coverage feels like. The alloy door could not close completely, leaving a substantial gap. Yet, for Yinan, it was more than sufficient. The base vehicle shielded the ultra-heavy hydrogen, while he stood at the entrance, gazing at the starry sky, trailing a long tail of flames. Like falling meteors, each shell could displace massive amounts of earth upon impact. Soon after, a furious blaze erupted. The entire mountain transformed into a sea of fire. The once towering peak was reduced by half under the relentless bombardment. The ferocious artillery fire persisted for 3 to 4 minutes, standing at the base entrance. Yinan felt as if he were at the eye of a storm. Had he not been clad in the mech, he would have likely been swept away as the gunfire ceased. The outside landscape was unrecognizable. The ground was covered in blackened earth, thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. There was no sign of the bugs. Even their corpses were difficult to find. Had they all perished? Morong Yun inquired through the communicator. Just before entering, the drones had also returned. Otherwise, The force of such bombardment would have surely sent them spiraling out of control. Beneath her, Xiaomi was tightly bound, with the nurse's cap that had teased Yinan several times stuffed in her mouth. A slight act of revenge, perhaps. Creaking and groaning, Yinan forcefully pushed open the base's main doors. The small hill that had once stood outside was now flattened. This was Yinan's first glimpse of a blackened hill since the apocalypse. He instructed the others to load the ultra-heavy hydrogen onto the vehicle while he soared outside. Following the trajectory of the recent bombardment, he arrived at the center of the hill, now a mere flat expanse. Before the bomb struck, all the insectoids had converged at this location. Clearly, the leader had sensed the impending crisis, employing a last-ditch effort to protect itself. Indeed, upon landing, Yinan immediately discovered something, albeit unexpectedly. What he sought was the essence of Earth, and he silently hoped it would not be obliterated by the explosion. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. To his astonishment, he found a wriggling earthworm in the soil. As Yinan approached, it was preparing to burrow into the ground. Perhaps dazed by the explosion, its movements were sluggish. Upon noticing Yinan's approach, it stiffened in a feigned death. Seeing a palm-sized earthworm playing dead before him, Yinan felt a long line of black lines forming across his forehead. He retracted the mech and seized the creature, holding it up before his eyes. Yinan was certain that the aura emanating from it was indeed the essence of Earth. The insect leader was this palm-sized worm? Chapter 95. The heroes returned 2 days later. The CN-171 armored troop carrier returned to the shelter, carrying Yinan's team and a full load of ultra-heavy hydrogen. This time, there was no need for further inspection. Even before reaching the entrance of the shelter, the broad gates began to open slowly to the sides. The last time Yinan had arrived here, he had seen barren land, makeshift shelters, and the bustling machinery amidst swirling dust. Now, it was filled with people. Soldiers stood in neat rows on either side, while crowds pressed behind, eagerly craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the team that had saved the shelter, the man who had descended from the heavens in their moment of despair. As the armored troop carrier entered, the shouts, cheers, and the fervor of the crowd drowned out the distant noise of machinery. Gradually, it coalesced into a wave of sound. Hero! 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 Inside CN-171, the team gazed out at the jubilant scene through the vehicle's windows. Lindong felt a bead of sweat forming on his palms as he gripped the control stick. Captain, it's time to disembark. Murong Yun's voice echoed behind Yinan. Prior to their arrival, the shelter had already arranged for this moment. Although the mission had been fraught with challenges, the outcome was still commendable. Thanks to CN-171's formidable carrying capacity, all the ultra-heavy hydrogen from the storage base had been transported in one go. With this replenishment of fuel, the shelter would be free from energy concerns for at least several decades. Whether for construction projects or civilian measures, everything would progress at an accelerated pace in the near future. Most of the credit for this success rested on Yinan's shoulders. Murong Jing, that old fox, had astutely gauged public sentiment in such perilous times. People craved hope, a belief in a brighter future. A hero embodied that hope perfectly. Over the past 2 days, Yinan's valor in slaying the insect horde had become the most talked about topic within the shelter. Even before they returned, the latest appointment had already been publicized. Upon their return, the expedition team's designation would change from 11 to 0'd. From that moment on, they would represent the strongest force of the shelter. Yinan was to be appointed as the commander of the expedition team. Today marked his inauguration ceremony. Murong Jing and Zheng Weidong stood at the edge of the crowd, flanked by 3 other expedition teams still within the shelter, awaiting Yinan's return. With such a grand reception, Yinan could only step down from the vehicle and walk ahead of CN-171. The throngs of waving citizens left him feeling somewhat dazed. After the apocalypse, he had never aspired to be a hero. With a system, a base vehicle, battle armor, and a mech, Yinan's sole desire had always been to ensure his and his family's happiness amidst the apocalypse. Following the Team's retreat was merely for guidance, and entering the shelter was only to maintain a connection with society. Had it not been for the ultra-heavy hydrogen's critical role in the shelter's survival, Yinan might not have chosen to intervene. Who would have thought that this very intervention would elevate him to the status of a hero within the shelter? Suddenly, a little boy squeezed through the ranks of soldiers, too eager to be noticed. The boy, propelled by his enthusiasm, stumbled and fell before Yinan. Before Yinan could assist him, he quickly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His knee was scraped and stung, causing him to wince. Yet he stood tall, eagerly gazing at Yi and Nan halted the procession, crouching to meet the boy's gaze. The child's face glowed with excitement, and he abruptly straightened, raising his hand in salute. I am Xiao Qi. Can I join the expedition team? Why do you wish to join the expedition team? The outside world is so dangerous. I want to be a hero like you. I want to protect my mother and take her to find my father. Yinan looked towards the crowd, where a young mother anxiously explained her situation to a soldier, yet was still being kept at bay. Only when Yinan gestured did she finally gain entry. She rushed to embrace the boy, bowing to Yinan in apology. Yinan took the emergency spray from Xiaomi's hands and handed it to the mother. Smiling at the boy, he asked, "Where is your father?" "Mom says he is at another shelter." Yinan turned his gaze to the mother. She appeared weary, accepting the spray and expressing her gratitude. "He is working far away." Inauguration, awarding gratitude, celebration. By the time Yinan returned home, it was already midnight. His family had also been invited to the celebration. However, Yinan found himself surrounded by various dignitaries offering toasts and engaging in small talk, leaving him little time to converse with them. It was only when the family gathered around a hearth that Yinan finally felt a sense of relief. Slumping onto the sofa, he sighed contentedly. "What a relief. Ha, I've hated banquets since I was young." His grandfather teased as he passed the sobriety tea from Shunqing to Yinan. "Unlike your sister, who always manages to get her money's worth." Yinan's mouth twitched at the mention of Shunqing, who was nearby caring for Yibei, now sprawled on the ground, pretending to be dead after overeating. The living room had been opened up, connecting 3 rooms, making it feel quite spacious. Lin Dong held his daughter, recounting their experiences over the past few days. The rest of the family gathered around the television. It just so happened that the channel was airing the segment of Li Yunlong attacking Ping'an County. Yinan had lost count of how many times he had watched that part. He always found it peculiar. Each time it replayed, it seemed he only ever caught 2 or 3 episodes. As a result, after all these years, he had no recollection of the finer details of the show. "I wish to restore communication between the shelters," Yinan said, contemplating the television before turning to his grandfather in a negotiating tone. According to his original plan, he could now enjoy this gathering at home. The capabilities of the base vehicle are sufficiently robust, allowing Yinan to provide his family with a comfortable life. With the title of commander, he has firmly established himself within this sanctuary. By refraining from undertaking missions, no one dares to question his authority. Tio put it bluntly, even Morong Jing and Zhang Weidong can no longer present any leverage that he would find valuable. Yet, he cannot fathom why this thought has lingered in his mind since his return. His grandfather sipped tea, continuing to shell sunflower seeds for his grandmother. Yinan was momentarily taken aback. He had expected his grandfather to at least inquire about his reasons or caution him against taking risks. After all, throughout his upbringing, his grandparents had been rather overprotective. Not to mention, during his childhood, even climbing a mountain was prohibited. He did not anticipate such a straightforward and indifferent response. "Aren't you surprised?" his grandfather pondered briefly, scrutinizing Yinan with a smile. "The soldier who rescued you and Xiaobei from the ruins was about your age at that time. That's quite commendable." Chapter 96, The Motherworm. Earth Dragon Wine. Many years ago, Yinan was but a child, while Yibei was still an infant. With both parents alive, they should have been a blissfully happy family. However, that fateful night, without warning, the world turned upside down. The solid ground suddenly morphed into tumultuous waves of the sea. Buildings began to sway, and the earth cracked beneath them. When Yinan awoke from his slumber, he found himself cradled in his father's arms. He only remembers the night sky abruptly illuminating, followed by a deafening roar as the world began to collapse and plunge into darkness in the abyss. His father thrust his phone into Yinan's hand, urging him to dial his grandfather's number incessantly until he connected. "You must take care of your sister." This was the last thing Yinan recalled his father saying. He could not remember how long he lay buried but knew that the phone repeatedly displayed call failed. Time and again, the battery warning dwindled from 20 to 10, then to 5. Just as Yinan resigned himself to fading away with the battery, his grandfather's anxious voice finally resonated through the phone. He could not tell how much time had passed, but the darkness was pierced by light, revealing numerous figures clad in green camouflage. Their faces were smeared with dust, obscuring their features except for their bright eyes. Their hands were bloodied, mingled with dirt, presenting a somewhat frightening yet remarkably warm sight. They rescued Yi Nan from his father's embrace and extricated Yi Bei from their mother's arms. Neither child bore even a scratch. If communications had not been urgently restored at that time. His grandfather's voice grew slow, laden with the weight of past fears, causing his body to tremble slightly. Yi Nan grasped his grandfather's hand, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. After a prolonged silence, a smile finally returned to his grandfather's face. This is a good thing. The next day, good morning, Yigu. The first visitor was unexpectedly Morongxian. The sun had barely risen, yet this lad had risen with the dawn. However, judging by the thickness of his dark circles, Yi Nan suspected he had either risen early or had not slept at all. Did your father send you? Yi Nan got straight to the point. With his resolution to restore communications firm, cooperation with Morongjing was paramount. This matter held extraordinary significance for him, so a proactive approach was not surprising. However, Morongxian shook his head vigorously. No. Actually, it was my own idea. He leaned closer to Yi Nan, adopting a somewhat obsequious demeanor. I was wondering if I could join your exploration team. Let me drive. My driving skills are quite excellent. I can do anything else, really. Since arriving at the sanctuary, his life had been far removed from the princely existence he had imagined. Initially, Morongjing had sent him to the construction site to perform arduous labor. After a day of toil, he protested. Then he was reassigned to a food factory, where he again threw a fit. Ultimately, he was sent to the maintenance workshop for more hard labor. Life had become truly unbearable. He witnessed Yi Nan's recent exploits, from establishing the communications base to the decisive extermination of the insect horde, igniting a fervor within him. Particularly after Yi Nan's return, the image of him being revered by countless admirers as a hero struck at the very core of Morongxian's deepest desires. He realized he had to join the exploration team, regardless of whether he could don a mech suit and wreak havoc. Driving like Lindong and tending to logistics was still within his grasp. Tasks like washing cars or moving goods had been plentiful lately. Thus, he had waited outside all night for Yi Nan to emerge. You're not cut out for this. You're too much of a liability. Yi Nan bluntly declined. Bringing along someone like Morongxian would only complicate matters for him. Furthermore, his sensitive status meant that even if Yi Nan agreed, he would not be able to join the team. Although Morongjing did not vocalize it, he surely treasured his son above all else, and no matter how capable Yi Nan was, he could not expect Morongjing to place his family in Yi Nan's hands. Yet, he underestimated Morongxian's determination. Upon hearing Yi Nan's refusal, he knelt down. Big brother, please accept me. Clinging to Yi Nan's leg, tears and snot mingling as he begged. Yi Nan attempted to shake him off but found he could not. Witnessing Morongxian's antics, Yi Nan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had heard from Morongyun that this lad needed some real-life experience. Though he was unaware of the specifics, it was evident that comfort was not on the agenda. Otherwise, given Morongxian's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek refuge in frivolous pursuits with a few girls, living in blissful ignorance. The idea of joining an exploration team would be utterly unthinkable, let alone merely stepping outside. Do you genuinely wish to join the exploration team? An idea suddenly sparked in Yi Nan's mind. After receiving an emphatic confirmation, he retrieved a bottle of liquor from inside the house and placed it before Morongxian. What is this? Morongxian eagerly opened the cap, inhaling deeply, only to scrunch his brows at the pungent, earthy aroma. Such a strong, earthy scent. Precisely, this is earth dragon wine. The leader of the insect tribe, or rather, the mother worm, is akin to a small earthworm the size of a palm. By the time it was captured, it had fully absorbed the essence of the earth, completely merging with it. Yi Nan had even crushed its head several times, yet to no avail. The good news was that, despite being an earthworm, it contained the genetic repository of all insects. It could control the eggs it laid, allowing them to hatch into desired species. This ability is remarkable. Considering the current weather, any insects capable of surviving have likely perished from the cold. Once the catastrophe passes, humanity will inevitably engage in the reclamation of land and cultivation of crops. Without insects for pollination, the majority of plants will lose their reproductive capabilities. Laboratory pollination is ultimately limited in scope. Large-scale efforts must rely on nature in pursuit of survival. The mother worm pledged allegiance to Yi Nan. In truth, Yi Nan had little leverage over it. It could not be burned, frozen, or crushed without self-repairing. Thus, he could only contain it in a bottle as a magical PET. Go extract its remaining value. He had poured liquor into it, After all, this was an earthworm merged with the essence of the earth. The effects of steeping it in alcohol should reasonably rival that of ginseng or deer antler. Naturally, this was merely Yinan's conjecture. The actual effects would require experimentation. Earth dragon? Isn't that just an earthworm? Murong Xian's expression of anticipation immediately soured, even turning into disdain. Unfazed, Yinan stroked his chin, adopting a con artist's demeanor. This is not an ordinary earthworm. This is wine brewed from a mutated earth dragon king. It strengthens the body and prolongs life. This, Murong Xian hesitated, thinking that while earthworm wine might be good for bait, drinking it seemed a bit excessive. Observing his reaction, Yinan quietly added, "It nourishes the kidneys and strengthens the body. You understand the concept of like cures like, don't you?" In that moment, Yinan could distinctly sense a spark of excitement igniting in Murong Xian's eyes. Chapter 97. Murong Xian under scrutiny. Yinan did not bestow much of the wine upon Murong Xian, merely a small glass vial, containing about 1 to 200 milliliters, conveniently fitting into his clothing pocket. Murong Xian tucked it away, and the anticipation consumed him throughout the day, making him restless. He occasionally reached to touch it, unsure whether he feared losing it or hoped to misplace it. It was not until nightfall that he returned home, unable to contain his eagerness to retrieve the vial and place it upon the table. To drink or not to drink? Shakespeare's timeless philosophical query. When he first acquired the wine, Murong Xian felt a surge of excitement. He had intended to open the cap and gulp it down in Yinan's presence, but Yinan restrained him. A few words had left Murong Xian in a state of turmoil ever since. "You should think carefully before drinking. I can only assure you that this wine contains considerable energy. However, its effects and potential side effects are entirely unknown. Are you willing to gamble?" Murong Xian was certainly unwilling. The impoverished rely on mutations, while the affluent depend on technology. He was, after all, the son of a high-ranking official within the sanctuary. He did not belong to the ranks of the impoverished. Yet, his father's intentions were clear: tempering and honing. Murong Xian was merely a spoiled rich kid in peaceful times. Living off his family's fortune posed no issue. But what era are we in now? The apocalypse. Given Murong Xian's previous behavior, without the protection of his home, he would inevitably self-destruct within a short time frame, potentially causing significant trouble for his family before his demise. Murong Xian's antics prior to returning to the sanctuary were thoroughly reported to Lu Zhang. He was fortunate to possess enough utility value, and before he could act out, Yinan had quelled his rebellious spirit. Otherwise, he might not have even made it back to the city sanctuary. Whether facing wolves or giant pythons, both could easily spell his doom. This realization left Murong Jing filled with trepidation. What ultimately led to his tragic existence after arriving at the sanctuary was the unrefined nature of Murong Xian. Without tempering his disposition, Murong Jing felt that he could not escape the fate of sending a white-haired person to bury a black-haired one. "What is this?" Li Yuwei approached Murong Xian from behind, gently massaging his shoulders. Since that day in the vehicle, she had remained by his side. After arriving at the sanctuary, she simply moved in with him, attending to his daily needs. "The medicinal liquor given to me by Yinan?" Murong Xian took a deep breath. Yet, he still lacked the courage to consume it. After all, Yinan had mentioned that the consequences were unknown. It was a potion derived from mutated beasts. Who could say what peculiar transformations it might induce? Medicinal liquor? For what purpose? Li Yuwei, somewhat puzzled, leaned down to inspect the unremarkable bottle. The liquid was murky, with what appeared to be a few dark particles floating within, starkly contrasting with her impression of clear, exquisite liquor. As she tilted her head, her hair brushed against Murong Xian's ear, releasing a fragrant aura. Murong Xian turned his head, his gaze clouded with a stark whiteness. Instantly, he felt parched. Any thoughts of researching the medicinal liquor dissipated, and he swiftly lifted Li Yuwei into his arms, extinguishing the light amidst her surprised exclamations. 2 minutes later, Li Yuwei cradled his head in her embrace, softly reassuring him, "Yes, all right. Perhaps you've simply been too weary of late." Murong Xian gazed at the ceiling, his heart heavy with bitterness. He recalled Yinan's words about complementing form with form, nearly compelling him to rise and down the liquor in one go. However, that fleeting thought was swiftly extinguished. The fatigue associated with his sage-like state, compounded by the exhaustion of the day, left him only with the capacity to let out a deep sigh before succumbing to slumber. The following day, Murong Xian awoke early as usual for work. The medicinal liquor remained tucked in his embrace. He dared not drink it, yet the myriad of wondrous effects exhibited by Yi Nan made it difficult for him to relinquish it. Unbeknownst to him, his furtive actions were being relayed through the omnipresent surveillance of the sanctuary to Murong Jing's office. Observing Murong Xian's habitual reach for the liquor bottle, Murong Jing frowned slightly. Was that liquor truly safe? The earth dragon should be non-toxic, and thus far, there had been no cases of mutated beast flesh causing human aberration. Murong Yun interjected nonchalantly, asserting that he would not dare to drink it. How could Murong Yun be oblivious to the nature of his foolish younger brother? Perhaps fear of death was one of Murong Xian's few virtues. Murong Jing was very much aware of this. Offering a wry smile and a nod, if only his son possessed the audacity to take decisive action, it would, in fact, bring him some comfort. His gaze shifted to the resume of the maintenance workshop team leader in his hand. Was the information accurate? Indeed, Zhang Weidong had orchestrated this. Murong Yun nodded, placing the documents on the table. The approach was rather straightforward, almost as if they had directly dispatched someone to inform us. The task was exceedingly simple. Provoke Murong Xian, compel him to strike, and then deliver a beating. Murong Yun chuckled bitterly. This was an overt scheme. As Murong Jing's sole son, Zhang Weidong could not possibly remain unaware of Murong Xian's identity. Moreover, Murong Xian was not a character who had concealed himself in obscurity. Zhang Weidong would not dare to harm Murong Xian. That was the unspoken boundary of their conflict. What they sought was a complete sanctuary, not the ruins that would result from mutual destruction. The most pressing threat was the natural disasters outside. The struggle for power could only end in obliteration. Yet, knowing that Murong Jing desired to temper his child, it was indeed a pity that his old rival Zhang Weidong was not involved. Thus, this declaration of warlike overture emerged. If you wish to train him, then I shall lend a hand. As for whether the tactics might be too harsh, potentially driving Murong Xian into seclusion, that would be a headache for Murong Jing. After all, if his offspring proved too inept, he would have little face to confront the other party. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Murong Jing's expression darkened. His gaze flickering, finally, he let out a long sigh. It was previously our overzealous protection that had shielded him too well, within the workshop, completely unaware that he was under the scrutiny of two influential figures in the sanctuary. Murong Xian had just clocked in and was lining up at the tool department entrance. Today's task was once again the unremarkable labor of a mover. Collect a small cart and commence sweating. He had been laboring at this for several days and had grown somewhat proficient. However, he appeared listless, swaying unsteadily on his feet. Last night, his sleep had been anything but restful, filled with numerous dreams that primarily revolved around the aftermath of consuming the liquor. He envisioned becoming the indomitable Hulk, demolishing the sanctuary, or transforming into an alien and wreaking havoc. Ultimately, he imagined turning into a giant earthworm, digging himself a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. Just as he was yawning, a sudden push jolted him, causing him to stumble and nearly collide with the nearby shelves. Before he could express his anger, the individual returned to his previous position. "Thanks for queuing for me all this time," he said, noticing Murong Xian's glare and adding playfully, "With your feeble stature, you can hardly carry much cargo, so don't waste the cart. These tools are in scarce supply." Chapter 98. In a state of disarray, Murong Xian's identity was no secret to someone of Zhang Weidong's stature. Yet it had not reached the level of widespread knowledge. When registering work information, he had used a pseudonym. Thus, within the workshop, no one was aware of his princely status. The work in the maintenance workshop, aside from those skilled technicians who could manage it with agility, primarily involved the labor of transporting parts and other strenuous tasks. If Murong Xian did less, others would have to compensate with more. After a few days of interaction, team leader Lu Shirquan had already harbored some dissatisfaction. Although unaware of who was out to get Murong Xian, the instigator had indicated that arrangements would be made to ensure that Murong Xian would lose his valuable job. With benefits at stake, such a dual advantage was naturally appealing to Lu Shirquan. So, as soon as he arrived at the workshop, he sought out Murong Xian. "Lu Shirquan, I was in line here." Having been pushed down without reason and then mocked, Murong Xian certainly could not accept such indignity and quickly got to his feet to confront the other. "If you want a queue, go to the back. I'm already in line here." "What can you do about it?" Lu Shirquan retorted with a sneer, spitting at Murong Xian. Though not genuinely hitting him, the insult was clear enough. Letting you queue for me is already a favor. Otherwise, do tell me, what else can you do? Can you carry much cargo? Or perhaps lift those carts? Speak up, and I might just arrange something for you today. Mo Rongxian clenched his teeth. He had never endured such humiliation. Seeing Lu Shichuan's arrogant expression, he felt a surge of impulse to slap him. However, he was acutely aware that this was not his own domain, and the individual before him was not a bodyguard dispatched by his father. It was precisely because he had disappointed Mo Rongjing that he found himself in this predicament. He did not wish to make matters worse. He aspired to be entrusted with responsibilities, to be a right-hand man like Mo Rongyun. Whatever tasks were assigned to him, he would complete them, even if it meant overtime. With a calm demeanor, Mo Rongxian enunciated firmly, "So move aside. This is my spot." Mo Rongxian was proud. With so many onlookers, if he allowed himself to be scorned by the other and then retreated to the end of the line, how could he ever hold his head high again? Just because you claim it's your spot, does that make it so? Just because you insist you can handle it, does that mean you can? I want to yield. What can you do about it? Lu Shichuan had come looking for trouble. If Mo Rongxian backed down, he would not let him off easily. In fact, he had already been quite restrained. The individual who had approached him last night had specifically instructed that Mo Rongxian must strike first. Otherwise, Lu Shichuan would not waste his breath. Tio be appointed as the team leader of this maintenance department. He was certainly no novice. Having worked extensively, he was undoubtedly strong. Although not as tall as Mo Rongxian, his build was significantly sturdier. Had he adhered to his typical style, he would have long since shoved Mo Rongxian down and demanded to know if he submitted. Mo Rongxian glanced around. The commotion had drawn a number of spectators, yet they merely observed. In the face of the apocalypse, the psyche of the populace began to shift. Even with basic regulations in place within the sanctuary, the natural instinct of survival of the fittest prevailed. Mo Rongxian's performance over the past few days had been noted. He was indeed a burden. Coupled with the fact that he was the son of a wealthy family, he had never mingled with these rugged individuals. Consequently, no one was willing to step in on his behalf. In the office, observing the surveillance footage, Mo Rongjing's voice remained flat, devoid of discernible emotion. Will he strike? Mo Rongyun's gaze turned considerably colder. Regardless of her disdain for Mo Rongxian, he was ultimately her cousin. Lu Shichuan had already been marked in her mind. Yet, recalling Mo Rongjing's question, her expression reflected disappointment. No, Mo Rongxian will not strike. He is quite astute in recognizing the situation. Tio put it bluntly, he fears the strong and bullies the weak. Otherwise, he would not have been subdued by Yi Nan with just a few slaps. Even atop the mountain with a giant bear, he chose collaboration over revenge. Despite possessing a firearm point, one could call it caution, but it is essentially cowardice. Even if Yi Nan were an ordinary person, he lacked the resolve to take a life. The same applies here. Lu Shichuan is clearly stronger than Mo Rongxian. The outcome of him taking action is evident. Thus, he does not dare. Within the workshop, Mo Rongxian, realizing no one would speak up for him, found himself caught in a predicament. Yet, to retreat now would leave him with a bitter heart. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "This is my spot." Steeling himself, he pushed forward towards Lu Shichuan, seeking to reclaim his place in line. Lu Shichuan scoffed derisively and forcefully shoved him, causing Mo Rongxian to tumble to the ground. With such feeble strength, why not just resign yourself to receiving relief rations like the elderly and children? Rising anew, a searing pain shot through Mo Rongxian's knee. His fists clenched so tightly that they turned a shade of bruised purple. It was an intolerable humiliation he had never faced in his life. His gaze fixed on Lu Shichuan's mocking expression, anger surged within him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Pointing at Lu Shichuan, he bellowed, "Do not push your luck." Yet, such powerless words only incited further ridicule. "Oh? Am I being excessive? Why do you clench your fists so tightly? Are you thinking of hitting me? Can you even fight? Come on, then, let us see if you can reach me." Lu Shichuan turned his head, patting his own left cheek, then tightened his fist before Mo Rongxian, producing a crackling sound that instilled a sense of dread in Mo Rongxian. Observing Lu Shichuan's arms, thicker than his own thighs, a thought of retreat flickered in Mo Rongxian's mind. The wise man does not suffer immediate losses, he silently reassured himself. However, Lu Shichuan seemed displeased by this. In a way, you're not even brave enough? Are you really a man? Any woman who ends up with you would be utterly pitiful. With your appearance, can you last 3 minutes in bed? No, that's not right. You probably can't even get it up. What a gaze! I hope I haven't struck a nerve, ha 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 ha. Murong Xian's face flushed with anger, turning a deep shade of purple. The speaker may have intended no harm, but the listener felt the sting. After all, just last night. Fury surged within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he swung his fist toward Lu Shichuan's face. Unfortunately, Murong Xian was no fighter. Before he even moved, his intention was already betrayed by his shout. Prepared, Lu Shichuan would not allow him to land a blow. Just as Murong Xian's fist was halfway in the air, it was firmly intercepted. Before he could react again, a size 47 shoe struck his chest. The sensation of pain and weightlessness washed over him, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself face down on the ground, every bone in his body feeling as if it might shatter. Blazing with pain, the liquor bottle concealed on his person had fallen out, shattering beside him. Glancing askew, he saw his reflection amidst the shards of glass, looking as disheveled as a dog. Chapter 99. A point of no return, ha 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 ha. The sound of mockery echoed in Murong Xian's ears. The entire world seemed to spin around him, surrounded by a multitude of people, all resembling demons with gaping mouths and terrifying visages. Enough. Murong Yun's fist struck the armrest. Alongside her fury, she felt a flicker of relief. If Murong Xian had chosen to back down in such a situation, he would have been utterly ruined. The list of individuals involved in this matter lay in Murong Yun's hands. This was Murong Xian's trial by fire. Should he falter, the family would lose face in pursuing accountability. However, now that he dared to throw a punch, the force behind it would undoubtedly be formidable. Wait! Murong Jing reached out to stop Murong Yun, his gaze fixed on the surveillance footage. What is he planning? In the workshop, Murong Xian propped himself up, his eyes locked on the bottle cap beneath him. Still filled with liquor in that moment, countless images flooded his mind. And why father is XX. This phrase had the potential to resolve any problem he encountered, ensuring that everyone would treat him with gentleness and patience. In the face of calamity, he had envisioned that this phrase should carry infinite weight. Yet, Shun Qing had rejected him, and he encountered Yi Nan. Coldness, earthquakes, and terrifying mutated beasts awaited him on the road. He had thought that once he reached the refuge, everything would improve. Yet, now even an ordinary person in a repair workshop could bully him. Why? Ultimately, it boiled down to his own weakness. Without his father's protection, he was merely a powerless college student, skipping classes and lacking in skills. In the past 20 years, he had possessed nearly everything. Thus, he remained uncertain about what he truly desired, what kind of person he wanted to become, or what dreams he wished to pursue. But now, he understood that he needed to grow stronger. He had to rely on himself. Grasping the bottle cap, he noted its sharp edges, yet he could not afford to dwell on that. He raised it to his lips and drank deeply. The taste was foul and pungent. The acrid bite of inferior white liquor seared his throat like flames, while the putrid earthy flavor assaulted his senses. Never had Murong Xian encountered such a wretched drink, nor one so potent as the liquid coursed down his throat. A wave of heat surged through his body. Within mere seconds, his eyes reddened and gleamed from the influx of blood. This sensation, this feeling of fullness, was unprecedented. With a slight exertion, Murong Xian stood once more. Turning to see Lu Shichuan still mocking him, his anger flared. He swung his fist, producing a thunderous sound, propelled by terrifying force toward Lu Shichuan. Lu Shichuan dismissed it, thinking him overconfident, and raised a hand to block. However, upon impact, the immense force revealed the gravity of the situation to Lu Shichuan, but it was too late. That force sent him flying. Crashing into a nearby stack of cardboard boxes, the tide had turned. Lu Shichuan's companions were momentarily stunned, but they could not simply stand by. Exchanging glances, they lunged for Murong Xian. Murong Xian did not resist as they grasped his arms tightly. Then he asked, "Are you holding on tight?" Huh. Just as they were about to inquire about his meaning, they felt the world spin. Murong Xian executed a sweeping motion, flinging four adults aside. Experiencing the thrill of such strength, Murong Xian let out a triumphant roar. He could even feel his power continuing to surge. Yet, this joy was short-lived. His vision gradually turned a blood-red hue, as though he were viewing the world through crimson-tinted glasses. Terrifying desires began to invade his mind, blood and flesh. No, something was amiss. Observing from the surveillance, Murong Yun shouted. That was not the gaze Murong Xian should possess. It was bloodthirsty and frenzied. Even from behind the screen, the murderous intent was palpable. That liquor was problematic. Murong Jing and Murong Xian both felt a chill run down their spines. They immediately picked up the phone to alert their subordinates to control the situation. However, before the person on the other end could respond, the scene shifted once more. Just as Murong Xian prepared to strike the crowd, he suddenly hunched over. A loud sound erupted, accompanied by a horrific stench. As that unmistakably loaded fart echoed throughout the workshop, Murong Xian's awareness returned. Instantly, he realized his pants were damp and sticky. The blood-red hue that had faded from his eyes resurfaced on his face. A gust of wind propelled him out of the workshop, racing toward the restroom. Inside the workshop, the expressions of the onlookers were varied. Did he just defecate? They were at a loss for words to describe their experience. They had witnessed Lu Shirquan bullying his companions, then Murong Xian's explosive counterattack, and that moment had evoked intense heart palpitations and fear. But before they could comprehend whether to flee or continue watching the spectacle, the unforgettable sound of flatulence rang out, echoing like thunder. It left an indelible impression. In Murong Jing's office, both individuals wore expressions of astonishment, their emotions turbulent. In terms of outcomes, the Murong family's honor had been restored. Absolute power had crushed Zheng Weidong's intentions. Yet, the manner of retreat left Murong Jing with a throbbing temple. This audacious spirit was worthy of the Murong family heir title. However, defecating in public, perhaps expulsion from the family would be more appropriate. What is this? Seeing Murong Xian's behavior, Zheng Weidong was equally perplexed. That liquor. It must be that liquor. There was no way Murong Xian could possess such strength. Just one sip of alcohol could enable him to fling 4 adult men. This was no mere stimulant. It belonged to the realm of berserk agents. Investigate. I want you to look into this immediately. In an instant, the refuge was once again engulfed in turmoil. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this chaos sat before the liquor made from the